Look, Hasan changes his screen to full screen so you don't know what he's looking at because he's afraid that it actually makes him look stupid and he's not prepared for this one. Even though, you know he's prepared for this one because he did something where he's got 500 tabs on his screen because he pre-watched this and then he was ready for every single talking point, or at least he thought so. And then he also was just filibuster through the entire thing and ramble. But wait a minute, it's not that big of a deal that he prepared for it, except for the fact that he refuses to admit that he prepared for it because he has some kind of weird ego problem.
Because he said before.
Explain to me how this doesn't prove Hasan deserves to be banned. He's actively playing the N-word uncensored with a hard R on his stream, knowing that he's not going to get banned. All right, guys. Welcome. That's all I could say. This is going to be a doozy. He started reacting to this yesterday. Ethan's 1 hour and 40-minute content. Nuke. It's a great it's a great video. I've reacted to it too if you want to watch me. And Hasan seems to have filibustered through his entire stream. So this is going to take us multiple streams. But I'll probably put it in one nice video for you guys to take a look at. And you could look at it an hour a day while you go to work. You can go, wow, look at this. This is insane. Or I might have to make it multiple parts. I really have no idea. We have to see how long it is. So without further ado, Hasan finally reacts to the content, Nuke, because he's at a point now where his credibility is waning because iDubbbz released a hit piece against Ethan, and iDubbbz is so unlikable that it ruined everything, actually. If iDubbbz had just not gotten involved, Ethan would still optically look wrong. Yeah, and also, thank you for reminding me, Papa Got Leftovers in the description. Let's go. Hasan Parker.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Lady and gentlemen. I'm ready.
Without further ado.
Yeah. Are you serious? Is this real?
I present to you.
Oh my god. Is it loud enough?
The content, Nuke.
Dude, hurry up.
Okay?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Wait, what? I'm having audio problems. Let's see, we should probably turn it up.
It's coming.
Me too, dude. Literally gooning. This content season's been crazy, I'll tell you. It's been wild.
iDubbbz is going to come later. I told him to come later.
Ew, what do you mean after you do it, Anissa? That's a joke about him being a cuck. But it's not real, guys, okay? I don't know what's wrong with me. Let's do this. Wow, love the content. Love the content, Nuke. I guess this is middle fingers to Ethan Klein.
Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein, defender of genocide, helping small creators.
This is just fucking. What is this? Full House? This is incredible.
Grow a larger size in 2025, promoting the left side. Denims B and Frogan.
I still can't believe Hasan unironically supports Bad Banana.
Sanabi and Mike. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein.
Yeah, they cannot stop being cringe. That's incredible.
You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the.
I think we gotta stop the genocide in Gaza just so Hasan has nothing to talk about, so he falls off. This is fucking crazy how cringe this is.
Legend.
This is beautiful. Hopefully it doesn't get DMCA'd or something, because I want to leave this in the video. This is fun.
This was Joey Keyboard, who took one of our favorite memes from the stream.
Yeah.
Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. And turned it into a Thank You, Ethan Klein song.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Let me blast
man.
off.
I loved it.
Context, Nuke, reaction
I
begins
thought it was fantastic.
now.
All right. I thought it was a beautiful meant to be wear.
Okay.
All right. Started already, dude.
Posted this 1 month before Ethan actually called himself the legend future teller. Yes.
Okay.
I know. It made it even funnier that he then also turned around.
I just want you guys to understand. This is on a minute. This is on 1.5 speed, just so that you know. Like, you're sitting here and you're probably thinking he's talking at normal. He's intentionally filibustering this. I'm telling you right now. Like, this is on 1.5. I'm not kidding. I'll put it on regular speed for a bit.
Called himself, I am the legend. Now, the content Nuke.
It's all intentional.
It's
all intentional.
Is long.
It's all intentional. I don't know why he's doing it. Maybe he'd say it's because he could raise more money for charity. I think he's fucking filibustering this so that people lose interest or something. I don't know. I think he's afraid.
Okay. It's called the content nuke. I call it the context nuke. I've called it the content puke in the past, but I feel like it's the context nuke. Now, I've yet to watch this thing in its entirety. As you guys know, famously, I chose not to.
Really? That's so interesting. Wait, what? Wait, then what's this?
A very important announcement. I've finally done it. I watched Ethan Klein's content nuke, and I'm not going to call it context puke as I normally do, because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant.
I'm just confused, man. Like, why say this? Because maybe I just don't get the joke because I've never made a joke in my life. But why? But like, he said he watched it here, but then he said he doesn't watch it here. Well, maybe, I mean, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and I'll say that this was his attempt at trying to be funny, but he is painfully unfunny. That was being sarcastic. I just feel like, what's the end of the joke then? Like, what's the butt of the joke then? I don't get it. That it was poop. I really don't get it. Like, I just don't get the joke. Be funny. Like that little jingle at the beginning, that was kind of funny. I liked that. I don't know.
And, the reason why I'm doing it now is because Eden, in his endless conquest to destroy anything and everything that people hold near and dear to them.
What?
For the simple crime of criticizing Ethan lightly, gently, or aggressively, as a matter of fact. Ethan is...
I made some of you guys... It's interesting how Hasan's criticism of Ethan really ramped up after 2 skulls were sent to his house and CPS was called on his kids. Like, that's the moment where you're like, you know what? We got to escalate. We got to... CPS got called on his kids. It's time to escalate, baby.
And has chosen a path of death and destruction, pretty much, perpetually claiming that he is the victim of unjustifiable attacks by many parties.
Yeah, he kind of is. Listen, again, I've always said it. Ethan could be a little petty and sometimes focus too much on some things. But, like, yeah, people are being pretty aggressive against the guy. And even at the start, people were calling him a fucking baby killer. Because, he said that... because I think, what did he say? Like, rapes were bad? Sorry, man.
All of them were fans of his, by the way, for many years, or directly were friends of his and content creator collaborators of his.
Crazy.
Whether it be iDubbbz or even someone like myself. As you guys know, I had a podcast with him for 2 years that ended after October 7. But I'll let him tell that story in a second. But the reason why I chose to watch this is because I wanted to fundraise for iDubbbz's charity.
Why don't you just fundraise for nothing? Why don't you just do it just to make money for people? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the charity, this is just going to because they raised a lot of money. This is just showing that the charity is completely worthless.
To attack iDubbbz will explain his side of things later as well.
Whoa, again? For a 3rd time? Oh, thank God we got iDubbbz explaining himself for a fucking 10th time. Holy moly. Maybe if he keeps doing it, he'll finally convince us he's not fucking stupid as hell.
Him and Anissa basically relinquished control over Creator Clash 3, a boxing charity match that they had put together 3rd year in a row after Ethan got Lena to drop out. She was supposed to fight. Lena is...
just to be clear, Lena has... not for nothing. Lena, first of all, okay. So, iDubbbz probably shouldn't have made this content fucking... whatever, this content cop on Ethan, considering he was desperate for Ethan's clout by him shouting out the event for free by having Lena in there. But then it also really it went away because of Harvey. Fuck, it's Harley. I'm pretty sure. Why am I stupid as hell? He was the main runner and he dipped out. What are you talking about?
Is one of the employees at H3H3 Productions, and also another fighter, Harley, also dropped out because he was upset and offended that Ethan and iDubbbz had dared to criticize Ethan.
Well, he's Jewish too, and like a lot of people are feeling in their Judaism. Like me too, man. I'm ethnically Jewish. I've never felt Jewish before in my fucking life, bro. I loved making anti-Semitic jokes all the time. Now it's not fun anymore. Now it's real. So listen, listen. Anti-Semitism has been on the rise, boy. And it's making us oh shit, that's not good. Oh man, this might not be that good. This might be a little bad. Bad.
I wanted to use the full strength of this community to do something good.
To
actually fundraise. And we've already reached $30,000 in fundraising before I even started the fundraiser.
That's great, dude.
So that's pretty crazy. And, we'll see. Maybe we'll increase.
Wow, I can't believe Ethan inspired Hasan to donate to charity. That's fucking awesome. Ethan got Hasan so worked up he decided to donate to charity. That's impressive. Ethan is a really impressive guy.
The charity goal later down the line, we could potentially do that.
Very good, man. Keep pushing.
So thank you, Ethan Klein.
Thank
Once
you,
again,
Ethan Klein.
Your path of death and destruction has hopefully leading to something that is good ultimately.
Death and destruction, baby. That's not sensational.
All right. all of the funds that come from Qatar is now going to this. So without further ado, let's get started.
Who's cutting themselves? Most of your fans because they're young angsty teens? What are you talking about, dude?
The world will not be the same.
Oh my god.
Few people laughed.
This is incredible.
Few people cried. Most people were silent.
This is beautiful.
Line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds."
Incredible.
We think the Houthi a lot is doing
Fucking bloodthirst violent pig dogs. Why am I held accountable? God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm kidding.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan.
Happy birthday, Hasan. Woo! Happy birthday, Papa
So far, so
Gut.
good. Prologue. Why am I making this?
Oh, hi there.
That's me. He's watching me play Marvel Rivals in the background. Okay,
Me, your
cool.
old friend, Ethan Klein.
Cool.
It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and
Nice.
I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys too. Actually, talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas. Someone should. Oh yeah, and I got a tattoo also.
Yeah, that was right after the whole Uvalde thing. Terrible stuff, dude. Should have canceled that NRA meeting, in my opinion.
So I'm cool like that now.
It's also like in Texas, pretty fucked up.
Left or right, I always thought that, despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that? That we love
Taco Bell is just a bunch of different versions of meat and cheese mixed together on a tortilla.
America and everything she stands for.
Is Hasan going to have a meltdown at this joke?
Mom and Dad and apple pie.
Sure, there's plenty to criticize and endless
No,
things
he's
to
not,
improve,
dude.
but I thought it was about
I
making
think Hasan pre-watched this.
a more perfect union,
If Hasan doesn't criticize this, I feel like he pre-watched it. I don't know why.
not tearing it down.
Marching bands, a pride that only
The thing is,
Or maybe he watched other people do this. Maybe he saw the criticism on the iDubbbz video, and then he's like, I'm not going to go after this because he got shit on for being a joke.
there's something kind of scary brewing in America.
Like iDubbbz couldn't identify that this was a joke.
Communism.
That's America. That's America to me.
Incredible.
I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance,
but
Hasan
yeah.
Piker. You might remember him from
Hasan
Yeah,
Parker.
by the way, I do want to point out something here.
Yeah, let's hear
This
it.
is January 31st, 2025 was when
Okay.
this video was released.
Yeah. And it is now May 7th, and you started. This is him doing this on May 6th. So it took you 5 months to watch. 4 months? Don't care.
January 31st, 2025. Yeah, I disliked
Whoa.
it.
That's crazy. What's the
I
significance
ripped
of
it.
that?
I ripped it already. Got to do it. Got to do it for the one time.
What's the significance of that?
There was something brewing in the United States of America at that point.
Was that a big turd? A big poopy turd? Was it Donald Trump being a terrible president that you didn't actively advocate against? Because you wouldn't actively endorse Kamala publicly?
Do you want to know why
What's that?
I say
What
this?
was
I
happening?
point out the date because the thing that was brewing in
Fuck my
America
ass.
was not communism. I know he's trying to make a joke, right?
Whoa.
He's, I think, trying to make a joke. But we were already deep into
A fascism.
the insanity
A
of
fascism.
the Donald Trump Burger Reich administration.
Yeah, so Hasan just isn't allowed to complain about this. Like, I don't really care anymore. Like, I do care. Trump is an actual threat to fucking democracy. But, like, this stupid-ass motherfucker wouldn't openly endorse Kamala Harris aggressively because she wasn't perfect on Palestine. So, either this guy's a fucking entitled little baby that will cry if he doesn't get exactly what he wants, or he wants the conflict in Palestine to keep going because it makes him lots of monies. I don't know which one, dude. You fucking guess.
At this point,
Ethan Klein, the drama content creator, made a drama video about me, the only last bastion of freedom. This guy acts like he's fucking Jon Stewart over here.
I was in Japan, escaping.
Wow,
the fascist
escaping.
administration rising to power.
Escaping.
But at this
dude.
point, it had been 11 days since Elon Musk had dropped the Sig Heil twice.
Damn.
At
Yeah, that's crazy. Ethan, I'm pretty sure, talked about that. People make fun of him for mocking the Sea Kyle. So
inauguration. Okay? We're 11 days into Donald Trump. And the
11
reason
days,
why I
yeah.
point this out is because I suspect, regardless of the fact that I didn't watch Context Nuke, but I am very familiar with Ethan's commentary on the matter. The reason why I mention this is because Ethan has a lot of issues with figuring out his priorities. Because a lot of what Ethan...
Yeah. Well, I mean, you do too, right? I mean, you're advocating for Palestine, but one of your biggest points of advocation is that rapes didn't happen. So I'm feeling like maybe if your advocation was like being pro-Palestinian, you wouldn't be like, hey, Jewish women can't get raped. Feel like maybe there would be a difference in the way that you express yourself. That's just me personally, you know. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a drama guy. I'm not a very important political drama guy like Hasan Parker. Parker, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Talks about in this video are
Papa
values that he
Porker?
cares about, values that he wants to defend. Like he's a fighter against anti-Semitism. He's a fighter against
True.
like right-wing attitudes and things like that.
Attitudes.
He's a fighter against extremism.
Extremism.
On all sides.
Yeah, on all
And yet,
sides. Yeah.
It feels like what he chooses
Feels
to
like what
spend his
chooses
time on
is talking about me, a fucking idiot that was just sweating on a stream that he might go to jail for promoting terrorism. Oh, what the fuck?
betrays that idea.
Wow, really?
Betrays that value, that first principle that he's operating off of. Because if you're
Are you
freaking out about
serious?
anti-Semitism on the rise, I would assume that you probably wouldn't make an entire video and use your previously unused platform.
No, man, if I was going to talk about anti-Semitism, I would totally talk about you. You're the most anti-Semitic person on the left, man. What the fuck you talking about, doggy? You're downplaying the fucking mass rape of Israeli women. What are you talking about, dog? The hell is this guy fucking, what is this guy Parker about?
Attack your former podcast co-host who you knew was not an anti-Semite, and you, I think, still...
Well, he knows you were an anti-Semite now. You're just you're just a handsome guy and you fell for it.
No, is not an anti-Semite, but sometimes you go back and forth on it.
Cool. It's almost like he's actually thinking about things. Maybe you should give it a shot, Hasan.
And I know his response always is he can care about two things at once. Yes, but the thing that he's caring about is bullshit.
Whoa,
and I think
that's
my
true.
response to this...
Right, so we get it. He's just trying. This is him just trying to attack Ethan's, like, his character and his position and whatever. You have to prove to us you're not anti-Semitic. I mean, when you're sitting here denying fucking Israeli women are not, like, raped, when you're sitting here throwing out a swastika sword in the video on purpose, you bought it saying it's a swastika sword. You know, I'm thinking that you got a little anti-Semitism. I mean, you're sitting here platforming people. You're sitting here. What did he say? If you ever had any positive sentiment about Israel ever, then you're a fucking Nazi and you don't deserve to walk dogs. Right? He sits here and he denies the historical oppression of Jewish people. In general, you know, trying to play revisionist history as to why, you know, the state of Israel was created. So yeah, if you're anti-Semitic, bud. And let me tell you something. If Hasan had actually won the debate with Ethan, if he felt confident in that he won that debate, this wouldn't be happening right now. He feels like he has to do this because he got fucking rolled, bro.
Is going to explain to you exactly why the thing that he
What's going on
ostensibly
here?
cares about with respect to me, okay, or all the other people that he brings up in this context, Nuke, is ridiculous.
Nuke.
Especially because whenever Ethan says, I can care about two things at once, well, he certainly doesn't talk about the other thing that he's supposed to care about. If Ethan says, I care about the genocide, for example, and then spends every waking moment talking about those who speak out against said genocide, then it's kind of hard for people to go along.
Says he cares about the genocide, but all he talks about is the Jewish side. You know what I'm saying? The Jewish side. What? Slam poetry? What the fuck? I'm fucking very artistic, guys. Very artistic. All right. I'll be here all night.
With this ridiculous narrative that he actually cares about.
I'll be here all night, guys. I'll be here all night.
Such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. That's not what I said, you dumb cracker bitch.
Whoa!
Podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
There was Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
Hey.
I was just going to say, if there's another Holocaust,
Shapiro.
if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets...
This one was a little based. I don't hope anybody gets rounded up and killed, of course. But Ben does cozy up to the right a little too much of that anti-Semitism. Though I will say I do appreciate that he's fighting back a little bit against Trump right now with his audience talking about Ukraine. I can respect it. You know, finally, you dingus. Dude, what am I
The
doing?
Seinfeld references are stale, man. But
Got him. They're
He presents
stale.
himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat
Got
who supports
him.
basic things. And we went on making the show.
Okay.
Okay, we got to start. Basic things. What does that mean?
Right off the rip, let me get started
Right
by
off the
saying
rip, dude.
I have failed. I'm a failure. The
I'm a
reason why I
failure,
failed is
dude.
because the Leftovers podcast was supposed
Dude, what is this? Is this a script he's reading from?
to be a podcast where this man, who I thought at the time was an open-minded, empathetic, kind person,
Whoa.
who was interested in learning, was on his own
But he hadn't actually learned empathy yet. This is actually pretty disgusting.
journey of learning,
fuck?
was supposed to be the goofs and gaps guy, and I was supposed to be the guy that gives them, the meat and the bones.
Yeah, I understand. What he really means to say is, hey, I do more politics, and I expected this guy to just accept everything that I said as fact and not question anything I had to say ever.
I was supposed to be the information guy. He's the goofs and gaffs guy.
Yep, exactly what I just said. He expected him to just literally roll over and say nothing. That was the whole point the whole time. And then Ethan started to be like, wait a minute, this doesn't really make any sense. And then we got here. This is where we do be, baby.
We clown on the right.
Clown on the right, dude.
We educate the audience as
Clown
Ethan
on the
himself
right.
is getting educated by politics.
True,
but it seems like
dude.
I failed on that educational aspect, considering that his analysis right off the rip is, well, you know, he's a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. What does this mean?
Oh, for a left.
I think it probably means like healthcare and shit and good wages and so. Oh,
What does this mean?
Supports basic things. And
Left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things? Okay.
we went on making the show for about
that's it. That was the whole fucking rant for that. Come on, you know what he was talking about, you stinky little boy.
2 years, and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. That was until this happened. We were doing our regular show, and for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was.
Ethan Klein did not know what social democrats are or what that represents,
Okay.
by the way, before leftovers.
Why do I care about that? These terms are fucking cringe anyway. Social democrats versus democratic socialists. Like, I think social democrats are just people who who want like, you know, meaningful social programs to slowly move to the left, and the other one is like more radicalized. Okay. Oh, he didn't know what this word meant. Who cares? That word's fucking cringe. You know how cringe it is to have like labels? What are we doing here? We got to label everything? I'm a social democrat. I'm a democratic socialist. This is the same energy as when someone's like, oh, we live in a democracy. Like, actually, it's a democratic republic. It's like, okay, go fuck yourself. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, you're just info dumping at a certain point.
And I suspect he might still not know
He said ISIS.
what being a social democrat is, even at this point.
Crazy, dude. You
But
got
let's
him,
continue.
Hasan Porker.
I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's
neither,
good
bro.
that people
Me neither.
can achieve success. And
I agree with that, obviously. That's why I successfully content farm the fuck out of this situation.
term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know,
True.
there's
Just
nothing-
have him pay some more taxes, dude. Make him pay more taxes, bro.
I am not a hater of success. I myself am financially very successful. One
Whoa. How do you do that? Lying?
of the largest points of contention with my existence from many right-wingers is that, oh, you're a socialist, but you have money. How does that happen? So
Ooh,
clearly,
got 'em.
I don't take issue with that. There is no
Clearly, I don't take any
disagreement
issue with
there.
that.
What's wrong with that?
Because I see so many people in the chat saying
Clearly.
no.
But do you pay your mods enough to have a livable wage, Hasan? Genuine question. I see Frogan. I see our beautiful Queen Frogan constantly begging for money on her fucking Twitch stream. As she says, I'll take money if you... Hey, guys, if you donate money to me, I'll change the color of my eyebrows. That's sad. That's sad for her, man. Why don't you pay her enough? Let her live a dignified life. What the fuck is the matter with you, dude? It's crazy. It's crazy. You know, not the Hasan Parker I know would pay a livable wage. And that's the Hasan Parker in my heart. That's the Hasan Parker in my heart. And that's why I have clogged arteries.
I don't know
Because Hasan's in there.
what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you
What
want?
is the idea that
you guys,
people are
just-
looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists? There's that many radical communists? Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig.
You know what actually happened? You want to know? Okay, I figured it out. I'm looking at the screen right now, and my brain is doing a braining. And I'm sitting here, and I'm figuring it out. Oh, why did Ethan disconnect from Hasan? It's an obvious all along, guys. Look at the screen. Ethan stopped being fat, and he got confidence, and then he felt like he didn't need Hasan anymore. What do you think? Fan theory? What?
Deal with it. And then this happened. This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist,
Yeah.
what would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
Yeah, probably put him in a camp, right, Hasan?
The solution to that would always be education and
I mean, I would agree with that.
offering more
Re-education?
I'm pretty sure
re-education, certainly. Yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism.
that screams re-education. Re-education camp.
Yeah, education. Here, I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
What to do with the right-wing charlatans who are anti-vaxxers and unimaginably racist. I am a
You just gotta hope for the best, man. What are you gonna put them in education camps? You can't put these people in fucking camps, Hasan.
firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. And because
Yes, but you're dog whistling re-education camps. That's the point of the Ethan's making, you fucking dumbass idiot.
I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation, I believe everyone can be rehabilitated, including right-wing reactionaries. So if you can understand that from the perspective of like getting your parents who are brain broken by insane right-wing sentiment coming back to reality through the process of education,
He's just taking this out of context so much. It's funny.
then you can understand exactly what I'm talking about. The problem is this is red baiting to be like, oh, this is red terror. He wants to do re-education.
Yes, because that was the reference.
Now, of course, many of the conversations that we had as friends and podcast co-hosts at this point are now being utilized in a nefarious way to say, ooh, he really scared me with this one. Let's take a look.
And in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough,
This is, again, very...
Problem is I watched that entire conversation, and that was absolutely what Hasan was saying. That is absolutely what Hasan was saying. I watched the conversation. That's the problem. I remember that. I remember having that same feeling of like, what the fuck?
Scary. It does not mean
Scary,
he's a
dude.
capitalist on horribly...
I mean, just to be clear, Hasan downplays re-education camps, right? Like Uyghur Muslims were put into re-education camps in China. Hasan downplays it. He doesn't really seem to care too much about these people, and media is not allowed in there or anything. Like these people were being oppressed. Doesn't really seem to care too much about that. So Hasan obviously seems to be fine with re-education camps.
Phrases. No, my point is you can understand the importance of education in that regard.
So understandable.
Right?
So understandable. Yes.
Because
so understandable.
a capitalist is not going to gain incredible amounts of momentum, but
True,
a capitalist
dude.
might actually
So
do crimes in the process.
That's
and
crazy,
if that
man.
happens,
You're so
then
right.
yes, education and rehabilitation is absolutely a necessity. It is a far more preferable outcome than actually throwing someone into, as Ethan claims here, camps. I never said camps. He said camps. Notice how he's guiding the conversation in the aftermath without me being able to respond, to lead you to believe that I want concentration camps.
started to note
I mean, that's what you were saying in the video.
if putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough, I started to notice that Hasan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River.
All right, it's time for Hasan. This is Hasan. This is the pivotal moment. All Hasan has to do is say, hey, listen, I should have been more sensitive to Ukraine getting, taken over, like 20% of it being occupied by Russia. I should have never downplayed that. That was an inappropriate joke. I could take the L on that one. I'm a humble guy. I have some humility. Boom. People would respect him tremendously. But if he doesn't go, hey, that was wrong, it just shows you that Hasan, despite the fact that he is wrong constantly, will never admit it, which is the drastic difference between him and Ethan.
A Russian river. The annex.
Is he going to respond to the actual full context here? I suspect not. Is he going to actually...
What's the full context?
Broach the subject matter even...
What's the full context of Ukraine invading? Russia invading Ukraine. What's the full context?
A little bit, probably not. Let's see.
What's the full context of Russia engaging in genocidal campaigns against Ukraine through starvation and then implanting Russians and then saying, hey, this is our territory now because there's so many Russians there? What's the context of that, Hasan? Why don't you explain that to us, buddy? You've been educated on this multiple times over the years. What's your take, bud?
Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation. Tibet was literally a fucking feudal...
Oh, okay. So he's going to double down on it.
Okay. Nope. Just moving on. Got it. Okay.
What's the context?
Russian communism is hilarious. Russia, as I have maintained over and over again, is an irredentist kleptocracy. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is unjustifiable. There are a million different...
You just justified it. What are you talking about? You just justified it. You just fucking ran defense for it. What the fuck?
Different moments where I have described this process. I fundraised for Ukrainian refugees to the tune of $200,000.
Who cares if you gave them $200,000? You fucking sit here and you deny their fucking autonomy as a country when you say dumb shit like that and then you don't fucking walk it back. What are you talking about, pussy?
After the invasion of Ukraine, I do not believe that Russia is a communist country at all. It is an authoritarian...
Who the fuck is talking about whether it's a communist country? Why is he talking about communism? What the fuck? What is communism going to do with anything here?
Kleptocracy. Why is he presenting this? Why is he presenting this information as though I believe Russia is actually in the right here?
Because that's what you said. What are you talking about? What?
There's a difference that I have maintained over and over again.
You said Crimea River. Crimea is part of Ukraine, and you're talking about how Russia has the right to fucking take it. What is he talking about here?
Annexation of Crimea. Russia has a profoundly important military base in Sevastopol that it actually had a loanership agreement over with Ukraine even before it actually overtook Crimea. But there's a difference between the annexation of Crimea and what took place in the aftermath of said annexation of Crimea versus what Russia is doing in Ukraine right now.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? You justified Russia taking it. What is he doing? He's fucking rambling to sound like he's fucking smart here. What the fuck?
Okay?
Oh, fuck.
As far as my stance on this,
Okay.
there's no defense of Russia taking any additional land, okay? This is a ridiculous...
Additional land? Excuse me, what does that mean? Additional land? That sounds like you're justifying the land that they've taken. What? Oh my God, this guy is a fucking moron.
act. And I have maintained the position that Crimea, throughout its historical process, under the USSR, even before then, has been Russified. This is precisely the reason why...
How is it Russified? Hasan, was it through the mass starvation and genocide of Ukrainians so that they can implant Russians, perhaps?
Western Poles, not even like the Russian annexation and the subsequent quote-unquote democratic process that took place, but the pre-Russian annexation, before Russia's military incursions in eastern Ukraine as well, people that lived in Crimea were rather sympathetic to Russia already.
Okay.
This is part of the reason...
We're oh my God. Okay, whatever. It's not even worth getting worked up. This guy's a scummy little bitch. That's all you can really say. He doesn't give a fuck about... He doesn't care about genocide. He doesn't care about genocide. He doesn't give a fuck about people getting killed. He doesn't care about people getting starved. He doesn't care because when it comes to Ukraine, he's totally all about it, bro. He doesn't give a fuck. But when it comes to Palestine, he pretends to care. He doesn't give a fuck, dude. This guy doesn't give a shit about fucking anybody dying. He's a fucking scumbag loser. Get the fuck out of here. Holy fuck. This is embarrassing for him. It's fucking wild that he can't see the cognitive dissonance. He obviously doesn't care about genocide. He just cares about fucking being anti-Western. That's literally it. That's all it boils down to. What a fucking loser. I think Hasan just has like really bad short-term memory. He just starts talking and then he can't stop. I think that's pretty much all that's happening.
Russian annexation of Crimea, while still unjustifiable under international rights and international humanitarian rights,
it's justifiable too.
Humanitarian law,
we get you, buddy.
Was done without a single shot being fired in the process. That's why I always separate.
It's funny because if anybody was talking about how like America engages in imperialism on another country, even if there was no act of violence, he would sit here and say it's always bad. Well, because Russia's doing it, that makes it okay. Why is it that Russia, the government where they will kill political opponents, like you will sit here and justify their actions? But when it comes to America, which is infinitely better, at least for its own people, when it comes to the treatment of its own people, you will sit here and you'll fucking say it's the worst thing in the entire world. It's very interesting. It's almost like you don't really care about oppression. You just care about being anti-West. Okay? It's almost like maybe somebody implanted you. I don't know. Maybe somebody implanted you here. Maybe you were born in another country and then you were brought here just for citizenship, and then you went back there, and then you came here just to run disinformation campaigns against the West. I wonder if there's anything to that.
Crimea and the annexation of Crimea, as opposed to the completely ridiculous...
Hey, why don't you cry me a river to the sea, son? I'm sorry, it's a little insensitive, but, you know, Mr. Parker, he's just an insensitive guy.
Incredibly violent invasion of Ukraine. In the aftermath of the annexation of Crimea, Ukraine shut off the waterways into Crimea by damming the waterways that were designed under the USSR into Crimea, making Crimea even reliant on making Crimea basically reliant on Russia.
Oh, so it's all their fault. Gotcha. That's actually a good point. Hasan calls Ukrainians Nazis. He got called out by Dylan Burns for that. And so like that's what this whole thing is. I wouldn't even doubt if he brings up that they are Nazis in some weird way, because like some of them became a little radicalized when they were being oppressed. It's interesting that like if Ukraine becomes a little radicalized when they're being, you know, invaded by a foreign country, that's not okay. But if Hamas kills its own people, that's okay because they're being, you know, radicalized and oppressed.
If this in and of itself, beyond the unjustifiable land extraction, land annexation, outside of the fact that the land annexation is still unjustifiable, if there was an opportunity for Ukraine to be able to salvage Crimea, it would have taken place already. Okay?
Okay, well, if there was an opportunity for Palestinians to reclaim... What did you say exactly?
If there was an opportunity for Ukraine to be able to salvage Crimea...
Yeah, if there's an opportunity for Palestinians to salvage Gaza, then they would have done it already. You see how, like, if you apply this logic to, like, other things, it breaks instantaneously? He's just full of cognitive dissonance. He doesn't care about oppression.
Crimea, it would have taken place already.
You got it, bud.
Okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
I don't know why people still try to You don't. Yeah, I don't know why people.
So what we saw in this video so far was Hasan complained that Ethan was that he literally started working with Ethan because Ethan was politically ignorant, and then he got upset when Ethan started to educate himself, and that's when the tension started to grow. And the reason I say that is that's the entire audience that Hasan wants. He wants politically fucking stupid people who will not independently verify information to consume his content. And so this way they believe dumb shit about like how Russia's actually justified in taking parts of Ukraine, because that's what's happening right now. That is what he's doing. He doesn't want you to know that Russia has genocided Ukrainians through starvation and implanted Russians. He doesn't want you to know any of these things. He just wants you to go up. It's a Western. It's bad. He doesn't want you to know that Russia kills political opponents. He doesn't want you to know that there isn't like basic rights for fucking gay and trans people in Russia. He doesn't really care about that. He doesn't care that there's no freedom of speech. All he wants you to know, excuse me, is Russia actually not that bad compared to the United States, despite the fact that our people are freer. It's not a perfect country. I'm not sitting here saying we are perfect. I'm just sitting here saying that like he chooses the worst of the fucking greater of two evils. That's the whole point, because he hates the West so much, despite the fact that he fucking guzzles its cum by being here. Go fucking leave Western countries and go live somewhere else, you stupid fuck.
Still try to relitigate this process when Donald Trump has already offered Crimea with a legalized annexation to Russia.
Who gives a fuck with Donald Trump?
Now,
I'm sorry. You were just shitting about how Donald Trump's a bad guy. Now you're sitting here saying, well, Donald Trump actually offered this. Why the fuck would I care about that?
As Tibet. Let's see
Slave
let's hear.
mandate.
Well, yeah, you were saying that it was justifiable for China to fucking attack Tibet because they were a regressive country. So by that logic, why can't we apply that to like fucking Gaza? We shouldn't, by the way. But like, again, his logic breaks down very quickly.
Autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. We talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
China unilaterally took over Tibet,
like
swept their culture. They basically are trying to,
No one is culture is slavery. I don't know why. Like he brought up culture.
What?
There is no slavery culture here.
What the fuck are you talking about? What is he talking about slavery for?
From a Western perspective, this immediately rings alarm bells. Where it's like, well, you're making the British Empire had to permanently occupy India because they all have had a barbaric culture or whatever. Or
that's what you're saying. What are you talking about? You're the one that's justifying. What is he talking about? What?
That the United States of America had to tame the savages. That is not.
That's the point that you're making.
The argument here at all.
What?
Okay, that is not my argument at all.
That is your argument. What are you talking about?
And while there are issues with the continued sovereignty.
That was literally what you were saying in that conversation. This guy acts like I didn't watch the whole fucking thing. Like most of us have probably watched that. I watched the entire debate. That's exactly what you were saying.
Over Tibet that China has had. Tibet being a part of the Chinese empire in perpetuity and having some semblance of autonomy throughout even the nationalist process, and certainly under Mao as well, has been the same.
What this is the whole thing is Hasan just info dumps with like information that is almost guaranteed to be incorrect or like a majority incorrect, so that he sounds smart to his audience, and they sit there while they're masturbating because they're angsty teenagers, and they go, "Oh my god, he's so smart!" Because that's the only people that will watch this person. The only people that watch this guy are fucking dumb kids that don't know shit about dick.
Same thing since the fucking 19th century. It was the Tibetans themselves that wanted to rise up against the feudal land ownership.
Okay.
It wasn't simply just Chinese annexation and occupation.
Where's this ugly ass
It was
kid?
actually an abolition of serfdom in Tibet.
Wow, crazy. Thanks, man.
This is no different than other Han Chinese areas that were previously
Gotcha. So why did you justify China killing these people?
occupied by the nationalist forces, where once the Maoist forces took over, a lot of the peasant class that was
so
under the
true.
rulership
So
and even
true.
fought
This is so
alongside
true,
the
dude.
nationalist forces defected.
True, dude.
The reason as to
Defected.
why they defected was because they wanted to restructure Chinese society completely.
Damn, it's crazy that he had somebody pre-watch this whole thing and then gather information for him.
Because when faced with these two options,
Probably good. He's saying China modernized those savages. Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. I see what you're saying. Okay.
of working with Mao, working alongside Mao, and
that's crazy. That's fucking crazy. I would never call them savages. I'm a good guy. I love all people. Incredible.
rewriting the rules of Chinese land ownership, they, of course, chose a universalized land ownership structure rather than going back to the nationalist-dominated previous landlord ruling over the peasant class structure that they existed under. It is not different. What happened in Tibet is also not different. What happened afterwards is, that is a certainty. Because Tibetans still, as far as I understand, maintain a lot of love and a lot of support for the existing Dalai Lama, regardless of the fact that the CIA actually used that to their advantage, gave a lot of money to the Dalai Lama. It doesn't matter. Tibetans like the Dalai Lama. That's it. Okay? And there are contemporary issues in Tibet right now as far as Tibetan sovereignty, Tibetan culture, and these are still significant problems. But if we're talking about the way that the Chinese annexation of Tibet took place, it's not the same as China coming in and taming the barbaric Tibetans. Tibetan serfs did not want to be serfs. They did not want to continue existing within the peasant structure where they were being dominated by landlords, their landowners.
Homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
They're trying to squelch
Oh, thank God he's done with that. What? Who doesn't want to be dominated by landlords, dude? We love landlords here, bro. Landlords are the best. They're freaking awesome, dude.
religion and
the part
identity.
of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government.
I mean, by this logic, you could just say that like Israel is justifiably attacking Gaza. By the way, I don't believe that, but like that's the logic here. Just to be clear,
going to the fucking south and killing. Unfortunately, not.
Because what he's saying is that any civilization that I died. Any civilization that is regressive is justifiably attacked by any civilization that is more advanced, because they're just taming the savages. That's exactly Hasan. Like that's exactly what he's saying here. Just to be absolutely clear.
Not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed.
Whoa, what's this guy?
Okay.
Tibet is the South in the Civil War?
Yes.
Crazy. Okay, cool, man.
Yes.
Gotcha.
The previous serfdom structure, and it's not Tibetan culture. I think it's like ridiculous to say. It's like, I think this is akin to saying like.
This is akin to saying like Israel's justifiably genociding Palestinians because they have a regressive culture. That's what you're actually saying. Like, just to be clear, like that would be the one-to-one on this situation. But I would never say that. I'm a good guy. I'm a great guy.
Black people in the South, it's just a part of their culture to be enslaved. What? That's not the case. Okay? That's not the case at all. The reason why I try to use this analogy here is because it was initially an action of resistance against the the feudal serfdom structure in Tibet.
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs. Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps.
Yeah, re-education camps are death camps. Just to be clear.
And they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Association?
Oh, they're gone now. Hey guys, slavery's gone too. Systemic racism must be over in America. We did it. We got rid of systemic racism in America. We actually did that once we got rid of slavery in like whenever the fuck we did that. Long time ago. Black people perfectly equal. We never treat them less than. Wow.
Okay.
Everything I said here is correct.
You mean about re-education camps? That's crazy. Wow. Re-education. China wasn't allowing media into those re-education camps. You realize that? Like they were oppressing those people. There are people who are still missing to this day that were in those re-education camps in China. What are you saying?
I don't know why he put this in the video.
Because it's you justifying re-education camps.
I assume he's not going to make an argument against this, and instead simply claim that it's a genocide that took place and he's hiding it or something. I don't know. Let's see.
Re-education camps are bad. This is like how does it coldest take in the universe, guys? What the fuck?
It's a documentary, and I don't know. I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No,
no. I'm telling you, they were in China.
Okay, that one is like Shen Yun.
Okay, so he saw a documentary. This was the conversation that took place. I don't even remember the full details, but he's saying that he watched a documentary. I immediately suspected it's probably like a Falun Gong documentary. Falun Gong is a right-wing anti-Communist Party of China cult that's anti-miscegenation. They're the ones who also own Shen Yun and Epoch Times and numerous other media outlets that are super far right, and they work alongside the CIA. Having said that, this does not mean that there is no repression in Xinjiang. Of course.
I mean, listen, dude, here's what I know. There's like a body exhibit in the United States, and they totally fucking they totally use like fucking people from China, like that, like prisoners from China. It's kind of fucked up. So I don't know, maybe those things are connected. I have no fucking idea, dude. Just using my common sense. Yeah, true. I'm assuming,
of course, there is
that indigenous folks in America probably are really relieved to hear how re-education camps are actually good, Hasan. Of course. Oh, wait. We're forgetting one key factor. The West is bad. But if another country does re-education camps, they do be good. Am I right, Hasan?
There is major repression in Xinjiang. There was a lot more major repression in Xinjiang,
Hey,
especially a couple of years
Xinjiang.
ago.
What about Shin Paul?
So, for those of you who don't know, there is an East Turkestan separation movement
Crazy,
in
dude.
Xinjiang.
Great to know.
Some of the
Great to know. Great to know, man. You know, when you got to speak this much just to justify, re-education camps, I'm thinking maybe it's not worth justifying re-education camps. That's just me personally. I'm just a good guy. I'm a good guy. I just don't like education. I don't like re-education camps. Schools for nerds.
Uyghur Muslims, many of them also trained by the CIA, some of them are in Syria right now,
What?
wanted to separate from China, mainland China.
What the hell are you
In the process of enacting their separatist goals, there was a lot of knife crime, a lot of terror, and the Chinese government, in my opinion, completely, in the most ridiculous ways possible, enacted an unimaginably cruel regime of surveillance and also cultural erasure and also concentration camps, but re-education camps, where they claimed that these were simply vocational retraining schools.
So then what the fuck is your contestment with Ethan? Why would you justify them?
To actively work to actively.
Wait, is he stupid?
you
Is
know,
he fucking stupid? I don't understand. He's arguing against his own point.
and ruthlessly re-educate the Uyghur Muslims.
Okay, so then why are you arguing for it?
Okay,
That
they
being
bullied
said-
an entire population into submission. There was mass surveillance that took place,
He's
and
just-
also I have never said that this was acceptable. I've never considered this to be
You
appropriate.
just said it
I'm
was.
always critical of this. This is something that a lot of people get mad at me over because they say, "Where did you learn all that? Did you watch a documentary too?"
He talks like Trump. A lot of people get mad at me for this. A lot of people get mad at me for this one. What are you talking about?
They'll say Adrian Zen's propaganda.
What?
It is still completely unacceptable. It's ridiculous. What I'm doing here against Ethan is recognizing the truth of the matter.
What?
So let's take a look.
They're like,
What does that mean?
we can
Gone.
get you an organ from a Uyghur. Why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well, all the concentration camps have been closed now. Like, all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang. And now, it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the
Okay.
Associated Press actually had to.
Why is China invading Tibet to end slavery different than the Spanish invading?
Okay. I don't even know what happened there. Hasan just said re-education camps were good and then went on an entire rant about how re-education camps are actually Nazi internment camps, basically. And then said that he was just owning Ethan. And then it moves on to him saying that the re-education camps are actually done for. So I don't even know what's happening. I feel like I'm being fucking waterboarded right now with information. This information this doesn't even make sense. I'm being fucking waterboarded by Hasan right now.
Aztecs are supporting those groups who exist under Aztec oppression and West African slavery and the British? Yeah, really simple. It's because they fought alongside the Tibetan communists, and then they fucked them over in the process, but they initially fought alongside the Tibetan Maoist movements. That's the difference. That's it.
Okay.
You're also comparing a foreign invasion coming into the Aztecs thousands of miles away to an autonomous region that was already under Chinese rulership, and the previous Chinese rulership just simply overlooked the structure of serfdom. They didn't give a shit. They were like, yeah, the Dalai Lamas can do whatever they want. You want to fucking chop an ear off? That's great. That is the real problem here, because it's not like Tibet was not under a autonomous
What the fuck is he talking about? Hasan really is debate broing right now. He's arguing for and against his own takes.
part of China. It was an autonomous region that was
Yeah,
still under
yeah,
Chinese
yeah.
rulership.
Gotcha,
It's just
bud.
that the previous Chinese empires did not care about what the fuck they were doing to the Tibetan serfs, to the Tibetan peasant class. And also on top of that, even the Nationalist Party did not care about that same exact
Gotcha. So somehow this justifies putting Muslims in camps, according to Hasan. Okay. Good take, man. I guess. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with this fucking psychopath idiot.
landlord / feudal serfdom structure that existed in Tibet. That's a major difference, don't you think? That's a major historical difference.
Oh my god.
Having said that, however, I
Having
think
said
there are
that,
still many
having said
issues
that,
in terms
having said
of not
that.
giving enough autonomy to Tibet or not cherishing
said
certain
that.
aspects of Tibetan culture, Tibetan language.
Having
This
said
is
that.
a real problem in China. This is a real issue in China. Okay.
Real issue in China. Having said that. Okay, dude.
And then there's the second side of this.
Oh,
in terms
God.
of the historical, reference point, because you're failing to understand my point here. You said the Spanish fought alongside the anti-Aztec local fighters, with the majority of the fighters. Tibet was loosely under Chinese rulership, but never Sinicized. I know. I don't.
I love how this guy criticizes Destiny for reading Wikipedia pages, and then he literally just is fucking info dumping information that he obviously read off of a Wikipedia page. So it's like, okay, thanks, man. This is a pretty typical Hasan tactic, is to just info dump. It's like literally like worthless info dumping. But he just likes to info dump because it makes him feel like he's a smart guy. Like, it's just distracting and stupid. He's not saying anything. He's literally sat here and justified putting fucking Muslims in camps. And now he's info dumping to make it seem like he's actually a super smart guy. He's like every right-winger that justifies like the horrific fucking, you know, torment of certain people. And then fucking goes on a whole rampage. Like, he might as well have just called all black people thugs and then just went on to explain himself as to why he's justified. Because that's the energy that we're getting here. Like, that's honestly, that's exactly, like, that's basically what he's doing.
I'm not saying that the Sinicization of Tibet is the appropriate measure. I'm saying it's actually the part that I'm critical of is precisely that. But what you fail to comprehend here is that
I'm just
what came in the aftermath of this was not a reassertion of the same serfdom structure. They didn't do that. They didn't just
that's crazy.
Go back to the land rulership structure in Tibet, but now with Chinese ownership.
All this logic is basically justifies just every oppression around the world. It's actually so strange.
Do you see what I mean?
No.
And also, the relationship between Tibet and Chinese sovereignty is, of course, entirely different than the relationship between colonial Spanish occupation over the Aztecs. There is not hundreds of years of being under Chinese rulership despite having autonomy.
That's crazy. Also, isn't China like still treat their people like shit? They don't even have like proper like labor laws. Why are we running so much defense for China re-educating people when they're still a very, you know, backwards country when it comes to their laws on workers and, you know, the rights of people?
So what happened in the aftermath of that is important, don't you think?
No.
There wasn't slavery of the Tibetan masses conducted by the Communist Party of China. Anyway.
Thanks, buddy.
Hasan, I can see the fear in your eyes. Maybe we should call it on the content nuke. That's so funny. All of
True. Gotcha.
These people that have been begging for me to watch this are now finally coming in to be like, you shouldn't watch this, actually. I feel like you're afraid.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's him just trying to make it seem like we're afraid. Okay.
Yeah.
Afraid to make money. I like Sindri's gear, bro. Frost damage inflicted.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Not bad, baby. Not bad, baby.
Yeah, I'm still being a coward.
To say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years.
It's also ignoring that Spain practiced slavery in...
When Hasan starts to laugh like that, you know he's getting frustrated. Just keep that in mind. That's like that's an actual thing. Like when he starts to get upset, he starts to do like he laughs like a weird little weasel.
Mexico, like that's, it would be the same if China. It would be the same if China went in. Okay. No collaboration whatsoever. No demands whatsoever from Tibetan Maoists and Tibetan communists that wanted to rid themselves of the antiquated practice of serfdom that was incredibly violent, incredibly brutal. Okay. And instead. Just
dude, he's getting worked up. This is Hasan's tick. Everybody gives Ethan shit for having like very obvious like Tourette's tics, which I can identify with because I have it as well. But this is Hasan's tick.
Reform that exact same societal structure and continue to enslave Tibetans. But that's not what happened. So obviously, you know, there is a major difference here. This doesn't mean that there is any sort of... This doesn't mean that like it's great. I'm not saying that it is, okay? I'm simply offering some nuance to the way that people frame these conversations.
I'm offering some nuance to why it's okay to fucking genocide people, guys. Hey, guys, it's me, Hasan Parker.
Black and white. And try to make...
Hey. It's just me, Hasan Parker.
Try to make it work within the imperialist structure in the same way that like you understand Spanish colonialization.
Chinese government,
okay?
I love you.
Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a US research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing.
Okay, he pulls up a lot of...
Okay, he pulls up a lot of information about how China is violating people's human rights, but does he realize that the West is bad?
A lot of these AP articles, and I feel like from all of the clips that I've seen on the Context Nuke, he basically does not go into great detail about these articles at all. I don't think he's read any of these articles at all.
You haven't either, obviously, because you're saying from what you've seen other people talk about.
Many of these articles are basically from National Endowment of Democracy funded groups like NGOs that are playing a significant role.
So if factual information is now just a conspiracy, I got it. That's no problem, buddy. It's just like the UN report that said that mass rapes did happen on October 7th. That's just like obviously a conspiracy, yeah.
Here, okay. Having said that, is there veracity to some of these claims? Absolutely. Okay.
These are actually all fake. Is there some credibility? All these claims are fake, and you have to question every single source that it gets it from. But is there some actual truth to it? Oh yeah, probably. Okay, so then what the fuck are you talking about?
Some of the claims that he's highlighting in the headlines is actually correct. The problem is, and I don't know what when these articles are from or what these articles are actually featuring, But I would go so far as to suspect that he's making it seem as though the article that I was referencing, the article that I was reading, as a matter of fact, in terms of China's
Hasan does love to read.
Re-education and cultural erasure has ended, and that Xinjiang has now become a tourism destination. He claims that that article does not exist, except here is the article. So while he was actually looking for...
Hasan owned us with facts and logic, dude. We're actually so over, dude. He proved that China wasn't actually oppressing people. Oh, and he also proved that once we get rid of a thing, it's no longer existent in society socially. Guys, China stopped putting Muslim people in fucking camps. The oppression is over, guys. Guys, slavery ended. The oppression is over, guys. Oh, systemic oppression doesn't exist. Once the law changes, society catches up like that. It's actually crazy. I didn't know that. Thank you, Hasan. Thank you, Hasan, for being so socially intelligent and aware. It's incredible.
All of these different article headlines that he could draw from. What happened? Did he just simply fail to find terror and tourism? Xinjiang eases its grip, but fear remains. This is the Associated Press article that I was actually reading and referencing to Ethan Klein.
I don't know why I'm walking
in that conversation. Xinjiang, China, the razor wire that once ringed public buildings in China.
That sounded racist when you said that.
Far northwestern Xinjiang region is nearly all gone. Gone too are the middle school uniforms and military camouflage and the armored personnel carriers rumbling around the
guys, you heard it here. Indigenous Americans, get over it. That us putting you in re-education camps, that was so yesteryear. It's pretty much all that systemic oppression. Gonzo!
Homeland of the Uyghurs. Gone are many of the surveillance cameras that once glared down like birds from overhead poles,
and
the eerie eternal wail of sirens in the ancient Silk Road city of Kashgar. Wow. This right here is basically the summarization of like my summarization of the story is this article saying that they ended their operations. They ended their operations, and the clips that, and here's why I say he's fucking devoid of context. This is the reason why I call this the context nuke. The reason why I call this the context nuke is because he rips these clips, which I don't even know where he sourced them from. Okay, because I don't think he sourced them himself. I think someone gave him these clips. Because if he were to actually, if he actually cared about understanding the nuance of this position that I'm presenting, he would recognize that some of the clips that he pulled out are literally directly from me covering this article. Here it is.
Hasan is like literally a right wing. Hasan is literally Matt Walsh right now. He's just Matt Walshing us right now. He's washing all over the place. He's doing a conservative. Where once inequality ends on paper, it is ended socially. It's fucking incredible.
It's October 13, 2021. Uyghurs in Xinjiang.
Uyghurs.
Gone too are the middle school uniforms and military camouflage and the armored personnel carriers rolling around the homeland of the Uyghurs. Gone are the many of the surveillance cameras.
Gone are the shackles that we put around black people. Now they're free. Don't even worry about it, guys. Now we can ignore the fact that once they were free, they still basically were slaves because they had nowhere to go, and they worked for they just worked for room and board, guys. This is actually really unoppressive. Actually, really cool.
That once glared down like birds from overhead poles, and the eerie eternal wail of sirens in the ancient Silk Road city of Kashgar. Uyghur teenage boys once a rare sight.
He talks like my fucking mom, dude. Maria.
Now flirt with girls over pounding dance music at rollerblading rinks. One cab driver blasted Shakira as she raced through the streets. 4 years after Beijing launched a brutal crackdown that swept up 1 million or more Uyghurs and other mostly Muslim minorities into detention camps and prisons, its control of Xinjiang has entered a new era. Chinese authorities have scaled back many of the most draconian and invisible aspects of the region's high-tech police state.
Many of them or all of them? That's crazy. That's interesting.
The panic that gripped the region a few years ago has subsided considerably, and a sense of normality is creeping back in. It's because he purposely limited the search to 2 years, so his article was left out intentionally. Now, time and time again.
I don't think that's a real chat. I think he just read something that he wanted people to think he read.
I've actually railed against, as much as people say I'm a China glazer, which I am a China glazer, let's be real. Time and time again, I've actually brought up the unjustifiable.
Wow, the first fucking honest thing that he's ever said in his entire life. It's a beautiful thing.
Practice of mass detention and mass surveillance and dragnets that were cast upon the Uyghur Muslim population in Xinjiang. I do not think it's appropriate, and I do not think it's acceptable. And I have made that
being said,
very clear over and over again. I've actually made fun of the people that are so invested in defending China that they come in here and sometimes act like hogs, but for China. And say the exact same things that hogs say about Muslims and Muslim detention or immigrant detention in the United States of America, but this time for China. This is an age-old bit that I do all the fucking time.
Wow, age-old.
But if you were actually interested in the nuance or my actual perspective on this, you could have probably figured it out by, I don't know, doing a cursory analysis. Just fucking...
Yep, if you misunderstand my perspective, it's actually your fault, not mine. This is one of the big issues with Hasan. Because, like, people miscommunicate all the time. I miscommunicate. Sometimes I mean something and I don't communicate it well. Guess whose fault that is? Oh, it's mine! But... Hasan doesn't think so, but also he doesn't actually believe this. I don't know why I'm even giving him the this charity. He just says whatever he wants to say, and then when you don't agree with the way that he pretends that it was supposed to mean, he just fucking farts and shits his pants.
Googling it,
Googling it.
He admitted on a stream that he got these clips from someone, but because I'm not insane, I don't have the clip of him saying it on me.
Whoa.
Having said that, going back to if you Google search Xinjiang Associated Press, that's the first article that comes up. Terror and tourism. Xinjiang eases grips, but fear remains. Now there's some other articles that he's also sourced here, which I suspect he probably didn't look at. And I think it's important to understand the time.
It's very important to understand. I really like how, just to be absolutely clear, with all this rambling that Hasan's been on for like a half an hour, this is all because Ethan showed that Hasan is a supporter of re-education camps for Muslims in China. And Hasan's entire response is to explain to us how it's actually kind of a good thing, I guess. Incredible.
Here on what he's talking about, because he's trying to make it seem as though he's basically pulling articles from after our conversation to imply that that I was lying, that the Xinjiang detention had not ended. He's also implying that I'm actually in favor of this detention. I am not.
You said so in the conversation.
In favor of the truth. Okay. So when I actually retaliate and say, no, those are not death camps. Those are not like, there's no like organ harvesting operation that's taking place. I'm simply combating against misinformation. This is what I.
But there are people that are still missing. They're re-education camps where your media is not allowed into it. I don't really know. Like, I don't know how much more. You could explain this as much as you want. Nobody, like, only a fucking fool would ever believe you. This is insane, bud. It's insane work.
I do. This is my primary purpose. Okay. In a lot of circumstances, it's usually right-wing misinformation. You guys love it when I do it to Joe Rogan, but you seemingly don't like it if I'm doing it to a liberal position. Okay.
Okay. You got it, buddy.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years on hunger strike who protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution. Not only does this
You gonna run a defense for that one, Hasan?
AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite.
So again, he claims that this AP article does not exist. It obviously exists. So what the fuck are you talking about? Here is the AP article. Here's a video of me reading the AP article. Why would you even put this in the video? What kind of research have you done? Also, none of this even proves your point, which was that you watched a documentary that I suspected was like a Shenyun or Falun Gong documentary that said that there were death camps in China. None of what he has shown so far has said that there are death camps in China. Part of the reason why I don't think that he was able to prove his perspective in the conversation at all is because they weren't fucking death camps, and I was right.
I don't know if you guys know. Again, there are camps where media is not allowed in there. You get to a certain point where like it's just it's an indefensible position that Hasan is desperately trying to defend.
They were re-education camps, and I've never said that that was appropriate or permissible or acceptable.
You're saying that it is right now, you dumb fuck it. This guy's an idiot.
I've always been against that.
But you're saying that you're saying it's okay in this whole thing. You're like justifying its existence while saying it's bad. Like, it doesn't make any sense. He's literally explaining to us why these re-education camps are okay, and then telling us that they're not okay. None of this makes sense. Okay.
This is the problem. And people will say, Hasan, we got you. You said you would be in favor of re-education. There's
an idiot.
Difference between re-educating people who have done crimes in the process of rehabilitation, okay, versus doing dragnets against an entire minority population and mass surveillance against an entire minority population. That is what I'm against. I am in favor of re-education and rehabilitation for those who have actually done severe crimes. I think that is an infinitely better way to deal with that than to just fucking execute them or to imprison them like we do in the United States of America. This is a consistent position.
America bad. You got it, buddy.
That I have maintained throughout my entire fucking political commentary career. This is part of the reason why I'm also endlessly charitable to people who have done thought crimes, who have been reactionary from time to time, because I believe that we are, subject to social conditioning. Okay?
He's charity maxing right now. I'm getting so horny from it, dude. He's so charitable right now. It's making my dick so fucking hard.
Now, it doesn't make any sense, but
He's fucking charity and empathy maxing.
I'll just start out by saying we're 8 minutes in, and his research is not so great. He doesn't prove his point at all. He brings up all of these other articles that have come out after this conversation in an effort to imply that my article actually did not exist at all, and that these things are still happening. But I'm willing to bet that if we were to look at these articles...
I'm willing to bet.
If they came after our conversation, we would find out that the articles itself were talking about what China was doing before they ended the mass detention structure that they had.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, buddy boy. Whatever helps you sleep. Whatever helps you sleep, my man. Oh, I had to pause. I thought he was just fucking being quiet.
This is a UK
I was kind of enjoying it.
Independent body. China committed genocide in Xinjiang. An independent, unofficial body set up by a prominent British barrister to assess the evidence on China's alleged rights abuses against the Uyghur genocide concluded Thursday the Chinese government committed genocide and crimes against humanity. This is the only article that says that China did a genocide. Okay?
Well, I guess it's not true then, according to you. Okay, thanks.
The Uyghur
Hasan.
Tribunal, made up of lawyers, academics, and business people, doesn't have any government backing or powers to sanction or punish China, but organizers hope the process of publicly laying out evidence will compel international action to tackle Beijing's policies against the Uyghurs, a largely Muslim ethnic group. Tribunal Chair Jeffrey Nice said the genocide ruling was based on evidence that the Chinese government's forced birth control and sterilization policies targeting Uyghurs in the far western Xinjiang province were intended to destroy a significant part of the group's population. The abuse was part of the comprehensive policies directly linked to President Xi Jinping and the highest levels of Chinese government, it said. Now, this is not a real court. This is not the ICC. This is not the ICJ. This is simply, it's not even a people's tribunal, which does happen, okay? Friend of the show, Brace Belden, YPJ terrorist, Brace Belden, has actually participated in a people's tribunal, I believe, against the former Duterte leadership. I think it was the Duterte leadership, if I'm not mistaken. There has been an intention to destroy the act of interfering with the birth of a group. About 30 witnesses and experts gave evidence to a series of public hearings in central London this year, alleging torture, forced abortions, rape, beatings by authorities while in state detention centers. The tribunal concluded that it was beyond the doubt that the crimes against humanity were committed. Nice said she and other senior officials bear primary responsibility for what has occurred in Xinjiang. Once again, I don't see the organ harvesting or the execution camps that Ethan was talking about here. This is still unacceptable, okay? Completely unacceptable and not a part of, considering that I don't actually agree with the Chinese detention structure that exists in Xinjiang, this is not even against my position. My position was literally that Ethan is wrong about Chinese death camps.
No, I don't believe you. But also, are you seeing his best argument here is that he's just actually Ethan. Oh, that put the wrong place. He's just actually Ethan right now. That's basically what he's saying. He's saying that he is just actually Ethan. Actually Ethan right now. That's all he's doing. He's actually, they're not death camps. Oh, but they're like really oppressive, right? And you defended them, right? This started again by him saying that like re-education camps were okay. Just to be clear.
Okay, Chinese death camps and forced organ harvesting. These were fabulous claims being made.
Okay, fabulous.
Okay,
fabulous claims being made.
Why did you skip over the Chinese embassy statement? Tanky propaganda is the tribunal and its so-called conclusions are merely clumsy and shows staged by anti-China elements for their self-entertainment. Anyone with conscience and reason will not be deceived or fooled. Yeah, the Chinese government. If I was pro-China, I will give you what the pro-China position is. Okay, the pro-China position.
The pro-China position is what you're saying.
Is that these separatist elements in Xinjiang are radical Islamist fundamentalists that were propped up by the CIA, and there is a little bit of truth to that as well, but that doesn't matter, okay? Because it doesn't matter in the way that they dealt with this issue, okay?
You realize how he threw a little America bad in there.
Chinese Uyghur separatist terrorists were actually doing mass slaughter, doing unimaginable amounts of terrorist attacks all over China and certainly in Xinjiang as well. So that's the reason why they had to do roundups and very targeted roundups and create vocational schools where these guys were simply getting educated for vocational training. That's not my position at all. As a matter of fact, I've argued against that position quite frequently. Okay, that is a lie. That is an exaggeration by a state that makes it seem as though their completely warrantless and unjustifiable detention structure was actually simply justifiable and was working towards rehabilitation.
Incredible.
I don't agree with that position. I think that's a classic moment where a state lies, right? The Chinese state also has the capacity to lie. They're not infallible. There are plenty of issues with the Chinese state.
It's weird the way he says it makes it seem like China lies sometimes, but America always lies.
Now, this doesn't mean that I'm defending the Chinese practice of mass detention.
I like how this one thing says $5 from AB's spine. Incredible.
Attention anyway. And ironically enough, the article that we were talking about here also features this. To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses. Remember, Ethan actually posted this as an own. In that fucking same article that he posted, if he had actually read that article, he would see this part where it says, Beijing has closed many of the camps which are called vocational training and education centers, but hundreds of thousands of people continue to languish in prison, many in vague secret charges. The report.
It's a big own to Ethan that there's an article that says that they closed many of the camps. Does he not realize that implies that there are still camps open? Is this guy really this fucking stupid? Oh my god.
Or called on China to release all individuals arbitrarily detained to clarify the whereabouts of those who have disappeared and whose are seeking information about them. There's never been a moment where I did not claim that there weren't serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region, just like UN Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez believes the assessment clearly identifies serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. I agree that there were serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. There's never been a moment where I've actually defended the serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. So why did Ethan, one, do a horrible job? Why did he do a horrible job of not reading his own fucking articles that he posted in here? Okay?
I can't believe this is,
and yes, you are right.
I can't believe this is the best he could come up with.
KO Fishy. This is exactly like when I denied or went after atrocity propaganda in the aftermath of October 7. There was plenty of real atrocities that took place on October 7, but Israel greatly increased the intensity of atrocity propaganda in an effort to justify its genocidal ambitions that came immediately after October 7. What did they do in the process? They lied about 40 beheaded babies being lit on fire with kerosene, and numerous other issues. And I was very critical of that propaganda because there was plenty of real atrocities that they could point to, but they wanted to make it seem like there was so much more.
You mean like the mass rapes that definitely happened that you just pretend didn't happen?
And that didn't mean that I was actually defending the actions that took place on October 7, but you would obviously believe that if you're a fucking moron, or if you are trying to present a very different reality, a reality where you want to fit me into an unnuanced perspective.
Oh my goodness. Yes, the nuance. We got that little Louis McClung shout out there.
Now, what's ironic here is twofold. One, my mother's maiden name is Uyghur, okay? Uyghurs are Turks. They are Turkic. Not the whole, like, the whole world is Turk memes. I'm saying, like, literally, they are a Turkic people, okay? Not only that, which is why I also jokingly say I'm
so you're saying that you don't care about your own people?
White Chinese, okay? But
I've never heard you say that before. I've watched too much of your content.
not only that, but also the Turkish government does actually train them. The Turkish government does actually train a lot of Uyghur fighters and uses them alongside the Salafist brigades that they've trained in Syria. This is real, and they do this under the watchful eye of the United States of America. This is also real. I am very familiar with the Uyghur separatist groups for this region, okay? If I can't correct misinformation with my podcast co-host without getting called a propagandist for China, then what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just let it happen? Just let him just say this? Let him say whatever the fuck he wants? It's ridiculous.
Okay.
And he did this.
But he totally owned you, right? So you realize that you look like a fucking idiot, right?
Exact same thing. He did this exact same thing when I corrected his dangerous misinformation that's going to come later, where he talks about Hezbollah and the 500,000 casualties in the Syrian civil war. We'll get to that later, though.
About the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand.
watched all this.
Reading on this and has regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China?
I wasn't, and I never have. And you're wrong for claiming that I have. Your entire premise here is that they had death camps. You did not prove that. That there was organ harvesting. You didn't prove that either. And then you turned around and said,
his entire point was that it was in an oppressive camp. But okay.
I'm defending China. I never did. I never defended China. Not in any of these conversations.
The guy who admits he's a China glazer didn't defend China, guys. You heard it here. He literally says he's a China glazer.
Describing the actual horrifying conditions while also saying that they're horrifying conditions and completely unacceptable is not defending China. Okay. It's only defending China if you have a Steven Crowder style approach to fucking global conflict, where you're like, wait a minute, you're offering some nuance while also still criticizing the Chinese government.
I love that. I love how every time Hasan justifies oppressive action against a group of people, he just tells you that you're too stupid to understand. You don't understand nuance. Okay, you're justifying Muslim oppression camps, right? Like that are literally torturing Muslim people. But okay,
man, you must be defending China.
No, I don't think he's defending China. He's defending abuse against people. He's defending abuse. That's what he'd be doing. That do be what he'd be doing, baby.
Side of their Muslim population. How does this even make sense? It only makes.
He still hasn't fucking offered additional claims to this genocide. Now, what's really interesting about this is, and I have to talk about my second position here. There is one thing that I've maintained throughout this entire process.
Reminds me of the argument where people say, "Oh, how can people be getting genocided in Gaza if their population is growing?" Is this not the same argument? No.
Process.
Okay.
And that is that while Ethan on the one hand talks about how China is genociding the Uyghur Muslims, his position on Israel genociding the Palestinians always goes back and forth. He has sometimes called it a war and sometimes offered concessions to why it truly is a genocide. Okay.
Can it not be both? I guess it is a war, no? But can it not be both? Like at the same time? Is that not true? Right? Like if they're genociding the people, then they're engaging in collective punishment for the Palestinian people, despite the fact that Hamas is the one that's like waging war. Isn't that the whole entire point of the narrative? Is to like separate Hamas from people in Gaza, especially since Hamas doesn't have the best interests of Palestinian people in Gaza. Why can't it be both at once? I don't understand that. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay. So it's very hard to pin him on this position. So you have to focus on what he actually is doing whenever he talks about Israel. What kind of defenses he's engaging with respect to Israel. Is he actually offering nuance to Israel's military actions, or is he simply running defense for Israel's military actions? Okay? Because I did not defend the Chinese government's mass detention facilities. I've called it a cultural genocide before, as a matter of fact, over and over again. Now,
apparently, according to Hasan, you can't do a genocide during a war.
One thing that I have to make clear here, and this is another thing that I've talked about.
You have to remember, Papa, these people have very binary thinking. If one is true, the other has to be false. Oh, that makes sense. Well, it's so strange, though, because I imagine that Hasan's audience is disproportionately non-binary, no?
over and over and over again. If Israel treated the Palestinian population in the same unjustifiable manner that China treated Xinjiang, Israel would get a Nobel Peace Prize every year going forward.
But you justified the way that they treated them just now. So what are you talking about? What? I don't understand why he's pretending to care.
Western nation would turn around and cherish how wonderful and how peaceful of a nation state Israel actually is for taming the savage, barbaric Palestinians. They would talk about how incredible Israel is for actually simply doing mass detention and mass surveillance upon the captive Palestinian population and not slaughtering them. If Israel started to do China-style mass surveillance and mass detention tomorrow on all Palestinians, both in the West Bank and also in Gaza, literally every American would be doing tricks on it. They would talk about Benjamin Netanyahu being the most peaceful person on the planet. Okay.
What?
So think about what it takes for people to say China is doing death camps and as an
I mean, that's what you would be saying, though, no? Because that's your kind of your take of what's going on.
exterminationist principle and doing organ harvesting, as opposed to how much it takes for people to even come to terms with the genocide that Israel is committing. China never bombed entire city blocks. China never shut off humanitarian aid. As a matter of fact, one of the most ironic statements throughout this entire fucking process was the fact that China was also still committed to developing Xinjiang as it is everywhere else, including in Tibet as well. But the American perspective on this has always been they are trying to develop these areas to continue destroying them, to continue killing them. There was literally an Associated Press article that I read talking about a
But didn't you hear, Hasan? We're supposed to be building hotels in Gaza, so we must be doing really good stuff. This whole thing is so stupid.
high-speed rail line going all the way to Xinjiang.
He's just fucking crashing out.
Basically creating this massive network of high-speed rail that was seen as a negative, that was portrayed as a negative thing. People in Xinjiang still have freedom to travel in that regard, okay? Under the hukou system, which needs desperate reform, there are obviously limitations to travel and how much you can, internally travel inside of China. But many of these people that are criticizing me don't even know what the fuck that is anyway. And they're now going to Google it and be like, Hasan didn't bring this up. Or talk about the severity of the structure, okay?
Okay.
We're at $71,000.
Thanks for saying a lot of nothing. Really appreciate that, bud. Makes me really horny. It's incredible.
I'm going to obviously increase the the Tiltify donos. Hold on. Where the frick?
What the frick? What the flip?
How do I get to my account? My hub campaigns. Hold on.
We're holding, buddy buckaroo.
We're holding, buddy buckaroo.
How do I change the goal? Is it not allowed? Can I not change the goal after the campaign actually? Oh, here, I'm changing it.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
I'm doubling it. Double or nothing, baby.
Whoa, we doubling it.
Boom.
Whoa, boom.
We're only 8 minutes and 32 seconds.
Let me get 5 big booms for justifying oppression against Muslims. Boom, boom, boom. That's just Hasan booming it up, baby. It's incredible.
Video, and we've already fundraised $71,000, $72,000.
Whoa, 71,000, 72,000?
Are you still giving money so you will stop this torture? What? Okay. You have gained me from H3 high new father. So one must ask the question, why Ethan Klein refuses to actually engage in any of the things that I'm saying, uses out of context clips, and also simultaneously
You use a single out of context clip. That's crazy.
He has a very different standard for what China's doing as opposed to what Israel is doing. Okay?
He doesn't. He calls it genocide. You admit this.
What the fuck's going on here? It doesn't make any sense. I'm actually morally consistent on this process. He's the one who's not.
He is morally consistent saying China. Oh, that's how I died.
Now, isn't Israel's activity in between
Fuck it. Never mind.
lawn mowing is essentially what China does
West bad is what I was going to say.
in its worst moments? Exactly. That's why I brought that up. If China did what Israel did to Xinjiang, we would nuke China. Okay? Understand something. If China did what Israel did to the Palestinians in Xinjiang, we would nuke China tomorrow. And if Israel did what China did in Xinjiang as a part of its rehabilitation or re-education vocational training campaign or whatever the fuck the Chinese government calls it, they would consider that to be a pathway towards infinite peace. Can you imagine where Palestinians will now have freedom of travel into other parts of Israel, into greater Israel?
I can only imagine.
Detention and the subsequent re-education inside of these like supposed vocational training schools or whatever, but then in the aftermath of that they have full-blown citizenship and access to the same fucking resources. That would never happen in a million years. Netanyahu would get a Nobel Peace Prize. Netanyahu would get every single Nobel Peace Prize for the rest of time. Also, speaking of organ harvesting, I mean that's but that's besides the point.
That's definitely not happening. There's just a whole museum in New York that lived off the whole organ harvesting thing.
Sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America Bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hasan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with you. Yeah, so this is a classic. This is something that I hear mostly from Sex Pestany and his orbiters. But the idea that like my commentary on political matters is simply reduced to America bad is incredibly, incredibly dumb.
You've said it before. I've literally heard you. We've watched him talk about how like he just choose the opposite side. What?
It's ironic that this is yet another case of pure projection where Ethan is saying, oh, his commentary is just literally America bad.
That is your whole commentary.
At no point, if I simply stated America bad over and over and over again, how the fuck would I fill 8 hours of space every goddamn day? Okay. Why is it that these people never actually make the argument America good? Why is it that these people never actually dive deeper into why I say America bad, for example?
Oh, so you do say America bad. Which one do you say? Yes, you do say America bad, or you don't say America bad? I'm very confused now.
And this is, once again, obviously a reductive clip out of context where I'm describing a complex position. Let's take a look.
Coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at
that was so nuanced, man. He literally just nuance maxed me on that one.
Other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you if you want to actually be moral or if you want to be smart about the way.
As I've said before, time and time again, okay, from both my own personal...
That's just you saying America's bad. He literally set us up to listen to him say exactly what he said he wasn't going to say. What is he doing?
Experiences. And I mean, I'm Turkish, okay?
Great.
Turkey is a NATO nation. Turkey is the way that it is specifically because Turkey is a NATO nation. Do you understand?
So then why don't you support Ukraine being a NATO nation?
And in that process, during the Cold War, because it was supposed to be a bulwark against the growing socialist movement in the country, they actually suppressed Kurdish liberation movements, socialist movements, trade unionist movements. The American government, by way of the CIA, created a right-wing ultranationalist paramilitary, the MHP party. Okay, the MHP party, the Grey Wolves. This, you know how Ethan's community will fucking call me out for like, oh, he did this. He's actually secretly a Turkish ultranationalist. You can only arrive at that position if you're a fucking moron. I have, again, countless hours of talking about the history of the MHP party and how the CIA did an Operation Gladio like they did in Italy, but in Turkey with the MHP ultranationalist paramilitary groups that they violently sent to destroy any sort of trade unionist, socialist, or workers' movement. Many of those movements comprised of Kurds that wanted their own version of Kurdish liberation movements, as a matter of fact. MHP was responsible for that. MHP is still a part of the governing coalition alongside the AKP in Turkey right now.
Okay, so he's info dumping, explaining to us how he didn't just say America bad. I appreciate that, man. It's pretty cool.
Ultranationalist fascists are still in power in this country, in my country. Okay?
Okay. You got it, buddy.
We have officially reached the boundary of $75,000. I'm very proud of you guys. Okay?
Thanks, man. Okay. Incredible.
There's more I wanted to get into. Bro, you're making this unwatchable. I know. Context and nuance is silly.
True.
Way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had...
Also, I don't think he saw any of this. He didn't see any of this. He already arrived at the position that I was bad after an entire year of fucking shitting on me.
Well, no. This started when... So, again, I'm fucking terminally online. This started in conversations that he was having. This started from fuck, I'm like rambling right now. I'm so sorry. This started with Ethan having conversations with Hasan and like Hasan justifying Muslim death camps in fucking China. Like he literally showed us. What are you talking about? Well, listen, people are telling me that iDubbbz actually removed the swastika sword from the video. And I'm looking back and his video right now is 1 hour, 6 minutes, and 4 seconds. And when I'm reacting, the video says there's an extra second in there. So maybe he really did. That would be incredible. I wouldn't doubt it, though. I mean, I've been saying that this dude's going to, like, find out that he fucked up real quick. But he's going to feel too stupid to, like, walk it back too quickly. But I wonder how long it'll take.
Snide remarks as I was actively defending him in the process. For all the fucking foot soldiers that are in here to see the other side of the story for once, welcome. Okay, I have an 8-minute compilation that he couldn't even sit through where I was defending Ethan Klein, including this is, I guess, from what, January 11th, 2024. Ethan was hitting me with snide remarks over and over and over again while I was simultaneously defending him. Okay, I was simultaneously defending him from people that kept bringing him up and saying like, oh, he said this, he said that. I didn't want to be fucking focusing on drama. Okay? I did not want to entertain the drama perverts because I thought it was irrelevant what Ethan Klein was saying.
Oh, really? Is that why you did a video with iDubbbz to not to feed into the drama perverts, as you call them? Crazy.
Because I assumed that he was just doing goofs and gaffes.
Let's just do this.
In any case, we'll get to that in a little bit as well.
Okay.
Okay. The entire premise here so far in the 9 minutes and 39 seconds that we watched is that Ethan is saying Hasan Piker groomed me, a 40-year-old man with the political convictions of a sea cucumber. I had no way of thinking on my own. And this 30-year-old man at the time groomed me into believing dangerous radical ideas. Dangerous radical ideas like what, you might ask? Socialism. Socialism being good. He made too many convincing arguments. He was hot and he groomed me and it scared me. It scared what happened
Crazy.
To me. Scary man. Stupid, sexy Hasan.
Any idea who?
Stupid, sexy Hasan. We love to hear it, baby. We love to fucking hear it, baby. We love it.
This guy actually is. And
sexy Hasan.
This happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders.
Like, this is bullshit. This is a video that he made a year after our podcast ended. Okay. He developed this resentment over the course of the year. He didn't like start hearing me say these things that I was saying directly to him and see it in a different light. This is pure narrative.
Part of the Sean, the black was part of the video.
Pure narrative. He's doing post hoc rationalization.
Just to be clear, he shows you saying that you're trying to like fucking like that's your whole narrative. Damn, what the fuck is that? Somebody said it's 750.
Content yet, chat.
I love this because I know Ethan's sweating right now, but this is like the legitimate downfall. Like, you said this was at 750 of my thing. I don't care what you guys think. After all the this is exciting. Where is it, dude?
And I think the reason why he's doing these post hoc rationalizations is because he wants to convince you, the viewer, to being like, he duped me and he was duping you with his scary, elusive, mysterious ways of doing propaganda. The real story of what took place is that in the aftermath of October 7, okay, in the aftermath of October 7, we had disagreements. We had significant disagreements. Ethan wanted to hyper-focus on the feelings of Israelis and potentially the fears of American Jews in the aftermath.
That's not at all what happened. He was just getting afraid because people were being super anti-Semitic and calling him a baby killer. And you wouldn't tell your audience to stop harassing him or ban people from your Discord or chat for calling him a baby killer. This when he's lying.
Of October 7. And my argument always was hyper-focusing on the broader picture because I knew what was about to happen. Because history, contrary to what Hosbarists like to tell you, did not start on October 7, 2023. History started far before October 7. Zionism was an exterminationist, ethno-religious supremacist ideology that is identical to Nazi fascism far before October 7. Okay. As the Euromed Human Rights Monitor and
I'm sure that there are no other ideologies in the Middle East that focus on religious supremacy with any other group. I'm sure that this is exclusive to fucking Zionism, right, Hasan? Like, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm not saying it's okay to be of some kind of an ethnic or religious supremacist, but like every Middle Eastern country, like has issues with every Middle Eastern country is an ethno state that believes that their religion is better. I don't really know what you want me to tell you. It doesn't make it right, but you're acting like it's just it's literally just Israel doing this problem. It's really not. I mean, it's not good regardless. But like he's trying to make it seem like Israeli people and Jews are special. They're different. They're not. They're just like every other Middle Eastern country, unfortunately. And this has nothing to do with them being Arabic or Jewish or anything, obviously, because it just has to do with whatever the fuck's going on over there. Okay? We used to do religious supremacy in the United States, too. We've slowly turned away from that.
The Save the Kids Foundation both correctly pointed to in 2023, before October 7, 2023 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. And before then, 2022 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. Terrible. Why was that happening to the Palestinian children? If history started on October 7, how could that have happened?
Who the fuck is talking about this starting on October 7th?
How could that have happened? And the reality of the matter is, Ethan knows better. He should know better. He lived in Israel. He hated Israel. He talked about how Israel was an exterminationist, crazy country that was incredibly right-wing. In 2021, he posted an Instagram story about it.
Oh, can you show that to us then really quick so we can see that? I'd love to see that context.
Well, he'll bring up in a little bit to show his bona fides as to why he's so pro-Palestinian.
Overnight.
After the shock of October.
Thank God you didn't show us any proof of that claim. I was getting scared for a moment. What?
October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hasan's stream and Discord, including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hasan...
Yeah, let's see what these anti-Semitic comments are, okay? Now, remember.
I'm remembering.
There's a lot of story making happening here, okay? There's a lot of story making happening here to make it seem as though, I just showed a very different reality, or I duped this 40-year-old man into into, I don't know, dangerous radical ideas. And I actually radicalized his audience, not realizing that his audience actually radicalized on their own. They were radicalized by the reality. Many people in his audience, including many people in my audience, were completely oblivious to the horrifying practice of apartheid and genocide that Israel was doing before October 7. October 7 was an act that made a lot of people in the United States of America pay attention to it, okay? And they organically started realizing that the statements coming from Ethan Klein were actually at odds with how they felt about the situation. Now, is it because they were becoming anti-Semitic? No, it's because they started recognizing the reality of Israel's occupation and genocidal practices. So when Israel was doing genocide, which Ethan, again, goes back and forth on, sometimes he thinks
he doesn't go back and forth on it at all.
It's a genocide. Other times he thinks it's a war. His wife certainly doesn't seem to think so. Hila, who was a soldier in the Israeli occupying force, which, again, as I talked about in our debate, where Ethan admitted that she could be considered a terrorist, by the way.
What?
Her statements on this are even more right-wing than Ethan's, okay? There's always a steady push and pull here. And of course, his audience, organically, a progressive audience that he had cultivated, not because of leftovers, but even like the girly pops that wanted to care about the goofs and gaffs, obviously started recognizing that some of the stuff that Ethan was saying was damn near identical to what Ben Shapiro was saying, or what Charlie Kirk was saying, or what any number of right-wing commentators were saying about Israel.
It's crazy because you see a lot of things that Sam Hyde says about Jews. It's weird.
One of the moments that was majorly consequential is the moment that Ethan actually decided to no longer when Ethan decided to no longer be on Twitter. Part of the reason why he left Twitter, now he says, is because of all of the anti-Semitism, and there was plenty of anti-Semitism on Twitter after Elon's takeover, so there is a...
That makes the most sense, yeah. That's probably why it happened.
Plausible deniability there. But the reason why he left Twitter was because he couldn't deal with the fact that he kept wanting to say something, okay? He kept wanting to say something about Israel, and it was always in defense of Israel, okay?
Okay. Sure. I definitely believe the guy who lies constantly in all of his videos. That's the one that I want to believe here.
That famous moment is, and I'm sure someone can fucking bring it up for me right now, that famous moment is when he looked at Mark Barg and his post, a Muslim sex worker, an Iranian Muslim sex worker, who he said, this is it. This was the moment. Enjoy your drugs, and being a sex worker, Hamas would kill you on the spot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was prompted by this guy being fucking anti-Semitic, so, okay.
This is what he tweeted about Muhammad. I'm in South Beach having fun on drugs. Okay. This is literally no different than what Israel defenders say. The idea that you can't show solidarity to a people that are being ethnically cleansed is ridiculous. The idea that you cannot show solidarity to the Palestinians because you have fantasized that those Palestinians would be homophobic and fucking kill you and viciously kill you is ridiculous. Even if that was the case, you could still show solidarity to people, even if they were homophobic, even if they were anti-sex work. Yeah, I know. A lot of people in underdeveloped nations that have been victim of colonial exploitation do not have the same woke mindset that we do here in the...
Crazy. It's crazy because Saudi Arabia is pretty financially robust, and they still seem to have pretty regressive perspectives on, marginalized groups. Again, it's not because they're Arabic. I'm just saying, like, we need to stop pretending that we have to stop pretending that it's only money and that, like, religion isn't at play. A religion in general is a very oppressive force, regardless of the religion.
The Western world, okay? That doesn't change this dynamic at all. I still don't think they should be fucking destroyed. I still don't think that their lives should be ruined, as a matter of fact. No one deserves genocide, period. It doesn't matter if their opinions are not aligned with mine.
Crazy. What a good
this
guy.
Is simply trying to engage in the act of pinkwashing. It's also a conflation between ISIS and Hamas. Hamas is a militant organization that was designed under the rulership of the oppressive Israeli apartheid regime. Hamas's tactics have evolved throughout time and become more radical. Hamas's tactics have become more violent throughout time, but that violence is still maintained. The standard of violence is still maintained by the colonial power in this process, which would be Israel, because Israel has gotten more and more violent throughout time. That's why the cliche here is that the first intifada was fought with stones and work stoppages, and the second intifada was still relatively peaceful, but there were bus bombings on top of that, okay? Bombings at bus stations. What could have taken place in between that process? Well, if you watched any number of different instances where I've talked about this issue, especially when talking with Zach Foster, a Jewish historian, an academic that has dedicated his entire life's work to Palestine and Palestinian liberation groups, you would know why the Palestinian militancy has become more violent throughout this process, because Israel has become infinitely more violent in its colonial occupation. Okay?
Gotcha. So basically, Hasan just decided to reframe why Ethan was upset, and here we are. It's pretending that Ethan goes back and forth on calling it genocide. He doesn't. I mean, Hasan's biggest own is that he's just fucking completely changing the narrative. He's lying about Ethan. That's his biggest own, is he's going to lie about Ethan and then create a false narrative. Like, okay, that's boring. We got it, buddy. Yep.
Why did he even attack this guy? I think he probably said something like "Death to America" or something. I don't fucking know. He was wilding out on the timeline. Okay, there's more to this though. He had a back and forth. Does anyone have that? Do you guys have the back and forth that took place? Because he expands on his ideology here.
Okay.
Yeah, I stopped using Twitter to protest Elon. No, you stopped using Twitter because you couldn't handle the backlash of your racist ass comments. There was a queer Muslim content creator. Do you think we forgot? You are a ghoul, fucking freak. I'm the freak and ghoul, yet here you are still refusing to criticize Hamas. I haven't killed any children or families or burned anyone alive lately. Who's the freak and the ghoul? Why do you have harsher words for me than Hamas? Was it hard to type that bullshit with one hand jerking off to the thought of queer Muslims being murdered? Bro, what the fuck? I'm fully in your corner. What was wrong? What was I wrong about? This is the revolution you're supporting, right? Just don't go anywhere near Hamas because your life would 100% be in danger. Am I wrong genuinely? The idea that, once again, every single person involved in whether it's affairs of civil governance or involved in militancy against the state of Israel is a fucking barbaric rapist monster that will burn your ass on the spot is ridiculous.
All right. So you're telling us that Hamas, you literally just went in on like a whole fucking rant about how you acknowledge that Hamas doesn't like gay people, and now you're sitting here pretending that it's all his entire defense is like, oh, you're just racist. That's it. The entire defense is just you're racist. He has to paint Ethan as a racist here, despite the fact that he agrees with the fact that Hamas is regressive. He keeps saying it, and it's the West's fault. He's like, oh, you're just trying to paint everybody as a savage. Okay. Cool, man.
And he hasn't changed from this perspective because he literally said,
"Oh fuck me, dude,"
about me going to Gaza potentially. Right? When I was working alongside Jeremy Scahill to try to apply pressure to the Egyptian government during the brief period of ceasefire, to open up the Rafah crossing so Western media could actually go into the Gaza Strip, which Israel obviously never allowed, and then Israel destroyed the entire ceasefire anyway. In that process, he kept saying if he goes to Gaza, he'll be a high-profile target for Hamas. Why the fuck would they do that? If Hamas was in the business of kidnapping any random non-Palestinian that happens to be inside of Gaza, they would have kidnapped a shit ton of the aid workers. Except those aid workers were, once again, just like I was concerned about my own safety and well-being, those aid workers were killed by Israel, not Hamas, like the World Central Kitchen aid workers that were killed by Israel. They were there under the watchful gaze of Jose Andres. They were working alongside the Israeli government. The Israeli government brought World Central Kitchen to the Gaza Strip to show the world, to disprove the narrative by their estimation that they were not letting humanitarian aid flow into the Gaza Strip. So they worked with Jose Andres, a very famous...
Yeah, Israel has attacked aid workers before. It's really terrible. It's probably why Ethan condemns their actions. You know what else is really terrible? Stealing aid money, some of that money from, the people you pretend to advocate for, which was what Hamas does. We have to stop. Like, this is the problem, is he whitewashes Hamas so much. Hamas wants their people to die so that they can run propaganda machines. They actively don't let them leave targeted zones when Israel announces that they're going to attack, and they hide within civilian infrastructure because they care about Palestinians as much as fucking Israel does. We have to stop pretending that like fucking Hamas is a force of good. They are not.
Chef, a very famous activist chef, and his group, World Central Kitchen. And what did they do? What did they do in that process? Because they had created killing fields, their fucking Israeli occupying force commanders lasered the World Central Kitchen aid workers. So yes, the major fear here is not Hamas in terms of going into the Gaza Strip. It's Israel. And the reason why I bring this up is because Ethan still doesn't recognize that. He still, to this day, does not recognize that. He still thinks it's like Hamas is the...
I mean, when Palestinians in Gaza were protesting Hamas, you literally you tried to make it seem like they were being misguided, so...
The barbaric, violent force.
Okay.
And not Israel. Israel is a far greater evil in the region than Hamas ever could be. This is the truth. That's it. There is plenty of evidence to showcase this truth. This is just the reality. It's an observable reality that you cannot deny, okay? That's it. If you are a lesser evil voter and you wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, for example, because of the lesser evil voting that you wanted to engage in, then you should be a lesser evil voter and vote for Hamas.
Well, I mean, like, you weren't a lesser evil voter, though. Like, you literally didn't even you didn't even tell your audience to vote Kamala. What are you talking about? You're not even a lesser evil voter. So, like, by your own logic, we shouldn't be either, I guess. Is that your logic here? Doesn't even make any sense. What the fuck? You sound so stupid right now. Holy fuck, this guy's an idiot. This guy's so fucking dumb. Holy shit.
As opposed to Israel in this process. Because Israel has done on October 7 to the entire Palestinian population over and over again for the past 16 months. Israel has so much more power than Hamas has ever had. And it has used that power for true evil, for death and destruction. It's ridiculous. There is no moral...
Yeah, he did actively compare Hamas to Kamala Harris. You silly goose. You little silly guy.
Playing field here, but even if the moral playing field was even, just looking at the sheer casualty numbers and the percentage of
who Israel is targeted and who Israel has killed versus who Hamas targeted and who Hamas killed, the numbers on the board reflect a very different reality that does not make Israel look good.
Okay.
Is what Ethan is saying is true? No, it's not. He's doing the fucking ISIS conflation, saying that like Hamas would throw you off the roofs or whatever. And by the way, before people turn around and say, oh my God, well, Hasan, what do you say to this? Hamas has executed this gay person or whatever. First and foremost, let me explain to you how that process works, as I explained to Ethan as well in our leftovers conversation.
What?
As a
All
matter of
right,
fact,
man. I can't wait for him to downplay killing gay people.
the last one that we had in the studio, Israel will blackmail and extort gay, queer Palestinians with compromising footage in order to turn them into collaborators. And in that process, and this has been the same practice for every fucking resistance group, every resistance group throughout history, whether it be the IRA, which implemented the practice of kneecapping, or whether it be the ANC, which implemented the practice of putting tires around the necks of collaborators and lighting them on fire, a practice called necklacing. Okay, Hamas, when they find collaborators that are working alongside Israel, will execute them. This isn't appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate.
What does this have to do with gay people getting killed? I'm not understanding. Are you saying that Israel? What the fuck is? I don't even understand his point. You're saying that the only reason they kill gay people is because all their gay people are actually working with Israel? What the fuck is he? I don't even know what this point was. Did I miss something?
But that is the reason. It's no different than.
Are you saying, or is he trying to say that Israel will blackmail them with compromising images that make them seem gay? But then if they do that, let's just say that they do, that still means that that blackmail works against them because Hamas hates gay people. None of this argument doesn't even make sense. Okay, cool.
Then what the IRA did, shooting someone's kneecaps. That's where the term kneecap comes from, by the way, the band kneecap. And that's precisely what the ANC, supposedly under the watchful, humanitarian, peaceful, pacifist gaze of fucking Nelson Mandela, did in terms of necklacing, putting a rubber tire around someone's neck and lighting it on fucking fire for the crime of collaborating with the apartheid government.
Okay. Wow.
Was seemingly okay with this.
Can you do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that
I
at
have
all?
not looked at my chat at all. But you.
I just opened it. But don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
Yeah, this is, I think, probably the most honest criticism that Ethan has here. Okay, which is that his feelings are hurt.
Yeah, it is. You're supposed to be his friend. Why not just ban those people from the chat that are calling him a genocidal maniac or whatever the fuck they were saying about him? None of this would have happened. You could have been like, hey guys, if you want to say whatever you want to say, that's fine, but you can't say it in my community about Ethan being this, that, and the other thing, because you even say that you don't think that he was being that, so why wouldn't you just stop them from saying it? Oh, that wasn't good.
His feelings are hurt because he's saying things to an audience that has a higher political acumen than he does, and that audience is obviously tuned into the frequency of right-wing reactionary propaganda. So of course they immediately hear something.
So they hear something and they realize it's a dog whistle. Wow. You're telling me that your audience is just super aware of dog whistles? What the hell?
Some of the words that are taking place in this conversation, which, by the way, more informative than this context, Nuke. If you want to understand Ethan's actual framework and actual perspective on the matter, you should go back and.
My audiences are geniuses. Well, I think that this probably works really well for Hasan's audience because they're a bunch of kids without dads, and so they're like, yeah, see, he thinks I'm a genius. Mom, he thinks I'm a genius.
Rewatch that debate that we did. Okay, this debate. All the way in the 17th of October, 2023. I believe that's when we had that conversation, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. But yes, of course, when they hear you say things that are in defense of Israel and engage in racist tropes and racist stereotyping and acting as though like Hamas is ISIS, for example, then yeah, of course. Of course people are going to say you're being fucking racist.
Damn.
Hasan, you're literally playing into Ethan's hands with this. Don't speak positively of a literal fascist terrorist group. A fascist terrorist group? What the fuck are you saying? Hamas is also right-wing and reactionary, though. We don't need to support them. What is the support here? I'm not saying, oh my God, it's amazing. It's the greatest fucking liberation group that has ever existed.
You are downplaying them drastically. And by the way, he denies that mass rapes happened. He wants people to think Hamas is good. Okay. Hasan is saying Hasan gives Hamas as much defense as he feels like he can without getting too much pushback from his audience, right? That's the whole point. He's dog whistling that Hamas is actually good for his more normal audience.
But what are you supposed to do? Who is supposed to rise up in arms against a nation state that is a settler colonial entity doing a genocide? Don't you feel like it's a little suspicious that you constantly are railing against people who are fighting against the genocide? What the fuck are people supposed to do? What would you do? This is a reality that former Israeli Shin Bet leaders also recognize. This is a reality that Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, also recognized when he said, if I was on the other side of that Gaza fence, I would join Hamas.
Okay, we can acknowledge that. We could say like, "Hey, I understand why they join it without whitewashing it." You're not just sitting here saying like, "Hey, listen, I understand what's going, like, why this is happening." You're saying you're pretending that the atrocities they commit don't exist. You're pretending that that rapes didn't happen on October 7th, like mass rapes didn't happen. You're downplaying it. There's a difference between being like, "Listen, this is obviously what's going to happen," versus like sitting here and saying like, "No, they're actually great," which is what you're dog whistling constantly.
Of course you would. What the fuck do you mean?
Every single time there's a bad thing Hamas does, Hasan finds an excuse to why it's really not so bad.
What is this expectation that people are supposed to be perfect victims after 76 years of colonial occupation? It is crazy. He said this yesterday. You're 100% right. What?
About actually wanting to understand the situation in a way where we humanize everybody, where we can actually create a lasting peace, one that's not built on like hate. So yeah, no. Hila's not a terrorist. Somebody who's like, I want to join the Houthis so that I can, or I want to join Hamas so I can like suicide bomb a cafe. That's it.
Israel's defense minister paid a visit to Palestinians will be suicide bombers who failed their missions in an effort to try and understand what motivates them. Benjamin Ben Elizer's conclusion.
It's crazy how IDubbb's content Nuke actually ran defense for Israel by extension here. Let's be fucking real.
They are driven by despair. While condemning the act, Ben Elizer said he felt compassion for one bomber, a young woman who, in a fit of grief over her boyfriend's death, volunteered to go on a suicide mission. The minister, a moderate in Ariel Sharon's hawkish government, said as soon as Palestinians can realize the dream of a normal life, they will say no to anyone who tries to convince to choose death over life. Stanley Cohen, a lawyer who represented Hamas activists, presented a very different vision of recent history. He portrayed a powerful and vicious Israel that has indiscriminately killed many thousands of innocent Palestinians. Hamas is not a terrorist group, but a nationalist resistance force. Nationalist resistance forced to resort to violence because it has so little power compared with Israel. This is something that I've described over and over again.
Okay. Did my thing get fucked up? I don't think so. Oh.
This is the primary difference between Hamas and ISIS. ISIS is a better analog for Israel than it is for Hamas. The only thing that you can point to with respect to ISIS and Hamas is the fact that they're both Muslim and scary to you. Hamas is a national resistance group. In terms of their own personal opinions, yes, some are right-wing reactionary, certainly, okay? But the goal is emancipation. If there was no occupation, there would be no Hamas. It's that simple. Do you understand?
Okay.
As someone who's like, yeah, and they're like, yeah, I'm a terrorist. I want to be a terrorist. I am a terrorist. You know what I mean? Could you argue that like the IDF commits acts of terror? Yeah. You know what I mean? For sure. But
yeah.
Okay.
Fuck. By the way, I actually talked to Ethan about this in this very same conversation, but he clearly did not listen. In this conversation that I had with Ethan, we discussed the subject of Hamas and anti-Semitism within Hamas, where I said, are there anti-Semites within the ranks of Hamas? Of course there are. There are anti-Semites everywhere. Having said that...
Well, I think Hamas hates Jews. And again, they obviously hate Jewish people. And again, they're not going to have a nuanced perspective that like, oh, you know, not all Jews are bad because the Israeli government is oppressing them. I do understand that. It's still wrong, but I understand that. But like now he's trying to pretend that most of them aren't anti-Semitic. Why wouldn't they be? Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is what I'm talking about. He just constantly runs defense for fucking... he's just constantly running defense for Hamas, trying to fucking whitewash them. That's the entire fucking point.
The broader goals of Hamas and all Palestinian resistance and all Palestinian militancy is an end to the occupation. So Palestinians can be free, so they can be a sovereign state, so the Palestinians no longer have to worry about drones hanging over their heads and mass surveillance and death and destruction. That's it.
One of like Hamas's mission statements is to kill Jews. What are you talking about?
32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child, cold, arrogant, and
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised?
Well, what you could do is you could ban those people saying that. There's only so much I can do, Ethan. What am I supposed to do? Ban them? What am I supposed to do? Not bow to my audience? The hell?
When your Discord is literally full of fucking...
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like,
Hasan's chat.
Let's see what argument he was making. Does anyone have the clip? Let's see what argument he was making.
Yeah, it was the River to the Sea dog whistle about how like that's a dog whistle about killing Jews, which is what it is. Yes, okay.
Cause people to respond.
Again, like I'll keep saying, like it's wrong, but I understand where it comes from when you're being oppressed by the Israeli government, right? But I'm not going to whitewash it. Like I'm going to say, like that's what it is. It is a dog whistle to get rid of the Jews, but then also like I understand it even if it's wrong, based on like their circumstances, right? That's what you would generally do. But Hasan likes to pretend it's not true because he's an unnuanced dumb fuck.
On that way, I want to see, because my statement there is, listen, as much as I try to moderate my community, of course, if your output is fucking...
He doesn't try to moderate his community. He refused to moderate his community. That was the whole problem. he refused to just fucking ban people that were saying that he's like a fucking Zionist baby killer, despite the fact that Hasan continuously said he actually agreed with him and didn't think that he was one of those things. But what is he supposed to do?
Fucking insane. If your output is fucking insane, well, of course chat is going to respond to that by going, what the fuck is this arrogant asshole saying?
What the heck? What the heck? What the?
Let me take a look. I don't know if this was right before or, I mean, right after he implied that anti-Zionist Jews are capos or not, but I'm going to try to fucking find the clip real quick. And if you guys can help me find the exact moment where he was complaining right there and what led to the chat response.
You mean like in the conversation that you two had, I'm assuming you'll show?
We can maybe manage through. We can maybe look through the reasons as to why his feelings got hurt. You all right? We don't have to continue if you don't want to.
Okay, that's nice.
Opinions, and also that simply cynically or in a weird way, just like being like, no, anti-Semitism is like totally fine actually with this one phrase.
You won't make any fucking concessions, and it's crazy. Like I make so many fucking concessions to you all the time from my heart, and I listen and I fucking try to move towards your side every time we talk, and I do. But when I fucking try to explain to you,
oh, you found the actual timestamp?
You care that your chat.
You didn't want to show that. You didn't want to show where he's like, "Hey, I constantly listen to what you have to say. Why can't you listen to me like one time?" You don't want to like really give us. You don't want to get that context for us. Okay.
It's calling me racist.
Let's see what it was. Let's see what the actual thing that he said was before.
Okay.
Like, there were plenty of moments where he's listened to my words. Does that change the broader movement and the morality behind Black Lives Matter, or does that change what? Oh, that's right. It was because he was complaining about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Yeah, it's an anti-Semitic dog whistle. Again, we can understand why it's being used, but that is what it is. It's a dog whistle saying that kill all the Jews. Yes, like yes.
Saying, well, according to Jews, it actually is a scary statement. To which I responded with, hey, Ethan, you understand Black Lives Matter. You ask white people what Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter is not the same thing. It just means that black people want to be treated equally.
Matter means right-wing white people will tell you, well, Black Lives Matter is a scary slogan. So if you can understand why I don't give a shit about the perspective of white right-wingers when it comes to Black Lives Matter, you can understand why.
It's so funny that Hasan will say it's basically a dog whistle when Ethan says that there's a genocide going on in Gaza. But he also says that you should humanize Israeli people too, not the government. But he will outwardly refuse to acknowledge like actual fucking dog whistles. It's fucking crazy. Oh shit.
I don't care about your perspective in this regard, because if you don't understand that this is an emancipatory slogan and not one that is exterminationist, then yeah, I don't know what to fucking tell you.
Okay.
What people mean when they say Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter doesn't. Again, it's what's in the phrase, dude. Saying the thing is like saying Black Lives Matter doesn't insinuate that other lives don't matter. It's in the fucking phrase, bro. I don't know what to tell you. From the river to the sea,
Palestine will be.
Yeah, that's what like a Hamas official said, right? Hamas official said that it was about fucking killing Jews.
Free also doesn't feature from the river to the sea. We should destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. You're the one who's saying that is the secondary implication behind it.
I'm just telling you how people see it, bro.
I know, but if you were to tell me this is how white people feel about Black Lives Matter, I would say I don't care how white people feel in this regard, because my business is not about explaining what this.
There's no inherent, bro. There's nothing in Black Lives Matter that's saying that white lives don't matter in the fucking
slogan. There's nothing from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free that implies Jewish people must be eradicated or Israel must be destroyed and Jewish people in it must be killed.
A lot of people disagree because you're talking about from the river to the sea.
Yes, a lot of people who are not Palestinian and a lot of people who are not anti-Zionist disagree. Anti-Zionists, on the other hand, don't agree. And they're the ones who are using the slogan. So why would I'm asking you, if I'm not going to ask a white person who is against Black Lives Matter, why would what they feel about this slogan, why would I go to in the broadest majority, Zionists, both Jewish and Christian, why would I ask them what they think about a anti-Zionist slogan?
I already explained it, but you don't want to hear me.
This is why people were saying, hey, Ethan, you're fucking racist. Hey, Ethan, you're a Zionist. Do you feel like it is inappropriate for people to assume that he is a Zionist in this very moment? Is it because of the Jew hatred that is in the heart of every single one of my chatters that caused them to think that his resistance and his lack of interest in understanding the argument that I'm making came across like he was still very much defensively posturing at the behest of Israel? This is, of course, when are you going to stop talking about Ethan? I'm going to have sex with your mother over and over again. Why don't you shut the fuck up and donate, bitch? We're at $85,000, slated to raise all the way to $150,000 in the process of watching this context nuke for charity. Do you hate charity? Is that what it is? Is that what's going on? Or are you a fucking Ethan dick rider who probably begged me to watch this thing for months on end and only to turn around now when I'm finally watching it and go, oh, I don't want to see it?
Well, you just are fucking boring as fuck when you're talking about it. Mostly you just constantly ranting, like disproportionately, honestly.
Ethan begged me to do this, so I'm finally doing it. Everyone needs to calm down.
What the fuck I missed?
Please stop watching the video I begged you to watch. What, no, I'm asking you. Like,
It's not in the fucking slogan itself says people interpret it as destruction of Israel. I know it doesn't say let's destroy Israel,
but it's not.
But that's from the river to the sea is mainland Israel.
Okay, Ethan.
That's it, man. That's how people see it.
No, you can't simply say that's how people see it. And
it is though.
There. Remember, this slogan has been used to censure Rashida Tlaib.
Okay.
This emancipatory slogan has gotten people to be fired, like Mark Lamont Hill. There's a reason why I won't back away from defending this slogan and saying this slogan. It was so disingenuous of Ethan to use Norm Finkelstein. It was so disingenuous of him to use Norm Finkelstein and his assessment of the slogan when Norm...
Who Norm, like, acknowledges that it's anti-Semitic, yeah?
Finkelstein would never in a million fucking years sit there and be like, well, my feelings are more important here than Palestinian emancipation.
Okay. Was the original that the from the river to the sea, Palestine will be Arab? Oh, okay. Maybe. Chad, is that true?
He says that's how people see it, but in reality, that's how he sees it. Exactly. Do you feel, chatters who are watching this right now, 16 months into this genocide, if you felt like Ethan was unjustly maligned, do you feel like your opinion has changed now in terms of why people saw this argument? Which is an argument that he still tried to present to me 16 months into a genocide when we had a conversation this past Friday. Do you feel like this is reasonable for people to assume he is Zionist?
Chat?
Norm has said that. No, Norm said that he doesn't approve of it because it comes across as something that Jews fear, not even Jews, Zionists fear, but he totally gets it and totally understands it. I only started watching you again because of his claims and it got me to resub.
Okay.
I tried to use a perfectly coherent narrative that Ethan should understand here, okay? Which is something that he gets. He gets that Black Lives Matter, gets a lot of flack. He is in support of Black Lives Matter. Who cares? Who cares what racist white people think about Black Lives Matter? Just like, who cares about what people who want to defend Israel feel about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free? Bro, you fucking fell off after the content nuke went from 30K to 53K. Suck my ass. I know, I'm falling. I'm consistently falling off over and over again.
Definitely fucking... definitely melting down here. I'll tell you that much.
He was just critiquing the... Yeah, Norm was critiquing the use of the phrase, not his inherent meaning, but it doesn't matter. Norm also doesn't give a shit about that phrase. Anyway, now that you know the context of where he drew this, got this clip from, where is he wrong? What is Ethan's complaint on this one, I wonder? Ethan is a left-wing grifter Zionist. Fuck his content.
Zionist, baby killing.
Bro, nothing is wrong with this. Yeah, this is W. Am I wrong? He's not wrong. Unrelated buying a hang glider. Like, this is edgy shit. Okay, that right there is 100% people fucking people being edgy as fuck.
In your Discord, though, no?
That is fair. He didn't even bring that up, by the way. He's just talking about...
Maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking.
Because you're racist. Is this guy not spitting facts? What?
Why don't you just why didn't you just ban those people then from the Discord? I don't understand. If you're like, oh wait, that actually is pretty valid. Fuck. Why don't you just ban those people? That's incredible.
What the fuck?
To moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's...
They are settlers, you stupid fuck.
Not something
they really should stop aid to Israel. Ethan's going full goblin over Zionism. Nothing controversial is said so far. Like, the only thing he fucking cares about, is his own personal feelings. There is no moment where he tries to understand my position here. There's no moment where he tries to understand why people have this attitude over him. And he just, and this is a Discord chat that he can't see, by the way. He pulled after the fact to be like, wow, this is really fucked up. And if that's the most fucked up shit you saw in a fucking open to everyone Discord, holy moly, dude, you are out of your fucking mind. Yes, nobody cares about your feelings, Ethan. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Can you imagine if I spent the past...
Well, it's nice that you finally admit it, I guess, right?
Past 16 months constantly talking about my own personal feelings? Like, I'm talking about, babies that are in plastic bags being carried over to medical facilities by their crying...
Yeah, and he's also talking about how there were no rapes of Palestinian people. I mean, Israel people, right? He's got to fucking focus on his priorities. Downplaying rape.
Fathers after being lasered out of the sky with Israeli munitions that we fucking shipped over to them. And I just sit there and I say, you know what? My feelings are so important here. And we really need to take time and cover what I feel right now in this moment. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Of course your feelings don't fucking matter in this process. What do you mean? Especially when I am, at this moment, back then, as his fucking friend and podcast co-host, trying to explain to him why people are being critical of him. And he totally did not understand this at all. I was saying, Ethan, there's only so much I can do in terms of moderating this community. But if you keep your output to this like ridiculous Zionist propaganda nonsense, yes, it seems like it's a good position in your mind. And maybe your chat will actually hype you up and say, no, King, you're so valid. You're so valid for actually constantly reframing the conversation around your feelings. But yes, outside of your own community, outside of your own echo chamber, people are going to hear what you're saying and go, yeah, you're defending Israel. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yes, you're a racist Zionist is what people are going to think. There's nothing I can do to change their mentality.
Fucking shocked that you.
How has Hasan not had to pee yet? Is he? I'm assuming he's just pissing his pants. That's.
You don't care that people in your chat are saying, "Who the fuck is this child cold, arrogant?"
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord
I
is literally full of fucking?
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like
Hasan's chat had been calling me a Zionist.
All right. Oh, and then he brings it back
Whatever
to
asked for.
and all these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you like. What's so crazy about this is he's literally pointing to XQC, which he knew at this point was.
He's pointing at XQC because you cried and complained that he wouldn't moderate his chat for you. That's why.
Constantly inviting hate towards my position, pulling the fuck Hasan ripcord as Ethan is doing now to basically light up every reactionary online who fucking despise me to the goddamn core. Okay, I never did this to Ethan. I did the exact opposite to Ethan. As a matter of fact, I constantly.
Hey, what's up, fucking Ryan? How you doing?
Constantly fucking told my community to shut the fuck up about Ethan for an entire year.
Whoa, shut up.
And the only reason why people still arrived at that conclusion is because of what he was fucking saying. The reason why XQC's community hates me, on the other hand, is not because of my.
That's because you're a dog shit piece of fucking trash. That's why.
Positions, but because he kept calling me a fucking snake and a piece of shit every time he was underwater, every time he got into trouble because of Gamba or because of any number of different reasons why he was being a fucking asshole. He would turn around and be like, "Oh yeah, you guys are calling me an asshole. Guess you know who's a bigger asshole? Hasan." That's all he did for years and years.
That's crazy. Must be true. Hasan did say it.
Years and years, as a matter of fact. That is what I'm talking about here. That's it. If you can't see the difference between these two things, I don't know what to tell you. I never actually attacked Ethan. For literally an entire year, I defended Ethan. I did not attack Ethan. I defended him. Okay?
And all you had to, all Hasan, this is the crazy part, is all Hasan had to do was moderate his chat for a little bit, and he could still be doing the Leftovers podcast. That's all he would have had to have done. That's it.
This is for all the girly pops that actually watch Ethan Klein and didn't get to see the full scope of my defense of Ethan. Okay? I need to show you.
Show me.
This is the clip that I wanted to. This is the clip that I wanted to show on the podcast that he didn't let me play through. Okay.
Okay. Ready for it, baby.
I also kind of want to show like what he was saying in the same time frame about me. But here, we're also at 91,000 and 10 minutes into the video.
Crazy.
Holy moly! Mega Zionist, you are wrong. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you're fucking 4 hours into your podcast. I mean,
trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a Mega Zionist. Not even close. Can you imagine? Can you compare this to what fucking XQC was doing every time he was in trouble because he was like scamming his audience or doing other gambling fucking broadcasts or whatever, and he would still.
I don't care, dude. All you had to do was moderate your chat, and you couldn't even do that. And also, again, you're fucking actually anti-Semitic. So
turn around. He would still fucking turn around and be like, "Oh, Hasan's a snake, though."
Why does he keep saying girly pop? By the way, I always say girly pop, and then I put a pop at the end of it. Girly pop. That's like my thing. I've been doing it a little more lately. Started a while ago. The infamous pop. What am I supposed to do? Oh, okay.
Something that he also recognized he was doing, by the way, when I had a conversation with XQC. XQC literally implied that I actually fucking hid sexual assault. Crazy. And then openly admitted he was lying about that. And he should.
Wait, don't you downplay sexual assault though? That's what you did with the. That's what you've been doing. You do be doing it though, dude. You do be doing it, Doodle. The hell are you talking about? Downplay the fucking mass rapes on October 7th, you weirdo. You weird fuck.
Shouldn't have done that. Think about that. Is this an apt comparison?
I'm think maxing right now.
XQC.
I'm think maxing so hard.
He literally fucking lied and said me and Pokimane, two people who are against gambling on unregulated cryptocurrency.
Jesus. Me when I'm against gambling? Yay! Me when I'm for terrorism? Boo!
On the website that we were on were actually participating in a fucking cover-up of sexual assault. We were not, by the way, but he fucking said that. Do you think that experience is comparable to, because that's the comparison he's making here, where he's like, "Oh, I demand XQC moderate his chat," but
let's talk about the misgift stuff, I think.
Hasan, you never moderate yours, right? That's what he's saying.
I don't know, that whole thing fucking blew up more than it should have, in my opinion.
Let's play this and then I'm gonna play the clip. Allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be friends.
The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian.
Dude, what are you talking about?
I share one of those.
Yeah, let's see. First, I'll show you this. Backtrack. XQC apologized to Hasan for assault cover-up claims. Says it crossed the line. The other stuff about like me feeling like we have a falling out over the course of years. And that sort of thing. That stuff is whatever. We can even have that like drama and that conversation live, which we discussed on the episode as well. That sort of stuff we can hash out in public. But there are lines, and I think that XQC knows he crossed it as well. I mean, he admitted it.
Okay, cool.
Anyway,
pretty bogger.
Let's see. Now, ironically enough, Ethan is right now doing exactly what XQC did for years and years in the same exact way, constantly fucking lying about me to his audience over and over again, claiming that I'm actually a piece of shit. I'm a bad guy. I'm a misogynist. I'm this and that, in an effort to basically poison the fucking well so that no one actually comes in here and hears what I have to say and go, oh my God, wait a minute. Maybe that's not the case. So I hope that this will be helpful for you to understand. My position on Ethan has changed throughout time, but while Ethan was actively fucking gaslighting his audience and poisoning the well and constantly claiming I was a piece of shit and bad and not doing enough to moderate my community, which he still maintains is a decent thing to say about me, this is what I was doing instead. Time and time again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person
Why the fuck is this guy's clips all over the place?
who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you're actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign the Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Or literally shout on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry dog. I don't care. I do not care.
Such a good guy.
This is petty drama. Okay?
Such a good guy.
I don't care. And neither should you.
Neither should you.
I will always stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn and want to change his perspective. Okay? That's it.
We're not
ultimately, Ethan has the capacity to arrive at a meaningful position because he has empathy for Palestinian people. He is literally better on...
He's literally empathy maxing right now. It's actually insane. I can't believe this guy has so much fucking empathy, and he's maximizing his empathy. It's fucking crazy. That's fucking beautiful. Oh, yeah, I poo-pooed.
This circumstance, this issue, then 99% of like Americans who are ultra-Zionists, okay? I'm not saying the entire country is ultra-Zionist, but like 99% of Americans in the media, 99% of Americans in position of power that literally are just like unconditional support Israel. Shut the fuck up. I've always demonstrated that until it reaches a boiling point, that I will always be kind to those around me that I believe I can communicate with, that I can lead by empathy. Okay? This has been my policy in perpetuity. You know this if you've been in here long enough. I fucking tried with Aiden Ross, okay? And Ethan is not Aiden Ross. I think he will inevitably come around. Ethan's my friend. I think he's an empathetic.
It's funny because he gives Ethan so much shit for talking to that guy Steiny, despite the fact that Ethan like disagreed with him like the entire time. But he gave him so much shit for it. Even though he apparently has the same take of like, oh, I try to, talk to people as long as I think I can get through to them, blah, blah, blah.
A person, and I hope that is clear. No one, like, changing your perspective on an issue that is, like, near and dear to your fucking heart is virtually impossible. It's one of the hardest things you can do. I will forever have respect for him for doing that on his own, okay? Wow. Everything that people say cynically he did to, like, win favors of the larger crowd, fuck that. He did it on his own. Yes, you want to know why I know he did it on his own?
You fucking asshole kid. Sorry.
You want to know why I know he did it on his own? Because look at the situation. He has family in Israel. He is, like,
he's really just gonna do a chair react on us right now?
He's absolutely shaped, like, his worldview is shaped by this experience.
It's nice that you said a nice thing about Ethan. That's cool. I don't care because it doesn't matter. None of this matters. This is not the core issue. The fact that you are unwilling to moderate your chat is a huge issue, but the fact that they were calling Ethan vile things and the fact that you are anti-Semitic and you run anti-Semitic fucking dog whistles is a problem as well. It's all a problem.
And instead of just like writing off every single thing that people have said and very comfortably finding himself in the bosom of like Zionist sentiment, which he could have just as easily done. He could just turned around and be like, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm scared. These people are being anti-Semitic. And there is a lot of anti-Semitism that increases in times like this.
Give me your anti-Zionist boobies.
That much is absolutely true. Instead of fucking turning around and being like, fuck that, he's like trying to tackle it head on and go through the internal conflict, the internal struggle that he feels with his own personal experience, with his own personal worldview and his morality and the way that he sees it from what he perceives as a completely hostile audience.
Okay.
And you need to, as a community, also stop fucking ripping into Ethan non-stop.
Whoa,
as I've said it over and over again, leading up to the conversation that we had on this broadcast. You guys are so fucking stupid. And Ethan refused to watch this on stream because it would make him feel guilty and look bad. Yeah, no, the reason why he didn't want his audience to watch this, the reason why he did not
change anything.
Want his audience to watch this, by the way, is because he knows that if his
it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you refuse to acknowledge the historical oppression against Jews that was one of the reasons why the Jews, Arabic Jews, went to Israel in the first place. Like you're fucking. It doesn't matter. None of this fucking matters. Holy fuck!
His audience actually saw this, then it would undermine the year-long propaganda campaign that he engaged in, claiming that I was never actually defending him.
That's not what it's about, bud. But okay. Okay, Hasan.
Cancer, y'all. This is huge. I'm so grateful. Hell yeah, iDubbbz. iDubbbz in the chat. Yeah, we're already at 94,000. We already blew past the 74.
Oh yeah, iDubbbz in the chat. Is this going to? By the way, is this going directly to charity, or is this going to iDubbbz's shitty fucking creator campaign, a creator clash? Because that's not for charity, then.
Fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed. I'm sure that if you were to log what he was saying.
Well, this is why iDubbbz likes Hasan, because somebody says that somebody fucking guzzles his cock. Like iDubbbz desperately needs validation for he needs the good boy points. Oh, I changed. Somebody acknowledge me, please. I changed. Please, I changed. I changed. Please, I changed. I changed. Oh God, I'm change maxing right now so hard.
In this time frame for Ethan, there would be a very, very different attitude from Ethan's side on this. By the way,
I'm about to
when talking about me or making snide remarks about pro-Palestinian content creators, there's a reason why so many people were coming into my community and being like, "Hey, Ethan said this. Hey, Ethan said that. Can I get your take on it?" And people were pissed off at me for not giving my take on it. And the reason for why I did not want to give my take on it was because I thought that Ethan was redeemable. I thought that Ethan was salvageable. I foolishly thought that he actually could see the light. I assumed that he was, at most, a liberal Zionist who had been far more critical of Israel than the average liberal Zionist that could be amenable to my position. Okay? I was wrong. I was fucking wrong.
Crazy. Well, your take is that
I'm sure if we were to
Israel
match every single
shouldn't
time
exist.
people are coming in here to tell me at that point what Ethan is saying about me, the reason why I was being charitable is because I thought, like, no, he'll, just give up. He'll come to terms. He'll come to the correct position on his own terms. Okay. Wow. Same reason you don't talk about Bad Empanada drama video, ironically. Exactly. Because I thought with Bad Empanada, it's different. Like with Bad Empanada, I know he's pro-Palestine and I know he's not an anti-Semite. Wow. So of course, when he fucking does like dumb drama shit, I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about this. I don't care about what his criticisms are. We have different methods. We have different tactics. But ultimately, we align on this issue. So as long as he is not weirdly becoming like an anti-Semite or weirdly becoming someone who's like pro-Palestine.
Yeah, I'm sure he's never been anti-Semitic at all.
Of course, never going to happen.
I could swear that this like a fucking Bad Empanada is like a legitimate like raging anti-Semite. What are you talking about?
I don't give a shit what he has to say. Thank you for the 2K dono.
Whoa, 2K.
I want to know what you think. Why is Ethan Klein mad at me?
You mean like the game?
The reason why
you mean like the basketball game?
Ethan Klein is mad at me is because his community, slowly but surely, kept hearing him over time say a bunch of shit that was pro-Israel. Okay? Oh, pro-Israel for a Bad Empanada is the argument that I was making. Sorry. If Bad Empanada became pro-Israel, which is never going to happen, I would, I would tackle everything that he's saying head on. Of course, that's not the case. You don't want to attack other pro-Palestine content creators, even if they attack you. Exactly. Exactly. So listen. If you reached him sooner, do you think there's a different tactic that would have fixed him? No, there wasn't. Because 2K here, Israel doesn't permit me to send this donation to my family in Gaza. Instead, I'm happy to donate to Stand Up for Cancer.
Let's see. I looked it up on Grok. I looked up, does Bad Empanada hate Jews? Let's see. Conflating Jewish identity with Zionism or Israeli actions. Multiple sources cite instances where Bad Empanada allegedly equates Jewish identity or the use of Hebrew with support for Israel policies. For example, a Reddit post describes him calling a Jewish person who spoke Hebrew as an Israeli colonizer and implying that they support settler colonialism, despite there's no evidence that they lived in Israel or endorse such policies. Critics argue this conflation. Okay, great. Use of coded language. Some posts highlight Bad Empanada's use of terms like Yacobayan, I don't know what the fuck that is, a reference to a nation of Islam mythology often tied to anti-Semitism and anti-white rhetoric, and other inflammatory language that critics interpret as a dog-whistling anti-Semitic stereotypes. Extremist statements about Israelis. Bad Empanada has been accused of advocating for violence against Israelis, with some ex-posts claiming he called for the mass murder of all Israelis or labeled them all as valid targets. Given that Israel's population includes a significant portion of the world's Jews, critics argue this rhetoric would... Yeah, okay, so he's definitely anti-Semitic. Holocaust denial allegations. There are claims that Bad Empanada defended or downplayed Holocaust denial, such as supporting Kyle Irving's promotion of a film that denies the Holocaust or accusing a non-Israeli Jew of sucking the blood of Palestinian children. Incredible pattern of behavior. Critics on Reddit, an ex-described pattern of Bad Empanada constantly targets Jewish individuals or uses anti-Semitic tropes. Well, okay, incredible. So he's obviously very anti-Semitic, very clearly. I mean, if you're going to fucking target somebody that's Jewish that doesn't even live in fucking Israel and say that they're some kind of a settler, you're obviously anti-Semitic. If you're going to deny the Holocaust, you're obviously anti-Semitic. Okay, incredible stuff. Thanks, Hasan. Appreciate it, bud.
You killed my aunt in Gaza 4 years ago after Israel prohibited entry of her chemotherapy into the strip. Free Palestine. I'm sorry to hear that.
Free Palestine.
I hope you're doing all right.
Yeah.
The reason why Ethan was mad at me is because his community kept hearing him over and over again over the course of all of this time when they were coming into my chat to be like, hey, Ethan said this, Ethan said that. They were pissed off at him. They obviously were fans of him. Otherwise, why the fuck would they know what Ethan is saying? And they were pissed off at him for his commentary because his commentary was always running defense for Israel.
Ooh, that's not good.
Okay? And slowly but surely, people started leaving or criticizing him. And he couldn't deal with that criticism. So he had to point the criticism in one direction. So in his mind, he thought, I actually brainwashed his fucking audience into hating him anti-Semitically. And not because, for many in his audience, due to the sheer depravity of Israel's actions, they had completely had a reversal of their opinion on Israel. I didn't do anything. As a matter of fact, I tried to do my very best to get people to shut the fuck up about Ethan. And this is
like,
the proof of it.
You mean you could have just like banned him or like timed him out of your chat? You know that, right?
The reason why I try to get Ethan, people to shut the fuck up about Ethan is because I think it's irrelevant what he had to say in this process.
Cool.
And I maintain that position until his own ego inflated to such a size that he made this fucking context nuke.
Like
and also simultaneously made this context nuke after months and months and months of actively trying to deplatform and successfully deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators by falsely smearing them as anti-Semites.
I will travel across the land.
Of course.
Searching.
Recognize their mistakes in the past. And now advocate against those sorts of things, I think are very valuable because every single person has a reactionary perspective deep down inside on one issue. We are all totally susceptible to the intersectionality of privilege. Privilege causes us to have blind spots.
Members go up.
Ethan is my friend.
Thank you for the 50 gifts of subs.
We may have disagreements every now and then, but I have maintained the position that his heart is always in the right place and he's on a journey of learning. Every single day I went live in the beginning. Every single day I would spend at least 5 minutes to 30 minutes talking about how Ethan is not your enemy. You should not yell at Ethan. Ethan is a good person. Be more charitable to those who are open and susceptible to your opinions.
Whoa.
Every single day. I'm still friends with Ethan, by the way. I still talk to Ethan every day. Every single day.
Every day they talk, dude.
Throughout the stream. Just say Ethan is a fucking idiotic pig. Ethan and I obviously have disagreements on this stuff, but Ethan has also personally said it isn't apartheid. What the fuck do you want? As a dude who did go on Birthright, he is infinitely more progressive than, a lot of these people that are writing these fucking, a lot of people that are writing these letters and shit. Okay.
I love how Hasan thinks that this owns Ethan, right? So Hasan's playing like a fucking 40,000-minute video about how after they broke up, he actually defended Ethan, said he was a really good guy, he was a really big advocate for the Palestinian cause, et cetera, et cetera. And what this is supposed to show us is that, Ethan unjustifiably ended the friendship, despite the fact that it was Hasan's unwillingness to moderate his chat against calling Ethan a baby killer and whatnot. But all this information here shows us then that Ethan actually does care about Palestinians and that you believe that. And so, I don't understand. This actually just makes him look good.
Okay, please stop fucking yelling about Ethan all the time. Jesus Christ. Time and time again, I told my adult community to shut the fuck up about Ethan. I even banned the mention of Ethan in this community. And I think still to this day, it is banned.
Whoa.
The idea that I did not try to genuinely scale back.
I don't believe any of this, by the way. So, okay.
The harassment that Ethan was experiencing is ridiculous. You do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist. You do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist. How can you tell her not to defend a Zionist when you defend Ethan Klein, who's openly Zionist? Are you okay? Ethan Klein called Israel an apartheid state in, I think, 2021. Okay? Yeah. Ethan himself has been very critical of the state of Israel and has even called it an apartheid state far before October 7th. Okay? I personally don't even care if he's calling me out or whatever. I heard that people were saying that Ethan talked about me on his podcast today or some shit like that. I don't care. I genuinely don't care.
That's crazy.
For me, you know what I do care about?
What I care about?
Ethan considering
denying rape. That's what he cares about a lot, apparently.
Israel's doing to be genocidal far before October 7th. Okay? I do care about that. I think that matters. Especially when he is...
You know what's crazy about this? I think this is literally the mentality that some foot soldiers still have.
What the hell are you talking about? Foot soldiers?
They unironically still are trapped in this bind where they think, oh no, he's my comfort character. And he means
character.
Well.
What the hell?
He actually means well. He's he said it's a genocide. What more do you want? Okay?
Comfort.
And I said this even though I could identify the Hasbara because I thought, as someone who is very good at identifying Hasbara,
really good at identifying whatever he's talking about.
Maintain this position because I thought over time his perspective would shift. Over time I thought he would be an anti-Zionist. I was wrong.
Turns out he's a boy.
I was totally fucking wrong.
Terrible.
Is so close to the subject matter, so close to the different aspects of social conditioning that play a pretty prominent
H3 fans equal foot soldier. I know what he's talking about, yeah.
Role in the development of American Jews, who are very progressive people overall. Okay? I don't care. No matter what he says about me, my community, or my mods, I still...
While you were doing this, Ethan was doing things like watching a video called Hasan saying anti-Semitism is fake. The Hasan situation.
Oh, is that true? Or is this just a chatter?
Addressing Hasan and his community.
Firmly believe, okay? I still firmly believe that regardless of everything else, regardless of how he's responded to people yelling at him online, regardless of all of that, I place a lot more emphasis and a lot more value on those things that he has said.
Ethan fan here. I don't think that Ethan's behavior is honestly dangerous. He's not always right. Neither are you. All right, brother. You are irredeemable if you genuinely think that Ethan's year-long conquest of trying to fucking out Palestinian content creators and pro-Palestinian content creators as rabid anti-Semites, who now the Trump administration is basically fucking using as a hit list. If you don't consider that...
Well, you don't care about Donald Trump, though, right? Because you didn't advocate for people to vote for Kamala Harris, so you don't give a fuck about any of this.
To be genuinely dangerous for
for an issue that you seemingly care about, if you think that there's a fucking genocide going on in Israel, if you think Israel's doing a genocide, I assume that his focus on the people who are calling that out is a little unproductive. And yes, it is fucking dangerous. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's dangerous twofold. One is dangerous because it actually creates insane amounts of pressure and potential criminal litigation if need be. But also on top of that, he's gone after fucking people that he's doxxed. He's gone after people with litigation, frivolous litigation. Real life decision makers are
Who has he doxxed? What are you talking about?
feeling no pressure. That's the bad side. Dude, he is a 100 millionaire who's using all of his fucking
Damn, he's got a lot of money, huh? 100 millionaire.
clout to attack pro-Palestinian content creators for a fucking year and has actually been very successful at deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators by making erroneous claims about how anti-Semitic these pro-Palestinian content creators are.
Wow, what a bad guy.
He made 6 small content creators lose their income for a fucking month. One of them was Jewish.
Really? That's crazy. Wait, you don't pay them? Aren't you, isn't one of them your mod? Why don't you pay your mods, dude? What the fuck?
It's his community that is weaponized aggressively against all of his fucking enemies. And in the past, his enemies were people like Keemstar. So no one actually thought of anything about it. No one actually thought it was weird or gross or billionaires like fucking Ryan Kavanaugh. Now his enemies are seemingly all of the pro-Palestinian content creators, whether they're Muslim or Jewish, doesn't fucking matter. He literally shit on Sam Cedar the other day.
Damn. He did shit on Sam Cedar pretty hard. He fucked him up.
Both sides in this fucking issue. You're out of your goddamn mind.
He fucked him up, bro.
He actually chastised me. For what? Let's see.
Ethan is very frustrated and very emotional in this moment, but doesn't recognize that, like, perhaps a Lebanese woman who's a hijabi in the United States of America could also be very emotional in this exact same moment. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's so... And the reality of the matter is, anti-Semitism is an unacceptable form of bigotry, whereas Islamophobia is a very acceptable form of bigotry. So being the bigger person in the situation, regardless of your feeling...
So anyway, and God forbid...
Well, yeah, I mean, but anti-Semitism is rising, so... Okay.
You actually read the chat. But
that's it? So I'm still being fucking open-minded to him? And he's mad?
What I'm hearing, frankly, is that anti-Semitism is not really an issue. And so you shouldn't, your complaints are less equal than Frogan's complaints because Islamophobia is more serious than anti-Semitism. Despite, by the way, the fact that, as I pointed out, in reality, or not the opposite because there is Islamophobia, but like this claim that anti-Semitism doesn't exist because everybody knows it wrong, as I perceiving it, is absolutely false. I've never seen more open anti-Semitism in my life.
So it's his stupidity? Like he didn't understand?
What?
He didn't fucking understand what I was saying there? That's not my point at all. How the fuck does his chat watch?
Your point is that like we shouldn't care about anti-Semitism because it's not as bad as anti-Muslim sentiment. That is like literally your point. Boom, easy peasy, baby. Easy peasy, baby.
This, by the way,
easy,
and not go, hey Ethan, that's not what he said.
Hey Ethan,
my whole life, the way that it's being.
Hey Ethan, easy peasy.
I called out how toxic Hasan's community is, and I said I remember why I left, and he brought up my chat logs and put me on blast. That was fun.
Incredible.
Normalized by the left and the right, and it's being kind of, you know, in a case like this, he's normalizing it. He's normalizing it. He's greenlighting it. Again,
I'm normalizing anti-Semitism and I'm greenlighting it.
She pisses when she farts.
You get banned in chat for pushing back.
She shorts.
Textbook example of competitive victimhood. There is no fucking victimhood here. He is conflating real anti-Semitism with anti-Zionists criticizing him, a Jewish man. Not realizing that they're not criticizing him because he's Jewish. They're criticizing him because of what he's fucking saying.
Dude, I didn't even get that, bro. Now that you explained it to me, Hasan, I totally get it now.
That's at the heart of the matter here. That's the whole problem.
That's fucking crazy.
I made a fucking good point here. I literally said what I'm saying right now. I said Ethan does not understand that Islamophobia is institutionally permissible, and what he suspects as anti-Semitism is not anti-Semitism, and he should be more gracious to people.
Well, listen, now both sides hate Jews, so I don't know what to tell you. It seems like it's worse.
That he perceives as being anti-Semitic when it's actually over.
It's in my barn. Come into my barn. That makes a lot more sense. Sorry.
Israel. I genuinely think Ethan Klein thinks that anti-Semitism is whatever he feels bad.
That's so true, King.
Got
You're
you
so
with the $10.
Right.
Fuck
so
cancer.
Right.
No, I'm not done with your little ass yet. All right. Well, I wanted to watch
There's
this.
There's very real anti-Semitism directed towards him, directed towards Hila, directed towards Jewish people across the board, and that fucking terrifies him. And I think that there's a real element there for a lot of Jewish people, especially. Like, yeah, they see anti-Semitism rising, and if at any point do they actually associate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and people like Dan Bilzerian play a fucking formative role in people.
All the way up until December 15th, I'm saying like, oh, I think Ethan is misunderstanding and making a conflation, still giving him charity, still giving him grace. This is what he was saying about me at the time.
So you know what? Go listen to Hasan. People say, I need to go listen to Hasan. This is bullshit. Please, go listen to Hasan. Who fucking, by the way, yells at people in chat, calls them Zionist genocidal monsters for suggesting that the hospital wasn't bombed, okay, by the IDF, which is the same fucking thing.
Oh yeah, that hospital wasn't bombed by the IDF. I think it was a misfire from like a different group, and you know, Hamas hid the evidence so that they could investigate it.
Hasan's fans come and tell me, so fuck that. There's nothing wrong with me and Hasan, but there's a lot of shit that on the way that he covers this that I think is fucked up.
Okay, 500 of the last confirmed kills did not come from Israel. So what? Are you just mad only when Hamas kills people then? Because that's what you're saying.
I'm mad when all people die, but I don't think he or many people seem to care when Hamas kills a bunch of their people. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, I can't believe the counter rocket barrage from the Hamas teams on the ground actually caused these 500 people to die in the fucking hospital. Then what the fuck are you saying? What about the 3,000 people that died in the fucking week prior by Israeli bombs?
I don't understand the theory that like the truth doesn't matter. Someone said, hey, I don't think Israel bombed the hospitals, according to the evidence. Something like really mild. And he freaks the fuck out.
I wonder why I freaked the fuck out. This is right after Al-Ahli. No wonder his fucking audience understandably thought that he was defending Israel. Can you imagine? Can you imagine claiming Israel would never bomb a hospital? I don't understand. This is definitely the doing of Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Hamas or whatever the fuck Israel said without any evidence whatsoever. Okay? Yeah, I didn't know this shit. This is my first time seeing it. Yeah, of course people are going to think you're a fucking Zionist. This is Zionist propaganda. This is precisely what it is. Oh, I care when all Palestinians die, except it's really fucked up that you would say Israel bombed a hospital. Does Ethan know that Israel actually bombed the Al-Ahli hospital the week prior? 2 days before the courtyard explosion, Israel actually blew up and artillery shelled the fucking radiology room in the Al-Ahli hospital. I wonder why all the doctors in the Al-Ahli hospital were like, oh, Israel did this. Perhaps they're all in the pocket of Hamas. That was also a pivotal point for a lot of these fucking dipshits. The apolitical centrist commentators all jumped on that to be like, Hasan is lying to people. Israel would never bomb a hospital. So where are they now? Where are they now? Israel's bombing.
Well, that's not what they were saying. They were saying that one specifically. That one specifically wasn't, yeah, but okay. You say so.
Every fucking hospital, including Al-Ahli, over and over again. Israel sieged every hospital since then. Now, when you hear Ethan Klein's perspective on this matter, he turns around and says it's because Hamas is putting fucking people under tunnels inside of the hospital. That's why that's why Israel has to bomb these hospitals. That's what he said to Sam Cedar the other day, or no, before his talk with Sam Cedar.
That's not at all what he said. He didn't say that at all. You're lying on purpose. He said that he was just making the point that Hamas will hide in civilian infrastructure, which is a fact. They will do that. They have been doing that. So
think about that. Oh, they have command centers under these fucking hospitals. That's why it's Hamas's fault that Israel has to bomb these hospitals anyway. Has he covered any of those fucking strikes? No. The only time I've heard him talk about hospitals being bombed was here when he's trying to say that it was actually the Palestinians that blew themselves up. And how fucked up it is that I'm casting suspicion on that narrative, which, by the way, still to this day, no fucking conclusive evidence. And the only evidence that Israel ever presented on the matter was immediately destroyed.
Oh, that's not good.
And he goes, you're a genocidal freak. And then people say the same fucking thing to me from his fan base.
Fucking that here.
And we're acting like surprised, like we don't know where they fucking learned that from. Like, I learned it from you, Dad. I think his cover.
Yeah, this is perfectly representative of his mentality. Everyone in his fan base learned it from me.
In some of these cases has been not good. Thought we needed leftovers more than ever. Yeah, I changed my mind. I mean, what do you want me to do? It was fucking horrible. I felt like Hasan's fans were trying to destroy my life. My wife's life. They were calling me genocidal. For what? For what? But I do think he's contributing to this idea that all Israelis are, occupiers, which is a really dangerous fucking stance to take.
Why? Doesn't matter. Terrible that the people die.
Why? Wait, what do you mean? Because not all of them are occupiers. What are you talking about? They're not all fucking complicit with the terrible acts. What are you talking about? Fuck. That's terrible. What a piece of shit. So this is just the baby settlers narrative. Like, people settled here, but like not every person in America is a settler, right? Like, we're descendants of like, yeah, something bad that happened and this should be rectified. That's why you do engage in reparations, and that's what fucking Israel should do for Palestine.
But I encourage you to look into where Hamas was firing. You fucking piece of shit! You garbage, monstrous scumbag! You garbage, monstrous scumbag! You said IDF didn't bomb the hospital, and then you said it did, but Hamas was firing rockets from it in the same 2-minute time frame. So why did you fucking lie at first? Huh? Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself?
By the way, for the record, the IDF did not bomb that fucking hospital.
You genocidal piece of shit!
People were telling me the same exact fucking thing, you know what I mean? I know that this isn't good. I don't think this is a good way to talk about shit. Even if you're angry and fucking horrible things are...
Oh my God, you know what's really funny? I'm also fundraising even back then.
That's when I was fundraising for Palestinian medical assistance.
Wow, crazy, man. You do fundraising? That's fucking, wow, you're such a good guy. Holy fuck.
I wonder who's clipping it and sending this to Ethan. Yeah, I don't care who's clipping it and sending it to Ethan. Admitting his view of Palestinians by saying he thinks Hasan views all Israelis as the same because he expects Hasan to think about Israelis the same as he does Palestinians. Yes. Wonder why he's wonder why he's actually so sympathetic to the person who's defending Israel here, by the way. I wonder why. And this was early on. This was right after the fucking Al Ahli hospital was bombed. Okay? Right after then. And for an entire fucking year, I was oblivious. Until this very moment, I'd never seen his commentary on this. Of course, people thought he was a fucking genocidal monster. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my lord. Yeah, it was only because I was completely oblivious to the shit that he was saying at the time that I was like, listen, man, I care about covering this genocide. I don't give a fuck about what Ethan has to say about this. I don't want to make drama out of this. I care about fucking locking in, and you should too.
I'm locking in, baby. Damn.
In that same time frame, while I was defending him all the way up until December 15th, 2024, that's what Ethan was doing. So the expectation that I am supposed to brainwash my audience into liking Ethan Klein is impossible. Of course, plenty of people who are more educated than Ethan on this, or at least have basic empathy towards the Palestinian plight on this issue, of course, arrived at their own fucking conclusion, regardless of my year-long effort to fucking defend Ethan, because I was also oblivious to his actual position. If I had seen his actual position a long time ago, I would have fucking shoved it back down his goddamn throat as a genocidal piece of shit, okay?
Crazy, dude. And what's his actual position? The facts of the matter? The facts of the matter is his actual position? And that bothers you? Like the fact that he acknowledges that fucking Hamas hides within civilian infrastructure is like so devastating to you? Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking bitch.
And here's the reality. He looked at all of this and he could not comprehend that in spite of my defenses of Ethan Klein, that it was actually me. I was the reason why I was making anti-Semitism permissible. Yeah, Ethan thought this specific hospital was bombed by Hamas, but every other building in a 20-kilometer radius was bombed by Israel, even though the hospital itself was also bombed by Israel 2 days prior.
Views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. Problem with Hasan.
By the way, I want to fucking here. This is your opportunity, okay? Show me all the fucking things Ethan said in this time frame. I know we're only 11 minutes in. I don't care. Give me all the fucking Ethan clips that in this time frame where he was like from the beginning to the end, all the times that this motherfucker was actually defending Israel, so we can make an assessment on whether or not it was actually appropriate for people to think that he was pro-genocide or anti-genocide. Stalwart supporter, he says. Why'd you say at Hasan Abi? What? Stalwart supporter of Palestine. What will he say? Wait, hold on. One second. Hold on. Yeah, he was going to show you all the support that he's done. Yeah, let's see.
Hasan's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims.
But listen to what this guy has to say.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even. Yeah. Okay. Like.
Okay.
I don't.
Just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty disgusting. I don't understand why he wouldn't just be like, yeah, that's really gross. Why would he not care about that?
I honestly felt at times that he and his audience barely thought of Israelis as humans.
This dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is that.
I can't believe he literally clip-chimped conversations that we had together.
How was that clip-chimping? You said that they're baby settlers. You're basically saying that those babies deserve to fucking be targeted. What?
Like, how depraved. How fucking depraved that he would go back to a back-and-forth conversation that we had to clip a conversation that we had out of context. You know what my fucking position was. My position is for a one state. The reason why I believe in a one state is because I don't even think the 750,000 settlers could be, in an ethical manner, moved from all of the land that they have occupied as terrorists. I was saying, you think every settler is a valid military target. There are settler babies. I didn't say I think it's valid to kill.
That's not what you. That's not what you were. You weren't saying that's his position. That's what you were saying was your position. What?
Settler babies. What an insane thing to do.
What a wild fucking. What a wild like reframing of the narrative there. Oh fuck. That's fucking insane. That's fucking crazy that he's trying to make it seem like Ethan is the one who thinks that there's settler babies that are justifiable fucking targets. What the fuck?
It's a literal conversation that we had. It was a back and forth conversation that we had. And Ethan also said this, what?
I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets. When you talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is that?
That's later in the clip. This is still the context, Nuke, but it's later in the clip.
What?
We haven't even gotten there yet.
Guys.
It's so crazy that this motherfucker clip-chipped. He clip-chipped our own back and forth
What a fucking crazy thing to do.
Downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. Now,
damn,
this is a famous clip that he kept repeating and using. We now know that he actually recognizes that he disingenuously edited.
What?
Show the clip of Ethan and Gila.
Can I add, Ethan, one
Yes.
personal feeling that I've had with Hasan that I can't really get past is his dismissiveness of the that happened. He acts like
October 7th. It doesn't matter if R words happen on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. What's interesting about that quote specifically is that I get what he means in that one. Like, I felt like he said weird stuff in that. Because he's saying, like, he's saying even if the R words happened, well, I think the way he phrases it is fucked up. Even if it happened, they did happen.
Yes.
But he's saying, even if they did happen, it wouldn't change the calculus for him, which I understand what he's saying. But I guess the way he's saying it is...
This isn't like the own you think it is. This is just Ethan being too nice. So I understand what's happening. So if you draw back, you can sit here and you can say like, okay, obviously when it comes to like times of war, there is sexual assault and it's terrible and it's horrible, but it doesn't erase the Palestinian struggle. But that's not what he's trying to say. Hasan has repeatedly, and he has ramped up the defense, he's repeatedly denied the fact that mass rapes even existed, despite the fact that a UN report confirmed it. There's a difference. He's using this somewhat more nuanced, reasonable perspective of like, unfortunately, rapes happen in war to dog whistle that like Palestinian people, or excuse me, Israeli people weren't raped. That's what he's saying. That's the whole point. That's what it is.
Even if it didn't happen, it's fucked up.
I didn't say even if it didn't happen. I said even if it did happen, it still doesn't change the calculation for me. Now, ironically enough,
which is him not believing it happened, and he still doesn't.
That argument was when I, because of the last piece of evidence that hadn't come out yet with like the Israeli prosecution team going over the forensic analysis of every single body that they put at the Shura base. Okay, I literally was debating a chatter, and I know we have the clip for this. Here's the full context. Also, how are you? I'm literally debating a chatter who is denying any rapes took place. Let's take a look. Sure, Israel didn't force them to lie. That's ridiculous.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything.
By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like,
so true, King.
The Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. And there's
me when the resistance isn't perfect.
No criminal elements that could have conducted themselves very differently. Like that doesn't change the dynamic for me at all. It's so fucking stupid to act like, no, they're perfect. They were perfect on October 7th, and they were conducting themselves perfectly. But these kinds of stories delegitimize Palestinian resistance? No, it does not. What the fuck are you talking about? No, you think it delegitimizes Palestinian resistance. Okay? You think so. I don't.
That's Miss Rachel.
What the fuck?
Do I think he'll be able to finish this? He's probably going to finish it. Did he continue
Do you understand?
it? Or no?
My position is, I'm not expecting perfect victimhood from Palestinians.
I'm assuming he's not. Oh, he's live right
It will
now.
never stop to be insane how that clip makes you sound out of context. And ironically enough, it was me arguing against the chatter at the time that was saying, why don't you just say rapes didn't
Many
happen?
people
Are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this?
What? His own audio is so terrible. What the fuck?
Other like non-professional forensic accounting being conducted on October 7th. This has muddied the waters so much that understandably many people are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this? How am I supposed to believe anything that Israel says? There's a perfectly valid fucking criticism to have against the state that has lied every single step of the fucking way.
Yeah, Hamas is perfect. They don't lie. Yeah, I mean, just to be clear, because obviously, like, you know, every country will engage in their own form of propaganda, and I understand that, but Israel is held to a higher standard when it comes to like their information than like Hamas, obviously, just because they're a Western country that gets financial backing from us. So that's why when they do lie, it's found out very quickly because they're held to such an immensely high standard.
Many hostages have records of saying two different things. Also, how are you sure Israel didn't force them to lie? That's ridiculous. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right. What I'm saying is, rapes or no rapes doesn't fucking matter. Beyond October 7 and before.
But he also doesn't think that rapes happen.
October 7, Palestinians still have a right to dignity and self-determination. You cannot genocide people and be like, oh, well, they did rapes. Like, nothing justifies a genocide. Even another genocide doesn't justify a genocide. Do you understand?
I guess. Okay.
Would it be justified the genocide?
But isn't that what you're doing? Isn't that what you're doing though? You're justifying like mass rapes and everything because they're being genocide. I'm so confused.
The entirety of the German population after the Holocaust? I still don't think so. There were fucking children. There's babies. You know what I mean? You're killing innocent civilians. That's my perspective, and that's the most.
Well, you just say that. You kind of said that there. Okay, fine. That's totally fine, buddy. Did he not just sit here and say that like they're baby settlers, implying that they're valid targets?
Extreme position that you can arrive at. Genocide is not justice. That is why I don't believe in genociding the Israeli population, and I think it's a fucking ridiculous assessment of the situation. That's why I believe in a one-state solution. Justice is not vengeance. That's it. Can't believe he fucking used that, even though he used this clip in the fucking context nuke when he personally understood what I meant right here. This is before the context nuke. This is from October 30th, 2024. So what's up with that? Why is it that right here, Ethan understands what I'm saying, and then his wife stops him from understanding what I'm saying, and then he still chooses to put this clip in the fucking context nuke? So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. That's so fucking gross, dude. That's so goddamn gross. He understood my position months before he still put this awful fucking joke. Awful cringe-ass editing.
That's
not
so
even good for
cringe,
2016-ass editing in a stupid fucking video, dude. Oh my God. You have to be genuinely mentally stunted to actually appreciate this. Oh my fucking Lord.
Frankly, are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area.
Got him.
And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe?
Racist piece of shit. That's what he is.
Why?
A racist dumbass.
Why do you say that?
And the only reason why people don't see this horrifyingly, monstrously racist dumbassery is because they too are conditioned into thinking that Arabs are fucking barbaric rapist monsters.
The hell are you talking about, bro? Arabic Jews were chased out of like every surrounding Arabic country to Israel. Like, I don't understand. It's nothing to do with Arabic people in general. So it has to do with religion being prominent in their culture. Just like the more prominent religion is in our culture, the more oppressive it becomes. Enter conservatives.
Idea that equal rights for Arabs who are not Jewish and Arab Jews and Ashkenazi Jews and everybody in the region to have equal rights and equal representation would spell doom for the Jewish population of Israel is simply Jewish supremacist, racist, Islamophobic.
Not really. I think it's justifiable right now that the Jews want their own ethno state. Like, it's not, you guys act like fucking like you guys act like it's unique. You guys act like not every other fucking state in the Middle East is like an ethno state in some capacity. Like, it's unfortunately very popular. You know, I mean, it is what it is. But you know, until there's a reduction in the anti-Semitism in these countries, I mean, I could understand why they wouldn't. You know, I could totally understand it. So.
Phobic, anti-Arab garbage. And if you don't see that, you probably are also a fucking piece of shit. Okay? That's it.
Everybody racist if they disagree, baby. Incredible stuff. Gotta love it. Ooh.
Oh my fucking Lord, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Of course people looked at that and were like, this is gross, dude. You're a fucking gross piece of shit. God damn, what a racist fucking monster he is. Oh my fucking Lord. Yeah, I know. We already talked about, I covered this before. Hila Klein, former IDF soldier and wife of Hila Klein, says that if Israeli with the Ramallah, they would be lynched. It's a fact. Literally, same type of propaganda used during the Jim Crow South and apartheid South Africa. And then he's like, why won't people think I'm actually pro-Palestine? Stalwart ally of the Palestinian plight, by the way. This fucking guy.
God bless.
This fucking guy.
This fucking content is so, I mean, this reaction is so boring at this point that, like, I'm not, him pretending performative outrage, it's just a matter of me.
There frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews.
Yeah, once the white people are outpopulated by the black people, anything is fair game. Oh my God. What is it weird to be afraid though? Yes, it's racist as fuck. What do you mean? Do you guys actually fucking, do you lose your mind when the term Jew comes into the equation, where you just have no capacity to understand Jewish people as the dominant majority group in the Jewish ethno-state? You're thinking anti-Semitism in the way that it exists in the fucking West, or has historically existed in the fucking West, while talking about Israel. What the fuck? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Did this happen in apartheid South Africa? Is that what happened? Jews are taught to be afraid of Arabs is what I mean. I don't think they should. Yes, what you're describing is fucking racism. What the fuck? Would you ever be this gracious to any other group? Would you ever be this gracious to any other fucking group that came out and were like, well, these Arabs are, they're going to rape us. They're going to fucking kill us if we get equal rights.
This has nothing to do with it being Arabic, but again, the surrounding Arabic countries do not like the Jews. So I don't know what to tell you, man. Okay, I mean, that's you can appreciate the fucking the reckless confidence, I guess.
These blacks are gonna rape us and we get equal rights. Like if a white person said that, you'd be like, what the fuck are you saying?
Okay.
We are all so trained to see Islamophobia as just like invisible. We don't even recognize it. We don't even think that it's like out of the norm. This is what I meant when I said anti-Semitism.
Everything's racist, baby.
And Islamophobia are obviously bigotries that are completely unacceptable. Okay, but Islamophobia has institutional permissibility. Anti-Semitism does not. You say anti-Semitic shit, you're gonna get fucking fired. Even if you don't say anti-Semitic shit, people still say you're saying anti-Semitic shit to get you fucking fired, like what Ethan is doing with me. But you say Islamophobic shit, they will literally have you. They will elevate you to the highest position in society. They'll be like, all right, great, thank you. Please become the next fucking Secretary of Defense, sir. Look at Pete Hegseth.
Yeah. Well, again, you did not advocate for people to vote for Kamala, so you're kind of complicit in that. But okay, yeah, you keep virtue signaling like you give a fuck, which you obviously don't.
It's the double standard that exists. If someone were to say what I consider to be obviously unjustifiable, but if someone were to fucking turn around and say we must nuke Tel Aviv, then obviously that person would not only get banned but probably imprisoned. But if you turn around and say we must nuke Tehran or we must nuke Gaza, you become a politician. You become an American politician. That's a normal position within the American political discourse.
Fuck, I'm gonna think. Damn.
That's it. Pete Hegseth has a Deus Vult tattoo, okay? Talking about the fucking Crusades, which is ironically also not exactly too fond of the Jews either. He's a Christian nationalist. But could you imagine, like he has a tattoo that says like kufar on his kafir on his arm in Arabic, okay? To say like, I am the one, I'm the infidel, I'm gonna fucking come and kill all you Arabs or whatever. He has all these goddamn borderline neo-Nazi tattoos, like the Jerusalem cross and shit, okay? If Pete Hegseth has a fucking swastika, people will be like, yeah, you can't be the Secretary of Defense, okay? Resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. It's not perfect. Oh, this requires its own debunking. This is not correct. Okay, I'm sorry, and I know it's going to fucking make you feel bad when I say this, or for Ethan, it's going to make him feel really good because he's going to be like, he's denying rape. Hamas did not mutilate and rape women on October 7. That actually was initial reporting.
That did happen. It's been confirmed. It's been completely confirmed by the UN. But okay, if you want to continuously deny, reportings, that's fine, I guess.
That was identified as incorrect. What this report is showing is something that fucking Rabbi Shmuley has also brought forward. I know that because he literally repeated it over and over and over again. Okay, he said Hamas militants went in and cut the titties off of a Israeli woman, and then cut the head off of an Israeli woman, and then fucking played soccer with the head and the titty of an Israeli woman. Don't say I'm crashing out. He's crashing the hell out. You're crashing out. The fuck do you mean crashing out?
Means you're crashing out, buddy. You know what he means. You know what it means.
So good. And even then, what is so crazy about this process is that I'm not even fucking denying that rapes happen in that one. He just
what are you talking about? Did you not just deny rapes? What?
Flipped me out of fucking context.
What? Oh fuck.
They stopped when they thought it was dead. The ordeal of Esther, raped and mutilated by Hamas terrorists. Cases of rape and sexual mutilation committed during October 7 massacre are surfacing. While survivors are still struggling to speak out, one of them, who participated in the Tribe of No festival, agreed to tell us what she suffered. Now, I need you to understand something. This is in the immediate aftermath, okay? In the immediate aftermath. It's in November 26, 2023. It's understandable that the reporting on this was going to be murky at the fucking time, okay? I'm going to be as gracious as I possibly can be. Israel denied all investigations into the matter. All the forensic evidence was basically fucking...
Apparently the reason is because it's like a matter of like respect. Fuck, I fucked that up. To like bury the bodies very quickly. Dude, there was tremendous, there's evidence, enough evidence for the UN to report that there were rapes that happened. I don't know what else to tell you, but it does, like, this whole thing is just him desperately denying rapes happened because his brain wants to whitewash Hamas. That's the only reason why he would do this. His brain desperately wants to whitewash Hamas, and so like no rapes have happened. That's literally the whole take.
Either destroyed or literally designed in a way to erroneously create a alternative fucking reality by Zaka. They did this, and there's plenty of reporting on this process, okay? Go back and look at all these fucking reports. Now, the reason why, let me explain something to you. Why is this important to me, okay? Because the reality...
Because you love downplaying rape.
The matter is, this is one of those things where it's like, it's the major no-no, okay? It's the biggest no-no of all time. And there is a likelihood that rapes did take place on October 7. It's just that there is no evidence for a Hamas-backed, systematized version of sexual assault that took place on October 7. It is logically...
So now it went from... Okay, gotcha. Now it went from... I told you, I think in the last react I did with this, I told you that it's all just... He's going to backpedal to where he feels safe. So originally there were no rapes that happened. Then he sees the UN report. And I was like, well, but it wasn't like Hamas saying that you should rape him. It was just like individual actors in Hamas. Okay, he's just gonna... I don't think anybody even claimed that. I don't think anybody even made the claim that like Hamas said, hey, do lots of rape. I don't think anybody ever claimed that. But he has claimed it, so I guess we're just doing a new one. Oh, okay. We're just making up new claims, I guess. Great.
Already a very difficult thing to suggest. Okay.
He always said that. No, he didn't. You're being stupid as fuck.
On top of that, it was one of the most live-streamed atrocities of all time. There are CCTV footages everywhere. There are body camera footages. Israel had access to every single Hamas militant's body camera footage. Okay? They had it from every fucking angle. And they couldn't find one singular piece of fucking CCTV footage or visible evidence beyond photos that they claim.
I love this. He said, I don't deny that rapes happen. He's denying rapes happen right now. So he's saying that he thinks that the rapes happen, but now if they really did happen, why is there no video evidence? And you like that? Don't you find this so interesting? Isn't this such an interesting thing?
Implied that sexual assault took place, including family members. I believe it was Shani Luke. Family members of Shani Luke came out and said, stop saying my daughter got raped. She did not get sexually fucking assaulted.
I'm pretty sure. Who is he referring to? One instance doesn't really matter, but I think is he referring to the person that did not? I don't think that they said that. I think what they actually said is like, please stop publicizing this. Like they didn't want to talk about it anymore because it was traumatic for them. I'm pretty sure. Hold on a second.
Including family members. I believe it was Shani Luke. Family members of Shani Luke came out and said, stop saying my daughter got raped. She did not get sexually fucking assaulted. Like, they literally...
This article is the mother who watched her naked daughter abused in Gaza. We don't have time. Shani Luke was trying to flee the Nova party when missiles started flying, but soon ran into Hamas terrorists who took her into Gaza, where she was filmed being beaten. At the time, it wasn't clear if she was still alive during the beating, but as October 30th, her family confirmed they have been giving an official notice she's no longer alive. Her mother, Ricarda Luke, recounts the horror on video. We're always in touch, even if she's far away. She's always where she is. Shani is an amazing daughter. She's an artist. She loves life. We invited her Mexican boyfriend to come dinner with us, etc., etc. Where do they say that she wasn't raped? And like, why does this one specific instance matter? What are you talking about? What? Where do they say she wasn't sexually assaulted? So this is like a weird lie because this individual may not have been sexually assaulted, but the family never came out and said, stop saying that she was sexually assaulted. So like Hasan picked somebody who, that one individual, there was speculation. They ended up doing a forensic analysis and there's like not enough evidence to conclude that she was raped, though she was taken away and beaten to death by Hamas. And the family never said that it didn't happen. So like he's just making up things on the go. It's just so strange. It's okay.
Literally would deny the wishes of the existing victims, the family members, to make this argument. Now, why is this important?
Well, it's not because it didn't happen.
Because there was a shit ton of atrocities that took place on October 7. It was brutal. Okay, it was violent. They came in with hang gliders. It's a breakout from a fucking open air prison. Of course, it was violent. It was like the Nat Turner rebellion. Okay. It was ruthless. It was violent. There was plenty of atrocities that took place, but it was important for Israel to actually increase the atrocities to the best of their ability in an effort to justify what was coming next. That's why it was important to do good journalism in this moment, in this very moment.
Good journalism.
That's why they went on with the babies in the ovens nonsense, or 40 babies were beheaded. Shit that, by the way, Ethan and Gila still repeat. Atrocity propaganda that justifies the unimaginable, untold amounts of terror that Israel subjected the entirety of the Palestinian population to. Okay? There's never been a moment where my analysis of the situation wasn't that October 7 was horrifying. It was absolutely considered an act of terror. It was. It's true. Still, the majority of the fucking people that were killed were civilians. Okay? That's unacceptable. But I understand what the conditions are that caused October 7 to happen. And if you can't have that fucking conversation, you don't want to solve the problem. You just want Palestinians to get slaughtered over and over again for 76 fucking years. Ethan understood the gravity of accusing Israel of systematic sexual abuse on the last episode of Leftovers. When he provided a source on the spot, he didn't believe it and wanted more credible evidence. Weird how he understands the gravity when it's accusing Israel, but not when accusing Hamas, and those accusations are being used to justify genocide. Exactly, guys.
The
irony, of course, is that I'm not even using Israel's previous reporting on the matter, that Israel has systematically raped Palestinian women and boys at checkpoints and in their detention facilities to justify October 7. I'm not even saying that. Some people do. I'm not doing that. This right here, for the record, this is the Esther case on display from Wikipedia. The New York Times changed her name to Sapir. October 2023, Israeli police showed multiple journals of video of a woman whom Le Parisien called Esther and BBC called Witness S, describing what she claims to have seen from her hiding place near the festival. A militant bent someone over, then Esther understood that he was raping the victim. The militant passed her on to someone else. She was still alive and bleeding from the back. The men cut off parts of her body, sliced her breast, threw it on the street, and played with it. Another militant raped her, then while still penetrating her, shot her in the head, and then ejaculated. 2 months later, in December 2023, the New York Times reported accounts with very similar themes from a witness identified as Sapir. This is not something that took place. Okay?
Okay.
I need you to understand, this is not real. Okay?
So what he's doing is hyper-focusing on like one story of misinformation. And okay, cool. There were still mass rapes on October 7th. That's what all the inclusive information told us.
Here. Also, the person that conducted the fucking UN report admitted that it was a mischaracterization that genital mutilation took place.
Cool.
Fuck.
It's crazy how okay, cool. They were held to a standard and they adhered to the standard. They made a mistake, so they accepted it. Crazy. And yet, when it came to like the fucking hospital being bombed, Hasan can't seem to accept that. Like, despite the fact that like, what was it, Hamas hid evidence, they made sure to like hide the missile because it was a misfire. Right, so like they claimed it was Israel, then they hid the missile because they knew that it wasn't going to be a fucking missile. They knew that it wasn't going to match up forensically, and they just hid the information. So like once again, it just seems like there's a constant pattern here, where like if Hasan or Hamas doesn't admit something's wrong, then it must be true still, even if it's verifiably incorrect.
The reason why this is important, by the way, stop debating rape and focus on the genocide, Lord. No, shut the fuck up. You want to know why this is important to cover? Because this is a colonialist tactic, okay? All of the barbaric rapist savages. It is the same exact fucking principle that whites in apartheid South Africa applied to the black population of South Africa. It is the same exact principle that white settler colonial violence that the Native Americans were subjected to that justified their genocide. It is the exact same thing that white Klansmen said in the Reconstruction era, and as they went on to lynch black people in the aftermath of the Reconstruction era in the Jim Crow South.
That's crazy.
This is a colonialist tactic to fucking lie about the sexual barbarity of these animals, these primal beings that are violent and scary and must be fucking put to heel. That is precisely the reason why it's important to address the truth of this so that justice can be served for the fucking victims, okay? Not discounting that sexual assault or sexual violence ever took place on October 7th, because that is commonplace in conflicts. But having said that, you must understand the reason as to why this was so important for Israel to push.
Okay, cool.
It absolutely.
It's great that it only took you a year to have a potentially nuanced perspective, but I think this is just what you think you could safely get away with. So, what?
Plays a role in the way that people fucking analyze the Palestinian population. Chris Kunzler and I had a wonderful conversation about this, about the psychosexual.
Oh, Chris Kunzler, another fucking that guy's video was fucking dog shit.
Actual nature of this kind of projection propaganda.
Great, you guys debated on why. You guys just did like a whole rape debate. That's fucking crazy, man. Crazy stuff.
Here, let's take a look.
The settlers always projected their desires onto the colonized. They would always say, he says specifically in the case of the southern United States, is the white man not always saying that the black man at any opportunity would jump colonized?
Projection propaganda. Here, let's take a look.
The settlers always projected their desires onto the colonized. They would
that instantaneously says that the Jews are rapists, right? We understand this?
Projection propaganda.
That's what the narrative they're going to go with, is that like is that actually Israelis are a bunch of rapists because they said that someone else raped. That's what that means.
Here, let's take a look.
The settlers always projected their desires onto the colonized. They would always say, he says specifically in the case of the southern United States, is the white man not always saying that the black man at any opportunity would jump on the good white woman at any given opportunity? Lynchings would very often culminate with of people's. In the case of, he spoke constantly about how bad Jewish boys would attack German women at every opportunity. And in fact, one of the most racist figures and reprehensible within Israeli society, Meir Kahane, there is a video of him on YouTube where he speaks about, he says, there are currently Arab boys hidden in cafes pretending that they have Jewish names so they can basically trick nice, good Jewish girls into dating Arabs. He also gained a massive amount of popularity, his far-right, horrific exterminationist ideology, by saying that there were a series of nationalist, like motivated by terrorism, nationalist hatred of Israel occurring at the time. And there were these...
Cool. Thanks, bud.
Think about that. Anyway, this is the crucial part many overlook regarding the deranged claims of gang rape from Sapir and Roz Cohen, repeated in the New York Times and other Western media. We already knew they lied from other evidence, but Patton's UN report also debunked it. Patton's team said that the accounts of gang rape could not be verified during the time provided along Road 232. This is the escape route from the Supernova Music Festival, where two individuals claimed they saw gang rape, Roz Cohen and Sapir, or Witness S. Their stories have been cited by virtually every one of the 13 media investigations and civil society reports as evidence of rape. The statement further undermines Israeli and media claims that mass rape occurred on October 7. It is literally Emmett Till shit, okay? It's ridiculous. The forensic pathologist looked at all of the bodies and did not find a single one that had that specific type of genital mutilation. As a matter of fact, there's another story about like nails in someone's genitals or something.
God. Okay. So anyway, the UN report says that that it happened. So I don't know what else to tell you at this point. Okay.
and mischaracterizing grazing gunshot wounds to genitalia as targeted genital mutilation using knives. Here's the UN, the Office of the Special Representative, the Secretary General on Sexual Violence Conflict. Okay. Additional challenges emerged due to erroneous interpretations of states' bodies by some volunteer first responders without relevant qualifications or expertise. Some examples include mistaking post-mortem pugilistic posturing, a boxer-like body posture with flexed elbows, clenched fists, and spread legs, and flexed knees due to the burn damage as indicative of sexual violence, misinterpreting anal dilation due to post-mortem changes as indicative of anal penetration, and mischaracterizing grazing gunshot wounds to genitalia as a targeted genital mutilation using knives. The reason why they mischaracterized it is because the first responders were not actually forensic pathologists. They did not have the capacity to do an autopsy on the fucking spot. So they just looked at it and then said, this is what must have happened. And then the Israeli media ran with that fucking story. This is the reason why I said it's important.
So you're telling me that they showed up and there was some really horrific shit going on, and they're like, wow, looks like they were raped, but it turns out they weren't raped. They were just, okay, great. This doesn't matter that like some of the rapes were debunked because the UN report shows that there was enough evidence to show that there was mass rape. It doesn't matter. This is basically just an ultimate Ray review. This is just Nicholas DiOrio's segment. He's stealing it.
Important to fucking arrive at a real conclusion with verifiable evidence. You want to know why I said, and many people made hay of me saying, circumstantial evidence in this regard in the UN preliminary report does not meet the standards of circumstantial evidence that would be used in a fucking court of law, because you're looking at
I mean, everything is circumstantial evidence. Even a rape kit is circumstantial evidence, no? Right? Like, you can't technically prove it based on a rape kit. You can just prove that there might have been sex. So I just fucked up so bad.
Photo of someone going like this, and you make up your mind on it. But a forensic, a person that is supposed to conduct the autopsy is going to actually figure out whether or not this thing that you're suspecting happened. Oh. Every single piece of, every single headline that Ethan erroneously slaps on here, including this one, is contributing to, once again, screams without words, how Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7th. This is a great fucking example of a story that did not meet the standard of New York Times' own editorial review. This was so goddamn controversial, but so necessary so that Israel could keep pushing the narrative of Palestinian barbarity, okay?
Wait.
This story was written by a person who had insanely racist shit on her timeline, so much so that the New York Times actually dropped her after this story, okay? The story itself was incredibly controversial within the New York Times editorial board because they said it did not meet the internal standards of the New York Times' editorial team.
He's just yapping on this point, even though he knows that the UN reported that there was fucking enough evidence to say that there was rapes. That's pretty much it. We're just denying like factual reports here just for the fucking sake of it, so...
Because they could not, there was no verifiable evidence and simply claims people were making that could very easily be destroyed in a moment's fucking notice, and as many of them did. Yeah, this is one of the three authors of the Screams Without Words mass rape atrocity propaganda hoax. Anat Schwartz, she liked posts calling for Gaza to be turned into a slaughterhouse. This is the person that the New York Times actually fucking hired. Anat Schwartz liked this post that said, turn the strip into a slaughterhouse. The New York Times saw all of this and said, okay, we can't have her do reporting for Israel again.
Didn't you say that you'd get an award though if you were fucking anti-Islamic though? You just told us that before. So why didn't you get like a magical reward? Fuck. I'm gonna have to do this.
Huh.
Jesus Christ.
Why did this article come out? Well, because atrocity propaganda was an absolute fucking necessity, okay? And the reason why I'm not moving on from this, and I know why some girly pops might actually have some issues with this, because you're like, oh, I've heard this before. No, you have to understand something very important here. This is the same exact type of atrocity propaganda.
You have to understand, I'm a frat boy. I have to deny rapes. It's part of my blood.
The colonial powers have always used against black people, against Native Americans, and the German Nazis used against Jews, okay? That they're rapist monsters. This is the oldest fucking colonial propaganda in the goddamn book because it's such a depraved act to do this level of harm to a victim that when you hear it, you don't even want to think about anything else. You are immediately and understandably grossed out by it.
Mm-hmm. We got it, buddy.
It's the same exact shit that we do right now with immigrants. Immigrants are rapists. Immigrants are rapists. Why do you think Trump says that over and over again with no evidence whatsoever? And it's
because people like you, but on the other side will believe it.
Incredibly frustrating that I actually, in our debate, asked Ethan, do you have any names? Do you have any victims that have come out and actually offered firsthand testimony?
Can you show me their vaginas? I want to watch them get raped. That's the only way I'll believe it. Fuck the UN report.
To this barbaric sexual assault that you're saying was...
How do I know that Hamas didn't actually... How do I know that they didn't actually want to have sex with Hamas? Remember, there's actually a pill that makes you want to kiss Hamas. Do you guys remember that pill? You know, there's a pill that makes you want to kiss Hamas, according to Hasan. So maybe it was all consensual. Maybe they actually wanted to fucking kiss Hamas. Dude, we don't fucking know, bro. Like, Jesus Christ, guys, you don't know anything. Maybe they just took the pill that makes you want to kiss Hamas, bro. Maybe they just took the pill that makes you want to be raped by Hamas. You don't fucking know that, guys. Like, what the hell's wrong with you?
Systematized by Hamas, that where mass rapes took place on October 7th. Do you have any victims? What are their names? Because I do not reflexively disbelieve women. No, I do believe women. When a woman comes out and says, this actually happened, this happened to me. Like,
oh, well, didn't he show you like a woman that said that this happened to her and then you said no?
For example, the testimony of Amit, I think her name is Amit Shoshana, right? The one that Ethan kept showing over and over again. She was sexually assaulted in captivity.
Wow,
okay,
that's crazy.
That is in the UN Sexual Violence and Conflict Report. That is the verifiable instance of rape that did not happen on October 7th, but actually happened in captivity. Okay. Ethan kept playing that over and over again, not understanding that I've never actually denied that. And he kept using her testimony to imply that her testimony was from October 7th over and over and over again.
Okay.
However, evidence. There is, however, real evidence as far as like first-hand accounts and testimony. Even this is from the same. This is moments before that clip that he posted about, by the way, to make me look like I'm just laughing about rape taking place and testimony from hostages. So that part is real. That did happen.
Is real.
Which is very important, and that was a part of the UN investigation that was conducted. There is, however, evidence. There is, however, real evidence. I think you need to clarify systematically. People are struggling to understand what you mean. There is no. Hasan, please respond to it. It's very important. They're going to use it against you. What do you have to say to Hila's reasoning for Israel not letting forensic investigations that due to religious reasons they bury the body ASAP? That's a fucking lie, and she's wrong. They did actually conduct forensic examination on many of the bodies. They didn't immediately bury them. She's literally wrong. They took the bodies to the Shura base, and they actually did look at the bodies. The issue, however, was that the initial forensic examination was not conducted by real specialists. Zaka ended up desecrating the bodies in the process and ruining any sort of on-the-spot kinetic forensic examination from taking place, because you have to look at the way that like bodies are presented to develop an understanding of what happened, like how this person died. They denied a
I forgot that Hasan was a forensic analyst. Okay, cool, man.
real investigation to so many Israelis. Ethan tried to say that as well. Can you show us proof? Yes, I can. Hold on. I will. Hi. It's so crazy that people like having this conversation and going over the very important details and having this conversation, going over these very important fucking details on what happened on October 7th, and given the gruesome nature of these accusations, people just simply go, oh, you're just a fucking rape denier. And it's insane to me. It's actually fucking insane to me. Thoughts on you being accused of dog whistling? Yeah, dude. Totally. You got it.
Dude, this is fucking bullshit.
Where is the freaking... Where's the Shura base article? Hold on, I'm going to pull it up in a second. Ugh. Anyway, but this is the UN report, by the way, the Sexual Violence and Conflict report. Stop saying, stop posting accusation to mirror, okay? He is currently adding every single one of his IG stories about you to a highlight reel. I don't care. The easy route in this situation is to just simply say, is to simply go along.
Oh, Jesus Christ. He's really, this whole fucking ultimate rape review that he's doing is so boring. He's just going on and on and on about something that he's so wrong about. He's just trying to info dump like he always does when he knows that he's fucking wrong, so that he can sit here and be like, oh, I know something. There's actually this like minor. Okay, that's great. Oh, there's actually this detail. It's like, that's really great. Okay, so what about the UN report? Well, it was all circumstantial, so I don't care about it. That's all it is. He doesn't care about the information, so it doesn't exist. That's all it is.
And not try to debunk some of this very dangerous misinformation.
Ooh. How about Mr.
The claim of
Information?
extensive visual evidence with repeated statements of, we saw a photo of cut up vaginas, nails and vaginas, knives and vaginas is strewn throughout the original Gettleman, Stella Schwartz, to browbeat the reader into submission, but it was all a contrived fake,
that
a
there
facade.
were objects like knives inserted in the genitalia of a woman. I mean, like, the team reviewed the photos and we did not find anything like that. And I did mention, like, one of the challenges faced by, of course, by the Israeli government, which impacted our own work, was the fact that inaccurate, unreliable forensic conclusions were drawn by untrained volunteer first responders. And we give some examples. We give some examples in the report, such as interpreting an anal dilation as anal penetration, when, according to our forensic expert, we've extensive burn damage. This is what you get, anal dilation. And
Gotcha. Okay, so it sounds like the story is that they did an untrained forensic analysis, and then they buried the people, because they have to bury them within like 24 hours or something, because that's apparently like a Jewish religious thing. Okay. I mean, that all makes sense, but somehow Eel is just lying, I guess, because Hasan says so, or what's up with that? Cool.
And the position of the body.
Do you understand why the UN report itself said that, like, the circumstantial evidence is still important and valid to make an assessment, but it doesn't reach the normal standard of an investigation? This was a preliminary report that was conducted. A preliminary report is like a field breathalyzer. When you're drunk driving and a cop pulls you over, they first give you a field breathalyzer test. That field breathalyzer test is actually very inconsistent, but that's a test that allows the police to detain you to take you to the fucking precinct so you can use the real breathalyzer in the precinct. That one is actually admissible in court. The field breathalyzer test is inadmissible in court. It doesn't mean that you're actually drunk. It's not proof to actually say you have conclusively driven drunk. It's only enough proof to detain you so they can take you to the fucking real deal. This is the exact same principle with a preliminary investigation. The UN conducted this preliminary investigation, and then Israel said you cannot conduct an actual investigation into this.
So so I just want to be clear. The UN conducted an investigation, and they found that the preliminary forensic analysis wasn't done by trained people. So we're going to trust the UN there. But when the UN says that there was mass rape on October 7th, we're not going to trust that. Got it. That makes a lot of sense, man. That makes a lot of these things are just really, they're adding up. They're all adding up. They're all adding up. It makes perfect sense. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Hasan.
This process. You just have to take our word for it.
Take my word for it.
Do you understand?
I have to poop.
Why would they say no to this? Do you think that the fucking United Nations is anti-Semitic? Do you think that they're Hamas? Do you think that they're just going to look at all of this information and then make up a conclusion that makes Israel look bad erroneously? What are you, fucking nuts?
Crazy.
That's what Israel thinks.
Crazy.
It's psychotic. They do. Yeah, I know they think that, but it's fucking bullshit. That's bullshit.
Ooh,
do you understand?
Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby.
Yeah. Here's what Pramila Patton's UN report on sexual violence actually said. Section 2.1, first paragraph. Is this where this? In spite of its own complicity in the Israeli narrative, Patton's report undermines several of that narrative's fundamental tenets. Western mass media is currently engaged in a concerted campaign to ignore this, as it spins the report as vindication of claims that Hamas committed systematic rape on October 7. In fact, the report explicitly does not reach this conclusion. 2.1. The UN report does not find a pattern of sexual violence on October 7. This was a central claim of Jeffrey Gettleman, Enoch Schwartz, and Adam Sell.
The UN does not report it.
What? Oh. Here's what Pramila Patton's UN report on sexual violence actually said. Section 2.1, first paragraph. Is this where this? In spite of its own complicity in the Israeli narrative, Patton's report undermines several of that narrative's fundamental tenets. Western mass media is currently engaged in a concerted campaign to ignore this, as it spins the report as vindication of claims that Hamas committed systematic rape on October 7. In fact, the report explicitly does not reach this conclusion. 2.1.
Who cares? That was never the claim. The claim was that there were rapes. The people were raped on October 7th. Nobody ever made the claim that there was systemic rapes. I've never seen Ethan make that claim. They were just claiming that there was mass fucking sexual violence. Nobody's claiming that it was specifically Hamas. That's what they mean when they say systemic, is that it was specifically Hamas who ordered them to go rape people. That's never been the claim. What the fuck? Okay, crazy.
1. The UN report does not find a pattern of sexual violence on October 7. This was a central claim of Jeffrey Gettleman, Enoch Schwartz, and Adam Sella on their now thoroughly discredited article, Screams Without Words, How Hamas Weaponized Sexual Violence on October 7, which argued that Hamas fighters did not carry out rogue or isolated acts of rape, but rather engaged in a broader pattern of gender-based violence using rape as a weapon of war. However, when...
Okay, so that says that they used rapes. He's reading something that agrees that they used rape. Okay, cool.
2 minutes into Patton's March 4 press conference, Farnas Fasihi from The Times asked, would you say you found a pattern of sexual violence was a strategy of Hamas, both in October 7 attacks and in regards to the hostages? Patton answers definitively in the negative. Later in the press conference, when she is asked by Haaretz journalist Lisa Rozowski, am I correct that you cannot conclude that sexual violence was of a systematic character? Patton reiterates her answer, stating, no, the distinguishing factor from the exercise that we set out to do, the gathering and verification of information for the purpose of its inclusion in the annual report of the Secretary General versus an investigation, that's where you would go into the elements of widespread or systematic. We did not go into that. Patton's report could neither establish the prevalence of sexual violence nor draw conclusions on attribution of alleged violations to specific armed groups. And here's the Shura base reporting. The Shura base is where many of the original claims of widespread sexual assault, including broken pelvises, first emerged. It turned out it was based on one source who said a ton of demonstrably false things. Haaretz reported it out and found out that it was wrong. At the Shura base, to which most of the bodies were taken for purposes of identification, there were 5 forensic pathologists at work. In that capacity, they also examined the bodies that arrived completely or partially naked in order to examine the possibility of rape. According to a source knowledgeable about the details, there were no signs on any of those bodies attesting to sexual relations having taken place or mutilation of genitalia. These teams did not document a single case of sexual assault or case of genital mutilation. Beyond this, from inquiries, and this also goes along with the UN report. But Ethan still put it in his fucking video. Why did Ethan still put it in his fucking video? Because he's incredibly careless. That's not perfect. And here, this is the other guy. Hold on. Perfect. I know. I can't.
He just be a careless. He do just be a careless guy. I'll just tell you right now. This is New Game Plus hardest difficulty, and I just killed the 8th of 9 Valkyries. So what do you like? What do you think about that, bitch?
Can't believe how much time I've spent on this. I know it's fucking annoying. Okay, I know. It's not perfect. In the first male October 7 survivor recounts rape at the hands of Hamas terrorists. This guy was a Nova Festival guy. He literally said that on October 7, during Nova Festival, Hamas terrorists came and gang raped him. Guess what? He was suing the Israeli government for $133 million. And the Israeli government looked into his statements and found that he was making it up. And they closed the case.
Okay, just want to replay that.
Festival guy. Annoying. Okay, I know. It's not perfect. In the first, male October 7 survivor recounts rape at the hands of Hamas terrorists. This guy was a Nova Festival guy. He literally said that on October 7th, during Nova Festival, Hamas terrorists came and gang raped him. Guess what? He was suing the Israeli government for $133 million. And the Israeli government looked into his statements and found that he was making it up. And they closed the case.
Oh, but I thought that Israel always lied. So why are we believing them this time? Why is it that you're so willing to believe them this time? And by the way, I believe that Israel investigated and found it to be a lie. Sure. Okay. Why don't you... You don't realize it makes you look stupid, right? Like this time you're going to quote Israel's being credible. What about all the other times? Oh, wait a minute. What's going? You know what I mean? It's like all over the place.
Perfect. That guy is another fabulist. Attackers laughed as they raped and murdered a woman in Israel on October 7th. Witness says this guy also was found to be fucking lying.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war. And while we should keep their plight at the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected by this, even if their suffering on the whole is not
this war. Not a war, it's a genocide. I thought you recognized it as such.
As great.
Yeah.
Well, Hamas and Palestine are engaged in a war. I think you know that, you stupid fuck.
Some of you may know that I'm an Israeli dual citizen. My wife is Israeli, my kids are half Israeli, and my entire in-law is Israeli. I lived there for 5 years, and I grew a closeness with the country and its people. One of the biggest issues between me, Hasan, and his community was that...
Yeah, notice how he says, when he's talking about Gazans dying in the war, the terminology is very passive. Israelis are horrifyingly raped and mutilated and murdered by these Hamas terrorists, but Gazans are dying in a war. This right here is a dog whistle. If you
he's dog whistling. Hasan knows dog whistles. He uses them all the time, dude.
I know what a fucking dog whistle is. This is what a dog whistle is. Not the idea that someone fucking holding up a bleach sword is actually indicative of their anti-Semitism. That's something that you made up in your...
He's dog whistling. It's doubtful he's dog whistling. Even if you think he's being a little more charitable to Israel than Palestine, it's probably because he's Israeli, right? So he's going to be working against an active bias. No? Does that not make more sense? No, he's actually a malicious poo-poo wienerhead.
Fucking mind. But this is a very carefully crafted dog whistle. And I don't even think Ethan is smart enough to understand that he's...
This is a very carefully crafted dog whistle that Ethan is not smart enough to understand. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Hasan.
Actually attributing here, it's just so permanently lasered into his fucking consciousness.
He's just such a smart guy that he's just a dumb guy. He's just such a dumb smart guy. He's a dummy smart. What? Wait, what? Wait, is it intentional? Wait, I'm so good. Wait, what's happening? That's fucking incredible. That's incredible. The beautiful thing. You're a smart guy, Hasan.
That he doesn't recognize that he's doing passive voice when talking about Gazans and their plight. That's it. Okay? Passive voice is applied by mainstream outlets all the fucking time.
I'm in favor of a two-state solution, while they are in favor of a one-state solution. Their theory is that after the October 7th attack, Israel should just dissolve its borders and let Hamas enter Israel.
Yes, it would have been fucking, yeah. One
state.
Yeah.
That's probably a stupid idea, but okay.
State, at any point, pre-October 7, post-October 7, at any point, yes.
Unrestrained.
Borders,
well, I mean, there's pretty big tensions between both areas, so dissolving the borders would probably cause more death. But hey, Hasan, you're such a smart guy.
The argument is so fucking stupid that he's just like, no, you...
It's stupid to say you shouldn't have a border when you have two groups of people who don't like each other. That's fucking crazy, dude.
You have to genocide them, dude.
Makes more sense to make it like an independent nation. Give reparations to Palestinians. I don't know, but okay, you do you, buddy. You do you, brother.
What do you mean? Like, I mean, you have to genocide them a little bit. I mean, October 7 happened. Look, I gave you a bunch of headlines to show you how much I care about rape, by the way, that I just gave you a bunch of fucking headlines that I couldn't even recall. I couldn't even recount off the top of my mind when I was actually having a conversation with Hasan on Friday. It's one state right now, okay? It already is one state. That's what it is. Israel's an apartheid state.
What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So
you really think it's practical for after they were attacked on October 7th for them to respond by conceding to Hamas? Wow, that's great.
You're saying Israel in response... Hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
The first set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes.
The problem is that
it's just so unlikely, but okay.
Israel's been at war.
Everybody hated Netanyahu after. I thought Ethan hated Netanyahu. Why?
Sure, but you're okay. You're talking about dissolving the government. It's incredible.
Why would you take issue with that?
Okay, you say so.
Why? We're at war. Is it a war or is it a genocide?
I mean, it's both. It's a war against Hamas and a genocide on Gazan people. It's collective punishment, right? That's the issue. Oh, God. He's eating mommy's chicken, dude. Crazy.
Ethan, that chatter is correct. Only one of us knows the name of Amit Sasana or Shoshana. I don't know how to say it. Ethan did not.
Whoa, you mean Shoshana from the girls? From Shoshana from the show The Girls?
As he was constantly fucking bringing her testimony up and screaming at me in our debate.
Dude, these people won't shut the fuck up.
To which he openly recognized he actually weaponized later down the line to slander me.
Or with its neighbors for 70 plus
Stop asking me when friends are going to come along. I already told them not to come along yet. Okay, I'm doing this on my own.
years.
Whoa.
And it makes a lot of sense that there'd be some distrust there. Is it really?
Bro, these two are talking more than... Look, they won't stop talking. I can't move on and start putting fucking helms down because these fucking assholes are talking more than Hasan. Oh, shut the fuck up, dude.
Insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe. After all, Israel is a country of refugees.
Yeah, you are a ethno-religious supremacist and also an anti-Arab racist.
Yeah, if you say so, buddy boy. You got him. You got it, buddy buckaroo.
That's it.
This whole video is just going to be him calling Ethan racist. That's all he has left.
That's it. This is not a valid fear. This is the same exact fear that whites had.
It is a valid fear. The surrounding areas hate Jews. I don't hear, there's not like a mass collective of black people saying we want rights and to exterminate white people. That is something that's expressed by different groups inside of the Middle East. So I don't know what else to tell you. Sorry. That's why a bunch of Arab Jews fled to fucking Israel. Sorry, buddy.
The apartheid structure in South Africa that once blacks were free, they would turn around and do a reverse apartheid. This is exactly what people thought about restoring the racial pecking order in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery. You are a Jewish supremacist. That's it. When you're thinking about Israel, you are operating on supremacist thinking, okay? Not to the same degree as a Kahanist or whatever, but that's absolutely what this is. These fucking barbaric Arabs, if we were to lower the boundary wall, would come in and fucking rape us to death.
Aren't they constantly shooting missiles at... Hamas is, like, even before October 7th, they were constantly shooting missiles at fucking Israel. What are you talking about?
I can't take you seriously.
I guess we're just not going to fucking... We're just going to ignore that.
What? Explain to me what you mean. Yeah, imagine if Jews were a minority, the Palestinians would do to us what we've been doing to them. That's the only argument he has here, by the way. That's the only fucking argument he has. The suspicion that Palestinians would be just as depraved.
Did you just say blacks? Yeah, I think Hasan's a little racist. He doesn't like black people.
As the fucking Israeli government is to them. And for the record, he doesn't even understand that he's being fucking racist.
Damn.
And you will never be able to convince him that this is an unimaginably racist fucking thing to say. If I were to look through his goddamn comments.
But it is true, by the way, that there's a very anti-Jewish sentiment in the Middle East. But we're going to ignore that. You guys ready for the hardest boss in the game?
Here, no one would actually fucking cover the point. No one would actually turn around and be like, dude, what do you mean?
Okay.
If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba.
Yeah, this goes back to the famous conversation that we had where I said this was one of the worst claims that you made in your entire fucking context, Puke. The double Nakba theory. The idea that like Israel's planned exterminationist campaign towards the Palestinians was somehow a good enough fucking reason for why there was a continued domination of all Palestinians across the board, because, sorry, Jews have to go somewhere. That is literally the entire reason why the Nakba is disgusting, okay? That is the reason why the Nakba is a ridiculous act of ethnic cleansing to begin with. Jews were in concentration camps in the fucking Holocaust, and the ones who actually survived this horrifying process turned around and in all but 3 years went to fucking Israel and killed Arabs, Palestinians that had nothing to do with the Holocaust.
Well, I mean, they were given the land, just to be clear. Listen, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. This happened like fucking 80 years ago when things were drastically different. They were given the land after they were genocided, and then they defended the land. And then this is kind of where we're at. I don't know what else to tell you. And the surrounding fucking Middle Eastern countries around Palestine don't want to take refugees in because, unfortunately, a lot of them, like, there are many of them that work with, like, Hamas will infiltrate them and then they'll steal resources from there so that they can continue the war. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bud. I mean, it's just an unfortunate reality. It's a very complicated matter. You can boil it down as simply as you want to, but if it was another fucking, it was another Arabic group, fucking causing apartheid onto another Arabic group, nobody would really care. Nobody would really talk about it. That's what's going. I don't know what else to tell you. You know, this seems to be a lot, probably because Western involvement has a lot to do with this, the conversation, I imagine. But like, okay, I mean.
Holocaust. Think about that. How fucking insane that is. Sorry, we have nowhere to go. Guess we have to fucking kill you is not a reasonable conclusion here. You cannot attribute the
Given by Britain. Yeah, Britain, UN, same shit in this case, no?
crimes of other fucking countries like Iraq, or even countries that were under colonial occupation like Morocco, or under the leadership of Vichy France. You're talking about fucking Algeria. Algeria didn't even have its own liberation movement at this point, and you are attributing to the fucking crimes of the colonially occupied Algeria to Arabs, and you're saying that all Arabs are just anti-Semitic, so Israel had to exist because there was nowhere else for them to go. It's fucking ridiculous. They could have gone back to those countries. They literally could have gone back. There was numerous instances.
I don't know, Papa. I've never loved how you discuss giving the land to the Jews. I feel like it was always important to mention it wasn't the UN's land to give. Who cares? That what you're saying means nothing to me. I don't care. Like that's how things were back then. People would conquer lands, and also if it wasn't the UN's land to give, which is a fine take, why are you blaming the Jews for it? But they gave the Jews the land regardless. That's kind of how it worked back then. Okay, so if you want to say like, well, the UN never should have done it, that's fine. Great point. What does it have to do with Israel? What does it have to do with them? I don't know. What does it have to do with them? They were given the land. If you don't think they should have been given the land, that's fine. But they were given the land.
Where the PLO and the Arab councils got together and said, hey, we can do a right to return. We can do a double right to return. Jews that want to go back to the MENA region, if they want to go back, they can go back. I'll give you one great example of this, okay? Algeria is a great example of this because...
You think that people... Yeah, we just forced them out of the country, but if you want to come back after we took all your shit and forced you out, yeah, we'll definitely treat you really well. Okay, yeah, it's the Jews' fault for not wanting to return to the countries that fucking treated them like shit. Wow, I didn't even miss that. Fuck.
It's under French colonial occupation at this point. There's a lot of anti-Semitism, sure, but part of that, for example, was the reality that the FLN's demand for Algeria and during the Algerian liberation was that Jews living in Algeria would be citizens, would be actual Algerian citizens, but they would have to denounce their French citizenship for that process. So what did Jews do in Algeria that collaborated with the colonial apparatus at the time? They went to fucking France. They didn't fly to Israel because they were being pogromed. They fucking chose to be French citizens. That's what happened to the Algerian Jews. This is the reason why you can't fucking make this comparison between what took place in all these other Arab countries and what took place in Israel. None of these people are actually Palestinians. So why the fuck are the Palestinians constantly getting destroyed in this process?
Jesus Christ.
It's a nitpick, but calling Israelis the Jews is unironically perpetuating and promoting anti-Semitism en masse. It's gross. Thank you for actually pointing that out, Jay Mershon. You are absolutely fucking correct. I keep forgetting because there's so many different things that he said in 15 minutes that has taken me hours and hours and hours to fucking...
But Ethan said the Jews, and now we're calling him anti-Semitic for calling them the Jews. You just said the blacks before.
Explain. They laughed at you for this. Oh yeah, the government of Iraq ran full-page advertisements calling for the return of its Iraqi Jews who had fled their country, Iraq, after the breakout of the 1948 war. Anyway, that doesn't mean that there wasn't fucking expulsions that were taking place. Not mass expulsions the same fucking way that Israel conducted, or before Israel, Zionist brigades conducted. But the idea that this is somehow comparable to the Nakba is fucking gross. It's disgusting. It's a double genocide theory.
He wasn't saying it was a fucking comparable to the Nakba. But okay. That's just like a narrative he came up with.
That's all this is. Well, you know, in the aftermath of World War I, a lot of Germans felt displaced. They felt wronged by World War I. They took on incredible amounts of fucking casualties. So I guess it was permissible to do the Holocaust would be a fucking psychotic argument to make. And it's actually one that famous historian, not real historian, Daryl, whatever the fuck his name is, that goes on Joe Rogan, made time and time again. And I shit on him for making that fucking stupid ass argument. But when Ethan gets to say this about how Jews had nowhere to go, so they had to kill some fucking Arabs to kill some goddamn Palestinian Arabs to take over their fucking land. What are you going to do about it, you know? No one ever thinks this is an insanely fucking racist thing to say because everyone thinks Arabs are not human, okay? It's fucking crazy.
You say so, buddy.
Sorry for the nitpick. The Vichy government fell after World War II. Algiers was under another government. No, I'm talking about instability against Jews under Vichy France was pre-World War II. I'm saying that like there are Algerian Jews that were harmed, okay, throughout this history. But all the way through World War II, the harm that was happening under the watchful gaze of fucking Vichy France in Algeria. Do you not understand my point? Because he looks at the entire scope of not even post-1948, pre-1948 anti-Semitism that took place in Arab countries and then says all Arabs are like this. Daryl Cooper is the name of the Holocaust revisionist that I was talking about. Exactly. Daryl Cooper says, well, Germans had their feelings. Germans have had their fucking feelings hurt after World War I. So what are you going to do about it? Lo and behold, you know, that's why the Holocaust had to happen. That is the same argument that he's making here, you know? Germans experienced a lot of economic instability, and therefore they became much more militant and said that the perpetrators were Jews.
Okay.
A million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities and huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to, if not literally, 0 Jews left in these countries.
Just to give you an idea, here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000. Algeria had 104.
Well, thank God I fucking brought up Algeria, by the way. Yeah, where did the Algerian Jews go, Ethan?
To Israel because they were being fucking persecuted.
Algerian Jews were historically considered French citizens. They were collaborators with the French occupiers. The Algerian government, in the aftermath of the liberation, turned around.
Oh, so maybe they went to France and said, okay, cool, gotcha. I don't even know if that's true. Let's see. Yeah, so most of them went to Israel, just to be clear. Like, that's what we're reading right here. A large number of Algerian Jews, around 130 to 140, leave for France. Oh, okay, sorry. Most of them went to France, with smaller numbers migrating to Israel. This doesn't really matter because they left because of mounting anti-Semitism inside of the country. There was an Algerian War of Independence, and it grew, and it created tensions with Jews. What is his point here? Who cares if they went to fucking France? They left because of anti-Semitism. That supports Ethan's claim.
And said, hey, you can be Algerian citizens. You just have to renounce your French citizenship. And lo and behold, they were like, fuck off. I'm going to France. I'm going to be French now. And that
dude, he's lying so hard. They were literally getting persecuted, so they wanted to go somewhere. What?
That's precisely what took place here. You are making this comparison to seem like, there was ethnic cleansing happening in fucking Algeria to Jews. Holy shit. What happened to the Jews in Iraq, Egypt, Yemen, Morocco, Lebanon after 1948, Hasan? Oh my God, he's still doing this. He's still fucking trying to put this point together as though this is like there was nowhere to go. There was nowhere to go, okay? There's nowhere to fucking go.
There was nowhere to go. They had to leave those countries.
You want to know why this argument is fucking moronic and is at the heart of Zionism? Because the Holocaust...
There was nowhere to go.
And centuries of pogroms and the fear is baked into the heart of Zionism. Israel must exist as a Jewish ethno-state, a Jewish ethno-supremacist state. It has to exist that way or else the Holocaust will happen again is literally at the fucking heart of this entire argument. That's it. And that's precisely why he has to make it seem like all of the Jews in Algeria were actually dominated in an ethnic cleansing campaign.
They were forced out because they hated Jews there.
The same way that Israel, before it was Israel, the Zionist brigades had exterminated and also ethnically cleansed the Palestinians from their ancestral lands. It has to be this way because otherwise the entire project fucking falls apart.
The project? Holy shit, he's really...
Do you understand how stupid this argument is?
I don't know, man. I guess not.
It monopolizes all Arabs across the board, okay? And it also turns around and puts the blame on the Palestinians. It is a never-ending cycle and a never-ending justification of why Palestinians must be brutalized by Israel because that's where the fucking Israeli state is. There's nothing we can do about it. It has to be an ethnic majority. It has to be a Jewish ethno-majority state. Otherwise, the Holocaust will happen a million times over. That is the underlying argument here. I'm obviously exaggerating, but that is literally, that generational trauma of real violence that Jews were subjected to historically is baked into the reason why Israel must exist in the way that it does, in the violent way that it does.
I love this. I love that he's sitting here and he's like, oh, there's a fear within Jewish people and it all comes from supremacy. And then he's like, and then he acknowledges that doesn't it come from being Holocausted? No, we're not even going to acknowledge that. We can't even acknowledge the fact that this fear that exists would come from, the fact that they were, fucking literally genocided. Holy fuck.
An apartheid state sitting on top of indigenous land that Palestinians are not allowed to be inside of because if they were, God forbid, then in Ethan's words, what did Ethan say? Hold on, let me pull it up again. Where the fuck was Ethan's statement on this? Not this one. The one where he says, if the walls come down, then all Jews will be destroyed. Is it really that fucked up to make this inference that Palestinians, Hamas will kill us if the walls come down?
Fuck you. Dude.
Is this it? No, not this one. Oh, I mean, this is the one, yeah.
Got pretty close this round, though.
To take over all of Israel and happily coexist with fucking Israelis. One state solution is the fucking literal... one state solution is like kind of the same thing. Because if you have a one state solution and the right to return, which I agree with, right? I mean, Israel has the right to return. If there's a state of Palestine, it makes sense. But if you're in one state, all that's going to happen is like everybody is trying to bring as many people there as possible. And like by the time, there frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything.
Why? What the fuck are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? Israel has a right to return. Why the fuck does Israel? Why can any Jewish man right now, anywhere around the planet, can fucking go to Israel right now and be able to get a goddamn house in the fucking West Bank that the government will help fund, or Christians United for Israel will help fund, but a fucking Palestinian that can't go back to see their ancestral village, partially because Israel most likely destroyed it and then built some ugly contraption on top of it. What a ridiculous fucking argument. Think about how fucking stupid this is. You can be Ethan Klein.
Why is it stupid? He's acknowledging it's a fucking Jewish ethno-state. And again, we could acknowledge that it's not good to be an ethno-state, but the majority of countries in the Middle East are ethno-states. And there's a lot of anti-Semitism there, so it kind of makes sense, but okay.
An American Jew living in fucking Calabasas or wherever the fuck he grew up in California and go live in Israel for 5 fucking years, but there's dudes on the Gaza boundary that cannot even peek over the fucking Gaza envelope to see their parents' houses. How the fuck is that appropriate? How is that acceptable?
Well, he doesn't say it's acceptable, so who is it that you're asking this question to? I don't really know.
It's bullshit. It's fucking insane. I feel like I'm losing my mind having this conversation.
Because you're arguing, like you're just kind of making arguments up and like battling yourself. So it doesn't make any sense.
Having this conversation with Americans feels so crazy where you're like, these guys are literally trapped in an open air prison. Okay. They're trapped in a fucking open air prison. They can't go into Israel. And guys will literally turn around and tell you like, what do you mean Israel's fucking awesome, dude? Yeah. I mean, don't look over at the open air prison. There's a genocide going on there. But also anyone that fucking speaks out against that genocide is actually, lo and behold, an anti-Semite.
Okay. You say
He
so.
misspoke when he said Israel, just a heads up before he focuses on that. What are you talking about? What?
And I'm sorry, but Hamas, the governing fucking body there wants to kill all the fucking Jews.
Yeah, Morocco protected Moroccan Jews from the Vichy government during the Holocaust, finally acknowledged by the Israeli government recently. Anti-Semitism is not as prevalent in Arab society as Ethan wants everyone to believe. If it's as mindless ancient figure as the Arabs. Herzog hails Moroccan king for country's treatment of Jews during the Holocaust. Oh, all of these countries had very different attitudes. Okay, was there a lot of tension amongst the native Jewish population in these Arab nations? Yes, there was. But you cannot attribute the individual responses to the Nakba and how horrifying that was for people back to the...
No, what are you talking about? What? Now he's acknowledging that there was a lot of anti-Semitism, but you can't compare it to the Nakba? Who's comparing it to the Nakba? When did Ethan ever do that?
Palestinians who are suffering in this process. And yeah, there are literally a right to return that was afforded to Jews over and over again. You know who didn't want that? Israel. Because everybody fucking knows. That's it. You're there. You don't want to go anywhere else.
You mean the Israeli people didn't want it? Because they knew that it wouldn't be good? Okay, gotcha.
That's it. God forbid, dude. God forbid.
40,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews, now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan, one known Jew. We know him.
Oh. Bro, Afghanistan isn't even a fucking Middle Eastern country. It's not even Arabs. Afghanistan is not even fucking Arabs at that point. It's just, I guess it's Muslim. That's what it is, right?
What? Is even... Okay. He's just making the point that they don't like Jews there. Okay.
That's what the fuck he's talking about. I love this, by the way, because one must ask the question. Because remember, the whole point is like Arabs have antiquated anti-Semitic tendencies, right? And that's why fucking, as Ethan claims...
Wait, what? Fuck, is he trying to... Oh, yeah, some of them do. Okay. It's not an inherent quality to Arabic people, but...
Arab anti-Semitism is the reason why... Arab anti-Semitism is the reason why Arab Jews became Zionists, right? That's what he said. Now, what's really interesting about this is, like, if you look at this, it says Jewish refugees from the Middle East, an estimated 820,000 Jews fled violence and discrimination in their homelands between 1948 and 1972. Now, this is obviously fucking propaganda bullshit, okay? That monolithizes all Arabs and all Muslim countries. It is a way to justify why Israel must exist. Everybody hates us. We have to live in Israel. Otherwise, Holocaust everywhere.
They do. I think that we're kind of at a point where Hasan is just going to, he's whether it's genuine or not, he's subscribed to the idea that, like, anything, that all this information is always, like, it's all just like a fucking, it's all just a lie. It's all Western propaganda. He'll never accept it. He's just decided that it's Western propaganda. And so, like, that's kind of where we're at. He'll never accept it. He's just decided that, like, oh, it's the West, it's propaganda. I don't care anymore. That's it. So it doesn't really matter. Listening to Hasan, he will never agree with historical information because he does not care about the history from any Western perspective.
Right? Now, the irony, of course, is one must ask the question like, okay, pre-1948, how did a lot of Jews get there, as a matter of fact? If Arabs are so anciently and antiquatedly anti-Semitic, why was the Ottoman Empire seen as a fucking safe land for Jews, where Arab Muslims, Arab Christians, and Arab Jews could live side by side? Why did Spanish Jews actually come and exist under the banner of the Ottoman Empire, as a matter of fact? And before people say, oh, they have to pay jizya, yes, I know, but Muslims pay zakat, which is obviously a larger percentage of your fucking income, and jizya meant that you didn't actually have to serve in the military, okay? And in comparison to being fucking ethnically cleansed in, like, the Inquisition, it was a far more favorable position. The important point is that Ethan thinks Palestinians return to Israel will be dangerous for racist reasons, like the Palestinians are all Hamas, because
I decided to look it up in the 1900s. While the Ottoman Empire provided a degree of refuge for Jews fleeing persecution elsewhere, it's inaccurate to characterize it as a consistently safe haven throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. While the Ottoman Empire was more tolerant than some contemporary European states, Jews still faced challenges like anti-Semitism, poverty, and violence, especially during the late 19th century and 20th century. Okay. So basically, Hasan's lying. So it might have been better comparatively, but it was still a really oppressive force. So he's trying to make it seem like the Ottoman Empire, which is like who contested the land, versus Britain. They were actually, like, super awesome. They loved Jews a lot. And then the reason that he needs to push this conspiracy theory that the Ottoman Empire loved Jews, despite the fact that that is very clearly false, is because he wants to reduce the claim that Israel makes of saying hey, we need our own ethno-state because we're being genocided basically around the world and we're being persecuted around the world. He needs to push this idea so that seems like it's invalid. Oh, you could have just joined the Ottoman Empire though, and then you decided not to. Oh, okay. So it sounds like you weren't actually in any danger, despite the fact that it was factually and objectively true that 6 million Jews were genocided, and then surrounding Arabic countries were very anti-Semitic, and even the United States of America turned away Jewish refugees. So, okay, cool. Thanks, Hasan. I appreciate it.
What's the difference between a teacher from Gaza and a teacher from Europe visiting Israel? One would be dangerous and the other not. Exactly. And even if he doesn't personally, if you were to ask that question, even if he doesn't personally believe that, yeah, I know. Also, Iraqis want their Jewish neighbors back. It's from 972 magazine. Months after a Shiite cleric won the parliamentary elections, Iraq said Jews are welcome on an online poll, and the matter suggests that Iraqis are already to discuss the right of return more than Israelis are. Yeah, I guess they just want them to return so they can fucking kill them, right? That's what it is. That's probably what it is. These sinister Arabs, they just want them to come back so they can kill them. Fuck. I'm going to keep this clip going. Eventually, I might have to rely on this again because I think it's very instructive of his attitude overall on the position. Ironic because I think this was when he was also yelling at Olivia for liking a post on Instagram that said Palestine will never die from the river to the sea.
Basically, anything is fair game for the one known Jew. We know him. We love him.
Zebulon.
He's the one Afghan Jew.
They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of
They didn't even accept them.
What? They didn't
Ben
accept
Gurion
them?
said Arab Jews are like dust, okay? The Ashkenazi Jews that were controlling Israel at the time literally despised the Arab Jews. You don't even know that part of the fucking Israeli history.
Wow, so you're telling me that these people, even Israel, there was racism against the Arab Jews, and yet they still chose it over their own country? That's crazy.
Unironically, were disgusted by them. They thought that they would have to teach them how to use silverware. Israel always was a Western colonial operation, and all of a sudden, they needed more manpower.
You just to be clear, he's calling people who just survived the Holocaust a settler, he's calling them a settler. He's framing them as if they have this big Jewish colonialism. They're these really malicious actors. These people just got fucking holocausted. These people were just fucking holocausted.
Because it's obviously a ethno-religious supremacist ideology, but they simultaneously were well, these guys that are here, they're kind of barbaric because they're kind of Arabized. We need to make them Westerners again. And they were horrible. There was literally a fucking child adoption scheme, a child kidnapping scheme that Yemeni Jewish children were literally subjected to. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God. They literally had a Yemenite children affair. They stole the fucking children. They literally... Oh, and it still continues to this day. Ethiopian Jews are fucking sterilized by the Israeli state. People get really mad when you say that. They don't do it anymore, but they did that. Avi Shlem's experiences when he first arrived in it.
You just said it happens today, and now it doesn't? I don't even know. Well, that was jarring. He lied and admitted it within 2 seconds. Apparently, the women were given contraceptives without knowing. That's terrible. Thank you for the fact that... Oh, hold on, I gotta pause the...
in Israel also shows that it's best to call them Israelis, not Jews. He wasn't treated as a Jew in group when he first arrived to Israel, even though he was literally Jewish. Called them what they were, white Euro supremacist colonizers, because saying the Jews is literally omitting all the people the Jews didn't consider to be Jewish, even though they literally were Jewish. And by the way, some of the aftermath of all of that fucking brutal re-education that Arab Jews were subjected to is part of the reason why they had to, you know how Irish people in America are...
Wait, I thought you said that re-education camps were okay, though. I'm so confused. What happened?
Cops, more often than not. You're what the fuck did that happen? In a similar vein, a lot of the Arab Jews in Israeli society became some of the most intensely right-wing reactionary people in Israeli society so that they could be a part of the Zionist project to show that they were loyal soldiers of the Zionist project. That's where the likes of Itamar Ben-Gvir come from. Itamar Ben-Gvir is an Iraqi Jew, okay? He is Kurdish and Arab. Why is he such a fucking freak? Because he had to prove himself.
this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the
Yeah, here's a New York Times article about the abduction so people don't call you an anti-Semite conspiracy theorist.
What that click out? What the fuck?
It's not. It's like reservations. It's the same process. Disappeared children of Israel. In the state of Israel's early years, a number of parents in immigrant transit camps were told that their babies had died. The families believed that the babies were abducted by the Israeli authorities in the 1950s and were illegally put up for adoption to childless Ashkenazi families, Jews of European descent. A younger generation is demanding answers. They did that because they thought a lot of the Arab Jews were too Arabized, and because they were a white supremacist in their own way, because they were a white Eurocentric supremacist group of people that did not want to be like the Arabs in the region, they wanted to desperately and immediately fucking engage in the process of re-education for a lot of these people.
Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result...
But why doesn't he have to smoke for Germany? This is what I understand. So, okay, what's a far larger crime? What's a far greater, more consequential crime? You know what I mean? Oh, Jews were being harmed in fucking Morocco or in Algeria or
What? What is you? What?
Or in Egypt, okay? In these nasty Arab countries, Arab Jews were being harmed. They had nowhere else to go. They had to go to Israel. Okay. Who harmed Jews more? Arabs or systematically destroyed the lives of 6 million Jews? Germany. Why the fuck don't you advocate to build Israel on Germany then? What do you mean?
Are you retarded? Sorry, fuck. August, cut that. Dude, you have to be kidding me right now. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that you're there's no way that you're this fucking stupid. I'm so sorry for slurring. Bro, what are you talking about? His entire thing is that the Jews were just fucking genocided in Germany and they fled to a land that was given to them, which did displace people. And now you're like, oh yeah, they were being persecuted by every Arabic country. Okay, well, didn't Germany do that more? Yes, they did. Good job, you stupid fuck. But holy fuck, dude, this is insane. Like, this is really the fucking, like, this is your guy. This is your fucking idiot. He brought up the Nakba, even though Ethan never brought it up, and pretended that Ethan was comparing it to that. And now he's bringing up Nazi Germany. Oh yeah, I know all the Arabic countries were taking land away from people and treating them like fucking dog shit. Even the Ottoman Empire, which I claim, by the way, treats them so well. But didn't Germany do it worse? Yes. Thank you so much. You know what, man? Thank you so much, Hasan, for showing me that I should drink gallons of piss. Because isn't drinking gallons of shit worse? So I'm just going to drink gallons of literal piss. I'm just going to drink lots of piss. Lots of piss, because it's good for you. Because if drinking shit is worse, then drinking piss is a good thing. Thank you, Hasan. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. Incredible stuff. I appreciate that. I very highly doubt they could just decide to settle on that land. Again, they were given the land in Palestine. That was their homeland back in the day, back in the old Bible. And that's where they went. So don't know what to tell you. We're here now. We're here now. The Jews obviously went through a lot. That's the reality here. And so are Palestinian people. Oh,
Why is it? Why is it that you don't attribute the crimes of the Holocaust to the Germans in the same way that you say the real reason why a lot of Arab Jews became Zionists is because of the Arabs?
Who's eating this up? This is such an idiot talking point.
Because of the
Oh
fucking
my god, he's so dumb.
Scary Arabs. Yeah, of
Scary
course Germany
Ari.
atoned because they didn't have to be fucking ethnically cleansed. You know who got ethnically cleansed? The Palestinians, who had nothing to do with the Holocaust.
That's crazy, dude.
11,000 Palestinians fought against Nazi Germany before people say the Grand Mufti or some other bullshit. The Grand Mufti was a fucking colonial vestige, okay?
That's crazy. So some of these volunteers, I guess, motivated by the fascism and Nazi ideology, while others sought economic opportunity. Yeah, so maybe some of these Palestinians fought to fight against anti-Jewish sentiment. That's terrible. Well, thankfully, it's a good thing that they would fight. You know, thankfully, Israel does actually have 2 million Palestinian people who live there, Palestinian citizens. Well, oh, okay. Okay.
The notion that Germany's on the good side because they become performatively anti-Semitism in their shame for the Holocaust despite doing the Holocaust, whereas Arab countries famously did not do the Holocaust, yet we consider Germany to be an ally of Israel and Jews. Yeah, exactly, because it's fucking Euro.
Well, things have changed now. Things have changed significantly. And actually, the fact that Israel and Germany are on good terms now shows that Palestine and Israel can be on good terms later. So.
Centric supremacist bullshit. That is precisely the reason why. Because Arabs are barbaric.
What?
Unless you're an Arab Jew, in which case, okay, we'll give you a leg up in this circumstance, in Israel at least. You know?
Okay. Yeah, I love how he has to be. He knew he had to be careful there because he sounded stupid as fuck. Because he's like, oh yeah, Israeli people think that Arabs are fucking terrible. Well, except for Jewish Arab Jews, they obviously don't think. So it's like, okay, obviously they don't. Then you know that, fucking idiot.
They
2 million fucking Palestinians who live and vote and take part in government instead of fucking. Your mother's a fucking whore.
Them all out, 1 million plus of them, and force them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews of Israel...
Yeah, brother, I'm sorry. You don't understand. It is not a land without people for a people without a land. There were people there, okay? You can't just act like this was empty space that needed to be...
He doesn't. That's why he acknowledges that it's terrible what happened to them. But okay, if you say so, buddy boy. Buddy buckaroo.
Be occupied, okay? It wasn't empty space that needed to be occupied, okay? Under the...
Yes, that's why he says it's wrong. Okay. You did it, bud.
Ottoman Empire, Palestinians lived there. 2% of the population before the Aliyah process started, before the Balfour Declaration, was Jewish. Okay? The rest were the ancient... Here's the other side of the story. The ancient Jews that lived there, that stayed there, became Arabized, became Islamized throughout that process. So when you're actually when Israel's fucking killing Palestinians, they're unironically killing their own fucking ancestors too, in terms of the 3,000 years of history. But I'm not even going to get into that shit because people get real fucking touchy about that.
I don't think anybody cares at all about that. You just don't feel like info dumping that right now. But okay.
You're just killing your own ancestors in that process. We're like, well, you're barbaric and you're brutal and ruthless. You must be killed because I need this land now.
Okay.
Are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have...
What? Algerian Jews were given a choice between Algerian citizenship and French citizenship. And guess what they chose? You're not cooking. Oh, you're talking to him. Yeah, I already brought that up. I know. I did. He brought up Algeria, and it's such a clear-cut indication that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He just saw this goddamn meme on Instagram and thought he cracked the fucking code, dude. That's how little he cares about this issue that he's supposed to know about, right?
Okay. You say so.
Most of them are granted citizenship, not even a choice. Please read this. I'm Algerian. If you need a source on the collaboration, divide and conquer methods. I know. Cremer decree. I know. Decret Cremer. I know. Fuck. It's so crazy to me that he just literally plastered this on the fucking context nuke to make it seem as though all these unique and individual countries, some aren't even fucking Arab, by the way. He puts Afghanistan on there. He's not even Arab.
This makes you look stupid. You're saying that he's being anti-Arab, but he's just saying that surrounding countries didn't like Jews, and you're like, oh, this one isn't even Arab. You made that up. You're arguing against a ghost you created. What are you talking about? The fuck? You're this guy's a moron. Holy fuck! This is really your guy.
All of these guys were all of these guys.
I don't even know what the fuck was said. Like fucking because we're on like minute fucking 12 in this content nuke. That's the fucking reality, because Hasan won't shut the fuck up about it.
Nice. We're all being, they were systematically erasing Jews from their population. They like forced them out. Meanwhile, half the fucking people that he's pointing to didn't even go to, some of them didn't even go to Israel. There's some of them went to France and then went to Israel afterwards, but voluntarily. Oh.
1 known Jew. We know their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there.
Bro, how do you not understand? Bro, he said now those same people that forced them out of their homes say that they don't belong there. Do you not understand what Ethan is saying? These are not the same people, you fucking moron. You racist moron. The people that don't want them there right now are the Palestinians who were ethnically cleansed. You are putting the...
Right, but he's basically making the argument that like they told him to go there in the first place, right? That's very clearly the argument that he's making.
crimes of other Arab countries and what they might have done, which you don't even fucking know, by the way.
He's saying that like Israel was basically, or the Jews were basically put into a place where that was what they needed to do. They unfortunately needed that land. They needed somewhere that they could be safe at. That's the only point that he's making. Okay.
On the Palestinian Arabs that don't want to get their shit kicked in and don't want to be removed from their homes. Fuck! Kaya, please. Scared the shit out of me. He's literally saying, well, now these fucking nasty Arabs don't want the Jews to live here. Do you see this? How does he not understand? How does he not understand this argument? These are totally separate people, okay? If one is the wronged party, the other is the party doing the wrong.
Crazy.
Yeah, I know he got it from here. This is the Jewish Virtual Library map of the conflict. I mean, this is a classic Hosborough shit, okay? That's what it is.
Fuck, I'm gonna take too much here. Fuck me. I'm fucking choking so hard.
Little old Israel.
Choking as hard as Hasan is right now.
Didn't Ben Shapiro do the same video in October 2023? We already reacted to all of this at the point. Yeah, we did. He sees them all as the same. Dan thinks saying the Arabs is parallel to saying the Israelis. Wait, what? Dan said this?
There's a collection of a bunch of nations that all collectively kick the Jews out.
Yeah,
So
I know.
If he said the fucking Jews, what is he talking about?
Yeah, I guess more comparable.
They're complaining that he said fucking that he said the Arabs because it sounds insensitive, and then Ethan's like, "Oh, I didn't think it was. Sorry." That's pretty much it. It's like nothing. It's a big nothing burger.
Wait, what? Yeah, I don't say that. Yeah, if I were to say, "Oh, it's these fucking Jews," you would lose your goddamn mind. Oh my god, he literally only can understand bigotry if it's Jewish people in the fucking crosshairs. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Yes.
Okay.
That's crazy.
It would be the fucking Israelis.
It would be
like saying the fucking Israelis is different than saying the fucking Arabs. You're not even saying the fucking Moroccans kicked the Jews out, okay? You're saying the fucking Arabs kicked the Jews out.
You serious now?
This is so stupid. What are they doing over there? What is this? Even the crew charge.
They're anti-Semitic. 900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs.
Why was that cut? What the fuck cut was that? And then
Hasan is smiling because he's like, "Yep, I got the clip I needed."
I didn't even know what he was talking about because I was speaking honestly and I was speaking passionately. And obviously throughout this whole conversation, we've both been using fucking as a, it's
Dude, if I were to treat Jews as a monolith in the way that he treats Arabs, he wouldn't have to fucking constantly do delusional shit.
He wasn't treating them as like a fucking monolith. That's just ridiculous. He was just pointing out that Arabic countries were kicking him out. He probably could have communicated better. It's a fucking, he's having like a performative meltdown here. I just fucking myself again.
To infer anti-Semitism out of places where there's no anti-Semitism. You could just be like, all right, well, here it is. I'll let this speak for itself. Even when I talk about Israel and Israel's own demographic considerations, I always take the extra step to say Israeli Jews versus Israeli Arabs is their own classification because they're an ethno-religious supremacist country. I do not agree with this classification.
I mean, listen, this is the guy that says if you have any positive sentiment towards Israel, you're a fucking then you're a fucking neo-Nazi. That should be treated worse than like a dog. So okay, shouldn't even walk dogs. Doesn't have the right to like walk a dog. So,
but whenever I look at Israeli polling, when I say Israeli Jews, I literally will always immediately fucking slap that on there because I know some motherfucker is waiting like a hawk to be like, see, he said Jews. He said Jews. That's it. Okay. Because I know how this works. I know how this.
Yeah, it's called you're good at dog whistling. That's how it works.
Fucking works. He can say whatever the fuck he wants about Arabs, and no one is gonna be like, "Oh, that's a little racist." I don't really understand what the fuck you're talking about. But
bro, you guys had a meltdown because he acknowledged that from the river to the sea is a fucking anti-Semitic. It's like fucking anti-Semitic, and you're sitting here pretending like he has to be like perfect, or that he can say whatever he wants. But okay,
I say something that is even remotely misconstrued. It's over. It's over. Okay, my career is fucking over.
Yeah, it hasn't been over at all.
This is precisely the reason why, after a fucking entire year and a half of endless coverage on this issue, the only thing he can fucking point to is like, oh, well, Ian Idubbbs grabbed the fucking bleach sword that I know is not a swastika, but I'm going to act like it's a swastika for the fucking sake of this argument to make it seem like you're anti-Semitic. He can't even point to anything.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
And everybody does it in English, especially when you're like getting impassioned. You say this, fucking this, that. It's like,
is Islamophobia more acceptable than anti-Semitism? Come on, dude. Are you out of your fucking mind? Yes, of course it is. And anyone who tells you that...
Definitely not. You gotta be fucking with me.
That's not the case. It's delusional. What?
Left and the right fucking accept it as anti-Semitism. So, yeah, I don't know what else to tell you.
What are you talking about? Dude, a 6-year-old was stabbed to death by their landlord after October 7. The 6-year-old was Muslim, okay?
That's
the landlord,
terrible.
after October 7, did an Islamophobic hate crime and stabbed a 6-year-old tenant to death.
That's
if
terrible.
there was a role reversal where a 6-year-old Jewish boy was stabbed to fucking death, there would be like an understandable, he was Palestinian, there would have been an understandable outcry. That outcry did not even exist for this child. It's fucking ridiculous.
Oh.
There was another dude who shot people because they were wearing keffiyehs. How much more conversation? You're missing his point. He just wants you to acknowledge that the Jews fleeing their homes are suffering. I don't. This is ridiculous. You cannot.
He was about to say he doesn't care about the Jews. You almost did it.
Use this in the process of talking about the Nakba. Okay?
He wasn't.
It's like,
he wasn't doing it. He was not doing that. That's the problem. He wasn't doing that. Hasan made up a magical, imaginary argument about the Nakba in order to make it seem like Ethan was comparing it to the Nakba. What? What is he talking about? Like, am I fucking crazy? Am I just like misremembering the conversation because Hasan hasn't unpaused. He won't shut the fuck up. He still has the video at like fucking minute 6.
saying the Germans were suffering. It's like saying the Germans were suffering after World War I. I don't care. What the fuck? He fails to see that fears of settler colonialism was the cause, not anti-Semitism, because the colonies in Palestine pre-Holocaust.
Oh, you're gonna be fucking kidding me.
Like, in the context of Palestinian emancipation, this doesn't fucking matter. Do you not understand?
When does IDub show up?
Fuck. And it's like everything has to be around anti-Semitism all the time because that's the only way. That's the only fucking way you can justify this militant state. Do you not understand how this works? This is why he has to constantly present like, these guys are all anti-Semitic. Here, let's get to the fucking militant resistance. Let's get to the heart of the matter here. Okay, because there's so much happening here. There's so much happening here that's so idiotic.
So if the Jews of Israel are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups
militant terrorist groups
stated their goal is to annihilate Israel as a Jewish state.
Hamas was founded in 1978 as a Muslim Brotherhood cutout that was actually a fucking Islamic charity, okay? Hamas was not around in 1948. You cannot bring that up. Hezbollah was not around until 1982. And guess what? Hamas and Hezbollah both were born
did I get
out
about that?
of Israeli violence. Oh my God. How confusing. How shocking. Why does Hezbollah exist? I wonder. Ethan actually learned a little bit about it since he made this fucking stupid ass video because he had to say, Hamas's, Hezbollah's inception was a noble one. I will never forget. He said, noble Hezbollah.
And considering the historical context of Jews being pogromed from Arab countries.
Sorry, you're right. It was founded in 1987, not 1978. Not that it matters. No, I think, actually, you know what? You might be wrong. You might literally be wrong. I think like the official charter is 1987. But it was, before the official charter, it was Islamic charity. So I think I'm right and you're wrong. Yeah. For the record.
Me right,
just
you
letting you know.
wrong.
I remember reading Zach Foster on it. The charter is 1987, which is when it was officially a political movement, but pre-1987, before the charter, they were an Islamic charity. So I do believe it was in the 70s that it was an Islamic charity, if I'm not mistaken. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I'm actually flexing over here in real-time Hamas knowledge. Yeah, Hamas movement founded by Palestinian Islamic in 1987, but it emerged from its 1973 Mujama al-Islamiyya Islamic charity affiliated with the Muslim Brotherhood. I said 1978. I was wrong. It was 1973. Don't fucking test my Hamas knowledge, dude. I went to Hamas University, Columbia anti-Semite, baby.
Why are you so like invested in Hamas? Like it's so fucking weird.
That's right. Don't test my fucking knowledge on Hamas.
Oh my God.
Both wrong. Come on, dude. I said 1973, but I said it was an Islamic, is a Muslim Brotherhood Islamic charity. Yeah, I get all those fucking fruit baskets from Haas, okay? It's not for no reason. You feel me? It's not for no reason. This is the reason. This is why they give me the fucking fruit baskets. All right, let's get to the meat of it, actually. This is actually very educative because Ethan is clearly not a far-right lunatic. He's very progressive here and there, and is still insanely Islamophobic, just like when the Dems in America are social democrats everywhere. We can see how poisonous these positions can be. Exactly. Exactly.
Is it really that crazy for them to not feel safe as an ethnic minority, even a little bit? And that's
Yes, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's like white people being like, is it that crazy for me to feel?
He just said they're an ethnic minority, though, so they're not. So you can't really compare the two. Jesus fuck.
A little scared if we were to abolish the apartheid in South Africa. Come on. I mean, we've been pretty fucking mean to the black folk. Yes, you're saying the exact same thing. You're racist. That's it. It's just pure racism in your mind. Okay? I'm sick and tired of fucking addressing this as anything but. I hate being the woke guy. Okay? He's going to clip this and use it forever now. I don't care. I hate this shit. I hate playing the song and dance. Like, I'm not a woke motherfucker by any means. Okay? I'm very, very understanding of how social conditioning works and how someone can engage in microaggressions or whatever the fuck. Okay? Ethan was trying to constantly chirp about microaggressions, but this is not a microaggression. This is a pure racist fantasy. The only reason why Hezbollah is pummeling Israel as it was, and the only reason why October 7 happened is because of Israel. These are nationalist resistance groups against Israeli occupation. They were designed because Israel occupied these countries, just like in Lebanon. When Israel occupied Lebanon, that's when Hezbollah was created. There was already sectarian infighting that was taking place in Lebanon. Israel actually used the Maronite Christians in Lebanon as a weapon. They did the Sabra and Shatila massacres against the PLO, against the fucking Palestinians that had actually escaped Israel, went to Lebanon. They went in there and allowed the right-wing phalangist, fascist psychopaths to fucking slaughter people. That's where they actually did the babies getting pulled out of fucking mothers' wombs, by the way. That's those fucking phalangist fascists that did that. And you know what Israel did? They shut off the access points of the Sabra and Shatila neighborhoods. They shut them off. They had IDF stationed outside of the entry and exit points of this neighborhood so that the phalangists could kill everyone. They threw up flares in the sky so there was better visibility so that they could kill every single Palestinian and Shia Muslim in Lebanon they could. Fuck. They boxed these people in, and it was a complete slaughter. There's also a fucking Waltz with Bashir is the movie that an Israeli made.
He's just info dumping so much. This is so fucking unwatchable. He's just going. He's just info dumping, man. This is all this motherfucker does is he just fucking info dumps so hard.
About his own experiences, like losing his fucking mind after seeing the barbarity. Huh.
That's pretty much the entirety of our disagreement. Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
To a Palestinian charity? Motherfucker, you donated to my Palestinian charity. You fucking asshole. He's too embarrassed to admit that because that would look kind of stupid, wouldn't it? Oh my God. Oh my God. He literally doesn't even say, wait, what? There's no way he has to fucking admit that.
I'm not understanding. What's the issue? He's donating to your child. I'm not understanding what he's crashing out about now.
Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat. Thank you, Ethan.
Condemned Netanyahu as a war criminal.
This is so gross. I can't believe it. I can't believe how gross he is.
He's gross and he's racist, and I don't know what else to say.
He uses the $6,500 as though it's literally a permission for him to be as racist as he wants to. It's like, I gave $6,500. I said it was a genocide in 2021. What the fuck do you want from me? Now it's my time to constantly talk about the feelings of people that want to defend the apartheid state doing a genocide. This, ladies and gentlemen, is virtue signaling. This is precisely what he's doing. You don't get to do a fucking racism penalty ahead of time, okay? And then spend the rest of the year trying to fucking deplatform pro-Palestinian voices. What an insane thing to say. Also, $6,500, suck my dick. You buy fucking new watches every goddamn week. That's like worth $100,000. What the fuck do you mean? It's not even a good enough indulgence to fucking actually do the amount of deplatforming that you fucking engaged in. Okay, open up your fucking wallet a little bit harder. Jesus Christ. Oh, he's gonna clip this. Suck my.
This one's probably the only valid thing Hasan has said. Like, yeah, he has talked about it a lot. And like, yeah, you could donate more. You know, not that you have to, but.
Fucking cock from the back, you stupid bitches who constantly fucking say, he's gonna clip this, he's gonna clip this. I don't give a shit. He can clip everything. He can suck my dick from the fucking back, dude. Suck my fucking cock, okay? All of you dumb fucking optics lovers. Oh my God. Fuck you, dude. Yeah, I gave $6,500 to Black Lives Matter. I can say the N-word now, you know? Let me go deplatform every fucking black liberation activist. The fuck? What do you think is the N-word pass? You think that's how it works?
God, this is so unfun. Holy fuck.
Anyway, ironic because I
such a
think
bad
a
job
lot of you have
programming this
also
post.
seen that despite the $6,500 that he gave, and I fundraised for that one, millions of dollars, and then we fundraised again for Creators for Palestine, got together and fundraised again to the tune of like $2 million. And here's what this fucking dipshit had to say about the activism for Creators of Palestine. These people did nothing to Ethan, by the way, with the exception of having, like, I guess me and Frogan on. These were content creators from all different walks of life on YouTube that got together, saw the fucking severity of the situation.
Whoa. Well, the reason that he said that, though, again, was because Hasan refuses to acknowledge Kamala would have been better for Palestine. And so, like, his argument was like, hey, like, why don't you, like, that was his argument, was like, okay, this doesn't really mean anything if you're not going to actually advocate. Like, you had an opportunity to do real change. It was a little jaded, so he probably shouldn't have said it, but that was the point.
Severity of the fucking crisis, and actually fundraised, worked with charities on the ground that were working at the time, that were able to deliver aid into Gaza. He saw that, and he was fucking jealous that the spotlight wasn't on him for a brief moment. And here's
I gave $5 to I bought cookies from somebody with Down syndrome. I can say the Arsenal now. Okay, guys? I'm just fucking being stupid. Sorry about that before. I feel bad.
How he reacted to all of that.
$1.6 million. That's fantastic. Literally negligible. They've received billions of fucking dollars. It's a good thing. Has $1.6 million had an outcome on anything happening in Gaza? Absolutely fucking not. Has it helped people? Sure. Has it helped fucking...
Is he crashing out or is he always like that? He always yells like this. It's like a very big performance he does.
Actual, like, movement? No.
Yeah. What is $1.6 million? Oh, negligible. But I gave $6,500.
They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a...
Yeah, remember what I said to Ethan Klein after this conversation that took place? When Ethan asked me, hey, what should have people done after October 7th? And I said, well, Netanyahu should resign and then new leadership should be democratically elected. So when Ethan Klein wants to present himself as pro-Palestinian, he says Netanyahu should resign in disgrace. But when he's having a conversation with me, an actually pro-Palestinian person, and I say, what should have happened after October 7th? And I say, Netanyahu should resign in disgrace. This is his fucking response.
You think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel...
And I'm over here saying like 85% of Israelis hate Netanyahu right now. He should not be in office.
Hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack...
Yeah, what happened? But when he's saying he's a stalwart...
Well, no, he's not being... What you're saying is you're being fucking stupid. Like, you're obviously not proposing any real solution. That's the point, right? Like, he thinks Netanyahu shouldn't be in power. Absolutely. But you said, what do you think Israel... What do you think the Israeli government's going to do in response? Like, what do you think they should do in response to just being, like, attacked? Like, 1,200 people being killed and raped and murdered and, like, fucking, you know, dehumanized. Innocent civilians. Or, excuse me, 800 of them were innocent civilians. And you're like, oh, well, they should dissolve the government. It's like, okay, that's completely unrealistic. But, okay, that's great. It's an impractical solution. It's fucking crazy.
Word ally of the fucking...
You're just being stupid.
Palestinian plight. All of a sudden, he's like, well, I said Netanyahu should resign in disgrace. So I guess you didn't want Netanyahu to resign in disgrace because he's a fucking liar. That's it. Okay? He is not only a racist, Islamophobic piece of shit, but he's also a fucking liar. He is inconsistent as shit. It is impossible to pin him down on a position because one day he says, oh, I think it's a genocide. The next day he says it's a fucking war. So you have to look at and I'm going to use a term that Ethan has used quite a bit to justify his clip chimps, the totality of a man's actions. Because he always says, oh, you look at the totality of Hasan, he's anti-Semitic.
I wonder how long it took for him to come up with like this argument. You know, like it took him quite a while to like come up with this fucking disingenuous argument. It's like he had to watch this. He probably watched this offline, and like a whole bunch of other shit just to come up with this. Because holy fuck, this is so dishonest. It's actually fucking crazy.
He's anti-Semitic. He's anti-Semitic. Okay? If you look at the totality of Ethan's actions, you realize that he is an inconsistent, lying piece of shit who is too fucking embarrassed to admit, either because he's worried that his wife is not going to fucking let him sleep in the same bed. Maybe he's going to put him in the fucking race car bed or something. Or
now he's just blaming Ela. Now he's just blaming Ela for fuck. Now he's just blaming Ela for everything. Saying that Ethan's a cuck and he changes his perspective because of what Ela says.
Because that's just genuinely his perspective. He's too embarrassed to openly say that he thinks what Israel is doing could not be considered a fucking genocide. Okay? Because if you actually thought Israel was doing a genocide, you wouldn't have done this video. You know what you would have done instead? A video on the fucking genocide that Israel is doing.
Damn.
Don't give me this 2 things could be true at once. Every single thing that you've posted in the past 17 minutes that it took 2 hours for me to fucking go over has been bullshit. Every single thing has been fucking bullshit.
Well, no, not really.
Oh my god.
That's not true at all. What are you talking about, dude? Fucking, we got the Russian cum guzzler over here.
Yeah, who was
I can't believe I should have just watched this instantly. I would have had a fucking 100,000 people watching me. I would have did tricks on this shit. Now,
no, you wouldn't have. It took you fucking 4 months to come up with the arguments. Fuck you, man.
What a wonderful
Jesus,
opportunity. I could have just fucking ended this conversation then and there and showcased how fucking stupid.
Like he's been fucking filibustering this entire time. Okay, I'm 4 hours into like this video so far, and Hasan has watched 17 minutes of the video. Just to be clear, he's filibustering it hard as fuck. That's all it is.
But he's being
war criminal. They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Called the West.
Why are you immune to criticism because there's a genocide? No, you fucking moron. I am not immune to criticism. You're a fucking idiot if you don't understand my point here. The criticism is invalid. Can criticism be invalid? Or is all criticism automatically valid because your favorite fucking neurotic content creator decided that it was valid because his feelings were hurt?
Well, I guess it depends if your favorite neurotic content creator is Hasan Barker.
I'm not saying I'm immune to criticism, okay? I'm not saying that at all. That's the way he's framing it. Look at this criticism. What is the fucking criticism? Oh, well, Israel is surrounded by scary Muslims. And
he's getting so fucking triggered. Holy
what is he supposed
shit.
to do? Of course it had to be violent. Like, that's the criticism? What a fucking criticism that was. His criticism is, I'm racist. His criticism literally is, my name is Ethan Klein, and I'm fucking racist against Arabs. So Israel has to be violent. That's the criticism? I'm sorry.
He's crashing out so hard right now.
Also, is Ethan immune to criticism because he gave $6,500 to my fucking fundraiser? So he's immune to criticism?
Fuck.
You say, why are you focusing on me when there's a genocide? Yes, you fucking moron, because him and I are supposed to be in alignment here. Him and I are supposed to be in agreement here. He said as much.
I'm pretty sure at this point that Hasan is just desperately filibustering so that you don't remember the context of what was just said. I'm pretty sure of that. All right, guys, we're back. My wife said she was down to do like a little hanging out while she did her work. So we got a little bit of a ghetto setup, but this is a continuation. It's probably going to be all one video. So let's continue. It's on 1.5 speed. You probably won't notice though. Okay. I'm going to pick up where we left off.
In alignment here. Him and I are supposed to be in agreement here. He said as much.
Yeah. Sorry, you're getting thrust into the middle.
Oh my God. He can't handle it all. So fragile. Yeah. By the way, the difference between me and Ethan is you can say that in here after waiting for 60 minutes. Okay. You will never be able to say that in Ethan's chat. If you're
I don't remember exactly what the context is right now. So
a member in Ethan's chat, you have to pay. And even if you were to ever fucking even lightly criticize him, he will ban you. He will ether you. That is a big part of the reason why so many people have left his community and fucking hate his ass, because he cannot stand even an iota of valid criticism. Okay?
Yoda?
His entire project is literally criticism that was warranted, that he could not stand. So he made it his fucking life's mission to ruin people's lives. Oh, it must be because they're fucking... What? Oh my God, I thought you were being serious. Don't call him neurotic in spite of his obvious visible neuroticisms. He's a dog whistle because he's Jewish. I am Jewish and this is sarcasm. I shouldn't have fucking freaked me out for a second. I got banned from the subreddit for calling Israel an apartheid. That's when I knew it was over. Yes.
Okay.
Bank settlements an abomination. Settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal. I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets.
Yeah, he doesn't think that, I don't think, because he claims that, but his wife was defending the West Bank when she, well, not defending the West Bank, but defending West Bank settlers when she went into Ramallah to a raid, you know.
Just so you know, so when Elo was 19, she had to join the IDF because that's the rules over there if you're Jewish.
I just need to pause for a further second.
Oh my goodness. What?
What are we watching?
It's Israel-Palestine, Hasan shit.
What is Hasan watching?
Ethan's content nuke.
Oh, okay.
You know what we're doing?
Honestly, no.
Can I continue?
Sure. What is the content nuke? Is this related? Is this before or after the debate?
This is after the debate, but the content nuke released in January.
Oh.
So he's just watching it now.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to continue, okay?
Okay.
Probably not a valid military target, right? So don't know about that.
When you talk about like colonial settlers and stuff, like that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now. And these people are more or less valid military.
This clip from the Sam Cedar debate shows how inconsistent he is.
I certainly underestimated that they would.
That's why they
I
attacked.
certainly underestimated that they would go this far. Use.
I didn't think they'd go this far, but
bomb hospitals.
5 minutes later.
Unfortunately, I think their response was inevitable.
Is he already watching another clip of something else? What the fuck?
Based on everything that happened.
You think it was inevitable that they would kill these many people?
That's why they attacked.
I certainly underestimated that they would go this far. Use.
I didn't think they'd go this far, but
bomb hospitals.
5 minutes later.
Unfortunately, I think their response was inevitable based on everything that happened.
Why
Do you think it was inevitable that they would?
I think Hasan has watched more clips of more irrelevant clips than actually the content. Nuke. So that's incredible.
How do you have a normal conversation with a person like this who is so quick to change his position from moment to moment? How are you supposed to have a conversation with a person who is so narcissistic that all he cares about is winning that fucking argument in that moment? Which is
what is he? I mean, he didn't change any position, so I don't really know what the context is here.
precisely why he will flip flop on positions.
Flip-flop,
The irony, of course,
baby.
here is that yes, that might work for his fucking stupid fan base that remains here or are really horny to just be like, oh yeah, let's take down Hasan, because there's plenty of fucking people who hate me online because they believe all the fucking lies sometimes that Ethan tells as well.
It's all the lies, baby. Everybody doesn't like him just because of all the lies, baby.
Okay, but like it just. For the average person, the reason why Ethan fails in this regard, aside from all the people that just simply want to look at this conflict from the framework.
As an average person, what is your take so far of the situation?
Are you asking me?
No, yeah, of course, baby love.
To be honest,
Yeah.
this is probably not a good thing to have me sit in on because I truly don't care about anything. And I'm not really listening that much right now. I'm
That's
trying
fine.
to find
I'm just happy
a
that you're
behavior
here.
plan review that I've lost.
That's fair. Something that matters. Yeah, I feel you.
I haven't really heard anything he's said so far, which to me says I don't think anything important has been discussed yet in my time sitting here.
Not really.
Okay.
Okay. He's just yapping.
The reason why he fails in this regard is because he can never make a consistent position. He cannot have a consistent moral position. He does not have one. He just wants to win the argument from the fucking from the immediate fucking clip that he can try and put together. You call it a Wellcheck. This is precisely what I mean. His entire community has become a fucking group of perverted serial harassers who are now fucking harassing my ex-girlfriend.
Shit, I want to harass some fucking cereal right now, dude. Cereal's a dessert food, by the way, guys. You know what I'm saying?
For a post that she made that she literally went back on, and they just can't fucking give it up.
Who's his ex-girlfriend? Who the fuck is that? Who's he referring to? Is he referring to me about to die?
They literally think, oh, I can use anything and everything against Hasan, so we gotta fucking we gotta use like a weak moment, not of myself, mind you, but a private moment to literally fucking harass a Muslim sex worker. By the way, not shocking, of course, looking at the way that these dipshits fucking behave. God damn, dude. Complete lack of empathy. You don't give a shit about anything. You just want your
Is he saying he used to date a Muslim sex worker? That's interesting.
fucking daddy to win the conversation. So you'll do anything and everything. It's
That's
fucking
crazy,
depressing and
dude.
depraved. You're fucking depressing and depraved. You are not a real human. You are literally subhuman. You have dropped your humanity in an effort to defend a person that doesn't know you exist. I need you to understand this. You don't know the full scope of any of the fucking issues that you're talking about. You just got duped by a fucking Reddit post. You got duped by a Reddit post. You saw something on Reddit and it clicked for you because you want to fucking hate me.
Crazy,
That's
dude.
it. That's so fucking sad, dude. That is so sad. Subhuman is crazy. It's not crazy. You are. You have literally dehumanized yourself. You have reduced yourself to something less than a human being.
That's
Okay?
fucked up, dude.
Oh, you cannot maintain a slave society nor an apartheid one without extraordinary levels of dehumanizing racism. Of course, those next level S-tier races are going to fear retributive actions because they don't expect their victims to be humans who will feel relief when the terror they are subjected to ends. Instead, they can't help but imagine their victims will be inhuman, retributive monsters. Yes. Chad, Hasan has actually interacted with this person. You have not.
Wow, that's super based.
Is your plan to make this unwatchable? Yes.
It targets, in my opinion. My only
Yes,
crime is
that,
one.
That is his plan, is to make this unwatchable. I think that's actually true.
Yeah, my only crime is just wanting a two-state solution. Don't spout
State
Zionist
solution.
discourse, then shrug. You're just showing you're a Zionist, Ethan. People shrug. Why would this be a bad thing? Why would this be a bad inference to make? All you're showing in this fucking video is that they were right. My moderation team was fucking right. They were right from the goddamn jump. And I thought, because I knew you personally, that maybe I could change your fucking mind. And I was wrong. It turns out those people made the correct assessment about you, Ethan. And you couldn't give up on that. You could not let that fucking go. Oh, it's because I'm Jewish. No, dumbass. It's because you're doing propaganda for Israel. And I tried to kindly and gently in private conversations explain that to you. People don't know you like that. So of course they're going to make these fucking inferences that you're pro-Israel because you sound like Ben Shapiro when you talk about fucking Israel. So you should have understood it back then. You should have been an open-minded person back then, taking some accountability, maybe taking a fucking step back on the issue and either never talked about Israel-Palestine ever again, or at the very least do some fucking reading. And I don't mean getting talking points from 60-year-old stalkers of mine that are fucking podcast co-hosts of Destiny to try and win an argument when you can't even fucking functionally win the argument in the eyes of most people online. So you have to crawl back to your fucking hug box of psychopathic right-wing perverts and keep posting on your Instagram stories about Tucker Carlson's daily caller operation, writing articles about me being bad. You fucking suck.
Instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist. And because of Hasan and others spreading this malicious lie about my beliefs, I'm even getting harassed on the street.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
Dude, this was also fucking insane. This was also insane. This fucking clout shark freak, he attributed this to me. He admitted that I don't fucking know this guy, and he lied about it. He put it in his fucking context, Nuke.
acting like this is a fan of mine. This motherfucker then turned around the other day and lied and was like, no, dude, I was a fan of Hasan. He's such an obvious fucking clout shark, you dumbass. You don't care. This dude's a real fucking anti-Semite too, by the way. He's a Sneeko fan. He's a Holocaust denier, but it doesn't matter. Ethan, as long as someone gives him the affirmation, he will literally place them above everybody else. Place them above people that he's known for fucking years, whether it's...
That's crazy.
Maybe
IDubs
what we
or
could
even...
do is if he says something, you could be like, hey.
Oh, if he says something important, I'll be like, hey, what do you think about this?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's probably not going to happen because none of it's important.
Place them above someone like my...
So far, he's just kind of pausing every 2 seconds and then like having an absolute meltdown. You know why?
No.
He has Giardia.
Who is infinitely more knowledgeable on this issue, he will literally use a guy that he fucking used in his podcast as an anti-Semite, as the only pro-Palestinian type of person that's out there, to make it seem like this is how the pro-Palestinian position looks like. A guy who fucking stalked him in public to make it seem as though this was a fan of mine. Here's my first interaction with him on stream.
Pothead or Potman. Is that it?
Oh.
Are you guys doing interviews?
So basically, this guy is a fan of Hasan's, and Ethan said, "Hey, this guy's a fan of Hasan's," and this dude's fucking crazy, and he was harassing me, and now Hasan's having a meltdown, and that's pretty much it. Now we're gonna have to go into a separate whole thing here.
I know I look Jewish. Oh.
Hasan basically has a bunch of clips ready, but he's pretending he's like live watching it without like any context. It's very strange behavior.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's weird.
No, we're just streaming. We're just, the guy.
Like, it's fine to be prepared for it, but he wants to like pretend that he's not prepared for it. It's like he's got a weird ego. He's got a weird ego going on. That's the problem, you know.
Normally the answer would be yes, but he's been.
Dude, every single one that was there with me, Lol Overruled, March, and Sin and Marxism, who's there as well, we all thought this guy was a fucking freak. We didn't know who the fuck he was. We didn't know who the fuck we were. Okay.
Damn.
You should, Heike, though, copy the sign that he has in his room.
What
it's
sign?
Hasan sign.
Which one?
That.
Oh, you want me to do this?
You get a Papa Gut one.
Okay,
Yeah.
I like that. Okay.
What are you guys doing? What kind of content?
Just streaming. Live stream.
Oh, live streaming? Yeah. Dude. Twitter, bro? You guys on Twitter?
Yeah.
Actually, you get viral there sometimes or no?
Sure.
I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just like, I'm a content creator too, bro.
Sure.
I do content. I'm trying to make content, but I don't know.
Even their subreddit called this freak out, Dating and Money 101 on Hasan's UCLA stream protest. He didn't pass the vibe check. I think I looked gay in that one. I remember watching this live and was like, what the fuck's this dude's deal? March behind the camera kept trying to signal Hasan this dude was odd. Was saying unhinged shit and just being a nuisance. I would have never guessed this dude would come back to my lore in the universe like this. Too fucking funny. So what's up, love? When are we dancing? Interesting. So Ethan Klein's subreddit was actually, before it turned into this like fucking fuck Hasan operation, before it turned into a snark subreddit, was actually infinitely more understandable and more amenable to my position. Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah, you're my hero to Hasan, 90130. After that, oh, you're a communist dude who had no idea who he was. Probably just looked up who's streaming from there and went for some clout. That's an important piece of context. And you'd assume Payment Spiritual just didn't see that context until you found out he's a Destiny fan. DGG are so unbelievably bad faith and obsessed with Hasan. Wow. Wow. Look at that.
That's incredible.
Hamas Pecker. Hasan tried to get fellow streamer to support terrorists, but failed. Infested with these fucking little freaks, these cretins, all over the goddamn subreddit, all up and down, dude. Look at that. And your community, Ethan, used to actually fucking call this shit out. And then you banned every single person that called it out because you wanted a hug box that would make you feel good. And these guys use you like a goddamn cum sock, for the record.
Okay. Thanks for the $3 from Gravy. Just remember, it doesn't matter if grapes happen. True. That's according to Hasan. True.
Okay? They use you. They think you're fucking stupid. And quite honestly, you might be. You were stupid enough to fucking throw away all of your friends for how horny you were to defend Israel. And now you're getting manipulated by the dumbest, most autistic fan base on the fucking planet.
What friends? Because iDub said they were just like fair weather friends. They weren't even real friends, right? So didn't lose iDubs as a friend. And then Hasan, 2 people. I don't know. Doesn't really sound like all of your friends here.
Okay? Weaponization of autism through and fucking through. And they are literally all crawling up and down your fucking walls.
Okay. Incredible.
Now they're going to clip this and be like, Hasan is being ableist, as a matter of fact. No, my community is the second most autistic. Okay?
Crazy.
Hey, that's us, not them. Yeah. We need to level up our autism. I'm going to be doing extra vaccines.
You think Hasan is autistic?
No.
Okay. You think that people who watch Hasan are autistic?
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for your professional opinion. I love it.
You're welcome.
That's an important piece of context, and you'd assume Payment Spiritual just didn't see that context until you find out he's a Destiny fan. DGG are so unbelievably bad faith and obsessed with Hasan. This was 8 months ago. The subreddit has changed dramatically since then. I highly doubt that this guy understands the difference between communism and liberalism. I think he just assumes everyone's on the left the same as Hasan is on the left. The one I don't think get is how he likes Hasan and Sneeko and him and have major beef and disagree on everything except for Palestine. Yeah, the dude literally looked up who the fuck I was because he realized that I was on camera, and then he came back and acted like a fan. He's a cloud chaser. He was weird and gross. Everybody fucking there hated his vibes, and that's precisely what happened. And Ethan knows that that's precisely what happened, at least now. But, you know, no retractions there. I mean, I guess I did get a retraction out of him in the conversation because he tried to fucking use this guy.
Okay.
What? I'm going to assume, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt when you call that child subhuman and assume you mean inhumane. Subhuman is dehumanizing slur by the Nazis to dehumanize Jewish people.
Fuck.
Not every fucking pejorative is about Jewish people. What the fuck are you saying, dude? The reach of the fucking day, dude. The woke Olympics. Dude, none of this shit works, by the way. I'm just letting you know. Don't do this fucking, I'm actually being cautious for you because the optics of this is really bad. Like, no, dude. You're only in here to fucking get this clip so you can get a response out of me and then clip it and be like, see, Hasan was doing dangerous anti-Semitism again. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? That's not even woke, that's just trolling yet. That's not even a thing. Oh my God. The communities of some of the most offensive, toxic, and racist human beings on the planet are currently woke scolding you. I know, they get in here to be like, well, you know, I want to be a white guy that says the N-word, but also at the same time, I'm just going to sit here and be like, well, subhuman is actually a dangerous anti-Semitic slur.
No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Because, bro, you're... was she in the IDF?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Mandatory service.
That's
Born
sad.
there.
That's terrorism, bro.
She was born there.
That's sad. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro.
Look at the fucking...
You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a...
Yeah, yesterday he shouted this guy out with his Insta handle, by the way, and he said justice for his at on his Instagram. You want to know why he did that? You want to know why he did that? Hasan, you say subhuman a lot. It's not a good look. I'm going to keep saying that. I don't care. Shut the fuck up, please. Enough. Enough. You're doing the thing. You're doing the thing. You're doing the thing where you hyper-focus on something that is not a real relevant issue, only to give ammunition to fucking haters to make it seem as though this is actually a bigger deal because you just can't. You've been in here for 6 hours and you're bored and you want to narcissistically make yourself the center of the conversation. And you know that if you say something woke enough, that I'm probably going to respond to it because you're going
to... What if he just didn't respond to it? And when people disagree with him, what do you guys think about that?
Piss me the fuck off.
Instead, you're narcissistic for him not being able to control himself. Dude, I should fucking lower the difficulty of this because I'm terrible at this game. I should put it down. Let's see. So I can actually...
Why is he giving him the one thing he wants the most clout? Because Ethan will use anyone and everyone as a weapon. He says he cares about anti-Semitism, but he's aligned with the likes of quartering. Okay? He says he cares about anti-Semitism. He's aligned with the... He thinks I'm mean about his wife. He's aligned with guys like Nicholas Eat Oreos, who's called Hila a fucking horse over and over again. Damn. He's aligned himself with Keemstar, who's also called Hila a horse over and over again.
Oreos.
I've never disrespected his wife like that. I've simply called into question why she defends Israel so vociferously, okay, while simultaneously showing the inconsistency of calling Rashid, which is going to be another part of this fucking context puke, obviously, in a little bit. Rashid, who is a fucking 19-year-old in Yemen that he falsely claims is a fucking Houthi rebel soldier terrorist, when his wife, by his own estimation, would be a terrorist in the West Bank. And a valid military target in his own estimation. Anyway, we're moving on from this shit. This guy's a fucking delusional loser, okay? And he's a Sneeko fan and probably a fucking Holocaust denier. I know Sneeko is a Holocaust denier. And guess what, dude?
So is Bad Empanada, and you love that guy. You just called him. You just said he wasn't anti-Semitic.
Can they backtrack on calling the IDF a terror organization?
They take me.
Oh wow, that's funny. Okay. Yeah, remember. Yeah, was that Yemeni firefighter you showed earlier a terrorist? Yeah, according to Ethan, he is, because he said fucking strike Tel Aviv. So for Ethan, that firefighter is now a Houthi rebel, okay? Now, this fucking dipshit, okay? This goddamn dipshit is a clout-chasing ass loser who's literally using the issue of Palestine to fucking chase clout. So his stupid ass dating and money coaching seminars can actually get, can actually launch off the ground, okay? That's his only goal here. That's the only thing he wants to do. But of course, for Ethan, that's enough to be like, well, this guy is the average Hasan fan. He harasses me in broad daylight. What the fuck kind of disgusting nonsense is this? How ridiculous to do this, especially when his fans are actually loyal Fedayeen that go out and under his directive and under his watchful gaze, go out and harass people in public.
Love watchful gaze.
Okay? Yeah, Ethan had no issues debating this fucking dipshit on his own podcast and platforming him because it was a fun way to basically belittle pro-Palestinians. This is the only guy who he has brought forward as a pro-Palestinian figurehead onto his fucking podcast. And then I guess...
He had Sam Cedar on. What are you talking about? He had Sam Cedar on. What are you talking about? And then you. What?
Ownerbox, who literally has talked about sniping jobs, who has absolutely become such an aggressive Destiny dick rider that he just basically repeats whatever the fuck Destiny's saying, even though, to my knowledge, I thought that he no longer actually fucked with Destiny because, you know, Destiny actually did horrifying things to his ex-girlfriend. So, I don't know. There's current litigation happening in that process, I thought. But
I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he was like showing nudes of her... Not ex-girlfriend, of like random girls to other random girls without them knowing. Yeah, pretty gross stuff for sure. Okay.
Lonerbox, who was so fucking charitable too as well, because I saw some of his earlier videos. Also, here he is admitting that this person is an anti-Semitic Sneeko fan and not a Hasan fan. Why did he actually present this guy as an anti-Semitic Sneeko fan, which he is, by the way? But then in the context, Nuke, he very quickly says this is a Hasan fan. Why?
Mode.
Because he came up to me at a fucking pro-Palestinian rally, figured out who I was to try to get a fucking a quote out of me for his dumbass dating show, and it was very obvious that we were grossed out by him. And if you actually truly thought that this was a repulsive figure that should not be highlighted, why the fuck did you actually praise him? Why does your subreddit praise him? Why? I know why. Because he gave you what you wanted. He literally came out and said, he came all over himself. Oh, I'm actually a Hasan fan. He gave you what you wanted. You could use it to your advantage. So you fucking literally hyped him up again. You gave him the one thing that he wanted, clout. Here is your stalkers on the other hand, your actual stalkers on the other hand, which ironically from my stalker
Dude,
account.
oh my God, this is so fucking ridiculous. Every time somebody talks, he has like 17 clips that he had like his mods collect for him. They watch the Content Nuke forum and they gave him a bunch of information that they can counter, even though like none of it matters.
Which he highlights all the fucking time. Harassing Dan Clancy.
Hey Dan, do you have any comment on why you won't let Ethan Klein stream on your platform?
He is
The
streaming on
Hasan
the
content
platform.
noob?
Yes.
Why he got banned twice?
It got reversed.
He got reversed, but it was like it was not an automatic ban. Do you have any comment on that?
No comment.
No comment? All right, good to know.
Yeah. Classic.
Classic, dude. Thanks for the $5 from Jack Esposito. Listening to this right now with my homie girl, Lexi. She's a normal person. She's totally lost in this 3-layer reaction. Also, she's single, ladies. Okay. Hi, Heart Papa. I love you too, brother.
Ethan then turned around. Ethan then fucking turned around. Ethan turned around and literally fucking posted this, as you can see, in his Instagram story. Okay? Yeah, go and do this. Go and do this, brave citizen journalist.
Well, I mean, this is the owner or like the CEO of Twitch, so I don't really care if they're doing that.
Girly Pop Nation is out of fucking control, dude. Holy shit. Imagine if I posted someone going up to Ethan in broad daylight, or going up to Dan, okay? Going up to anybody like this. And then post it on my Instagram story, be like, hell yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Stick it to the man. There are people in positions of power that actually do wrong, okay? Dan is a CEO. He can handle it. I'm not going to fucking defend the CEO of the goddamn platform.
Well, that's what you're doing right now, so.
But the reality of the matter is, this kind of fucking personal vendetta that you are putting on your audience is setting a dangerous precedent. You and the way you use your community is incredibly fucking dangerous, okay?
Okay.
You should show him these things and he ignores them. IDubbbz explains he got harassed, but he said nothing about it. Yeah, he doesn't care. He thinks it's not harassment.
Enough of this game.
He got scared. He got spooked.
Fuck it.
KKK Clancy, that's right.
Like, that's crazy, dude. KKK Clancy. When Ethan was claiming...
Well, yeah, because they stopped like Israelis from being able to make new accounts for like a year. And they were platforming people who were doing fucking anti-Semitic tier lists that were basically Arab to Jew. Arab good, Jew bad, you know?
On numerous videos.
You have something to say? You just watching?
Ethan looks handsome there.
You think he looks handsome there?
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding?
No.
What makes him look handsome there?
I think he recently had a look where he shaved his eyebrows or something.
Yeah, yeah. He does that a lot.
Oh yeah?
You don't like it when he shaves his eyebrows? Okay, fair enough. You don't. Okay, I'm gonna continue.
That Twitch was an incredibly deeply anti-Semitic platform, okay? Because they had made like insane shit, like unbanning Sneeko, insane, right? Sneeko
Well, yeah, that and fresh and fed people who are like Holocaust deniers. Yeah,
was obviously a Holocaust denier. He is an incredibly anti-Semitic person. He's delusional, right? And he was like, "Oh, dude, Twitch is so anti-Semitic. They actually fucking, they actually had they unbanned Myron Gaines or something."
Yes.
It's like, bro, he's on your platform. He's on YouTube. Why don't you fucking criticize YouTube? It's your platform.
Because they're demonetized on YouTube actually. So,
like, what the fuck are you talking about? None of this shit makes sense.
One more time, because
Great job.
I feel like he's angry too. You can sense.
You can sense that like people have been driving him crazy with this topic or something.
Oh, he hates me.
But great job to this girl.
Absolutely. I don't know who this is, but shout outs to this.
Looks like she's in chat because there's one person saying that's my video.
Oh, we love you, girly.
Yeah, yeet the goat. Let's go. This dude, if you look through his fucking tweets, it's like a 16-year-old loser who fucking hangs out and like talks about lolly porn with Sex Pestany and Dan Stalkman. Okay,
Stalkman. Holy
on his
shit.
Twitch streams, and his community is cherishing this fucking guy. Amazing. Anyone that stalks or engages in predatory behavior at the behest of Ethan will get cherished. Okay. The irony is, while he does all this shit, he wants everyone to denounce things that are happening to him that I have nothing to do with. He has no evidence that I've done anything to him with respect to like a CPS call. He has no evidence that my community did something
You didn't say that you did. What?
like that. But he still said everyone on the internet did the CPS call to him. I don't even
What? When did he say that? What the fuck is he talking about?
know. I don't know what the fuck happened. Why would I know anything about that? Why would I have anything to do with that? Snarkers called CPS.
He never said that you had anything to do with it. What is it? What is this guy talking about? He's fucking unhinged.
PS on me, he says. And then when I engage him on that, and I say, hey, what the fuck? What are you doing over there? What's going on? What do you mean? The snarkers, who I don't even have a fucking direct association with, that I have no control over, are mostly your fans, your former fans, are doing this to you. Do you have any evidence for that? He's like, no, I don't. I don't know who did it. Yeah, this is the fucking community that he is the head moderator of, by the way. Yeet. This. Islam contributed one damn thing for humanity over 1,400 years. There's like, it's like a straight up fucking 4chan community. He loves this shit.
Okay.
Ethan calls Yeet my boy.
The bane of all existence. My boy, Yeet.
I mean, for the record, he is not even, he's not even as relevant as a dog shit that I would step on the side of the road. But, you know, keep bigging him up, I guess, big guy.
The Twitter god.
I don't know. Is that Yeet guy like a new account? Because ever since I came back to Twitter, I feel like I've just been seeing that guy shit all the time. So I don't know, man. It seems like he's got some ball. He seems like he's got a little bit of shit going on there. No.
Yeet is like doing some crazy work.
I'm trying to find. Oh, here it is. Or Awk 2000, but he just goes by Yeet. The crying laughing emoji. Hasan hates this account.
Yeah. He's one of the mods, and this is alt account. Pompous blacktivists think if they can throw out a bunch of bullshit questions and claims really fast and aggressive tone of voice, that the content of those claims doesn't matter. This is how you end up getting to the point of walking back Israel's dropping nukes on Gaza. The N-word is, of course, uncensored in the original post that he posted.
Based. I don't even know what the fuck's happening.
Dan Stalkman, once again, prominent DGG content creators, prominent DGG stalkers, all together. They have literally Twitter communities dedicated to stalking all progressive content creators, and Ethan is firmly invested in that and is shouting them out, including shouting out the person who fucking stalked the CEO of Twitch.
Crazy. You mean just showed up to like some kind of an event and said hi to him and then didn't continue to follow him? Is that stalking now?
Okay. Yeah, they're calling Nick DiOrio, Saint Nick, on the show. Nick DiOrio called Gila a fucking horse for years. Okay.
Whoa.
He made YouTube videos on Ethan's decline for years. But the moment that they're like on board with what Ethan is doing, he turns around and he's like, you're the best. I love you. That's all it takes.
I mean, things have changed quite radically over time. Didn't this guy, doesn't Hasan, like, he's Bad Empanada is like #1 fucking cum guzzler now. Doesn't he talk about how Bad Empanada used to be like terrible or whatever? So like by this logic, I mean, does that make you some kind of a hypocrite then? I don't really understand. You know, things change, man. Like I've gone through different phases of agreeing with Ethan, disagreeing with Ethan. It's like normal shit.
I'm willing to bet tomorrow if Ethan put the crosshairs on someone else, or I said, you know what, my bad, I was wrong. I love you. You're the GOAT. He would literally turn around and fucking forget all of the smears, forget everything he said about me, and would gladly have me on his side. That's it. He does not care. And I brought this up.
What? Wait, so you're saying that if you completely changed your entire opinion of everything, maybe Ethan would have you on his side again? Like, I don't understand. Are you saying that that somehow exposes him? Like, oh man, you know, if I just completely stopped like having my community harass him, and I completely changed my perspective on everything, then he would start liking me again? Oh, he's such a hypocrite. Like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense, bud. You did a good job on that one.
Yesterday, I brought this up yesterday when talking about the double standard here, because he very clearly does not give a shit. He very clearly does not give a shit about anti-Semitism, right?
Why? Who's anti-Semitic that he?
Yeah, being obsessed. After not being obsessed with Hasan, Ethan Klein spent his day off today creating a dedicated Instagram story highlight reel about Hasan on his page. It contains over 50 Instagram stories crying about Hasan over the year. He now appears to be spending his day off watching Hasan stream, live reacting to the coverage. Incredible. Yeah. Here's a list of Ethan Klein's allies: Tectone, Asmongold, Destiny, Keemstar, Dan Saltman, Nick Eat the Oreo, Sam Hyde, The Quartering, XQC Steiny. Did I miss anyone? The Quartering. He's done multiple.
Damn, you missed Papa Gut, dude. What the fuck? Where's the Papa Gut shout out, bro? Come on. Get your shit together. Oh, you fucking dickhead.
Content nukes on Keemstar, but he doesn't give a fuck because Keemstar is now on board. He deleted the highlight after the post. Oh, he felt fucking embarrassed. Is that what happened? Yeah. Dan Stalkman, by the way, who very famously threatened to blackmail everyone in Destiny's community for calling him out for doing sex crimes, okay? For being a fucking sex pest. And not only that, but Dan Stalkman, who has been a fucking insane stalker of mine, who's admitted to like lying about me and defaming me over and over again. If Ethan actually cared about anti-Semitism, he would probably be a little bit more careful with who he is aligned with, right? It doesn't fucking matter. It would be akin to someone like myself. If I was a morally inconsistent charlatan in the same way that Ethan is, who only cares about fucking drama and have no real political convictions, for example, it would be as though I am aligned with the likes of Myron Gaines from Fed and Fat, or Candace Owens, or Sneeko. Those people all hate Ethan, and they're anti-Semitic.
Sneaky.
Do you see me aligning with them? Myron Gaines was in my fucking replies for months, begging to collab, begging to be like, dude, please, now do you finally understand how the Jews are?
I love this. He's admitting that like people who hate Jews are like messaging him like, "Hey, like we have the same opinion," and he's acting like this is some kind of a fucking dunk.
Jews are how the Jews are like. Just figure it out, bro. Figure it out. This is just how the Jews are like. And I never gave him a fucking moment.
Wow, you never gave him a moment. So like everything that you've been saying about Jewish people has inspired a incredible anti-Semite to be like, this guy's on my side, and you're like, I owned you with this one, Ethan. You look like an idiot. You fucking dumbass.
Because he is a disgusting little anti-Semite and a
That's
bigot
a huge self-report on that one.
every different variety, as a matter of fact. Ethan's allegiance with some of the worst reactionaries online simply because they hate me is so odd because it directly undermines his position of someone combating anti-Semitism. It would be like if I hyped up Bilzerian, Fresh and Fit, Sneeko, or Clandis because they hate H3 or Israel.
Crazy.
So yeah, that's also stupid and inconsistent. Holy fuck, I've spent too much time on this shit. All right, let's get back to the goddamn video.
No kidding, huh?
I'm gonna keep this clip. I'm gonna keep referring to this clip every now and then.
Hamas, the governing fucking body there wants to kill all the fucking Jews. Anything's fair game for the Jews. Anything. And I'm sorry, but Hamas, there frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything's fair game for the Jews.
Yeah. Yeah, he sees it as a genocide, though. He thinks the genocide should end, except Hamas command centers under hospitals here.
Are not fucking
What's up?
Keeping hostages and underground and like continuing to provoke Israel to attack them. And putting fucking like military complexes under hospitals. You know, Hamas's design from the beginning is to get as many people killed as possible.
Is this Bezalel Smotrich? Is this Benjamin?
That's pretty much the truth, yeah. Hamas they hide with under like civilian infrastructure. That's what I keep saying. Like Israel and Hamas, neither of them really care about Palestinian people. So, well, I guess actually Israel might care about them more, only because 2 million of their population actually are Palestinian in Israel proper. So,
Netanyahu, or is this Ethan Klein? Is this Itamar Ben-Gvir, or is this Ethan Klein? These motherfuckers are LARPing so hard. Yeah, I know. All right, this is the fucking psychopathic DGG, the Wikipedia that he relied on heavily for this context. Nuke.
Act like they're so tough. Oh, I'm American. Oh, you don't even run your own country. You don't run your own country, bro. You don't run your own country. A foreign country named Israel runs your country.
Have you ever found? Wow. And then he puts this clip in here where he comes up to me to try to take a photo with me. Wow. Wow. Remember when he fucking had to admit that this person, I didn't know who the fuck he was, and he was some dumbass cloud chaser? Is there actually a video of me saying that Israel or Jews run America? Is there actually a video of me saying that? No, there isn't, which is precisely why a random fucking dipshit cloud chaser that came up to me at a fucking pro-Palestinian rally is enough to make that point for you. Wow.
Oh my God, bro. I love you, Hasan. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so sorry.
I love you, bro. I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you. Bro, you're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay now.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Hold on, I think I look gay now.
Okay.
It's a funny thing about me. I don't like terrorism, and I don't like terrorists.
Yes, you do. You're married to one by your own admission. You said it.
Oh,
Not
my
me.
Lord.
You said it. Post context Nuke, though. So,
if they're Jews, Christians, Muslims, they're all bad. What is terrorism? It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals. I don't like it. None of it. And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
This is Hasan playing a terrorist propaganda song and then calling it good music. Like some random person that doesn't really know anything about it. This is why Hasan's sweating, because they're talking about how Hasan might actually get arrested for terrorist propaganda.
They do musicals. They're very musical people.
Happening?
I don't know. Or maybe he was just trying to push the victim complex. I don't really know.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
This conversation is so funny and so informative because the average person's perspective on this shit, the average person's perspective on this is literally going to be like, yeah, what the fuck is this? Okay. And it was an incredibly informative and enlightening conversation that took place with myself and Nick Pollum. Okay. Where I described to him pretty much the entirety of the conflict up until this very moment. And yes, the Houthis are a fucking musical people, for the record. And we are officially at $137,000, by the way.
The Houthis are musical people. The terrorist organization. Musical people, baby. Musical poops.
In a matter of a couple hours, we've already raised $137,000. But let's keep going.
Taking over these ships, they started targeting the ships. People on this helicopter right now?
Yes.
They're streaming this?
Yeah. Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Luffy's a character from an anime, One Piece. And so, yeah, that's pretty much it. He's comparing like terrorists to pirates, to like anime pirates, you know?
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
So at any point, does he actually talk about why this is unacceptable? Like what I'm saying is like fucked up? Because if you, luckily, I already had a conversation with Ethan and you already know what that conversation looked like, considering that I was able to describe to him what my perspective is on the matter. But I assume that a lot of this just relies on the audience also being terrified of these scary Arabic-sounding names and the fact that they're all like ISIS. They're ISIS. They're basically ISIS. It's like this guy.
So all the things that he's referring to right now are all on they're considered official terrorist organizations by the United States. Just to be clear,
I keep saying it's all ISIS. These guys are ISIS. He relies completely on Western chauvinism and the audience also having the same exact perspective that Nick Pollum had.
I don't know, man. I think I'm going to trust the American government a little more than Hasan. You know, I have my issues with the American government, but, you know, I'm going to trust him a little bit more than Hasan. A little bit more than Hasan Parker.
When he first encountered the conversation. Yeah, also, did he put a fucking ISIS flag on Luffy?
Maybe. Man, not Luffy. Not Luffy. Not the Luffy guy. Not the Luffy. Whoa.
Bro, the Ansar Allah and Hamas and Hezbollah are all directly belligerents against ISIS. They're directly belligerents against Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda and ISIS are closely associated with a country, especially for the Houthis in Yemen, a country that has directly funded Al-Qaeda.
What's up?
What is Hezbollah?
It's a terrorist organization in the Middle East. Oh, Hezbollah? Yeah. Yeah, that little guy? That'd be...
I guess that's not.
No, I don't think it's that, my love. I don't think it's that. Not at all, my beautiful girl. You know, it's funny, when I was at the my party, we had our Star Wars party. That's what the Stormtrooper. My cousin asked me to kind of explain everything, because he was actually curious about what was going on, because I worked for the first hour of the party. Remember that? You got really upset with me. Yeah, you got pissed. And as I'm explaining it to him, I was trying to explain Ethan and his son, I'm like, wow, this is so fucking terminally online. This matters so little. This is fucking crazy. This is actually such brain rot.
Yeah.
Yep. And I was like, wow, you know, but
my favorite part is that everybody was like, oh, where's Dan? And I was like, oh, he's downstairs working. And they're like, oh, what is he talking about? And I would say what you were talking about. And they were like, who? What?
Who are these people? Yeah.
It's not real life.
It's not real. You know, well, the thing is that Hasan Parker thinks that he's this really big guy, I do a lot of politics, a political drama guy. You know? What are you laughing for?
Well, because I was going to say something.
What?
It's just a Jew and a Muslim disagreeing on something.
Kind of.
How unique. You know
yeah,
what I mean? That's why we're here.
I don't think I don't know if Hasan is Muslim, but kind of. Yeah. That's pretty much it.
Turkish people are typically
generally Muslim.
Muslim.
Oh, okay. Maybe he is. But yeah, that's kind of what it is. Yeah.
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 It's
typical Middle Easternism, right?
Maybe they'll end up like the bagel and fucking whatever kind of bread that is.
Oh, from the movie from what is it called?
I don't know right now.
The food movie.
Yeah.
Where they
at the end
they start fucking each other. What the hell is that movie called? The food movie with
why do we not know
Seth
right
Rogen.
now?
What is the food movie called? I'll look it up. Seth
Why are we so dumb?
Rogen food movie. Sausage Party. Yeah. That'd be kind of hot. The two of them fucking literally beefing each other. That'd be kind of hot. All right, I'm gonna play it again. I gotta lock in because I'm actually at my best Valkyrie run.
Lock in.
And operated Al-Qaeda militants in Yemen is Saudi Arabia, okay? Saudi Arabia is closer to ISIS. America and Saudi Arabia are closer to ISIS than the fucking Houthis are. The Houthis are against ISIS. It's literally, the entire video is basically just going fucking Arabs over and over and over again. These countries have not actually fought, these countries or these militant groups have not fought one another in the eyes of Ethan Klein. They're all one big Arab Muslim contingency, okay? They're all Arabs. They're all Arabs. It's just, that's what it is. It's just Arabs. It's just a bunch of fucking Arabs. The fucking Arabs that made the Jews Zionist. The fucking Arabs that are fighting one another, but actually I don't even know they're fighting one another. They're just the same. Okay? This is crazy.
Dude, you should tell him that.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say. But they are a terrorist organization. They're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well,
he is regarded as a pretty brilliant a person in terms of everything that he's done.
Then I saw clips like
Dude. Is there any point where he addresses anything I said? He's just fucking clipping shit back and forth. That's what it is, bro. I'm gonna keep it $150. Yes. Hasan Nasrallah, he will probably. I think he uses fake quotes of Hasan Nasrallah in this context, puke, and he doesn't even do enough. he doesn't even do enough to actually show what I was literally referencing there. My point there was a lot of people see people like Hasan Nasrallah, okay, and they see, oh, big bearded guy, scary, not realizing that he's actually an incredibly fucking well-read person who, ironically enough, you're being obtuse, Hasan? No, I'm not being obtuse. You have to make an argument. You can't just let the argument be, look at him, he loves terrorism. You have to actually...
There's a guy who loves, just to be clear, that's a guy that loves terrorism that Hasan's showing. Damn.
Address what I'm saying.
So that's kind of what's happening there.
Why what I'm saying is wrong. Why what these guys are doing is wrong. Okay? If you don't do that, you're simply relying on dumb fucks like you in believing in the most Asmongoldian fashion. The notion that like, every single thing that these guys have done is wrong. They're terrorists. What the fuck are you talking about? They're terrorists. They're terrorists. They're terrorists. They're all ISIS. They're all just like ISIS. Scary Muslims that are just like ISIS.
Damn.
Yeah. You know who else said Hasan Nasrallah was brilliant? Fucking Benjamin Netanyahu.
He didn't go just yet. Wait. I was particularly impressed by the fact that
wow, I just died.
The fact that
incredible.
Not only was he a capable leader, but also that his relationship.
This is the king of Israel, babe. It's the prime minister of Israel.
With Iran was somewhat different from what I thought. I would say
anyway,
so basically what's happening is like most of this isn't actually the content nuke that Ethan made. Most of this is like he watches like 3 seconds and then he had his mods or some people in the Discord send him 45,000 clips so that he can information dump on us and filibuster and make us either bored or think he's really smart because he could tell us everything. You know, it's like if you brought up it's like, oh, I like gum. And then he started like reading off the ingredients to gum. That's what Hasan is doing right now.
I think that like the government people, the actual government people that filibuster, they just have to hire actual people with autism.
Okay.
Because they won't. I'm being completely serious. I have this problem at work.
Because they can info dump? Because they like talking a lot?
They can info dump and like they won't necessarily get the cues that they should stop talking and they'll have like endless information on something.
That's actually super smart.
So you got to tap into the strengths, you know.
That's a really
like,
positive
a filibuster on like trains or something.
That's crazy. You could literally derail it with the train conversation. That's a fucking great idea. I like that.
Here's the context. A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits, and you hear about like some of their attitudes about like gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives. Not really.
They don't like gay people, just to be clear. That's why he's trying to make it seem like, oh, you know, just like, you're just Orientalist perspective, but they hate gay people.
Realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million. Okay,
it's crazy.
Like it's not.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Gay people always be reading people to filth. Hey, you know what I mean, guys? You know what I mean, guys?
No, it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Half of them? Wow, their countries are rich as hell then. What the hell? Why are they? What's going on?
Oh. This is why
half of them would afford to do that?
To literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons. And like sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows. It's crazy. Yeah. You know what's really ironic? The clip that I'm watching here of Hasan Nasrallah is Hasan Nasrallah talking about how some Arabs are anti-Semitic and they're stupid for being anti-Semitic. They think Israel is controlling America. Israel used to be a tool at the hands of the British, and now Israel is a tool at the hands of America. We do not just oppose Israel. We oppose American imperialism.
Crazy.
That is the actual clip that I'm reacting to.
That's wild, dude. I like that.
Yeah. Also, here, there's a debunking from Chris Kunzler, The Confused Zionism of Ethan Klein, which is a great video, by the way. I highly recommend.
It's
friend of the show, Chris
Kunzler.
Kunzler. Okay.
Dog shit. And he gets fucking dog walked by the by Loaderbox afterwards.
Hold on. Where the fuck was I? Oh my God. I'm all over the place.
This where Hasan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America in the way that I feel about it. If you want America to get out of the way.
Bro, I'm not hiding my power level. I'm not hiding my power level at all. Do you have...
He literally shows Hasan saying that he hides his power level.
I have an issue with this. This is not secret. It's on a podcast. Why would I be hiding? Why would I, if I'm hiding my power level, why am I saying it openly on a podcast? Are you fucking stupid?
Because you don't think that like normal people are watching that podcast, so you feel comfortable saying it? What?
Does nobody ever think anything through? You don't have to know anything about me. But when you exercise just a crumb of critical thinking, shouldn't this look weird on its face? No. Like I'm literally broadcasting what I do. I work to de-radicalize people, okay? Right-wingers, I want to pull away from the throes of right-wing radicalization. And for liberals, I want them to understand.
Does he think that any right-wingers are like watching his content unironically? And like, oh my God, I'm so de-radicalized now. Like, no, they don't watch his content. What are you talking about? He doesn't de-radicalize anybody.
Understand that liberalism is not the end all be all, that there are real systemic problems that we must solve. This is not
really?
something that I hide. This is something that I openly mention all the fucking time. And I'm literally not hiding it here. You can't say I'm hiding my power level when I'm broadcasting it. This doesn't make any sense. The program that I'm on is...
So he's on like a thing that's like smaller than his actual podcast or his actual show. I keep calling things podcasts now when people do streams. I feel like such a fucking boomer. So like, yeah, he doesn't, not everybody's watching it. Fuck my mom's walls.
It's literally called deprogram. It's and this is not even something that is a secret that
I died. I died with one attack, killed me, and now I'm just pissed off.
I like when you touch the controller like that. It's silly.
What, like this? Okay.
Did they see it?
Yeah, they probably did. It's like this. Oh shit!
Damn.
I'm still
wasted.
Okay, we're playing this
revealed here for one moment. It's something that I tell my audience all the time. In order to be a better advocate, you have to read the fucking room. Okay?
I don't hide my power level. I just read the room and change my perspective based on who's in the room.
Okay? You have to read the room. Be normal.
Read
These
my balls.
are commonly held principles that I have to fucking hammer onto the heads of all these like weirdos in my community from time to time.
No, I just did a bad
It's
one.
not a hiding of the power level. If it was, then why would I fucking do it on a podcast?
That's so smart. That sounded so smart, dude. Holy shit.
Or places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do. I think that, you know, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes.
I had a show when I was on the Young Turks, and that show was called Agitative Propaganda, Agitprop for short, okay? That is propaganda to instill class consciousness in Americans so that Americans who think trans people are fucking them over, for example, are actually they are forced to reckon with the reality that it's actually...
So he had like a thing on the Young Turks, I think that's what he's talking about right now, where he used to just say like a bunch of bro stuff about like how guys are cool and girls smell.
Oh, stinky poopy.
Exactly.
Not trans people that are fucking them over. It's not Mexicans that are fucking them over. It's their capital owners, their bosses that are fucking them over. Their landlords that are fucking them over. This is a
not
pretty
my
basic
landlord.
concept. When I go on,
I love my landlord.
Theo
I give
Vaughn,
him a
for
tip
example,
every month.
and I tell Theo Vaughn, you know, it's not a trans person that's your landlord. A trans person didn't raise your fucking rent. Your landlord raised your rent.
Oh, so you're saying trans people can't be landlords, dude? What the fuck? This guy's transphobic as hell.
So why are you mad at that trans person? That's deprogramming. That's agitated propaganda. That is instilling class consciousness in a lot of Americans that lack it. Okay? This is not a secret. I am very open about both my biases and my goals. Okay? I never fucking hide it. Why would I hide it? I'm not hiding it in this situation either. And what's the argument here? You did a fucking political podcast with me for 2 goddamn years. Are you saying that you're the dumbest person on the planet? Is this a 21-minute video where
unironically, that's what like Hasan wishes he was dumb. Like that's pretty much where things like really got fucked up is when Ethan stopped like believing everything Hasan said. He's like, he was supposed to be there just for the goofs and the gaffs and to just say whatever I thought. And that's it. What happened to that? And then that stopped. So I stopped doing stuff with him.
The first 21 minutes, you basically explained to everybody that as a 40-year-old man.
What?
What did the two of them do on their show together?
So they talked about politics. And then as time went on, Ethan realized he was kind of a scumbag. Like where Hasan would say stuff like, "Oh, we should have re-education camps for people," which is basically like a death camp, right? You put them in there, no media access.
What politics did they discuss though prior to this?
Oh, it was mostly just left leaning. They would just kind of like make fun of conservatives, you know, like pretty based, you know what I mean?
So like American based politics.
Oh yeah.
It's a very closed topic point to have a...
What do you mean? Yeah, it was a show where they would hang out once a week and they would just talk about American politics and like whatever was going on in the American media that day. You know. Oh, 10:30.
Go sleep.
You were such a fucking dumb moron that like everything that I told you came in from one ear and out the other. Is that what you're saying? Because there's only 2 options here. Either you are a dumbass and you're saying I got groomed into believing certain things by this scary man who has radical opinions, or you're disingenuously making it seem that way so you can propagandize to the remainder of your fan base that you want to desperately hold on to, that they shouldn't trust someone like myself and they should instead trust your acumen, trust your knowledge in this video where you've, you know, presented a bunch of fucking falsehoods and demonstrated that a lot of the underlying reasons for why you think...
If they're so false, then why would he have to increase the video length by like 45 times just so that he could fucking stop people from seeing Ethan's actual perspective?
Israel must exist in the way that it does is because you're an Islamophobic, racist, anti-Arab piece of shit.
Damn, I'm dumb as fuck. How the fuck am I taking so much damage from one attack? Oh, my titty piss. Oh,
crazy.
Does that make you horny?
A bit of both, I think. He's both dumb and also disingenuous beyond,
you know,
right,
social democratic ideal.
I just wanted to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hasan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get
You
more.
should have told him this on that debate. Brother, I didn't watch this video before the debate. I didn't know he was making this idiotic shit.
More
Maybe you should have, idiot.
Get more and more radicalized. No, you do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
Now listen to Hasan during our very first conversation lie to me about how he's a social democrat to hide his power level.
We should move towards a Sweden-style economy or a Norway-style economy, which would be a social democracy.
You have to advocate for a much.
Really interesting. This is the first conversation I ever had with Ethan on a podcast. Does anyone have the actual clip? Because this looks a little weird. Okay. First of all, I'm not saying I'm a social democrat here. I'm saying exactly what I told Deprogram, which is that I think in the interim, we must move towards a social democratic style governance because I'm a democratic socialist. And then that's obviously not going to be enough. But of course, hold on one moment. In that conversation, I admit to what my political position is to him. But it's not just that. I want to show you
towards
something.
a Sweden-style economy or a Norway-style.
What's that back there in the way that this is disingenuously cut? Why did he cut it like this? It's weird. Is it because there was is it because he had to punch in a little bit? It just would have been weird if he actually had punched in? Or is it because you see some things in the background here that would directly contradict his argument that he's trying to make? The argument that he's trying to make is that I'm hiding what my political perspective is. Oh my God, is that Vladimir Ilyich Lenin? A man who I admire? A man who I talk about quite a bit? No way. That's crazy. But wait, what? Perhaps whoever clipped this would realize that it would look really...
I don't think anybody's looking at your background, buddy boy. You're not that interesting.
Fucking stupid if the USSR Yushan...
Somebody, that literally took somebody 4 months to examine this to this extent so that he can come up with these like insane fucking delusional conspiracy theories. This is fucking awesome.
And Vladimir Lenin was right behind me when he's trying to make this argument that I'm disingenuously acting as though I'm some social democrat.
Jesus Christ.
Again, the question remains. Did Ethan do this deliberately, or was it a happy accident, or is he actually, nefariously doing little things like this to craft a fucking argument?
Crazy, dude.
I don't know.
Personally, Hasan, I think a whole entire world's out to get you. I think that's why nobody really likes you, because everybody's out to get you, and you're actually the good guy, and pretty much that's it.
I don't know.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let me just ask a question, guys, that I have an answer that I want you to believe, but I'm gonna phrase it as a question.
By the way, here's Lenin on anti-Semitism.
Oh, Jesus. Did you
not
like
it?
it?
A video that I use all the time to describe to people that their enemy is not the Jews, their enemy is capitalists. But here. He says capitalists, just like in Tsarist Russia, develop enmity towards the Jews to make the uneducated hate the Jews, to make it seem as though the Jews are responsible for all of their problems. But we know that Jews are not the problem.
So why are you so comfortable with those people in your fucking audience? It's weird.
Jews are working class just like we all are. To divert their attention from the real enemy of the working people, capital. Okay? Hatred towards the Jews persists only in those countries where slavery to landowners and capitalists have created abysmal ignorance among the workers and the peasants. Only the most ignorant and downtrodden people can believe the lies and slander that are spread about the Jews. This is a survival of ancient feudal times, where when the priests burned heretics at the stake, when the peasants lived in slavery, and when the people were crushed and inarticulate. This ancient feudal ignorance is passing away. The eyes of the people are being opened. It is not the Jews who are the enemies of the working people. The enemies of the workers are the capitalists of all countries. Among the Jews, there are working people, and they form the majority.
The majority report.
They are brothers who, like us, are oppressed by capital. They are our comrades in the struggle for socialism. They are our comrades. Among the Jews, there are kulaks, exploiters, and capitalists, just as there are among the Russians and among people of all nations.
Among us?
The capitalists strive to sow and foment hatred between workers of different faiths, different nations, and different races. Those who do not work are kept in power by the power and strength of capital. Rich Jews, like rich Russians, and the rich in all countries, are in alliance to oppress, crush, rob, and disunite the workers. Shame on accursed Tsarism, which tortured and persecuted the Jews. Shame on those who foment hatred towards the Jews, who foment hatred towards other nations. Long live the fraternal trust and fighting alliance of the workers of all nations.
Wow. I think I just cummed. From all this. Oh my God. I didn't do a cum.
That's my goat. I wonder if Ethan considers you showing this as permitting anti-Semitism in the community. No, this unironically is what I do all the time. whenever someone is being anti-Semitic or behaving in a way where I'm worried about nascent anti-Semitism festering, I try to redirect their attention to the actual vectors of pressure in society that harm them. That is called agitative propaganda. That is precisely what Lenin was doing here as well. A way to de-radicalize people. Ethan considers that to be bad, except we don't even know if he considers that to be bad. He just basically fucking slapped this on and didn't even make any sort of like positive or negative commentary with it. He literally just posted it and assumes that you will be scared when you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth. He is using the stupidity of the argument. He's using the racism of the audience and the stupidity of the audience to go, see, scary guy. And unfortunately, because we are dominated by that same stupidity that Lenin was talking about here, the same ignorance that Lenin was talking about here, those akin to the ancient feudal times, as a matter of fact, as we have become medieval fucking peasants. Unironically, he uses that to foment hatred towards someone like myself because he's worried that I'm making him look bad, making him feel bad. In his mind, it must be I, the scary propagandist that actually broke the brains of so many people in his audience, and that's why they fucking came to this conclusion that he's pro-Israel, and not because of all the fucking shit that he said.
Lighter form of propaganda.
With robust social safety.
Seem a lot of like young.
Here.
That's what liberal.
The liberal community. I don't know. Do you use the word liberal? I'm not even sure.
Damn. Thank you for the $2 from Tomassive. Hasan, can I get that in an American? What?
But like left leaning.
Yeah, I wouldn't even consider. I don't consider myself a liberal, but in the American political lexicon, I guess like I'm super liberal. That's what they. That's what America.
It's so funny because Ethan has like a problem picking. I feel like every online political person online is like fucking absolute horseshit. I remember the first person that for a little while that like Ethan seemed to like was Vosh until like way before the lolicon stuff, the horse stuff, before he really knew too much about him. And then like that lasted that was like back when I was like my TikTok was like still active, like the old one. And then it was like Destiny, and then that fucking went crazy. He didn't like super affiliate himself with them. And then Hasan, he like heavily affiliated himself with him. So like how fucking crazy, man. He just there's just nobody good. Nobody good, man. Nobody good.
Americans think liberalism is like the more left you are, the more liberal you are, even though there is a genuine distinction between a leftist and a liberal. But yeah, I'm a progressive. I guess that's the catch-all term.
I like progressive.
Yeah. Who wouldn't want to be progressive? It's in the name. We're progressing.
Yeah, well, that's why like early stage classical liberals who like wanted to rebrand, like Dave Rubin, for example, who now are very openly on the right and like everyone knows it. They originally tried to say like they're the real progressives, and that the people who brand themselves as progressives, people like myself, they were actually regressive.
This is the first ever conversation that we had, and you know what's crazy about this? This is the first ever conversation that we had, right?
Is it?
What's wild is if you go back to this convo, you will hear in so many different instances where I describe like how ISIS radicalization has taken place, how radicalization took place after 9/11, how America actually played a formative role in why 9/11 happened, because Ethan was charitable in this circumstance. And also, not only is this conversation so fucking stupid when you look back at it and he goes, oh, well, the only thing I extracted out of it was that he said we must move towards social democracy, which doesn't mean that I'm a social democrat. It just means we must move towards social democracy in the short term, something that I have described to him a million times over between this fucking interview and the goddamn context nuke, where we had a fucking political show together for literally 2 years. Who are you lying to? And what's so sad about it is that I'm sure there were people who watched this and then showed it to their fucking dumbass friends who don't know anything. And we're like, you see, this guy's really bad. Please don't watch him. Why? Because my favorite content creator is hurt by this man.
Crazy.
Anyway, we have the ISIS radicalization and radicalization in general at 1:15. I'm gonna get to that in a little bit. Hold on. Or how
Muhajir.
No, I bailed on all my friends because I'm fucking invested in this and I want to do it by myself. I'm sorry. But
guys, I want to do this by myself. That's why I had everybody send me like 45 different clips so that I can pause every 2.5 seconds and fucking go on a rant that is completely like halfway relevant to what's going on so that I can fucking filibuster.
Praised a lot. So we're going to continue.
Cold radicalization funnel, catch them while they're young, as they say.
We're almost at
and protections for
145,000.
workers, like higher unionization rates.
A lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond social democratic ideas.
Hell, he's proclaimed it loudly that he is a self-described propagandist.
I'm a propagandist. Well, no, I'm not calling you that. I'm just saying.
I'm a propagandist. Guys, actually, propaganda doesn't mean when you maliciously lie to push one side. It actually means something different.
I'm saying I am. Okay, well then, I'm saying I am. I just want to...
Is there any point where Ethan will describe why this is bad, or is he just going to fucking...
Because propaganda is when you actively lie to support a particular side. So that's why it's bad, you fucking idiot.
Lean on... Well, propaganda is a scary term. It means like you're fucking spreading false narratives. Propaganda is just...
It means that you're knowingly lying about a side, yes.
Propaganda can be bad. Propaganda can be good. Okay, agitated
propaganda can be bad or good, but you're still lying in favor or against another thing.
Propaganda is good. I know it's a scary word for a lot of people. Okay. It means telling a story. PR is propaganda. Marketing is propaganda. Okay.
Okay, if you say so. Sure.
A propagandist is much more than someone with a bias. It's someone who knowingly lies.
I didn't realize that like we're talking about like celebrities here. I thought this was like a serious topic. What happened, Hasan?
It's to further.
That's not true. Oh my God.
Their political agenda.
And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped?
was Hasan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me.
Liberals are some of the oh my god, he literally thinks, he actually fucking thinks that I groomed him and his audience. He wants to believe this so bad. Oh God, you are so pathetic, Ethan. You are such a pathetic, selfish little man who has been babied by every single adult in your fucking life because none of them have the courage to tell you what's what. Okay, in the interest of the friendship that we once had and the fucking the collaborative nature of our relationship initially, I am going to tell you once again: the people in your life are behaving like sycophants. You are basically going down the reverse Kanye trajectory. Not saying that you're, anti.
What? Yep. Well, he likes to show that he's a smart guy, so.
Semitic and a neo-Nazi like Kanye is, but you are falling down a very dangerous pipeline here where you are surrounded by people who are terrified to tell you the truth. It is not.
I don't know if you don't really watch the Ethan show, right?
Me? No.
Yeah, but you would if he could send me a hat, right? But basically, pretty much everybody around him on a daily basis will correct him on everything that he says. Like, they constantly correct him. So what he's saying is just like untrue.
Not an accident that so many of the wonderful coworkers that I had when I was there have left the fucking broadcast. It is not an accident that you
minor characters? I'm not trying to be fucking rude, but what are you talking about?
Constantly find yourself having to button because you can't control your fucking urges.
Oh, he has a button so that like if he does something wrong, he can put it up. He's able to like kind of cut it out. It's actually a pretty smart idea because not a bad idea at all.
Please. Literally go back to therapy. You have to go back to therapy. You have to drop all of this shit. I know, right?
It's a big narrative. Fuck, I'm dead. It's a big narrative that they talk about the button. Like, cause like, oh, he has a button, he presses it, and it basically like it does like a airtime killing. Like, you know how like on a radio, if you have to fart, you press the button and it pauses the broadcast. Like, you have like 15 seconds like of fart times. So Ethan kind of has that. So they obsess about that, like somehow as an own.
Somebody who edits these things and makes edits of like whatever on should, he says the button, they should edit in the thing from Alice in Wonderland of Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
Why?
Like, button. Who's got the button?
Why is that?
That's funny.
Why is that so funny to you?
Because I could hear that in my head.
That's fucking silly.
That's funny. I have nothing good to add here.
There's nothing good to add here. He hasn't talked about anything of substance. He just won't shut the fuck up.
Also, since we're talking,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna interject and say that if you're watching my faces, half the time what I'm facially reacting to is my own thoughts.
Oh, button. Who's got the button?
No, thank you.
Is that what you want every time he says it?
That's what I think every single time.
Who's got the button?
Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you don't do it. You don't do it.
Why can't I do it?
Because it would be fun and like an edit.
Oh, okay.
But I'm reacting to my own thoughts in my head. I'm on my phone and I'm working.
Yeah.
So if it looks like I'm shaking my head to something or in agreement, I'm not listening to what I'm watching.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Very good. I love you.
Now you have, with the increased attention that you've gotten, you feel like a lot of people are paying attention to you. They are lolcowing you. They are stringing you along. Their agenda is not to become loyal fans of yours. Okay, they're not going to be Teddy Fresh purchasers. They're not going to be the foot soldiers. And if you keep going down this dangerous path, you're going to lose the remainder of your fan base, the girly pops that still ride for you, that still die for you.
You want to know my biggest conspiracy right now is I say girly pop and I throw a little pop on there. And Hasan started saying girly pop, so I feel like he's referenced, like, he's referencing me, He's like, he heard me say girly pop, and now he can't get out of his head. Because it kind of makes sense, because I feel like he's obsessed with, like, everything Ethan right now. I'm going to die here. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm actually going to live here. He's obsessed with, like, everything Ethan right now. And so it kind of makes sense to me that he might be doing that. So, like, maybe they sent him a clip. And, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, babe?
If I speak, does it have to be related to this video?
Just do whatever you want.
I get to say whatever.
Whatever you want.
There's this person.
Okay. Yeah.
That I interact with kind of regularly.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say.
Why don't you move this a little closer?
Sorry. I'm not gonna say which setting I interact with them in, but it's something I did today. Okay.
Okay.
And this girl, she seems so sweet, but I fucking hate her. I look at her and I'm like, wow, the type of person you are, like, I can't stand you, and I can't imagine what kind of people are in your personal life. You know what I mean? Like, she's just the type of person where I'm like, I don't like you.
Okay.
But she's so nice. But I'm like, there's no way these people actually
Mama God doesn't like nice people. That's what we're finding out here.
But anyways,
True.
something happened today where she addressed somebody and she called them baby girl. And I was like, oh my God, I officially I hate you.
You don't like when people call you baby girl
anymore. I just hate
baby
you.
girl. You don't like it when
baby girl.
What that one woman call you at the food place like Popeye? She called you mama.
Yeah.
She called you mama.
But yeah, because you said that Hasan said something, so that just reminded me of that. The one I wanted to tell you about it. I'll tell you more about it later.
Okay. Thank you for $2 for Mac. Vipple set the article Discord. Because I can't. What article is it? Is it under general chat? Is it like relevant to the segment? Let's see it here. I don't know. Thank you for the $2 from It's Me Jessica. Mama God has the most attractive voice. I love it. She loves you, baby.
Thank you.
I'm playing it again.
That's what I should do. I should read stuff aloud.
Sure, yeah, like voice acting.
No.
Okay. I love it.
I like it.
By surrounding yourself with some of the most reactionary elements.
Reactionary.
Oh, easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I learned how much he hates liberals. This is me talking about how easily duped liberals are by right-wing commentary, you dumb fuck. Not how easily duped liberals are by left-wing commentary. I wish liberals were so open-minded to leftist commentary. This is unironically clips throughout time of me consistently saying, I hate how much liberal Democratic politicians and sometimes liberals who ride or die for the Democratic Party fall to the mercy of right-wing propaganda. You are literally proving why I fucking hate liberals. You are personally proving why Martin Luther King wrote about the moderate white who stands in the way of progress. That is literally what it is. Liberalism is the reason why we
should get a picture of Martin Luther King and have him behind him, and maybe Mother Teresa to do a little Mama Max.
Trump right now, because liberals fell to the mercy of right-wing propaganda and basically recrafted their entire campaign.
So just so you know, when it comes to Trump here, so Hasan Parker, he wouldn't actively and heavily endorse Kamala Harris because she wouldn't have been perfect for Gaza. And so, many people think that it could have been a deciding factor for the presidency if he had actually inspired his his viewer base to, vote correctly. And so him complaining about Donald Trump, it just lends to the idea that maybe he wanted Donald Trump to win so that he can make money or something. Cause he didn't actively,
announce.
Yeah, and I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead.
And redesigned it.
Yeah, basically.
Around pinpointing a bunch of mythical Republican voters that were going to magically come and vote for Kamala Harris. And look at the fucking country now, okay?
Yeah.
Your dangerous allegiance with some of the most reactionary forces on the internet is unironically the point that I'm making. That is the reason why people say, cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. Oh my God.
Cool. I don't know who says that, but that's cool, man.
I hate liberals, dude. I do. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this?
Let me see from context clues what this was about. Dude, I want to know if I have the.
Let me see from context.
The actual full context here. Hold on. Like in any of these. How the fuck does he make everything about him? Yeah, he put conspiracy music over this, over a sequence of clips of me literally talking about how liberals are so easily duped by right-wing commentary to make it seem like I'm saying liberals are so easily duped by me, a dangerous leftist. I wish that was the case. Holy shit.
Yeah, be fucking.
Oh my God. Hold on. Let me see. I have to pee so bad, but I literally am locked in, dude. I'm so laser focused, okay?
Gotta piss in my pants.
Dialed in, you don't even know. Also, we're at $146,000. Keep those donos coming. Folks, keep those donos coming.
Keep those donos coming.
Okay.
Did you know Hasan said he's going to match every donation that he gets? Is that a good thing?
Yeah, that's lovely.
He didn't say that. He's not matching any of the donations. I don't think that they're raising money for charity. They're raising money to support the Creator Clash boxing event, which last year lost $250,000, and they weren't able to actually give any money to charity based on the boxing event itself, and they had to fundraise after the fact, which could have been done without boxing.
Fighting it.
Nobody anymore. Everybody keeps dropping out because of people hate that iDubbbz guy so much.
The donuts come in.
Hell yeah, donuts!
Ay, ay, ay. Where is it? Let me see. I'm just going to find like any. I want to find any fucking Oi.
Oi. Oi.
Okay. Hold on.
People want you to explain, and I've seen a lot of people try to explain this because I'm confused by it. What is the difference between a leftist and a liberal?
Here is me explaining to Ethan Klein. Here's me explaining to Ethan Klein the difference between liberalism and leftists. Okay.
Cool. Thanks, man.
I mean, these distinctions are silly. But
That's what I think. Okay, thank you.
no,
Moving on.
for overall, like a liberal is. I mean, there's a fundamental difference between liberals and leftists. I guess.
Am I lib?
It's arbitrary. It's arbitrary. So it's it's a made up concept. But if you were to put boundaries on it, it would be like being anti-capitalist versus being pro-capitalist. But I also consider social democrats who are capitalist to, at the very least, in the Western world, be a part of the entry point into leftist politics.
So wait, why can't I be a lib and be cool?
Liberalism is a political ideology. Literally revolves around the defense of private property that was created through enclosures, property that needs to be defended with the threat of violence from the state.
Hasan doesn't actually have private property. He doesn't own like a $2 million mansion or anything.
And leftists don't really care about private property. You can have personal property. You can have a home. Obviously, no one's like saying you shouldn't be able to have your own home, your own toothbrush, or anything like that, or your car. But the defense of private property that you purchase, capital.
You're not
on its own.
You're not in favor of private property?
I think that society would be better off if people had personal property, like a home, a nice home, a mansion, a castle if you want to fucking live in one. Who cares? Versus,
I feel like you wouldn't want to live in a castle, right? Because that would take resources away from other people, no? But okay, I mean, I'm fine with private property. I think that we just need to have better tax reform. You know, I think that if you make over a certain amount of money a year, you should be taxed pretty much like 100%, like 90%. If you make like a $500,000 a year income, you should get taxed 90% everything beyond that. You don't need that much money. Incentivize you to fucking pay your workers better.
Capital accumulation. So the difference between private and personal property is like this. A home that you live inside of, that, you bought for your family or whatever, is personal property. A home that you purchase specifically with the interest of like renting it.
But I mean, this might actually help a little bit. Like if you stop big businesses from buying up fucking shit, that might be really helpful. So I could see that.
Out to other people, so that it's like investments that will accumulate value for you without you even touching it. Really, that's private property.
So who builds like office spaces?
It's a good question. And it's a good question. Hasan, answer.
Good afternoon, Twitter.
Hasan, answer the question. Does he answer the question?
I'm spending my Friday.
He's yapping about everything else, but he didn't want to answer that one.
In the affluent Bay Area suburb of Millbrae. Oh, this is why I hate liberals. A video from a year ago titled "This is
why." Ethan has a really good question and he can't respond to it. He's gone on a fucking rampage rant for everything else, but he can't answer the one question of like, oh, who would build office buildings? It's a good idea. It's a good question. Like, who would?
I hate liberals. Let's take a look. Presenting a plan to turn a hotel into 100 homes for unhoused residents. It appears that the entire city is here and they are pissed. What the do you just want homeless? Like at this point, you just want homeless people. You're like, no, you don't get it. The city's culture and seasoning is only uplifted by homeless people living on the streets. This thread is going to get you hot. Just warning you. Some background on Millbrae. It's home to SFO and has, like many cities in San Mateo County, a very high median household income, $141K a year. Specifically, also like many other cities in San Mateo County, they built very little housing in the last decade. County Executive Mike Callaghy is doing yeoman's work right now, trying to explain functional zero and how our lack of affordable. This exactly was in the news.
Liberals, dude. I hate them. I hate.
General election 2019. Sir John Major and Tony Blair urged public not to vote for the parties they once led.
So viciously.
Yeah, they're telling people not to vote. They're telling people not to vote Labor.
I hate them so much. Just no matter where you go. It's just like Barack Obama if Bernie Sanders becomes the nominee. Like straight up said he would spoil it. He would have to interfere. Whoa, my God. Okay, I'm a little jumpy right now. I don't know why. It's just something fell. It's embarrassing. I don't want to say. No, not a dildo. It's more embarrassing than that.
Yeah, I say I hate the left as well.
Crazy.
There are a million different times where I've said this, and it's always liberals engaging in right-wing behavior. This is ironically a moment where I'm wearing a Sam Cedar shirt, by the way, if you notice. I'm wearing a Pause It Sam Cedar merch.
How painful is it for you to turn against the Republican Party?
Yikes! This is why neoliberals are just as fucking filthy and stupid as the same vulturous, immoral Republicans that they interview, okay? I hate this. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much, dude. I hate centrists. I actually hate centrists so much. Oh, how devastating was it when the Republican Party did not want to use you because Trump had his own style and his own consultants, so they didn't want to use you. So
We are still watching the puke. I'm just giving you additional context as to why I'm like saying I hate liberals. It's me yelling about liberals and how much they love right-wingers, how much they find themselves in the throes of right-wing sentiment, how much they desperately want to get love back from right-wingers. That is the point. This fucking dumbass is making it seem as though I'm saying I hate liberals.
He's gotten 23 minutes in to Ethan's video out of an hour and 42 minutes.
How far?
He's gotten 23 minutes into an hour and 42-minute podcast, into an hour 42-minute video so far, and this is like the hour 6 or something. Isn't that fucking incredible?
That's nuts.
Yeah, it's all filibustering, baby.
Because there I'm easy to dupe. I feel like liberals are so easy to fucking dupe and manipulate.
Man, sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude. Liberals are the most like scummy, vile fucking idiots. Liberals are incredibly stupid and hate these petulant liberals.
I mean, Hasan acts like this is him, like he's trying to like, he's pretending like he's explaining something like, oh, Ethan has this massive victim complex, but literally Hasan was talking about how he expected Ethan to just kind of sit there while he talked and at Ethan's audience and like told him political shit, and Ethan was supposed to be just the goofs and gaffs guy. So it's like, obviously, like, yeah, you obviously didn't want Ethan to give you any input. You just wanted him to agree with you.
Dumb fucking liberals.
What else is someone this sociopathic?
Oh my God, he's so fucking stupid. And we reached 150,000. I'm adding more to the fucking. I'm adding more. We're doing more. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna raise even more. We're gonna raise two. I'm gonna fucking put it up to 200,000 now. Okay, we've done it. We done did it. God damn. Sean the Black with a hundo. Thank you, Sean the Black.
Whoa.
Oh. Ay. Let's keep it pumping. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen.
Sean the Black. I don't know who that is, but that's fucking impressive, man.
Classic moving the goalpost. You already know, baby. You already know. I'm losing my fucking voice again. Every time I talk about Ethan, I lose my voice. It's so goddamn annoying.
Crazy.
After today, I am swearing off of all Ethan content unless he just like says some heinous pro-Israel shit. Okay? 23 minutes in, Lamau. There's too much misinformation. The zone is flooded. Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
Capable of.
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
Was I being manipulated?
Do we have an actual fucking I want to find an actual clip. I want to find an actual clip of like this one to see where the where he got this from, because this is probably a supercut directly from. Oh wow, look at this. Hasan manipulating liberals with context.
Wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable. Is it my party? We've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us.
Earning the American people's trust back on this issue. But Trump's take on abortion rights and reproduction.
Dude, he literally did the lib-ass, we see you, we hear you. And of course, the dumbass liberals on mainstream media are like, oh my God, what a beautiful answer. That's what I heard from NPR this morning.
He articulated and defended Trump's position that it's good that abortion policies are being decided by the states and that democracy can be messy sometimes. But he talked about the issue in a much more articulate and compassionate way. And that has been a problem that the Republican Party more broadly has had. And he very clearly acknowledged that. He said the Republican Party has to do better about talking about this in a way that makes women's lives feel valuable and that they're part of this party.
I added another 100K on it. They ate that shit up. That's all they could do. They're so stupid. Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
Okay.
Like, you can have a guy go on every podcast and be like, women are broodmares. They must be bred forcibly and violently. And if they ever dare to do anything but breed and stay in the kitchen.
I mean, listen, I understand the point here because Ethan took that out of context and I understand that. But you do not respect Ethan, right? And like, you showed that in your reaction here because you literally said you expected him to just sit there and just listen to what you had to say and not really give an opinion other than whatever your opinion was earlier in this podcast. So, like, you kind of like owned yourself with that one, bud.
We should jail them and kill them, okay? Like, you can have a guy like JD Vance say that every day, and then he goes on the main stage and he's like, we really have to do a good job of hearing women out. They have a lot of problems and we must solve them. And everyone's like, aw, you see that? He's a good guy. He changed his mind, actually. Was I wrong? Ethan, was I fucking wrong? Was I wrong? You dumb fuck.
Incredible.
Do you have a disagreement with this statement? This is what I mean when I said he fucking clipped everything out of context. Asshole.
They did this whole time?
That was my fear anyway. Regardless of his true beliefs, that broke my trust in him, and I pretty much ended the show immediately. And
no, you ended the show because you are morally depraved on the issue of Israel-Palestine. And quite frankly, we're making a fucking fool of yourself. And everyone was yelling at you, and you couldn't fucking handle the heat, so you chose to get out of the kitchen. Except from what I've seen in the process of watching this, context nuke, where I got to see some of the other things that you were saying privately behind your paywalled shows, and some of the things that you were saying publicly in your non-paywalled shows that I wasn't paying attention to. It turns out there was a very valid reason as to why people were fucking getting mad at you, because you kept saying a bunch of insanely ahistorical nonsense in defense of Israel.
Yeah. like like Arabic people, the Arabic countries chase Jews out of the country, which is an objective fact. But anything that's a fact, obviously, that goes against the whitewashing that Hasan wants to push out there is obviously some kind of terrorist shit. I don't know. Thank you for the 4 months, Small God from Laveru. Hasan Parker needs to take Uncle Ben's advice. True.
Yeah, keep hiding behind the Instagram stories, coward.
Behind Instagram
What happened?
stories, you coward. You guys just had a debate. I don't really know why you're saying that, but okay.
I felt guilty for my participation in mainstreaming Hasan. And for that, I apologize. I should have done more research, and I should have looked more deeply into who I was getting in bed with before they gave me chlamydia. Sorry, Hila. Over the past year since the show ended, I continue to watch Hasan platform, promote, and...
Why don't you have this much energy during the debates? What do you mean? Oh, because I was terrified of Ethan's sex appeal and the way he carries himself. That analogy was gross, dude. Wait, did he say he made me? He just called you a clow shark and then he made me? Yeah, thanks, Ethan. Thanks for making me. Keep crying about why nobody fucking writes about you, and people keep writing about me in mainstream press, and then fantasizing about how I'm probably paying a PR person. Yeah. I think this is why your community wanted you to watch this sooner, in good faith, to call out Ethan on these takes sooner, not drama baiting. Happy to see all this called out finally. It sucks that it got tangled in drama slop.
We gotta wait for other people to collect all these irrelevant info dump context that doesn't really do anything for his perspective.
I mean, I think it's fine because in the process of me not watching, he just like unwinded. Yeah, Ethan Klein made me mainstream, dude. Thank you, Ethan Klein. When did Leftovers podcast start? Let's take a look. Leftovers podcast start date. So the original release of the Leftovers podcast was September 26, 2021. Okay, let's take a look at Sully Gnome, Hasanabi statistics from back then. Okay, how do I go all the way over there? It's just more. Available ranges, 2021.
Incredible. Thank you for $5 from 8-Bit Cypher. Hey, Papa, big fan. First time chatter. You're my favorite streamer. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Let's do December 2021. Oh, wow. I was peaking at 41,000, 43,000, 45,000. Interesting. So around the time when the podcast started, I already was raking in 30K, 36K average with 41,000 on 9-hour streams. Okay, that's interesting. But maybe he means he mainstreamed me, as in he got me a lot of mainstream coverage. Let's take a look at that. Let's look at Hasan Piker, New York Times. Election 2020. Well, this is a whole year before Ethan Klein mainstream me. How did that happen? How Hasan Piker took over Twitch. 29-year-old progressive political commentator has risen to the top of the platform after 80 plus hours of live election coverage. Wow. Wait a minute. What the fuck? Wait, hold on.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Wait a minute. It's not. This isn't Destiny. He didn't make me. Wait a minute. My uncle having a very popular show, that didn't make me. It was all me. I did it myself without any help from anybody. I'm a pioneer.
No. Oh, wait, what is that? Is that me and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez
playing Among Us? No. Oh, no way, dude. Hey, is this AOC dodging having conversations with me now because she realizes I'm a fucking psychopath? No, dude, that's fucking crazy. Oh.
Control F for Ethan Klein. Wait, let me see. Maybe he's in this. Okay, he's not in this. I'm sure he's been in a New York Times article since then, though. Let's see. This is life in the metaverse. Okay. Ethan Klein in a New York Times article. The metaverse is the new frontier for trolling. One popular YouTuber named Ethan Klein streamed a session last month when he tried to be as sexually explicit as possible while surrounded by kids in the plaza. He got kicked out and barred for 2 hours.
Dude, you're fucking my mother in her pussy right now.
Well, thank you for mainstreaming me, man. That was sick.
I like that he brought that up, trying to make it seem like Ethan is some kind of a fucking weird sex pervert. But it's just kind of funny that he was trolling kids on the metaverse. I think that's funny as hell.
Oh, no, you did it. It was you. Yo, shouts out, dude. I am your monster. You made me. You made me, Ethan. Thanks for making me, big dog.
Oh, Ethan. Ethan, thank you so much.
What is this, Google Trends?
Ooh. Are you fucking my... I hit him with the thing.
Wait. Ethan Klein is in the red. I'm in the blue.
That's crazy.
The one time he got over here was on, June 2021.
I'm in the blue. I'm eating poo. What is this anyway? Are these... He's just looking at Google searches? Yeah. The problem is that Hasan spelt his last name wrong. It's actually Parker. Also, people were probably looking up. You'd have to... I don't know how to do this. I don't know, man. I'm looking this up, and like the thing is that Hasan Parker only has Hasan Parker, and he's got whatever it says 23. Ethan Klein is 19 compared to that, and then you have 17 on H3H3. You have to combine these two. No? Does that not make any sense? Like, he's H3H3. I always look up H3H3 when I look up Ethan Klein. I didn't even know how to spell Klein. I always have to look it up. So doesn't this make more sense to look up? And look, Ethan Klein has more whatever. I don't even know what this is. Ethan Klein has more interest over here as of today. I don't know. But you know what? When did they have their podcast? It was before October 20th, 23. So when did they start? He said 2 years, so the 2021. Oh yeah, he was like Ethan was infinitely more popular than Hasan was when they started their podcast. No, isn't that what this all communicates? Because you have to combine the two. Okay, well, he kind of looks stupid there, but okay. Yeah, then you got H3 podcast. That's another thing that you go in there. Nobody else looks up. The only thing you look up is Hasan Parker. That's it. Okay.
Huh.
Hasan Parker?
I don't understand. I thought he was... Wait, hold on. What? AOC's Twitch Get Out the Vote efforts will help Democrats in 2020 and beyond.
What?
Huh, that's from 2020. That's also an entire year before I started the Leftovers podcast with Ethan Klein.
What?
I wonder... Wow, I can't believe I groomed Ethan Klein into making me.
What?
I can't believe I groomed Ethan Klein into fucking making me, dude.
What?
This stream is hilarious because I used to think you were malicious, but now I realize you're just dumb. I can't believe you don't see the amount of projection you've been doing so far. Yes, I'm dumb.
Got him.
I'm the dumb one here. You're getting your notes from the Vape Nation guy about Israel-Palestine, who keeps telling you wrong things and getting disproven over and over again. And there's a shit ton of malicious clips out of context that are proven to be completely out of context. But that's projection, as a matter of fact. Anyway, let's continue.
And propagandize terrorist organizations. And every time it happened on Twitch, I would say, man, this time surely he went too far and someone's got to do something. But as the time went on, nothing happened. And his view...
Okay, I'm a fan, but he clearly made you, brother. Let's be real. Shut the fuck up, taser face. Taser face.
Views got more and more radical and more disturbing. I feel it's my obligation after mainstreaming someone like Hasan to take this on. And so it was war.
He mainstreamed me. I'm glad he mainstreamed me, and then he killed my career with his fucking content, Nuke.
True.
Calling Hasan dumb in defense of Ethan is a choice. I mean, you know.
Nuclear war.
I stand before you following the footsteps of intellectual giants.
Yeah, he made me, and that's why I'm in. Yeah, look at all the places that I've been on. Thank God. Thank you, Ethan, for getting me on CNN and also in front of an audience in Cambridge.
One thing is nothing but a simple man.
Now,
a simple man who understands right from wrong.
Yeah,
you're an influential voice for a lot of people.
I'm an idiot. I'm a dumb bimbo. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've gotten dumb too. It's not. As a matter of fact, I see it out because I make content of it. I think it's funny and fun.
Whoa! By the way, that puff piece that he got was like him lying the entire time about his origins. He said he did everything by himself and that he started Twitch politics. Incredible. Whoa.
And there are babies that
Can you just shut the fuck up? Bloodthirsty violation. This was the intro? It took me 5 hours to get the intro?
HQ, the marketing team is strategizing on a new advertising vertical.
My friends at Twitch headquarters, the executives, the influencers, Hasan, nice to see you, Frogan, front row. I am here to present to you an extraordinarily...
Remember, one half of this is about Frogan, according to Frogan, so we can't wait to see that.
Exciting opportunity. We have not tapped this market yet. Now, don't panic, okay? Because you're going to want to panic when I tell you, but listen and learn. Who's billions of dollars, eager to spend it? And what, people are too cowardly to reach out and take the money?
Not us.
Terrorism. Terrorism. Twitch is perfect. You can broadcast it straight into the veins of 18 to 35-year-old men. So here's what I'm suggesting. Hasan Piker. Yeah, we'll get drinks after the show. No, you.
Hasan Parker.
He's such a great guy. No, you. Give it up for Hasan Piker, everybody. Happy birthday, buddy. This dude can package anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism.
Ooh, I can't wait for him to say how I package anti-Americanism. Who the fuck are you, Steven Crowder? Oh my God. Steven fucking Crowder over here. He's anti-American.
Steven Crowder.
He's going to actually explain what
he is anti-American. He literally says that everything is West Bed. He said it in this video already. You might have forgotten because he's been talking for 7 hours altogether. But he said that he literally is anything anti-West. He got fucking stumbled upon. Like Ethan fucking made him like look like a fucking fool. He's like, I have a really nuanced take on things, and then Ethan shows him say everything is anti-West, and then he starts going and he starts fucking shitting his pants. He actually like poo-pooed inside of his pants. It was insane. I watched him shit in his pants. I'm not even kidding, dude. I watched him go poo-poos.
What is anti-Semitic thus far in my commentary? Maybe he'll get there.
Like nobody else. In fact, you guys got him on the front page, and he's doing terrorism for free. Basically, gentlemen and gentleladies, Frogan, you look good today, girl.
Right?
Girl, you look good. Great job on that Arab tier list. That was good. How much we get for that? Yo, you got 10 million from Qatar for that. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh God, he's such a vile piece of shit.
Such a vile piece of
Are
shit.
you? Oh God, what a funny joke. Dude.
Yeah, I get my guitars from Guitar Center. Honestly, personally.
Dude, what a funny joke. Hey, by the way, I never entertained this sort of shit, but if you just imagine the role reversal, okay? Imagine the fucking role reversal and how much he would lose his goddamn mind if someone were like, oh, Jews are paying for this, or oh, Israel is paying for this content. Oh, George Soros money. But again, double standard. Oh, Qatar is paying for this. What are you, fucking Benjamin Netanyahu? Yeah, the irony, he's crying about the music video being shown on Twitch. It's literally available on the platform that he's on, which is YouTube. But of course, he doesn't give a shit about that because he doesn't even care. The music video should not be fucking bannable anyway. But I'm not going to fight that battle with Twitch. I don't give enough of a shit to fight that battle with Twitch. An Israeli VPN company paid for the vid, ExpressVPN, right? I think he deleted that part. I heard.
Talking about Twitch! Here's the thing. With help from people like Hasan, terrorism is like in the eyes of the beholder, right?
By the way, I do want to mention something, but for months and months, he edited this video avoiding his family, talking about how his back was hurting and shit. And this is the fucking final product. It's horrible. That's number one. Number two, you don't get it. Working with the ADL, anti-Semitism funded by Qatar, fine. Exactly. Yeah, this is the guy who fucking freaked out because he took credit for getting ADL's attention to pressure Twitch.
Well, no, you said he was working alongside the ADL, which is an anti-Semitic dog whistle that like there's a secret Jewish shadow cabal that runs the world. That's what he was actually doing. He wants to pretend that it's not true, but that's what he was doing.
Woo. To ban content creators, and then he thought it was a bridge too far to make the inference that he put out there, okay? But he's over here being like, oh yeah, for the record, you are you're funded by Qatar, haha.
They're not terrorists, they're... Go ahead.
I get why he lost his mind, though.
They're bad. That's a good point. There is not a prevalent conspiracy theory that Arab countries are running the world. That's absolutely true. That's true.
Spent so many fucking months making this video, and then like it didn't even put a dent. And then I went and all of the interviews that I'd conducted before.
And then iDubbbz, he made his video, and that just fucked your ass hard as fuck, boy.
Before this context nuke came out, finally started being released piece by piece. That must have hurt. Like
what?
That must have fucking hurt him so bad. One, it flopped in the sense that look at the fucking Keemstar shit.
Hey man,
being a major reminder that like it's over. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like it's over. Look at the content. Look at the content nuke on Keemstar. 8.4 million views 4 years ago. Cool. His video, the content nuke, his video didn't even get Becoming the Zuck featuring iDubbbz. His video didn't get the same amount of views as his like throwaway meme video that he did with fucking iDubbbz 4 years in the past.
Cool.
And then he just kept losing his mind over and over again. Like, why does nobody care? Why does nobody care? Why does nobody care?
I don't remember I don't remember him saying like that. What? Was he going off about how nobody cares? I feel like that's not true.
4 years ago, I know. Imagine fucking bringing your channel back for this, losing a bunch of subscribers in the process because they forgot that they were subscribed to you to begin with, and the fucking video itself just flops, and your target for the video literally gets no motion, with the exception of like every dumb fuck Hasan Abi hater on the planet that already was going to entertain any fuck Hasan video, and you barely get 3.4 million views on it. What a fucking flop, dude. Oh my God.
What a flop.
What is this?
Bingo.
Currently sitting at minus 50,000. Oof. Oof. Yes, because it's not funny. If anything, it's doing relatively well for something that's just not funny. Yes, it's doing relatively well for something that's just not funny because there are a shit ton of fucking losers online who have also, in a similar fashion to Ethan Klein, basically broken their brains into believing whatever kind of insane nonsense someone has hallucinated about me online that they saw on their periphery, and then go, I need more of this fuck Hasan content. I need a steady flow of fuck Hasan content. Yeah, he got Denim to go from 1K viewers to 10K in the process. Mike from PH tripled. I know.
How the fuck did I not block?
It's kind of sad.
It is kind of sad. I don't know how the fuck I got the timings off on that. I'm actually fucking disappointed as hell in myself.
Freedom fighters, guys. We are fighting.
I think this is why people were saying he's straight up defaming you. You genuinely have a case. I don't give a fuck.
For freedom. What about the rapes and the murders? Don't mention that. What's wrong with you? And another one. The resistance isn't
not
perfect. What? You gotta crack some eggs, man. Hasan, you know Socialism didn't buy you that car.
If I knew that this...
Wait.
That's a bare bones budget car, guys. What is it, only like $1 million? What the fuck?
Bro, you guys want to know something kind of sad?
What's that, man? You?
After I leased that Porsche, Ethan went and got the same one.
Whoa. I don't know what that proves, but
isn't that crazy?
You got him. Yeah,
he went and he bought the exact same car as me.
That's crazy, dude.
And now he's like, socialism is when nice car. Got him. He's just burning through all the anti-Hasan talking points at this point. All right, respect. If I knew this is what communism would look like.
Well, I mean, I think the point was that he thought you two were like similar in your views, but you're not, because you remember you groomed him in his butthole.
But yeah, Stalin would be so disappointed in me.
Communism would be in 2024. I wouldn't have a bother with this shit, really.
Of course, is the symbol of the capitalist excess.
Brother, what is the beacon of fucking communism right now, carrying the torch of communism globally? The Chinese Party of Communism. There is no better version of excess abundance while still maintaining a transitional socialist state than literally China. What the fuck are you talking about? The USSR is dead. It is a fucking dead kleptocracy that is doing endless warfare for the sake of nothing but to entertain the weak and dying last-ditch effort of a madman sitting on the throne of a dying empire who's fantasizing about like a Duganist expansion, okay?
Did you notice that this is Ethan's face superimposed onto Stalin as a joke? Or is he gonna? He's just too stupid. I know that he pre-watched this. So
meanwhile, look at fucking China. Have
at
you
China.
seen BYD? Have you seen Yang Wang? Have you seen
that's
the
Donald
Dongfeng
Trump.
missiles?
Damn.
Xiaomi. Oh my God.
What the fuck is he thinking? You guys actually believe this idiot is a socialist? Forget your religion. Hasan is the opiate of the masses. Straight to the gulag for anyone swapped to this idiot.
Or that designer dog?
This breed's stunning fluffy coat comes with a price. Chow Chows shed
fuck
all
no.
your...
Very cute, by the way, but those are expensive. The point is, we have the biggest political streamer.
Yo, you see this? Hey, you see this shit? Guy, get over here. Get over here. You seen this?
You seen this?
Motherfucker talking shit, saying you're expensive. Saying you're goddamn expensive, dude. Socialism means you can't have dog. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's probably because he's never encountered a dog that doesn't poop everywhere, right, Kaya? Is that what it is? He's never seen a well-trained doggy. So
he doesn't buy like purebred dogs. He rescues animals, so that probably would be why. Oh, I'm dead.
He thinks, oh, this dog must have cost $1 million.
Oh, you could just dude, you could just double tap. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God.
My baby. Oh, you don't poop in the house. That's right.
Okay.
You're so good. Well, you used to. You used to poop in the house all the time, but you don't anymore.
Oh, okay.
Or because you're well read. You got a PhD.
This guy has an actual he's an actual moron. They got new dogs from a shelter, so they would poop. And Hasan is playing the I'm dead.
Not.
And yeah, they would poop because they had giardia, which is pretty common for adopted dogs, right? So that's pretty cool. It's pretty crazy though. Incredible. Nice own, I guess, because you just admitted that your dog poops everywhere. It used to, but okay.
Pooping in the house. Anyway, all right, that was a Kai break.
He just described
the
dogs.
biggest political streamer
when you first
on
get
our
a dog, it
platform
poops
that is
inside because it
influencing
isn't
media,
punch-trained.
influencing young
I'm so
Don't worry,
smart.
brother. The biggest political streamer on the platform just fell through his fucking attic and is actually a massive fan of yours and is a right-wing reactionary. So you got your...
That's true. Asmongold is kind of a piece of I know I dog can go shit,
uh,
fucking but ballistic. You want to know what, Hasan? The fucking shield.
I
I don't
right
think that
now.
he...
Pretty crazy.
Oh! I didn't even know you could do that, dude. I'm actually humming my pants.
Actually,
But you
as
want
a
to know
matter of
what? I
fact,
think
he was the biggest
Asmongold at least
political streamer on the
believes what he
platform while you
says.
made this
I think
video,
that he's
which
just
is really
stupid.
interesting because he'd said a bunch of heinous shit already.
But Hasan
things
is
that
a
you're supposed to be
fucking degenerate piece
against.
of shit. Oh shit! What do you
know?
say? Like I could see,
Anyway,
I could see
I'm so bored.
Asmongold.
All right, all right,
the U.S. Navy.
I could see that. I could see there being hope for Asmongold.
Okay, yeah,
You know what I
US
mean? I could see him
Navy,
changing his
Houthis.
See the army
perspective
ads on
once the
Twitch?
money's not
The
there
army
for
is fucking
Congo
bro,
and
dude.
MAGA.
I'll tell you who
You're
loves America
fucking
more than the army. Qatar. Well, I don't know if love's the right word, but they're paying more.
What is this like anti-Qatar shit? This is like only fucking pro-Israel weirdos say negative things about Qatar. Qatar is like a Switzerland of the Gulf. They're not exactly fucking pro-Palestine either. You're just saying that because Al Jazeera, you fucking racist Israeli-ass motherfucker. Classic. This is literally
Yeah, I'm not like super educated on what he's talking about, but considering Hasan was lying the entire time here, it's hard for me to be like, oh man, Hasan got him on that one, unless I'm like fully educated, because Hasan is a disingenuous lying fuck. I just fucked myself so hard.
racist Israeli commentary at this point. This is not even like racist American Zionist commentary. This is straightforward shit that racist Israelis say, okay? What the fuck? The idea that he's like, oh, this is Qatar funding. This is Qatar funding. Oh my God. Oh my Lord, dude. Yeah, Qatar is supposed to be the neutral area that, you know, people can do negotiations with. These dirty Arab dogs, the monstrous barbaric rapists that are Arabs, of course. I wonder where he got this. This is not even a liberal Zionist point, I think, for the record. Like, people that say Qatar is funding this, Qatar is funding that, are not liberal Zionists. They're ultra Zionists.
Good CPM from out of Qatar.
By the way, how many of my chatters have so far lost faith in me because they found some really damaging new information here? Hey, you do speak highly of organizations declared terrorist by the USA. Aw, you fucking got his ass. Okay, if I were to respond to people, I think I would probably spend too much time. I'm unsubscribing now. Subscribe to me right now if your opinion has been reaffirmed by seeing all of the radical, monstrous stuff that I've done so far, like having a random dude that I despise, who is a clout shark that fucking harassed Ethan, that he just unfairly associated with me. Subscribe right now to show how much how much this worked. Okay, it seems like it didn't work, Ethan. Holy fuck. Twitch Primes are free, by the way. All the Qatari donations rolling in. Fucking rolling in, baby. Bankroll by Qatar. Woo!
Okay, so here's what I looked up. Qatar. Here's what I looked up about Qatar. This is all I really need to know. Here's what I looked up. Qatar is what considered wealthy. Gay people are illegal, and women don't have the same rights as men. I'm just going to be honest with you. It's interesting that we keep going on and on and on about how if like Palestine has a lot of money, they wouldn't be so homophobic. But it seems like it's not just the money. It seems like it's the culture, which is a very religious culture. Because any very religious culture restricts human rights. I don't know if you know that. That's kind of why we got rid of abortion here, or we restricted it more heavily. So, yeah. Sounds like, yeah, that's just something that doesn't justify killing any group of people. I'm just saying. Qatar sounds really bad. But that's just my Western perspective on the world, thinking that women should be considered equal. Whoa, what's wrong with me, dude? I'm a fucking idiot, right, Hasan? Basically just like Switzerland. Woohoo! Ric Flair in the house, baby! Yeah! Ooh! I don't even know what's fucking playing right now. Oh! Imagine I get like this most difficult boss in God of War on the most difficult difficulty in the middle of a Hasan react. Like, that'd be fucking crazy. I'd be
the only damaging info here is that you're only 30 minutes into the video. I know. Well, chat is fucking going nutty mode right
it's
now.
29 minutes and 2 seconds. Woo! Hasan do be milking.
You kids love anime, right? Can't get enough of it. But look at what we've already done with Hasan. You're the fucking man, dude. Happy birthday again.
Okay, this is going for so long. Yes. What is this?
It's going for so long, dude. You haven't shut the fuck up.
Houthi Pirate, get to the meat and bones.
You're the one that's...
Wait, is this the format? I know a lot of you already watched this, but is this how he packages this entire segment? Like his criticisms? Because I don't want to miss like anything severe. I don't want him to say that like I'm skipping because I'm scared. This entire segment is like this. The rest of the video is like this. Oh my God, I just realized what Ethan's plan was all along. I was suspecting that he was going to probably try to like hit me with a DMCA while I was watching it live, so he could be like, haha, I fucked you over or something. But it turns out he wants me to kill myself. He wants me to endure some of the most bottom of the barrel, washed in fucking 2014 ass commentary.
That's
and
crazy.
editing, so that if I go through a 4-minute segment of this, I will probably end up killing myself or just simply die. As a matter of fact, I'm not even like kill myself physically, but just die from the pure
Just
horror.
die from poop. Die from Giardia, am I right?
Oh my God, that was his goal all along. Ethan Klein wants...
Do you know what I mean? You know what Giardia is, babe? It's a disease in dog poop or something. And if you taste it, it gives you the disease and it makes you poop. And then if other people eat it, then we all have bad poops. Isn't that cool?
To kill Ethan Klein wants me to die, okay? He wants me to die by watching this fucking slop. Oh,
man.
Did you want to say something?
Thing.
Pooping feels good. You know, I said this on the stream the other day. I had a cargo poop the other day.
Cargo?
Cargo, where it all floats to the top. Like cargo got like a cargo
Oh, where it's
ship.
like puffy?
Yeah, like Cocoa Puffs. Shape of a perfect heart.
Why didn't you take a picture of it?
And send it to you?
Yeah, forgot about me.
I didn't know if you'd think it was cute or you'd find it disgusting.
Well, because you love me so much, it comes out of your butt.
Can I tell you one thing?
What?
The first thing I thought of when I saw it was you. Isn't that so sweet?
Baby, I love you.
I love you so much too. It's so incredible.
You know what I found out that's freaking diabolical?
What's that?
My friend who has a child.
Yeah.
Apparently, every single time she goes through a growth spurt and is teething, she gets mucusy poops. Isn't that weird?
I didn't even know that. That's disgusting.
Well, we do need to know that.
Because when we have
babies. Because we're going to have children in the future. And I've been putting my parental listening ears on.
Okay.
When listening to things. And like today I was listening to a vlogger that I watch.
Okay.
And she was following her child's sleep schedule.
Okay.
And I'm listening to her and I'm like, damn, like, how am I going to work?
I'm going to take care of it.
You know, I don't know what the hell we're going to do because
I'm training August. She's doing really well.
Yeah, I know, but like shout
out to my editor, August.
Shout out, August. I think I'm going to be an absent mother.
No, you're not going to be absent mother.
Not absent in the way that I'm going to be a bad mother, but I can't not work. So I think that you're going to be like
that's the point.
parent.
That's the point.
I know, but
I'm going to wake up.
They're not gonna know who I am.
They're gonna know who you are, but like I'm gonna do this for the stream. I can stream 3 or 4 hours a day and take care of the kid the rest of the time. I got August to do the fucking editing. She's doing really well.
Like, how are we ever gonna go to the gym?
Well, that'll be fine. We have our mothers. They have a fucking daycare in the gym. We're gonna be fine. Don't forget you have to pay August. I do pay August.
Yeah.
I pay August. I think I pay August decently.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck are you talking about? Get the hell out of here.
Mucus Poop would be a good band name.
It would be. And just so you guys know, I also pay August a percentage of all live stream donations. So if that's incentive, you could donate. All right, because I do not feel like doing the math and being like, okay, I'll give you this much of just the videos. I don't give a fuck. You know, lately a third of my income has been coming from live streams.
That's crazy.
Isn't that fucking crazy? An entire third, like insane.
Keep it coming, fellas. Just kidding. You don't have to.
No, you don't. But a lot of it is also also advertisement revenue on the live streams. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Let's get back to the video though.
Okay.
I love you. You have something else to say?
Just that we're gonna go on a cruise next year.
Okay, very good. I love you.
Or Hawaii.
Incredible. I'm gonna continue.
Okay.
No, we got a big party for you after. No, don't do it. Let's wait, because we got a big party and everything for you after in the back.
Okay. Yeah. I'm dangerous, radical, and they love me.
This Houthi pirate. I mean, we kid this guy's fucking terrorist. He literally tweeted out.
He's a terrorist because he tweeted this out.
So that's a guy with a stake through his body, and it says something along the lines of "death to Jews," and that's what makes the guy a Houthi terrorist, because he's a Houthi terrorist. It says he's a Houthi terrorist, and then he went on a ship that they pirated, and he posts social media content, and he says he doesn't like Jews.
What is Houthi?
It's just a terrorist organization.
Interesting.
Oh, what the hell?
He tweeted this out, so he must be a terrorist. Except
True.
Ethan recently called for help from a Hen Mazik. Do you guys know who Hen Mazik is?
No.
By the way, if we're calling motherfuckers terrorists for tweets, I mean, what do you say to someone who actually went in and participated in an illegal raid in occupied Palestinian territory? What would that do? Because around the same age, one is from Yemen, the poorest country on the planet. This person who has only seen death and destruction his entire fucking life. Death and destruction.
And One Piece. He's also seen One Piece. Oh, wait, no, I don't think he did actually see One Piece. Did he? Yeah, he did. He's seen One Piece, right? That's true. I think that's true.
Caused, by the way, by the American-backed Saudi and UAE coalition forces that, and you might not know this because you're Ethan Klein and you don't know anything about politics, fucking Al-Qaeda, for the record. Al-Qaeda.
Al-Qaeda.
Our arms that we were giving to Saudi Arabia, that's where the arms were going to in Yemen. Al-Qaeda. Ethan might know what Al-Qaeda is. You know, why was Al-Qaeda getting American arms? Oh, to kill people like Rashid, to kill people in Sanaa, to actually implement a massive fucking starvation regime. But of course, there's not a starvation regime where Muslims...
Well, you don't care about starvation, though. You always pretend that Ukrainians weren't starved by Russia, and then you push like insane fucking talking points about how it's justifiable for them to annex Crimea. So you don't really care about starvation.
Muslims are in the fucking crosshairs that Ethan doesn't like. He loves that shit. Ooh. His arguments are so bad, I'm starting to think you paid him Qatari money to have a year-long crash show so you could have an easy layup debate.
Ooh.
Let's see. You know what's really funny?
No.
A big part of the fucking America Deserve 9/11 commentary was around this. This is some fucking old school ball here for ball knowers. When I said the America Deserve 9/11 comment, okay, America Deserve 9/11 comment. What is this? I would betray you personally for basically nothing. There are no self-hating Jews. They actually love themselves so much they're willing to betray their own people for clout. Yeah. Okay. So one of my angriest moments when I was responding to Dan Crenshaw, where he's talking about like how we must continue giving arms to Saudi Arabia as it was doing a genocide in Yemen, okay, against the Houthis, for the record, against the Ansar Allah movement, against the Houthis. So, interestingly enough,
you know what's crazy? The more I hear Hasan say America bad, the more that makes me want to just be like, oh, America good. You know, that's all it really has the reaction of doing. I wonder if that's intentional to create more like enemies that are just as non-nuanced as he is on topics. It seems like that's kind of the goal there, isn't it? It's incredible.
Saudi Arabia was using some of its militant factions in Yemen. You know who that militant faction was in Yemen that Saudi Arabia was using? That's right. It was Al-Qaeda. Saudi Arabia and its coalition partners have transferred American-made weapons to Al-Qaeda-linked fighters, hardline Salafi militias, and other factions waging war in Yemen in violation of their agreements with the United States. A CNN investigation has found.
He's just not talking because he's just sitting there.
This was what was going on in Yemen, by the way. 12 million facing...
I want to do this another time with any other topic because this is like kind of fun. Like I'm kind of vibing.
Yeah.
But there's nothing for me to interject on this. Makes it like not fun.
Yeah.
But I could vibe on this. I could do a video with you.
I was thinking the same thing. I think this could be the start to something like really cool.
We should react to one of your old.
Oh my god. I mean, I'm down for it. It could be fun.
Like a Paprika at mom's house.
Oh my god. That's
like
fucking
on, like,
old.
Just like a TikTok drama or something, like nothing serious.
Yeah. That's a fun idea.
In Yemen, facing famine as conflict rages in Yemen. This was Rashed's friends and family. This is the experience that he knew. This was 6 years ago. Okay, 6 years ago, this is what was going on. And Saudi Arabia was waging an insane war against the Houthis in Yemen. Okay, utilizing Al Qaeda, using American bombs, using American targeting systems, and destroying school buses. Remember when they blew up that school bus with American targeting systems? Anyway, this is the environment that Rashed grew up in. Rashed al-Haddad grew up in.
Killed as they attempted to flee the Yemeni port city of Hodeidah.
Yeah, this is also terrorist media, by the way. Ansar Allah media, terrorist media, CNN exclusive, using terrorist media. They're terrorists. They're terrorism.
The site of an existential struggle between the US-backed coalition and the Tehran-backed Houthi rebels. As ever in war, the victims are too often innocents caught in the crossfire.
As scrutiny grows around allegations of the Saudi Crown Prince's involvement in the disappearance of Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi, criticism is growing around MBS, as he's known's other great recklessness.
Anyway, yeah, this is what he knew. Okay, this is the environment that Rashed al-Haddad.
Listen, it's fine for Hasan to say like, "Hey, listen, this is the consistent problem with Hasan and like how he lies." It's fine for him to say like, "Yeah, you know what? He is some kind of a Houthi pirate, but like this his entire life was basically just getting oppressed and it radicalized him." Oh, okay. There's no problem with him to say that. Like, I really have no problem with him saying that. The problem is that he has to say, no, he's not actually a Houthi pirate. He was on like a fucking ship that they had taken over. He was posting shit about how much he hates Jews. He said that he was a fucking Houthi pirate. Hasan even mentioned that he was media trained when he was talking to him. That's what he is. But Hasan can't engage with that because it's not about being proportionate. It's about whitewashing every single thing that he looks at.
Grew up in this fucking kid who's 19 years old who says he supports the Houthis. He's not a Houthi. His last name is not al-Houthi. He's not a part of the Houthi family. He's not a part of the Ansar Allah militancy. He says he is a supporter of Houthis. Remember, and for the record,
cool, I guess.
For the record, no mainstream media outlet has actually called Rashed al-Haddad a Houthi terrorist. Just something to take note of. And that is because in my interview, he said he is not a Houthi.
Whoa.
He's a supporter of Houthis.
Well, I imagine that somebody who was a terrorist probably would be like, "Hey guys, I'm a big terrorist guy. Hey guys, I'm a big terrorist man." You know what I mean? Because they're going to be super honest about it. They're not going to try to engage in like some kind of propaganda and like lie about that. You know, that would make no sense whatsoever. Am I right, guys?
He is Yemeni. Okay, he is from Yemen. That's it. Not even Fox News did that. Let's watch Ethan Klein outflank Fox News alongside the rest of the drama slop tubers that don't know anything about anything, as a matter of fact. Let's take a look.
And somehow, not somehow.
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that to Jews. He said Zionists. But okay. You're the one who keeps making this conflation, Ethan.
Okay.
Interesting.
I mean, you also make that same conflation, Hasan. You said anybody that has ever had a positive sentiment for Israel is a fucking neo-Nazi that shouldn't even be a dog walker. You know, so like that's definitely a pretty crazy conflation, buddy. Pretty crazy.
The Houthi fucking pirates, the Houthi terrorist organization. Yeah, the Islamic fundamentalists. Death to America, curse upon the Jews. That's right. That's the Jolly Roger of this man here. None other than Monkey D. Luffy. So let's get out there, guys. And let's make 2025 our biggest year, guys. Come on, guys.
I can't believe that. When I played this, he lost his mind. Remember when I tried to play this, by the way? Here was Rashed al-Haddad making a video. May the peace blessings be upon you. Of course, I received many questions. What if the Jews decide to return to Yemen? Will we allow them or not? Of course, it is normal. We, the Yemenis, extend our hand in peace. Yemen is allowed for anyone who lives in it.
They were chased out, by the way. So for him to say that, it's like, wow, that must be true. So this 19-year-old of like nobody who doesn't know anything about anything, but now is a representative of the country and says that they're safe to return. Why would they want to return after they were fucking oppressed? But okay.
Our problem is not with the Jews. Our enemies are the Zionists. The enemies of Palestine are our enemies. If the Jews decide to return to Yemen, then it is normal. It is above our heads in Yemen. Any person who wants to come to Yemen is above our heads. And we have no problem with this. This is a message to the Jews. I hope it reaches them. Of course, thank the foreigners and the Jews who stood up with the foreigners. The amount of times he's clarified himself is ridiculous. I would like to clarify that any Jewish person, Christian, the Zionist tries to hide behind the Christians or the Jew or the innocent. And we understand everything. There are Jews with us and there are Christians with us. When we say Zionist, we do not mean the innocent Jew or the innocent Christian. We mean the ones who kill children. I would like to make it clear that I did not say that I hate the Jews, but I hate every Zionist who kills children, even if he's a Muslim and does what Israel does. We will all be against them. Think about how fucking crazy it is and how dominant America is as a force that we're making that all of these people were fucking freaking out over this dude and having him post clarification posts. Okay.
Did I burp? What the fuck? I'm like completely zoned out. Just listening to him say the same shit over and over again.
Clarification posts. Yeah, they say he's lying. He doesn't give a fuck. He's from Yemen, dumbass. He could be dead any moment. What the fuck do you mean he's lying? You think he has the same you think he has the same perspective that you and I have? Okay? You think he gives a shit?
So he's saying there's no way that he's lying because he's not from the United States. What? This is how wars are won. That's through fucking propaganda machines. What is he talking about? All right.
Like, the banner. I did not mean the Jews with the Zionists. Do not confuse everyone. I respect every Muslim Jew who stands for the truth. I will do everything I can to protect him. Okay? I am not a terrorist. I'm a Yemeni citizen. I do not want war. I want peace. And just as I love peace in my homeland, I love Palestine to be free as it was. And you also want peace. So why does the war and siege on Palestine not stop? The question here is, who is the real terrorist? Yemeni citizen who stands with Palestine. This was Destiny's community trying to fucking get him to say that he is a Houthi terrorist. Okay? The idea that you think a 19-year-old in Yemen,
I mean, he already did,
is afraid of being fucking canceled by Ethan Klein and like sex pestiny orbiters is so stupid.
But that's the thing, is if he is a terrorist, he would want you to not think he's a terrorist to run propaganda for terrorists, right? He's a young, dumb kid. I get it. I don't really care that much, but you know, whatever. Okay. Hasan interviewed him, by the way, baby love. And in the interview, he pretty much just asked him if he liked anime. He didn't really ask him anything of substance, so it was pretty cool.
Their literal
all right, love you.
banner literally says a curse upon the Jews. I don't think these are guys who care about the optics of the situation. Crazy. Maybe, you know,
right? But he got one of the, like a platform for one of the biggest like streamers to ever exist to say whatever he wants, and so like obviously he wants to run defense for like his shit, and he wants to seem like he's a non-threatening presence. So, yeah.
Like, they don't care about the optics. If they did, they would have changed the banner a long time ago, okay? They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit.
Well, that was not fun.
Above our heads is an idiom, which means with our full respect, by the way. Yeah.
No, I'm just a Yemeni citizen who stands with Palestine.
Rashid al-Haddad rejects slanderous anti-Semitism allegations against them. We do not hate the Jews. We respect every Christian who stands with Palestine. We do not confuse them. Like, they couldn't get what they wanted out of this Twitter Spaces thing that they did, so they went and pushed to ban him. Oh, this was a funny one. I think if this is the one I'm thinking. Yeah. This is... This was awesome.
I thank Klein. I thank Klein. I thank Klein. I thank Klein. I thank Klein.
Wow, that's so funny. That's a big funny joke.
Oh, that's so good. Tell him, Rashid. Tell him, Rashid al-Haddad.
Okay.
Now, I want to clarify some things about this, okay? Now that you have a little bit better of an understanding of what the environment he grew up in, okay? Because I'm sure Ethan is going to fucking invest heavily into dumping as much misinformation as possible here.
Guys, the resistance isn't perfect. The resistance isn't perfect. Yeah, let's get them. If you want to know where on the political spectrum Hasan sits, take a look at a recent media analysis by Ad Fonte.
Oh, Ad Fonte says so. Let's take a look at Ad Fonte's perspective. Joe Rogan, center right, okay?
Crazy.
Ad Fonte's put me at contains misleading.
Oh, how old is this? Let's see. Where's Joe Rogan? Where they said he's center right. He's over here. This is a little more than center right, it looks like. I mean, how old is this? I don't even know how old this graph is. I don't know how old this is. Okay.
Information and as
well, you
as
do
much
push a lot of misleading information. There are potential mischaracterization of Joe Rogan based on like what exactly like what's the time frame is doesn't matter.
Of a as much as a leftist Infowars, basically Infowars OAN. This is where Ad Fontes placed me. Now, if Ad Fontes is placing me there, why the fuck does the New York Times or CNN or any number of different actual fucking news outlets that Ethan, I'm sure, relies on for reliable journalism, why the fuck do those journalists actually sit in here in this chat? Or why the fuck do those journalists actually come to me and say, hey, you do a lot with disinformation and dispelling...
Well, because they don't. The only reason that they platform him is because right now Democrats are desperate to try to figure out what to do to come off as more relatable. Ooh. So they're like, I think this guy's a popular streamer and he's on the right. He's on the left. Oh, maybe he's like a good candidate for us to run fucking... maybe he's a good guy for us to go, oh, he's great. He's so great. We got to figure, because they're desperately looking for some kind of optics play, but it's backfiring on them, obviously.
The right-wing radicalization that happens online. Can we please get your commentary on this issue? I wonder if Ad Fontes is more reliable in this than, I don't know, virtually every fucking mainstream institution. Okay. That's weird. Well, surely weird. They can't be that biased, right? After all, they put the New York Post above MSNBC. They put the New York Post in terms of news value and reliability. Let's look at GBN, which is the British Fox News, is above the Rolling Stone and Pod Save America and the New Republic. GBN is above the fucking, above the Rolling Stone. Definitely not biased. Definitely not weird. The Sun is in the center and also has the same level of reliability as Salon.
Okay.
Pew Research Center, USA Facts are the tippy top, unbiased, and the most reliable. Check the latest. Look who's above you. He's apparently more reliable. Who's above me? Joe Rogan is above me, which is really weird because a big part of what I do is to address the stupidity of Joe Rogan. Who's above me? What is this? Destiny. I wonder how this happened. I wonder how this happened. I wonder. Epoch Times is up here, dude. Epoch Times. Do you understand how fucking insane it is to put Epoch Times here? I know for many of you who are not super invested in media criticism, which for the record, I am. This is my job. This is literally my job. The fact that they put Epoch Times here above someone like myself is insane. Okay, they put Barstool Sports above me.
No fucking way.
It feels like they might have a fucking agenda. Or maybe they're an unbiased, unvarnished look into the truth.
I mean, I don't really know any of these outlets, but like, again, I can't really trust your perspective of anything, so.
Like, Epoch Times is QAnon, chatters. Do you understand? They do QAnon commentary. Newsmax does QAnon commentary. Breitbart used to have a black crime tab. The Daily Wire is over here. Fox News is more reliable than Democracy Now! And Jacobin, okay? What the fuck is this? Reason Magazine, a libertarian outlet, and The Sun, which is a dish rag. Okay, The Sun is basically like The Mirror, or basically like New York Post.
Cool.
The fact that it's up here on the list, above the likes of even the Daily Beast, and at the same level of,
like Mr. Beast?
Reliable information as 60 Minutes, is some of the most psychotic things I've ever seen. This is the most right-wing slanted list of all fucking time.
Okay.
But of course, if you don't know anything and you just look at this, you're like, oh, well, fucking owned, I guess.
Fucking owned, dude.
Rated Hasan as the most extreme left-wing, untrustworthy media source on the internet. And to give you an idea, he is opposite of InfoWars. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell.
Oh, Adfonte said so. So I guess the New York Times was like, or the CNN, New York Times, NBC, all these outlets, they simply didn't watch the context nuke, and they simply were oblivious to the Adfonte's media designation. That's what happened. Oh God, how do these journalists not take a look at the fucking tier list that some random dipshit made? Oh shit, we got dono matching for QD Kaya. Donation match activated for an hour, $500 dono. We're at $159,000.
Tell you that Hasan loves all terrorists. But what I will say is that there isn't many he don't like. Let's start with our good friend Luffy here and his organization.
I do not love Israel, and I do not love the terrorism of America. So no.
So why are you here?
The Houthis. And yes, this is what it looks like. They are hiling Hitler. The Houthis are an Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel measures, forcibly recruiting child soldiers, shelling civilian areas, and blocking food from entering already famine-ruined parts of Yemen. They've also set up landmines and agricultural.
I don't think Ethan has considered how everything is America's fault. You know, that's the biggest problem.
Making the field virtually worthless. Women have virtually no rights, and homosexuality, of course, is punishable by.
Bro, did he say the Houthis are doing the Roman salute like they're doing the Hitler salute? Is that what he said? Yeah, dude, you're right. They all have. You see that, guys? Once again, they have the copy of Mein Kampf. The Houthis, they have the copy of Mein Kampf. They are Sieg Heiling for Adolf Hitler. They are Sieg Heiling for Adolf Hitler. Everybody knows. Look at the Houthis.
What are you saying that they're not? Is that you're contesting that that's what they're doing? Is that what you're saying? Okay. I mean, why would that be something that they're not doing? Like, what's your argument other than I said no? I don't understand.
And yes, this is what it looks like. They are hiling Hitler. The Houthis are an Islamic.
Oh my God.
What's funny? I don't really understand what's so funny about this.
Yeah, they're fucking. That's what they're doing. Yeah, they learned anti-Semitism from reading Culture of Critique. I heard.
I'm not understanding. Is his argument that they can't be hiling Hitler because they don't? Did they not know what? I don't understand the argument here. He's saying that they can't hile Hitler because. Are they dumb? Like, is that what his argument is? His argument that they're stupid? Maybe that's his argument. Maybe his argument's that they're like really stupid and uneducated. But he keeps talking about how all these people are like more educated than the average Westerner. But then they can't be doing like a hailing Hitler in their hatred of Jews. Okay. Incredible. That makes perfect sense.
And then they got really invested in Reddit. Like, and they went on a deep dive into the dark side of the internet. And then lo and behold, they were all radicalized like some dumb fuck teenager in America. Yeah, they definitely are big Adolf fans.
They do not like Jews. So
oh my God.
Oh my God.
I'm with you, but what's the counterpoint to the curse of Jews bit on the flag? I'm going to explain it, but I'm not going to actually explain it myself. I'm going to use the words of Norm Finkelstein, which Ethan loves talking about. Okay, so there's a couple things that you need to understand that many of you are completely oblivious to because why the fuck should you know? You usually come here to learn about the news and about political conflicts around the world, and I'm here to explain it to you.
Well, isn't this something that is relevant to the news and political conflicts around the world? So,
I've already I have already described this in a little bit of detail earlier, but the Houthis were in an extended conflict. The Houthis were in an extended conflict. They're Zaidi Shias, okay? And they were in an extended conflict with American Western-backed coalition forces led by Saudi Arabia and UAE, okay?
Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel measures.
They're Islamic military group, okay?
Forcibly
They're known for their cruel measures, okay? Cruel measures such as what? Fucking striking Tel Aviv. Yemen army removes 300,000 Houthi landmines in liberated areas.
Making the field
I don't know where that article is from, but I suspect that a lot of the actual fucking articles are coming from
a lot. Incredible.
Saudi-backed news outlets with very little veracity or interest for real information. Now, one might ask the question, why? Why would the Saudis actually write propaganda about the Houthis? Well, that's because they were killing the Houthis. That's because they were starving the entirety of Yemen. This is from ArabNews.com. Yemen army removes 300,000 Houthi landmines in liberated areas. This is a Saudi Arabian outlet, okay? So an outlet that is
Does he actually think that they're doing the Roman salute instead of like a Heiling Hitler? That'd be really interesting if he actually thought that.
An outlet that is personally invested in the continuation of the man-made famine in Yemen, okay? Just so you understand. What actually is a salute to the uneducated? I think it could be a bit weird. I'm trying to be earnest in my question. I don't know. I don't know what the fucking reason is, but I suspect it's not because of I suspect it has nothing to do with fucking Adolf Hitler.
So he's saying that they're just raising their hands up, doing a Heil Hitler, or was that Sieg Heiling? And he doesn't know what it actually is, by the way, even though he's like super, educated on the Middle East. But he suspects it is nothing to do with being anti-Semitic, despite the fact that most Arab countries are fucking, full of anti-Semitism. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I get it.
Or the Nazis. I've described this before. A lot of people don't understand this, but on that part of the world, they don't fucking give a shit about Adolf Hitler, okay? That's not in their lexicon. That's not in their worldview. That's not in their ideology. Is there anti-Semitism around in that part of the world? Absolutely. Yes. But it's not the same anti-Semitism that you see in the Western world.
Oh yeah, it's different anti-Semitism. They actually love the Jews. They love them so much that they treat them like fucking kings and queens. It's the racism of loving you a lot. What?
There's no Nazi anti-Semitism in these places.
Okay. Sure. Gotcha. This is just stupid. He's a fucking moron. This is just like such a childish video to even be watching.
Every now and then you will actually find, like a fascinated Indian man who has like an insane name or some shit.
He's sitting here saying that like these people are more educated than the average like American, but then he's telling us that they're not educated on World War II. Okay, that's fucking insane. It's just so fucking boring listening to this guy talk.
But it is most likely just a military salute that you see all around the world that isn't directly related to Nazi Germany at all.
Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. You fucking idiot. Yeah.
In any case, yeah.
In any case, yeah.
I had to make a gesture exactly like this, the Oath of Allegiance, when I turned 18. It was required to enlist in the Brazilian army. Yeah, there's a Mexican salute as well. Anyway. Can you explain the difference between this and the Elon thing? Yes, Elon is in the United States of America, where anyone that does that salute in the United States of America is very clearly doing that to fucking say that they love Adolf Hitler.
Okay. But when you do it other places,
what the fuck?
He doesn't have an answer if you do it in the Middle East, but he just knows that it's not fucking racist. Okay.
Yes, if you see this in the Western world, if you see this in Ukraine, if you see this in places where like that are a part of the Western sphere of influence, then they absolutely are doing this as a Nazi salute.
Okay. Wait, but you said that one of the biggest issues in the Middle East is that the West has too much influence on them. So then wouldn't they be under the Western sphere of influence by that logic? I'm not understanding. What's the argument here? Oh, and there's some damage. Okay. I mean, I guess
this dum-dum was cited Der Stürmer during the Holocaust. Yeah. So Arab News, an English language daily newspaper published in Saudi Arabia. It is published from Riyadh. The target audience of the paper, which is published in broadcast sheet format, are business people, executives, and diplomats. It's owned by Prince Turki bin Salman Al Saud, the brother of the ruling crown prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. So obviously, not exactly the least biased newspaper to get fucking information from when trying to figure out what the fuck is going on in Yemen, especially because that article is from 2018, where they were quite literally implementing the blockade that I showed you. Here's a timestamp of Saudi war crimes in Yemen.
In March of 2015, Saudi Arabia began bombing Houthi-held territory across Yemen, causing mass civilian casualties. They've destroyed targets ranging from marketplaces to hospitals, from schools, and even to a funeral recently, where 140 people were killed in a single strike.
He cut off sourcing because he knows exactly what it is. You think Ethan knows that Saudi Arabia was fucking bombing Yemen and therefore doing propaganda, and he actually meticulously cut out the context so that people couldn't figure out where the source was coming from? Are you insane? He's a fucking moron. He doesn't know anything. Someone who supplied him with this information might have known, but even then, I don't think so.
Okay.
Worthless. Women have virtually no rights, and homosexuality.
Yeah, as far as like women not having any rights in Yemen, or
it's all the West's fault, basically.
Homosexuality being criminalized with a sentence punishable by death. Yes, they're not woke. This is not supposed to be shocking to anyone who has any brain cells whatsoever.
I'm not understanding, like, why is it so acceptable for Hasan, for these people to not like gay people? I don't understand. Like, does he actually think so little of them that they shouldn't be held to any like meaningful or reasonable standard? I don't understand.
This is not a defense of any of this shit, but you have
Yes, it is, dude. You don't seem to give a fuck. What the fuck?
to understand, you don't have time for fucking civil liberties when you're getting pummeled to the ground, okay?
Saudi Arabia, Qatar, both wealthy countries. They do not have, they do not have, they don't fucking have like equal rights for any of these groups. So I don't really know why he keeps saying shit like this, as if it's like a fucking own. It doesn't make any sense.
You don't have time to have your own civil rights movement when you're too busy trying to fucking claw your family out of the fucking ashes of a Boeing bomb that exploded on top of your fucking family.
Okay.
The pathetic nature of Westerners who go, oh, they're just uncivilized, barbaric, anti-gay, anti-woke monsters is so...
I just think that they're religious. And religion is oppressive. But okay.
Fucking frustrating. Okay?
You got it, boss.
I can't believe the poorest country in the world is not woke, dude. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. I guess they deserve
Dude,
it.
it's every Middle Eastern country. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It has nothing to do with their fucking being Arabic or anything. It's everything to do with their any religion. The closer you are to religion, the more oppressive you are. I don't know what else to tell you.
Then I guess they deserve to be fucking bombed into oblivion. Great. It's no Western culture. No, it has nothing to do with fucking Western culture. It has everything to do with material conditions. It's incredibly fucking stupid to have this expectation.
It can have that. It can have something to do with material conditions, but in this case, it doesn't seem to be the case. Middle Eastern countries don't exactly value fucking gay or trans rights or women's rights or children's rights for that matter. There's a ton of fucking child marriage too, which is always abusive. So I don't know what else to tell you.
These guys are gonna be fucking woke. Okay. And also, the country that's fucking destroying them is Saudi Arabia. Are they woke? Is Ethan going to bring up the fact that Saudi Arabia also has severe penalties for homosexuality?
Why would they? It's a Middle Eastern country. That doesn't support your narrative. What are you talking about? Oh, because they get money from the United States? Oh, okay. Wait, I thought you said that it's bad if we do American interventionism. What are you talking about?
Country that only recently allowed women to fucking drive. Is that actually woke? And Saudi Arabia actually has a direct... Saudi Arabia is a kingdom, not a fucking democracy, for the record, just so we're clear. And also on top of that, has direct access to the Western world and even to whitewash.
Wait, so you're saying that they're actually giving more rights in relation to their fucking proximity to the Western world? That's incredible. Wow, Nicholas Diorio's and their viewers joined. Say hi. How do I learn more about Nicholas Diorio and his users coming into my chat? Let's see. How to use YouTube Live Direct. Wow, what's going on, guys? I appreciate you coming in here. Oh shit, dude, we gotta cut this out of the reaction, dude. If Hasan Parker knows that we're affiliates with Nicholas Eats Oreos, I think that's what it is. We're fucked. We're fucking over, dude. He's gonna just write us off. He's gonna tell us that we're dumb. He's gonna make fun of my cat, my hat, my shirt that says Meow USA. Saw it in Walmart today. Nothing more American than a fucking American shirt like this, baby. Oh, because we love America here, dude. We love America. It's incredible. Thank you for the raid, Mr. Lips. I really appreciate it. I'm assuming you guys did the exact same thing here. I'm going to assume that you guys were doing an ultimate rape review, but with Hasan doing it because he loves to deny the rape of Israeli women. It's incredible. It's not incredible. He's going to call me Jewish. He might be right. I can't wink or I'll have a fucking attack. I'm gonna keep going. Let's keep going.
Their reputation. They don't even care enough to
Who's this guy waving to, you think, huh?
Launder their reputation a little bit by trying to be as woke as they possibly can. So get the fuck out of here. Meanwhile, Lockheed Martin is very woke. Does that mean it's good? Are we going to do that? Lockheed Martin is like,
I fucking hate the URR. God damn it, dude.
Gay pride parade. They have trans pride at Lockheed Martin. The Human Rights Council has considered Lockheed Martin to be one of the fucking wokest companies to work for. Does that mean that their output is good? It's fucking stupid. None of this shit matters. Get the fuck out of here. The only reason why you're bringing this up is because you want your audience that is watching this to go, oh, they're barbaric, they're savages. It's like, no, dude.
Well, no, you want to be like, oh man, these people don't have like any human rights. for gay and trans people. Like, that's not good. I value that immensely. One of the reasons why I don't like fucking MAGA supporters is because they don't like gay and trans people. Like, yeah, so I'm obviously going to you know, a country less that doesn't care about gay or trans people. Isn't that incredible? Dude, there's no way.
They're fucking poor and they're constantly under a blockade and constantly under bombing. Okay? Fuck. I can't believe you tried to hit me with a bigotry of low expectations when we were talking about this, by the way. That was so crazy.
That's what you're doing right now. No? You're sitting here saying it's okay that they don't like gay people and trans people and women and children because, you know, they're poor. But then other, like, more financially robust Middle Eastern countries still seem to have the same problems. So it doesn't really hold any water, huh? Doesn't seem to hold any water, huh?
Of course, is punishable by death. That lines up with leftist values. Now, just how little rights do women...
Yeah, no, man, I don't care. I genuinely don't care. And I think it's an incredibly stupid point to bring up. Yeah, why? I don't think they should be bombed. I don't think they should be blockaded. I don't think the other countries that are also incredibly fucking homophobic shouldn't be blowing them up with Western weapons.
Yeah, that's not his point, but okay.
But you have no issue with that, do you?
Well, no, that's not his point at all. But he's just saying that these terrorist organizations, which are very religious extremist, are, you know, they're bad. You know, but okay.
Or perhaps you are.
I wish Ethan would make that, like, Ethan would say that, like, it has everything to do with religious extremism when he does do these things. I think it would be good moving forward, because a lot of it is like an optics play of like, okay, Hasan's just going to be like, oh, you think that Arab people are savages? Obviously, he doesn't. He hires an extraordinary amount of fucking Arab people. So, I wish he would be like, listen, it has nothing to do with like their culture. It has nothing to do with like them inherently. It has everything to do with like the higher proximity you are to religion. The worse, you know, the obviously more oppressive you get.
Fucking oblivious to that reality. Yeah, I don't give a shit. What the fuck? Liberate Yemen from the throes of Western Empire, and then maybe they can have their own fucking civil liberties movement. The same shit goes. The same shit goes for Palestine. Chris Kunzler and I had a wonderful conversation about this as well. If you guys want to fucking bring up that video again, I can pull it up one more time and talk about it.
I think I'm good, doggy.
It's so silly that these guys go, oh, they're just like an inferior culture. That what? Deserve.
It is an inferior culture. Not because they're Arabic, it's because they're closer to religion. So that's what I would say. And it's nothing to do with them being Arabic. So
was to be bombed?
Nope, that's not what he's saying.
Is this
they're all dead?
That's what you want him to say, because you have no strong positions in this video. That's why you've been fucking filibustering it the entire time.
Or this part where he condemns Hasan Piker for his endorsement of Syed Hassan Nasrallah. We
didn't even get here. I have a question I got you. A comparison with my own life. I've been grappling with is your brother works for Boeing, my aunt works for Northrop. Should I hold her in any contempt as it should department that she works for? Yeah, it does.
Bad boys.
When you're logging off, Hasan, you seem more frustrated than usual.
Damn,
I'm not. I'm cooking, and I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep plowing through this.
Gas,
to the best of my ability.
He's cooking Ethan with gas. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a dog whistle, guys. He's dog whistling. Oh shit. He's dog whistling right now.
Anyway, this should not come as a surprise to any of you, for the record. This is not like the soft bigotry of low expectations or whatever. This is a direct analysis of the material conditions. People don't have time to actually do gay liberation or an advocacy for women's rights when they are trying to fucking survive. Okay?
Crazy.
And the reason why people like Ethan Klein do this gross shit is because they want to sell American imperialism to a liberal audience that is infinitely more, has a lot more appetite for death and destruction, or looks at these guys as like fucking monsters when you say these guys are homophobic. Okay.
In the Houthis' Yemen.
So
well, according to this, there's been 1,181 violations committed by Houthi rebels against women, including torture, rape, and murder. So, not great. The Houthis have a very wholesome flag, as you can see.
Well, yeah, but Hasan obviously doesn't care about rape. So he's a pretty big downplayer of it, actually. I don't know if you guys know that. He does not necessarily care too much. Incredible.
Here it says, translated, Allah Akbar, death to America, death to Israel, and a curse upon the...
Why didn't he translate Allah Akbar? It just means God is great.
God is good.
Wait, why did he keep Allahu Akbar in there? He translated the other ones from...
You notice how he said it like normal before? Like he said it with his normal accent, and then he tried to like do an accent on the second time. Because he's just like my mom. He's just like my mom that tries to speak Spanish, and she tries to use like the accent. Thank you for the small gut from Stick Dancers. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
From Arabic. I wonder why he didn't translate God is great.
Oh, I don't know, man.
That's weird. I wonder why. Oh, that's right. He's a racist fucking piece of shit. Anyway, death to America.
I think that what he's trying to say is like, hey, he's translating. First of all, I think everybody knows what Allah Akbar means. It means God is great or whatever, right? I think he's just translating the stuff that means you should kill the Jews, curse the Jews, death to Israel, death to America. I think that's what the point is. He's highlighting, hey, these are pretty bad stuff. That's pretty bad stuff. But okay.
The Israel curse the Jews, victory to Islam, right? That's the fucking banner. I've talked about this banner before. You've heard me talk about this
He's
banner a
talked
million
about
times
it
over, I assume. I
a
don't
million times over, I assume. So we're just going to kind of presuppose that, you know what I'm talking about.
I think the banner is optically correct. But since Ethan Klein...
He thinks the banner is optically correct? Curse the Jews? What happened to being anti-Zionist, buddy? What the fuck?
And used Norm Finkelstein's statements on...
Norm Finkelstein, the aging cancer patient. Let me hear more what he has to say. Jesus fucking Christ.
Free, even though he has no issue with
Sorry, but he looks like shit. But so do I, so yeah, fuck it.
With the usage of it, he just thinks that it scares people, but it's all right. He's not going to fucking stand at odds with people that use it. Here's what he had to say about the Houthis in general.
Yeah. I have to ask you this, Norm, because I'm sure people raise this with you. The fact that Ansar Allah says, curse the Jews.
It's their slogan, I
Their
think.
slogan.
Yeah, that is their slogan.
Death to America, death to Israel.
Curse the Jews. Maybe they want to curse the Jews with a huge cock. That's what it is. It's like, oh, curse the Jews, but with a huge penis. Because, you know, here's the thing. You guys don't even know this. Oh, I want to have a huge dick. Like, that's crazy. Girls like it. Oh, yeah? Well, think about it this way. Okay? You have to think about it this way. Okay? The smaller the wiener, the more places it could fit, more girls it can fit into. Okay? The bigger the wiener, okay, the more that you could hurt somebody. You'll never have to worry about hurting a girl if it's really tiny, right? So basically, you love women and you don't want to see them get hurt at all, okay? Plus, you know what? If there's big fucking wieners, there's big vaginas. You know what I mean? So like, you'll find one that fits you. You'll find one.
Now,
I don't get
like I remember talking to this one girl. She had some kind of vagina thing that made her so tight that like it was like a problem. Now, I obviously could, you know, it doesn't, you know, I'm fucking huge, so you know, I had a huge problem. But imagine you had a micro dingle. You know what I mean? You're vibing on that shit.
Wait, oh, this is just on the banner. Hold on.
I totally support the Houthis as a Jew.
Huh.
Cool. You said that, Norm. Yeah. Totally. The Houthi flag says, God is the greatest, death to him.
Why do you say optically correct? Wait, what? Optically incorrect instead of calling it disgusting?
Spin.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you think I think a
How
curse
are
upon
you
the Jews
doing?
is
How are you
appropriate? Like, are you that desperate to try to find something? Of course I don't think it's...
But you just said it was.
Appropriate. It's inappropriate. It's fucking disgusting. Are you happy? It's disgusting.
Oh,
Yeah.
the first thing you said was it was optically correct. I'm so confused now.
You got it.
He says optically correct. If you want to make the take of like, of course they're going to hate Jewish people because Israel's oppressing them, and so I can understand even if I think it's wrong, that's fine. But the fact that he's not clarifying that is because he doesn't care if about there being anti-Jewish sentiment, because he's anti-Semitic, guys. I don't know if you know this, but he's really does not like the Jews.
Americans are so fucking stupid and have their heads stuck so far up their own fucking assholes, dude. Just shut the fuck up and listen to the goddamn video, and you will understand. Here is Norm Finkelstein, academic, and also the son of Holocaust survivors, explaining what his take is on the banner of the Houthis.
You think his parents are rolling over in their grave? Or their oven? I don't know.
Death
Sorry,
to Israel, a curse upon the Jews.
Sorry, guys. I'm Jewish. I can say that. I can say it. I'm Jewish. I can say it.
Victory to Islam.
By the way, this is why I said the fucking Rashid al-Haddad making a distinction between Jews and Zionists is very clearly not for the optics. He doesn't give a shit about optics. He's in fucking Yemen, okay? These guys obviously are not thinking about what dumb fuck Americans think, because their only experience with the United States of America is when an F-18 flies overhead, drops a fucking bomb on the cement factory in Hodeidah, only to fly back and then accidentally get dumped into the fucking ocean like a bunch of payload because the goddamn aircraft carrier was doing a fucking evasive maneuver. So that's their only experience with America. They don't give a fuck about you. It says literally death to America on the banner, which I have no issue with, okay?
Whoa.
Suck my dick.
How do you reconcile this?
I love America. We're pretty based, dude. We're like the bastion of Western freedom, bro. What are you talking about? Without America, what country is going to fucking uphold the rights of our gay and trans brothers and equals rights to women? What the hell? I mean, we're kind of slowly draining downwards, unfortunately, but you get my point.
I have no problem reconciling it for this very simple reason, and you'll allow me, you can disagree, I have no problem with that. From my first conscious moments in my own...
No, they lost another one? It's three. It's the third one. No, this is
What happened?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Why did he just turn off the clip that he was playing us to put on this fucking dribble? What the hell is this?
America has lost 3 FA-18 Super Hornets. 3.
Oh,
Those are
not their
$70
super
million a pop.
hornies.
$70 million a pop.
Damn, we're fucking
The Houthis in the
balling.
process have also dropped 22 MQ-9 Reaper drones. Oh my fucking Lord, dude.
Oh my God.
Lord. The amount of fucking college education you pay for that shit.
Oh my God.
Nope.
Jesus.
No, it's not only 2. It's 3. Under the Brandon leadership, America shot one of its own F-18 fighter jets accidentally. And then 2 under Trump. One under Brandon, 2 under Trump.
life.
Damn,
okay?
dark Brandon.
My parents loathed the Germans. They didn't loathe the Nazis. They hated the Germans. In
Okay.
fact, I vividly recall my father once recommended me a book on the Nazi Holocaust. And I asked him, what makes this book special? And he said to me, I liked it that the author didn't talk about Nazis. He talked about Germans.
Okay.
Now, my parents were very decent human beings. The apple did not fall far from the tree. But I could understand that sentiment. The only Jews the Houthis have known are the Israelis. It's a regrettable fact that they don't know, have never experienced any other kinds of Jews. I remember I once asked my mother, just out of curiosity, did you ever come into contact with a German?
So this is a fine take. Like he's making, this is a decent point. But again, you guys have to be aware of like the way that Hasan dog whistles, okay? Hasan does this on purpose, right? When he sees the flag say death to like cursed all Jews, he's not an idiot. He knows what the optic play is there, what you should say to be as nuanced as possible, and that is effectively something along those lines. Like, hey, listen, they've been oppressed by the Jews their whole life. Of course, they're going to hate Jews. It's not right, but it kind of like is understandable. It's not what he says. He says, oh, it makes sense. And then he just kind of moves on. Now he's playing somebody else to explain it, but he intentionally doesn't explain it himself for a reason. Because he doesn't have any consideration for for Jewish people at all. That's it. So every time he explains it, it's not like he shows Norm Finkelstein talking about it. He just removes all that context to push like a hatred on Jewish people, or really I think the primary target is to like whitewash and like kind of cleanse or bleach the negatives from like terrorist organizations. That's the whole point. Okay.
Who was decent. And she said to me, she thought hard, and she said, I remember one German soldier, he had a kind of guilty look on his face. That was all she could remember. One. So it doesn't surprise me that she loathed all Germans. Do I wish the Houthis were more discriminating in their slogans? Of course I wish it. But do I understand where it comes from? Yes.
And here's a guy, Rashid al-Haddad, who is discriminating.
He's a guy?
In his sloganeering, who does make that distinction between Zionists and Jews. And here's Ethan freaking the fuck out about it, which is, by the way, I mean this with all sincerity. If Rashid al-Haddad was also still chirping about like all Jews, this and that, he's still a fucking 19-year-old in Yemen. Like, what is wrong with you? He's not going to college to get a fucking marketing degree, dude. He doesn't have the same living standards as you. This is not the soft bigotry of low expectations, okay? This is just being a normal human being. Yes, of course, his perspective, as Norm Finkelstein also pointed out, is going to be a little bit clouded by his experience with Western imperialism and what Israel has done, which is quite similar to what, he doesn't have a fucking Porsche and an Aston Martin and $250,000 watches that he buys every goddamn week and fucking lives in a Bel Air mansion, okay? He has inconsistent access to the internet. Like, what are we talking about? God, these people are so fucking annoying and so stupid. Oh, look at me, I'm so mighty.
All of them, not just the ones in Israel. And of course, victory to Islam. I get amused when these terrorists are like, we hate Jews. We want to kill Jews. And then people like Hasan are like, you're fucking racist for saying that they just want to kill Jews and that they're terrorists, man.
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim.
You're not thinking deep enough about this topic.
My criticism of the Houthis is true. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why but he demonstrated that he's not thinking deep enough about this topic. This is unironically what he is demonstrating right here. So he gets the pass for being young in the IDF, but the Yemeni kid doesn't. The Yemeni kid's not even a part of the fucking Ansar Allah militancy. Houthi slogan, do not factor into what they are doing. Of course, there's anti-Semitic contextualizing matters. Yeah, it's really interesting because like that is such Western-focused propaganda. Like for a Palestinian to arrive at anti-Semitic opinions, okay, they don't need to read Mein Kampf. Wait, show the rest of that clip, Ethan. Show the rest of that fucking clip, you douchebag. Show the rest of that clip, you fucking racist douchebag.
Ooh, show the rest of the clip. Let's see it. You have it prepared. You had like 84 people fucking work on a response for you. So like, show it.
This is something that I commonly explain, by the way, which is that for a Palestinian to develop anti-Semitic opinions, they do not need to learn anti-Semitism by reading Mein Kampf. They do not need to learn about anti-Semitism by going to school, okay? Here's the clip. There's a whole study being made here, but always the debate always ends with slogan, the Houthis likely argue that is West. But I also try to explain to Americans that like, that the way that you try to understand like how this kind of perspective learn. Show the rest of that fucking clip at anti-Semitic opinions, okay? What they are doing. Of course, there's anti-Semitic contextualizing matters. Yeah, it's really interesting because like that is such Western-focused propaganda. Like for a Palestinian to arrive at anti-Semitic opinions, okay? They don't need to read Mein Kampf.
So he's watching a Bad and Panada video here. So I'm assuming he's going to play the same video where he explains the context. He's going to play the exact same video.
Anti-K, explain to Americans that like.
Oh no, he's going to play a different clip and say that Ethan cut him out of context. Okay. Wow. Don't you think it would have been like important to like show the exact same clip? No.
That the way that you try to understand like how,
or are we going to get
this kind of perspective?
Maybe it's
how people arrive at these kinds of conclusions.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Never mind.
Okay.
Okay. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. My bad.
Anti-Semitism is completely unacceptable. Can you imagine if you edited a clip of Ethan and Healy and
Can you just shut the fuck up? I want to see what your context is. Maybe you're in the right here.
IOF uniforms. First of all, you don't need to edit Gila into an IOF uniform. The equivalency would be if I edited a clip of Ethan and Gila in Nazi uniforms, because the Israeli force, the Israeli occupying force, is akin to the Nazi force in the way that they're doing a genocide, which Ethan has also agreed to. Ethan has said it's a genocide. He has even said the Israeli occupying force is akin to a force of terror. And yet, if I were to do that, he would lose his fucking mind. He'd be like, this is the most anti-Semitic thing I've ever seen in my entire damn life.
Okay.
Okay. 100%. And I have criticized the Houthi slogan in general. But my criticisms of the Houthi slogan do not factor into, oh, by the way, you want to hear what's really funny about this? Did you notice the clip I was watching?
He's supposedly supposed to be showing the full context of the clip, and then he's just talking through it. His own clip. What the fuck? Is he doing this on purpose so we forget like what we're talking about here? Because that's the suspicion that I'm having here. This is insane. Thank you for the $5 from Zeke. I've heard from reliable sources that the air makes a sizzling and popping noise similar to bacon cooking when Hasan has to think too hard. True. Oh, I'm dead.
Did you notice something about the clip I was watching when I was talking about the Houthi?
No, because you're not actually watching it right now. You keep fucking talking through it instead of playing the context. It seems intentional.
Slogan?
What? Oh my god.
So if Ethan had actually sourced this by watching the actual source material, he would have already seen Norm Finkelstein's perspective on this, and maybe he could have made a decent argument against my perspective, backing off of Norm Finkelstein's perspective on this. This is my point, chat.
What's your point, dude?
He is disingenuous, and he's clipping everything out of context. If you watch the full video, that I just showed you, or if you watch my coverage over it, you understand that I'm talking about how unacceptable the Houthi slogan is. Having said that, here are the reasons as to why they have developed this opinion, because all the Jews that they've ever known is Israel, okay? All the Jews that they've ever known is Israel, as Norm said, and that all they know about Jews is just death and destruction to the Palestinians. So yeah, that's where the anti-Semitic tendencies develop. But it's not the same as like, oh, they control.
So he didn't show the clip at all. He stopped the clip before it starts explaining, and now he's deciding to explain it the way that he wants it to be explained. It sounds to me like this was fucking intentional. What the fuck? Wait a minute, hold on a second. Is he gonna actually play it?
As I always say, and I repeat in this fucking clip as well.
So show the
Ethan
fucking
could have
clip.
actually sourced from if he truly cared about my actual opinion on the Houthi slogan or where it comes from. But that would require him to, one, actually do research, and two, try to make a convincing argument, a convincing counter argument.
Dude, what the fuck? Dude, this guy's an actual snake little bitch. Like, what the fuck?
Instead of fucking.
What the fuck was that? What is this?
Do not factor in to criticize the
what? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, hold on a second. He doesn't. Okay. I don't even know what else to say. He didn't even play his own clip, but this clip wasn't even in Ethan's video, so it doesn't even matter. This is fucking insane. He brought up a clip that's not even... Is this even in Ethan's video? Like, this isn't even in Ethan's video, and he references it as if it is in Ethan's video. And then he doesn't actually play the full context of the clip. I don't understand. Okay, good stuff, man.
It's like, oh, they control the media, or whatever the fuck dumbass Americans say about Jews. It's more so just talking about Israel's death and destruction, which is valid.
Okay, cool. This is
why is it referred to as the context nuke? Because he just nuked all context.
Okay, you got it, boss.
By clipping shit out of context.
This is crazy. Hasan's thing is so in.
As I always say, and I repeat in this fucking clip as well, which Ethan could have actually sourced from if he truly cared about my actual opinion on the Houthi slogan.
His fucking brain is sizzling, true.
Or where it comes from, but that would require him to, one, actually do research, and two, try to make a convincing argument, a convincing counter argument, instead of fucking slapping a photo collage behind me. Where
you couldn't even say the words yourself. You had to have Norm Finkelstein say it for you.
He posts like this fucking random dumb fuck and banners of I guess like Hamas and the fucking Houthi banner behind me. I can't tell if he's dishonest or just stupid enough to think that he understands what you're saying without ever looking for context of any kind. No, he is dishonest. He's incredibly fucking dishonest.
You guys are saying that he skipped over something as well? Interesting.
Oh, I almost forgot the most fun one. They brought back slavery.
You think the Houthis is doing...
No, the slavery's different. It's okay.
What Luffy would do.
Because of the West. The West is bad.
All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys. So my question is, how does Hasan cover such a genocidal, violent, misogynistic, homophobic, terroristic organization?
Terroristic. You want to see a Houthi musical? Sure. These were the people that the Saudis were killing. Yeah, for the record, and he actually left this in there. These are the people that the Saudis were killing. And the song that they're fucking singing here is directly about Saudi Arabia, by the way, just so you know, these fucking musically gifted individuals.
Yeah.
Yemen's We Do Not Care chant from today is a refrain from the folkloric war song mocking all of Yemen's enemies. Some have requested it. Here's the entire thing with English subtitles. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, they're shitting on MBS.
Why did he wait? What a piece of dog shit. He skipped right over the Nasrallah part. Yeah, I wonder why. Probably because he can't fucking contend with it. I don't know. Or maybe it was an accident. Maybe it was an accident. All right, incredible. It's fucking beautiful stuff. All right, let's pick up where we left off with this Hasan thing, man. We're moving on. Let's get through it.
Does Ethan like MBS? Is that what's going on? Is that what's happening? Explain the slavery. Don't forget. Oh yeah. Wait. Did he? I forgot. There's a bunch of things that he actually sourced in here that were really stupid, but I fucking jumped over it because I don't give a shit. But Ethan at
Are you sure you didn't skip over it because you knew you couldn't counter it?
a certain point is talking about how like the Houthis are bringing back slavery, and he's too stupid to recognize that it was actually the government that Houthis overthrew that was bringing back slavery. That is.
But don't they still engage in slavery? Yes. The answer is yes. So, okay.
Literally what he did. Yeah,
Okay.
the only source for bringing back slavery is, again, Ashhar al-Awsat, another Saudi propaganda rag, in the process of them doing a
Everything that Hasan doesn't like is propaganda. You ever notice that?
mass blockade and mass starvation in Yemen. But I guess he's completely consistent in that regard. He just always happens to find himself loosely associated with groups that are engaging in mass starvation of Arabs, you know,
Crazy.
whether it be Saudi Arabia or whether it be Israel. Interestingly enough. You know, this was the other article, Houthis restore slavery in Yemen. And then there's also a point where I think he uses like an Al Jazeera documentary to be like, oh, the Houthis actually did slavery in Yemen. And the actual Al Jazeera documentary that he uses in his fucking video is unironically from a documentary called Slavery in Yemen, okay? And this documentary is actually before the Houthis overtook the government.
Okay, so did they get rid of the slavery, or are they still upholding that institution? Because I'm feeling like they do definitely still uphold an institution of slavery. So that's cool, man. You do you. I mean, slave defense, rape defense. This guy's crazy, man. This guy's basically he's like your fucking modern day incel
of Yemen. Yeah, this is his proof that the Houthis did slavery in Yemen. It was made in 2014 when the Saudis were in power and they were implementing slavery. 4 years. Yeah.
Fuck your mother.
Also says BS article, which furnishes no credible evidence whatsoever to support his claim and does not happen to be printed in like no state a Saudi propaganda outfit owned by the same royal family that beheaded Jamal Khashoggi. But again, who cares, right? Can you imagine if I did a video? I did a video talking about fucking, I don't know, I did a video talking about Russia and Ukraine, and I just only sourced my shit from Russia Today.
That's what you do. That's basically what you do. His whole fucking take is that he's constantly fucking running defense for Russia. What is he talking about? Every single time he talks, it's always a defense of Russia. He literally said he doesn't have a side in the fucking conflict. What does that look like to you? Does that look like somebody who fucking gives a shit or no? What are you talking about? He obviously, like, he basically, like, he's sitting here and he's, dude, this is the most hypocritical part of the video. He quite literally just fucking vomits Russian talking points about how, like, Russia actually has a valid claim to Ukrainian land. He says he can't pick a side in the conflict. What are you talking about? Obviously, Ukraine is the side.
What would Ethan do if I were to do that?
He'd probably make a content nuke on you because you're a lying piece of shit. Oh, that's what he did. Oh my god. What would Ethan do?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a video talking about Russia's military campaign, a special military operation in Ukraine, and how justifiable it is. And then
that's what you just did before.
Only source Russia Today articles to really drive home a point. Okay.
I mean, you didn't source the articles. You just decided to. But like, this is exactly what he did.
Okay. Only sourcing state propaganda from fucking Russia. Yeah, it'd be ridiculous. Everyone would understand that is ridiculous. But Ethan is here taking advantage of the
apparently not your audience. They wouldn't understand it. So that's crazy.
The fact that many of you don't know any of this shit. Okay, that's it.
Okay. Whatever you say, buddy boy.
Where are we? Where's the rest of this fucking? Ethan only cares about Israel. It's true. He really does. Lol, didn't you already do that? Can you show me where I did that? Show proof where I've done that, or you get banned. People always say that I've done this, but I've looked.
You've done it. You did it in this stream. What the fuck?
Back at so many of those videos from other slop tubers that have claimed that I'm like being pro-Russia, and realized that half the time it's actually me criticizing Russia, but they were too stupid to understand that I was criticizing Russia.
It's not meaningful criticism. I'm gonna be absolutely real with you. If your take is anything other than like if you're on anything other than Ukraine's side here, like your take is pro-Russia. I'm sorry. Like Donald Trump being like, oh, there's problems on both sides, blah 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 blah. That's him being pro-Russia. All right. Sorry. You know, when you say you can't pick a side, you're obviously being fucking pro-Russian. The fuck are you talking about? Oh, your mother's a fucking bitch.
I was defending Russia. It's literally that.
That was even better. Move
Hasan
speed
displayed
sped
straight
up.
up terrorist propaganda without even being there to analyze it. Surely this must be against terms of service. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violence.
Yeah, he's trying to get me banned, okay? And it didn't happen, which is why
Oh,
he
he's not maxed
fucking
out.
lost his mind a little bit.
I'll max out.
But,
We didn't max any of
you
these
know,
out. Fuck.
better luck
Got
next
1
time, I
million
guess.
maxed out.
Actors. For example, displaying or linking terrorist or extremist propaganda, even for the purpose of denouncing such content. Denouncing? Okay, but what's the rule for endorsing it? Is that okay? The answer is yes, as Hasan was never punished for this blatant violation of Twitch community guidelines. Got it. So denouncing terrorism is bad. Don't do that. Endorsing terrorism is good. Okay, got it, Twitch.
By the way, his takes on this and fucking Asmongold's takes on this are identical.
Okay.
Asmongold
Well, I guess you're both right.
and Ethan Klein both want me to be banned. This video is literally...
It's really interesting because I'm not a particular fan of Asmongold. When I've watched his stuff a few times, it's usually just him pretty much guzzling like right-wing cum. Like he uncritically will watch every single just like right-wing propaganda without like anything. That being said, watching Hasan talk about this, watching Hasan makes me like Asmongold. And this is probably just a human thing and not a logical thing. Just by like the disassociation, by like the lack of association, and especially comparatively, because when you watch Hasan, he lies about he just lies. He literally, she straight up just like legitimately defended Russian propaganda in this video. It's actually fucking insane. But Asmongold, I don't think is a liar. I think frankly, he's just kind of fucking dumb. I think well, maybe he's not even dumb. Maybe his strategy is just to make money, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to watch this video and just say whatever I want to say, and then people will eat it up, and I won't get enough pushback to really matter, and I'm going to make a bunch of money. I don't really know. Maybe he's not dumb, but I don't think Hasan, I don't think Asmongold's necessarily poorly meaning. I think he's like kind of I think he's probably a decent person with just fucking idiot shit views on politics, right? Hasan is a shitty person with some good ideas on politics. Like I like universal healthcare and stuff, but very willing to lie, very very willing to lie. Kind of, yeah. Asmongold's more human, which is funny because I'm pretty sure half his body is fake, like his teeth, right? Because they fell out of his face because he didn't brush. So kind of ironic. I guess the question, we're spiraling towards the question of, will AI robots be people? And we're already seeing that. Maybe yes. I don't know.
literally on YouTube, dumbass. What the fuck are you talking about? YouTube is Hamas. Okay, I'm gonna give...
Dude, stop. Shut up. Fucking shut the fuck up. Dude, you're banning this guy from the chat. Ban this guy from the chat that said I sound like Vosh. Ban this guy right now. Mods, ban him. Ban this guy from the chat.
Quick analog to this, okay? I watch Come Out You Black and Tans and videos on the IRA, and I glorify the IRA. The IRA was a terrorist organization, okay? Same with the ANC. Same with all of these other fucking...
Yeah, I agree, man. AMC is definitely a terrorist organization. It's crazy because, like, dude, why can't I bring my own fucking food into the movie theater or, like, provide me with, like, better food? You know, like, you guys have such... Like, why is it so expensive? Like, they upcharge, like, fucking 10 times, you know? And your food sucks. Fucking ridiculous.
Obviously, same with FLN. All of these other groups that have actively fought against imperialism has always been branded terrorism. Okay, and the same goes for the fucking Houthis. The Houthis were not even considered a terrorist organization up until Donald Trump left office. He as a last ditch effort, as a goodbye present to Saudi Arabia, when Saudi Arabia was continuing its endless blockade against Yemen. Donald Trump called them a state sponsor of terror. Okay, I've not only talked about other terror groups that are designated terror groups by the United States of America, like PKK and shit. I've literally had a fucking terrorist on my stream. What are we talking about?
Yeah, you had that Houthi guy. Yeah.
Okay. Brace Belden literally fought alongside a PKK cutout in YPG. What? And I've had him on the broadcast a million times. Shut the fuck up. Okay. And of course, I'm not talking about Heli when I say I've done a broadcast with a person who is affiliated with a designated terror organization.
Fuck me, man.
Okay. All this stuff is just simply to point to my commentary and say, dude, don't do that. You can't do that. You can't actually show context. You can't actually have fun, which I am doing in this situation. It's a serious subject matter, but I'm making light of it. Okay? It's a serious subject matter when you talk about all of the fucking untold amount of crimes that Saudi Arabia did to the people.
I understand that's how tickets make their money, but the food should be better. I feel like it could be better. That's all I'm saying.
Of Yemen.
Because most people just fucking take food in from the like candy they buy it in 7-Eleven anyway. So obviously they're charging too much.
I think it's perfectly fine to be able to fucking crack jokes here and there where I say, ooh, they're musical people. That's very clearly a fucking joke.
It's very clearly not a joke. It's very clearly you downplaying. But if you want to just frame everything as a joke, you do, you bud.
But it's also true. They are musical. I mean,
it's just a joke. But also they're musical. Okay, so what's the joke? So you are downplaying terrorism. Gotcha. Okay, that's really good.
It was all the fucking time. You mean Brandon designated them as terrorists? No, Trump did it on his way out of the office the first time around. Brandon actually reversed that decision. When I actually interviewed Rashid al-Haddad, who's not even a Houthi, but even if he was, it still would not have been an illegal interview regardless. And to this day, I have no problem interviewing members of the Ansar Allah movement. I would just simply would not do it on fucking Twitch if I were to have that opportunity. Actually, that's not even true. I probably would still do it on Twitch as well. Like, I'll give you another example. I interviewed a Cuban doctor in Cuba at a time when Marco Rubio was designating Cuban medical missions as illegal, okay? I did that deliberately. I had a long and extended interview with a doctor from Cuba that had done medical missions, including worked in the United States of America, okay? Cuba is still considered a state sponsor of terror. Cuba is still considered, I'm gonna repeat that again, a state sponsor of terror. I'm planning on going to fucking Cuba and actually live streaming from Cuba. So clearly, there is a little bit more nuance in this subject.
Yeah, the interviews aren't the problem. It's the questions that he asked, or the lack thereof. Like, it's not like he asked this fucking Houthi kid anything meaningful. He asked him about anime. It was stupid.
Matter. The only problem here is that Twitch actually capitulates a lot to this kind of pressure coming from outside groups because they don't want to fucking, they don't want to rock the boat too hard. Yeah, here it is. Look at that. Cuba. Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I play Iacha all the fucking time. Remember when Dan Stalkman tried to get me banned because I played a fucking DPRK song? Think about how stupid that would be. Iran, Syria. At a certain point, you have to recognize that America's state sponsor of terror designation is ridiculous, okay?
This is a 3-minute video of, what do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like Bags Out with Chris Brown dancing,
No, they do they do musicals. They're very Notice how Ethan never points to, like, Ethan will just be like, oh, they're homophobic. But with respect to the reasons as to why I say I think the Houthis' actions are defensible in terms of resisting against Israel's genocide of Gaza, something that Ethan also is in agreement with. Notice how Ethan actually doesn't talk about that at all. He's just like, yeah, these guys suck. These guys suck.
Okay.
It's the same exact way to refuse to tackle an argument and rely on the audience also not having a good grasp on the situation whatsoever.
It's just like him and his audience the whole time. It's just so fucking ridiculous.
Can't believe we've only done fucking 34 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, he's done. This is my favorite part of this whole video is that he is filibustering the fuck out of this conversation. It's just like fucking ridiculous. Like that's the whole. To me, that's the entire intention. The entire intention from the start was to filibuster this conversation, because there's no way anybody remembers. Like most people are gonna forget the context of what the fuck he's talking about. He's just overloading people with information to make him see like he knows what the fuck he's talking about, but he really doesn't.
Musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what? You think I made this?
I know they're singing, but I've seen his guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
No, they do musicals about like their fucking their actions all the time.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I've got this. Instead of terrorist propaganda, let's call
Are you
it
kidding me right
musicals.
now?
They do musicals.
Instead of violent jihadists, let's call them musically talented people.
They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Guys, let's just use our brains. Fiddler on the Roof, Wicked, Alexander Hamilton, man. There's no reason we can't put these Houthis on Broadway.
Well, they go, listen, you want to fucking bring a ship through here? We're going to take it. So that's exactly what the Houthis start doing. They start fucking sending in helicopters onto fucking ships. Bro,
ships.
They fucking, look at it. They got the Palestinian flag that they paint on the helicopter, the Yemen flag. They fucking overtake. They start overtaking the ships. And they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're going to take over your ship. You cannot fuck.
Yeah, but we're not going to stop using your product, right, Hasan? We're going to, and it's kind of hard to. It's kind of hard to stop using Dr. Pepper. I mean, you are a big advocate. You pretend that you care about Palestinian people, but you can't really, avoid the foods that are on the list. The hate, maybe don't drink these lists. That's pretty tough. I get it. I totally understand, bro. I totally understand. Shit's fucking delicious. Me personally, kind of more of a Diet Coke guy.
Fucking use the straight out anymore. Guess what, bitch? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're going to enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza.
So let's review his claims. His
Okay, great. Please.
first claim is that the boat is headed for Israel. It's not. It's going from Turkey to India. Next claim is that it's owned by an Israeli company. It's not.
Galaxy Maritime Limited is owned by the Isle of Man ship. Beneficial owners are Abraham Rami Ungar and Yael Ungar. Huh.
Oh.
So you just copy-pasted? You just copy-pasted the Wikipedia page without even, thinking about what it was showing?
It's being chartered by a Japanese company, and the boat's owners are registered in the Isle of Man. I'd like to remind everybody that the crew that's kidnapped.
Oh, the boat was... Oh, dude. Oh, they were just a bunch of Isle of Man people. That's what it was. The boat was owned by the Isle of Man. Okay? Interesting. Yeah, there's probably no flags of convenience situation happening here. It's just the Isle of Man is the Isle of Industry. Everybody knows they're industrious people. The industrial nation of Isle of Man, they are really important for commercial shipping. Yeah, they are. They're fucking, it's a flag that you place on your goddamn ship, dumbass. It's owned by fucking Israelis, and you show that in your fucking...
I mean, again, Hasan doesn't care about this. Hasan, like, I don't think people understand how optically fucked Hasan, like, how much he optically fucked himself in his conversation with Ethan. In that conversation, he literally could, like, I know it sounds so stupid, but it is like a big deal. This guy's a big advocate, supposedly, for Palestine, but he can't not drink Diet Coke, which is like on the BDS list, which is owned by an Israeli company, very obviously. And he can't even do the bare minimum. So when he sits here, it's all a virtue signal. Like, he doesn't live by any of the principles that he talks about. And you think it's like such a small deal, but it's kind of a big deal because he can't even fucking not drink a soda. He can't even not drink a soda brand. He's going to sit here and fucking shit everywhere, but he can't even not drink a soda brand. It's fucking pathetic.
Fact check.
In this video has been missing for over a year now.
And they weren't missing. And even Willie Sloptube called him out for this.
Ooh,
they actually had numerous occasions where United Nations and like other humanitarian missions actually went in and checked on their well-being. They did welfare checks throughout the process. And by the time this video came out, they had been released, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I think Ethan said that like it was like right when his video released. So like, yeah, a little bit of a small issue. Sure. Okay. But all right. I mean, listen, again, Ethan takes some L's sometimes, at least, but he admits it. And that's the problem, is that Hasan will never admit it. So,
in fact, Ethan literally lied again.
He didn't lie. It was a
He
misconception.
lied over and over and over again. I have a VPN out of Switzerland.
I guess it's as if you trust that Ethan is, it's not lying and it's a misconception, which I do. He seems like an honest guy.
And I'm Swiss. Yeah.
I'm Swiss.
Yeah, ICRC visits the crew of the hijacked ship for the second time since being detained in Yemen. A delegation from ICRC has visited for the second time. 25 members detained on Galaxy Leader, the Israeli vessel that was hijacked by the Houthis late last year in response to Israel's war in Hamas and Gaza. So the fact that he just simply did not even look up how commercial shipping works, flags of convenience, and the fact that he didn't even realize that it was owned by Israelis. The ship was owned by fucking Israelis, for the record. And
not
also,
those guys.
The Israeli that we're talking about is a close friend of Yoav Gallant of the Likud party, for whom Ungar purchased tickets to the World Cup Finals in July 2018.
Oh, that's not good. I got hit by that? What?
International shipping mogul Abraham and Yael Ungar.
Damn. He says that like he's like racist or something.
The amount of time he spent on this when he was like looking for out of context clips that he could slap together, perhaps he could have done a better job of, I don't know, making a convincing case.
True, dude. You got
nothing to do with Israel, though, according to Ethan. Nothing to see here.
Zero updates on their health, whereabouts, or anything. That lines up with leftist values. Hasan's third claim is that this attack happened in their territorial waters, which is also a lie. It happened in international waters. Hasan is lying for the Houthis.
Oh my God, I can't believe this was happening on international waters. Yeah, how the fuck are you supposed to implement a blockade on the Red Sea? Yes, it is still off of their coastline. It's infinitely closer to the Yemeni coastline than it is to the United States of America. What the fuck are American naval vessels doing on international waters then? Get the fuck out of here. Find the rest of the clip. He left out a very important part, Lamau. What do you mean?
He's like he's being paid. And honestly, at this point, is he?
I'm being paid by the Houthis, dude. The poorest country on the fucking planet is actually paying me. Yes, flag. This is, I know, I said it's a flag of convenience. First, a business practice whereby ship's owner registers a merchant ship in a ship's register of a country other than the ship's owners, obviously. And as you guys already know,
I fucking choked that.
We're debunking here. It's not okay that they took people hostage, all right? Brother, what the fuck are you talking about? You are literally, it's like...
I like that. Hey, it's not okay that they took people hostage. Wait, what are you talking about, dude? How could you? What do you mean? Don't give me any pushback.
The double standard here is so fucking insane to me. Okay?
It's insane to him.
You are complaining
it's insane.
that in the
He's
process
complaining.
of taking over a ship, they took hostages, okay, as a mechanism of deterrence, while simultaneously what they're trying to stop is the ethnic cleansing of 2 million people, okay? Think, please, Nazi Germany, if you had other militancy groups that were cutting off supply lines and maybe taking hostages in the process, where people were Nazi-owned industry was passing through in an effort to harm the Nazi movement, would you be like, I can't believe they're actually taking hostages? Or would you understand why the partisans, for example, engage in actions like that? That's it. If you consider what Israel's doing to be a genocide, then you can't fucking sit around and complain about the Houthis. Like, what the fuck are you?
Yeah, so basically, if you consider what Israel's doing to be a genocide, then you literally, everybody gets to do whatever they want. You can do whatever you want in response to that. That's Hasan's take, I guess. Okay.
Talking about. Jesus Christ. Yes, I am losing my voice. I am.
Maybe you should stop filibustering, bitch.
Like, what are you supposed to do? Play fucking patty cake? Like, what do you mean? This is why Ethan's position is completely fucking inconsistent, where he says it's a genocide, but you're not supposed to do anything. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, they did this, by the way, during the blockade of Germany.
Well, I believe what he said was that the United States should like withhold funding, which I don't agree with, because like again, it's a very difficult it's a difficult situation, because if we don't fund them, then like who else does? China or Russia, and then what ends up happening, right? Like they have some kind of influence on their then on them politically, which is I don't think is good, because at least the United States has like the best human rights out of those 3. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just saying.
The economic war involved operations carried during World War II by the British Empire by France in order to restrict the supplies of minerals, fuel, metals, food, and textiles needed by Nazi Germany and later by fascist Italy in order to sustain their war efforts. There was a naval blockade implemented, but I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine when they did it because they're the good guys and not the bad guys, as Ethan says. Ethan just simply says they're the bad guys, and that's it.
Okay.
How are you supposed to take a fucking ship without actually taking over the people that were navigating the ship? Whose fault is that, by the way? Is it the fault of the sailors? No, of course not. It's not the fault of the Filipino crew. It's the fault of the fucking Israeli company knowingly, after the Houthis said, as a mechanism of deterrence, we're going to start taking ships if they try to cross our boundary, still said, fuck it, YOLO, go through. Who gives a shit? Yeah, John Brown took hostage at the Harper's Ferry Armory. That too.
Dude, I'll tell you one thing. What's so fucking annoying about this game is that every single one of Atreus' abilities is a huge visual cuck, and it fucks me over.
No, I'm fucking this is like a hostile. They're streaming this? Yeah.
Let's try something
they're
else.
flexing.
Let's
What?
really-
They're coming out with guns. Yeah, but you have to understand, this is
Elks.
Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel
True. That's why I'm so upset with Trump, dude. What the fuck? I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries.
sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that
When I release sailors, I mean, they're going to be like a bargaining chip. This is probably, I think that you guys need to like program your brains. One thing to like, when you listen to Hasan, you can't just listen to what he's saying, you have to listen to how he's saying it. When he sits here and talks about this, every single time a non-Western entity does a thing, he will downplay it. He'll downplay rapes that are happening. He'll downplay violence that's happening. He will downplay it every single step of the way. He doesn't sit here, like, for instance, that Houthi kid with the flag that says, like, curse the Jews. He won't sit here and say, like, listen, I know it's, like, pretty complex situation. It's not right to hate the Jews, but, like, I can understand why based on the fact that he grew up being oppressed by Israel. That's perfectly fine. He'll put somebody else on to do that for him, but he won't do it himself. But then he'll downplay the actions, like, oh no, Hamas doesn't rape. They don't do rapes. They don't rape. Oh, well, maybe they do rapes, but it's not systematic rape. Oh, wait. I actually need to see her raped pussy right in front of my face, because like that's he's one of the bros. Like a lot of the stuff that he talks about, he's like from that bro era where he like he's I guess I don't know, he's used to, he has to see, like, I have to watch it to know if it's real. But he always downplays as much as possible. And here's another instance. He's not like, yeah, you know what, dude, like, this is unfortunately what happens. Other people are victim by the wayside, but this is how you pressure another country that is oppressing you. He doesn't say it with a tone of like empathy or a tone of like of some kind of like political intelligence. It's just like as much pro-Houthi or as much pro-terrorist as he possibly can be. That's it. That's literally the way that he will communicate things, is like devoid of as much fucking charitability as possible. Okay? He literally said it was complex and the kid wasn't even anti-Semitic. The kid is anti-Semitic. This is what I'm talking about. You have you're mentally fucking stupid. So you're just like, he literally said it was complex and the kid wasn't even anti-Semitic. Okay, so that's why you're a fucking moron. That's why you're a stupid fuck. The kid hates Jews. He showed literal Jewish, he showed like a representation of Jews being spiked through the anus. That's what I'm talking about. You guys are dumb as fuck. It's not just, Hasan doesn't say like, oh, the kid's anti-Semitic, but this is why. He goes, the kid's not even anti-Semitic. He said he wasn't anti-Semitic. That's the whitewashing of the situation. He doesn't just give the nuanced take. He has to be like, oh, the kid's not anti-Semitic. Wait, what are you talking about? He wouldn't care. He would never lie. He doesn't care about getting canceled in the West. It's all as much as he possibly can do. Right? So there you go. You sound like me for like a second, but I'm obviously not going to respond to you anymore because you're obviously very stupid and you don't really understand. So
Hasan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel. 80%.
Oh, dude, what the fuck is a blockade, Ethan? That's the whole point of a blockade.
Look at his tweets. He said he doesn't like Zionists and supports anti-Zionist Jews. I know. That's after he made a video, or that's after he's sporting the flag that's like, oh, curse on the Jews. Here's a spike through fucking Jew's asshole. Okay. He's obviously not anti-Semitic. My arguments. Yeah, you know what? I gotta stop. I can't do it, guys. We can't do it. We can't let ourselves get stun-locked. Okay. We're moving on. We're moving on, dude. We're gonna move on. Actually, I'm gonna unban you. You can argue with people in the chat, but there's no reason to respond to you because obviously, like, you're not listening. But we're also fucking 3 days into this.
The entire point, the entire purpose of a blockade is to cause instability. Is to literally, in the least.
I mean, we're talking about the guy who won't even concede that Arabic nations hated the Jews and they kicked them out of their country, in World War, after World War II. He can't do it. He literally can't even admit like a fact that like every one of the surrounding Arabic countries, they hated Jews and they were like taking property and land from these people. He can't even admit that. Like, this is what we're talking about. There can't be any positive sentiment towards Jewish people at all. That's literally it. He just calls people racist if like they accurately and objectively point out that there was a tremendous amount of anti-Semitism in the Middle East, which is why they all went to Israel after the fact. And it's not just the Middle East; it's around the entire world. Just to be clear, but it's still that's why they went to Israel.
Deadly way possible. Jews, by the way, like I said, Jews. Yeah, I can't wait for the Jews to leave Israel. That's what I was saying, right? He has to always slam it. Like, dude, nobody fucking cares. Okay, nobody cares. Like, you can't just, Jews are not magical people, dude. What the fuck is this, like, exceptionalist argument? What? Oh my God.
Okay.
What is this exceptionalist argument? Like, oh, Jews have nowhere to go. You want the Jews to leave Israel? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, where are they supposed to go? What's your, like, where they're not accepted in other countries in the Middle East, so I don't know what you're talking about. They're not accepted in other countries in the Middle East. So yes, where are they supposed to go? It's a real question. Yeah, that Houthi fucking terrorist kid said that because his social media accounts were getting banned, of course. And like social media is what people use to engage in propaganda.
Oh my God, so scary. So scary. I'm talking about Israel, man. I'm talking about Israel and Israelis, okay? Fuck. It's like, it's literally, like, I think he just keeps saying it because he thinks like American normies are conditioned to be like, oh, but not the Jews. Like, this is going to be just like the Holocaust. What the fuck? Yes, that is the whole purpose of BDS as well, which is a peaceful mode of resistance, civil disobedience.
Well, he doesn't obey that, though. So, like, why is he talking about it?
A demand to boycott Israel. A part of that is because Israel is cast aside as a social pariah in the global stage. This is the most effective, most meaningful mode of peaceful resistance against the Israeli apartheid, against the Israeli genocide. What are we supposed to do? Nothing? We just have to sit around and be like, constantly condemning Hamas and condemning the Houthis. That's the only way to fucking stop Israel from doing a genocide, I guess, in Ethan's mind.
What the fuck? Oh my God.
Yes, the point I'm making there is that before it gets to a point where people are fleeing Israel because their living conditions, their living standards have worsened, Israel makes the decision not to continue its genocide. It's that simple.
Percent of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hasan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab countries they were forced out of?
What?
Yeah, that's true. Hasan mentioned that the kid seems like he was media trained in his little conversation he had where he didn't even push him on anything.
Where do you live, dumbass? You live in fucking Bel Air. Shut up. Yeah,
Whoa.
Back to Poland. Yeah, that's what I was implying, that they should go to Auschwitz and fucking die in a death camp. Like, what kind of insane? If
where
I
are they supposed
felt
to go,
that way, I
then?
would say it. Okay.
Like where? But Hasan keeps saying that like people are affording them the right to return to the home. They can go back to the other countries that kicked them out in the first place, that forced them out of their homes and took their resources. So while they've established a new life, where the fuck are they supposed to go now?
It's not like anti-Semitism has exploded on the planet. It's not like people are shy about that kind of perspective that they hold.
I mean, we literally watched Hasan before. Watch people give out Hail Hitlers and go, those aren't Hail Hitlers. People in Arabic countries, they don't know what Hail Hitlers. They don't know what a Sikh Heil is.
Jesus Christ.
Hasan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is
the Israeli heritage in the Middle East is now tarnished by, well, first of all, Israeli heritage in the Middle East. What the fuck is Israeli heritage in the Middle East? That doesn't exist. Shut the fuck up. You're talking about a 76-year process, okay?
Well, I mean, actually, historically, Israelis, they were from there. That actually was their home until they were kicked out by the Romans, if you want to talk about. We really want to keep going back. I mean, how far back do we go at this point, honestly?
You can't really call that heritage in the Middle East, okay? But as far as Jewish heritage in the Middle East, that's valid. You can talk about individually Arab Jews and whatnot, but that's not what you're talking about. You're playing fast and loose, making this dangerous fucking conflation between Judaism and Zionism once again, over and over and over and over again, okay? Hasan is denying Israeli heritage in the Middle East. The Israeli heritage in the Middle East, you know what that is? Death and destruction, genocide and apartheid. That's the only thing that Israeli heritage is in the Middle East. We're talking about Jewish heritage in the Middle East. That's a little different, of course. Jews have lived in the Middle East for a very long time, as a matter of fact.
There's just so you guys know, there's no other apartheid or suffering from any other Middle Eastern country towards other people in the Middle East. They're actually all pretty cool. This is exclusive. This is one of the biggest things that like gets me. It's exclusive to Israel, according to Hasan. When he talks about this, it's every bad thing that happens in the Middle East is exclusive to Israel. He downplays and barely talks about any other form of oppression. He doesn't give a fuck. He constantly makes excuses for even the richest Arabic countries to be incredibly sexist, racist, homophobic, transphobic. He doesn't care about like those oppressions. He doesn't seem to talk too much about other points of oppression around. He just focuses on Israel. Like it's incredible that he holds these two, like he holds them to a different standard. Hold them to different standards. He obviously holds like Israelis and Arabic people in general to different standards. Which makes sense because somebody brought up like there's a concept, like it was like a more of like an Arabic or a Muslim concept of like brotherhood, which I can appreciate, but it's like very prevalent. And if you go against that, apparently it's very toxic. So I'm assuming that maybe there's an aspect of that was ingrained into his Turkish culture. I don't really know. I forget what it was called. Somebody will correct me. You told me about it in the AB video.
Rulership of the Ottoman Empire, and even far before then. Okay. But as far as like Israeli heritage in the Middle East, I was like saying, what about the Boer heritage in South Africa? What about Rhodesia's heritage? Why does nobody care about the Rhodesian heritage in Africa?
I mean, everybody's like a colonizer of someone else's land. Let's just be fucking real.
Shut the fuck up. Israeli heritage in the Middle East is death, destruction, genocide, and apartheid. It is the Nakba, okay? That's all the Israeli heritage is in general, and specifically in the fucking Middle East.
Despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
This is wild. So these guys are they native to Israel? Are they native to Israel, Ethan? Are 60% of the Jews living in Israel native to Israel?
Well, actually, now they are, yes. Like, if you're born somewhere, you're considered a native from there. So, like, they would technically be natives there. I understand what you mean, but they would technically be a native there. So, like, that's what a native is. Somebody who's born somewhere. Right? A person... yeah. Somebody who's born somewhere. A person born in a specified place or associated with a place by birth, whether subsequently resident there or not. Yeah. So, yeah, cool.
Are they native to Israel?
Oh, is that what is it called? Umma? Umma? Is that how you say it? Your guma refers to the yeah. So in Islam, am I saying that right? Umma? How do you pronounce this? I don't want to practice. Just fucking play it.
Amma.
But it's the global Muslim community or Islam refers to the global Muslim community or collective of believers united by their shared faith. Right. So this is like there might be a factor there when it comes to it.
They're not native to Israel. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, what is this? And then he tries to the audacity of this fucking asshole to claim that he is not to claim that he's not doing fucking Zionist propaganda this entire time. Holy fucking shit. Are you native to the Middle East, Ethan?
True. Okay.
Is that where you're native to? You're an Israeli citizen.
Crazy. Hey, Hasan, do you think that a second generation Mexican person is native to America? Would you call them a Native American? It's just not a Native American. We know what we're referring to. That's like an indigenous American. But would you say that they're native to America? Oh, you would. You would say that. You would say somebody who was born here is somebody who is native country is America. Yeah, that's what I would say. So, okay.
Like, what is this? What is this?
If not, then wouldn't that mean that Hasan isn't native to America? Like, what's going on here?
This fucking argument. Like, you think anyone... Like, the argument is additionally fucked up because Palestinians are native to the Middle East, specifically to the land that is occupied by Israel, dominated by an exterminationist, Jewish supremacist, exterminationist principle, okay? Exterminationist ideology is fascist, okay? Palestinians can't even go to their own native land. And this motherfucker has the audacity to be like, well, that's where Jews are native to. It's just it just belongs to them. Why are you even questioning this? It belongs to them. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Like, you're a Libyan Jew. Palestine belongs to you. Sorry. You're a Jewish person from Morocco. Palestine belongs to you. Sorry. They're native. They're native there. Don't ever question this. Don't ever actually mention the history of this. It's not that long ago, by the way. Like, this isn't that long ago. There are people that are still very much alive while all of this was unfolding.
Okay.
Your react is a real content nuke because holy shit, you destroyed him. I'd be surprised if he won't leave the internet forever after this. His lies are now out in the open. If you think
why would he leave the internet? What?
Single fucking fan of his actually gives a shit, you're out of your mind.
Willing the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from, Hasan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East.
Oh, he didn't say Israeli heritage in the Middle East. He said Jewish heritage in the Middle East. My bad. Well, let me tell you, Jewish heritage in the Middle East is not Israeli heritage, okay? So you can't fucking talk about Israel while talking about Jewish heritage in the Middle East. So my point still stands, but I misheard him. He didn't say Israeli heritage in the Middle East. It's still fucking Zionist bullshit.
He's got fucking Jews on the brain, dude. Wait. Oh, wait. He didn't actually say that? Okay. Well, it sounds like you're looking for him to say something to catch him on it. But okay, obviously you failed on that one.
Still Hasbara. It's still Zionist propaganda.
Recognizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers.
Because they're not indigenous to Palestine, brother. They're not. Okay. No amount of.
Well, yeah, but they're indigenous to Israel. Do you see how he shifted the conversation? To do it, like he's like, oh, they're not, it's just Palestine. But it's like, okay, well, what about to Israel? Well, he doesn't recognize Israel as a place. This is just to be clear. This is what just happened here. This is him saying Israel shouldn't exist.
So my point still stands, but I misheard him. He didn't say Israeli heritage in the
This is him saying Israel doesn't exist. I just want you guys to understand that.
Middle East. It's still fucking Zionist bullshit. It's still Hasbara. It's still Zionist propaganda.
Recognizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers.
Because they're not indigenous to Palestine, brother.
Exactly. Just to be clear, these are like the moments where like the mask falls off a little bit. Like Hasan doesn't recognize Israel as a state. They're not indigenous to Palestine, right? Okay. But like we're talking about Israel. Well, the only reason you'd say that is if you don't think that like Israel has a right to exist, which obviously I'm going to disagree with.
They're not, okay? No amount of, you don't understand, they actually are, does not change that reality, okay? And it's exceptionally stupid to make this point, like I said, because the actual indigenous population can't even go to their fucking ancestral homeland, okay? He said both, pretty sure. Yeah, he just uses it interchangeably. Jew and Israel is interchangeably used throughout.
He said both. Oh, yeah. He just used them interchangeably. Actually, it's your fault. Actually, your fault that I misheard that.
Entire process. And that is because he loves that conflation and he loves wielding it as a shield.
Wielding it as a shield, baby.
This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
This is wild. So these guys did all of this, right? They did all of this. Is that their helicopter? Yeah, that looks like a legit helicopter. It is a legit helicopter.
Oh, they have like a real helicopter.
This is wild. So they take it over, and they tell people in the ship, usually like mostly Filipino people, the Filipino crews, and they're like, all right, we got no problems with you, you know. Wait, did he initially say, okay, fuck, I'm sorry, I'm going back. Did he initially say Israeli heritage in the Middle East and then said Jewish?
Turkey to India.
He's really harping on this because he knows he fucked up really bad.
Next owners are over. Hassan's third claim is the waters.
What? You'd be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime delivery.
That Hasan thinks that
I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal. I'm
I
sorry.
find it disturbing that Hasan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel.
True.
80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hasan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab countries they were forced out of?
Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
By telling the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from, Hasan attempts to...
Well, Hasan like literally pretends that like they weren't forced out. So he's not going to concede this point, obviously.
deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It
He didn't say
characterizes them not as
Israeli heritage in the Middle
indigenous, but as white
See.
colonizers. This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews...
Anyway, what? Don't you think that the Jews deserve some place they were in a minority after being persecuted, like in World War II? Not saying how they went about it was right, obviously. Dude, that is a fucking ridiculous thing to say when talking about killing Palestinians and genociding Palestinians. Like, what are we talking about? Build it in fucking Germany then. What the hell? No.
Well, they were cast out of Germany. I don't know if Hasan knows this, but there was like this huge thing called the genocide, and they were kind of cast out. So it's not really like they can do that anymore, huh? But okay.
One deserves an ethno state as a treat, by the way.
Fuck
What a
you.
ridiculous assessment.
Okay. This is just like ridiculous. Okay, so here we go. These are all like I looked up like which these are all, or they're not all in Middle Eastern countries. Hold on a second. So there's more than just one, right? So these are Israel, Syria, Egypt, Jordan. These are to see the Syrian Arab Republic of Egypt. Like these are we're talking about. These are all ethno states. Turkey has been described as an ethno state. Okay, so they're like pretty much like it seems like a lot of these Middle Eastern countries are ethno states. Okay, they're like all ethno states. All right, so stop pretending that it being an ethno state is like is a criticism. It's not in the Middle East, unfortunately. And just to be clear, 2 million of the citizens in Israel are Palestinian. And we're not even considering the West Bank and Gaza. So like you should criticize the genocide, criticize the oppression, but stop pretending that this ethno state is a slam dunk argument. You were basically born in a fucking ethno state. Okay. Like every Middle Eastern country is an ethno state. Like so you can't really use it as a criticism. It's like you want to. This guy always talks about like Eurocentric and Westernized like centric perspectives on the Middle Eastern countries. That's what you do every fucking day when you go, oh, it's an ethno state. They're all ethno states. Like every fucking Middle Eastern country is a fucking ethno state. Like all of them are like ethno states. The most prominent ones are. What are you talking about? Fucking Turkey, Israel, Egypt, Jordan. Like they're like all ethno states. And you're sitting here and you're like, oh, they're ethno states. Why aren't you criticizing these other countries? Yeah, he was born in New Jersey. That's true. So it's not an argument. Are ethno states bad? Yeah, sure. But this is the guy that justifies gay people, trans people, women, and children being abused and neglected and being treated as second and third class citizens in every surrounding Arabic country, because that's a Western perspective. But then when it comes to ethno states, all of a sudden, like we're going to engage in more Western perspective again, a Western perspective again. So Egypt, Jordan, are nowhere the same as Israel. Yeah, true, because there's 2 million Palestinians living in Israel. They're probably better. Sorry, they're not nearly as bad. Just to be clear, Egypt refuses to take in Palestinian refugees. I just want you to understand that. So, Okay, cool stuff, man.
Come on, don't you think the Jews deserve a little ethno state as a treat? They've gone through a lot. No.
Nobody deserves it, but like, there's more justification for them having an ethno state considering the entire world hates Jews, unfortunately. So.
Oh, the argument is fuck no. Okay.
Okay, you say so.
Yeah. Let's build a little ethno state in the middle of an area where other people were living right on top of it, and then they'll just fucking ethnic
Oh, why did they do that though? Why did they build an ethno state? Was it because 6 million of them were genocided, so they were given land by somebody else, which he never acknowledges. Hasan never acknowledges that land was given to them, right? Like it's still shitty, but it was given to them. You want to criticize somebody? Criticize fucking Britain for giving them the land. He never acknowledges that. It's intentional. He doesn't acknowledge it on purpose. That's the whole point.
Technically cleanse the population. They're like, all right, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face. Hasan is asking us not to believe our own eyes as we watch terrorists hostilely kidnap the crew.
We got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
And once again, the crew is still MIA for over a year.
They're not, and they never were MIA. It's fucking bullshit.
Well, they were just found like right when he put up the video. That's my understanding. So
I already mentioned
that information came out like right after he released his video.
Prisoners to a terrorist organization. But don't worry, guys. Hasan says they have no problem with them.
They're like, all right, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. We got no problems with you, but you're coming with us.
This is a 3-minute video of when you did a music video. When you did a music video, I'm expecting like, are you being serious?
I like that the implication here is that Nick is actually terrified of me and not a good friend of mine. Like, I terrified Nick.
I've never seen these guns and shit. This is a music video. Son.
I bet Hasan's friend really appreciated being fed terrorist propaganda on camera. Let's see what he had to say.
Because even a couple days ago, I was hanging out with my buddy Hasan, and this guy unironically put a terrorist propaganda music video on it.
Is he making the argument? Like, this is some parasocial bullshit, dude.
How is it parasocial? He's just showing that your friend was made to be uncomfortable by your fucking, you kind of like, you kind of like surprising him by making him watch terrorist propaganda and labeling it as like just some chill shit.
Yeah, Nick hates me, dude.
Yep. Japan is also an ethno state. That's my understanding as well. Yeah. Yep. There you go, dude. There you go, dude.
He's fucking terrified.
Left the room. And I was just like, and the thing is, like, in hindsight, it's hilarious. But at the same time, I'm like, what is going on here? This is wild to me. Yeah. But like, I just like, he was like, yeah, they're such great dancers. And
oh my god.
I was like, okay.
Wait, is that how it works? If you watch like a politics TikTok, you get recommended Hasan right after? Is that how it works? Bro, he's all over this page. That's crazy.
What is this?
Dude, Hasan be saying some wild stuff, man. So I don't know if we can.
Yeah, well, he has to say he's using the word parasocial because like he's just trying to like basically he's just trying to defame Ethan's perspective at like every opportunity. That's the whole point.
Another incident of Hasan enjoying some Houthi propaganda.
Twitch don't ban me. This is within the context of this.
Oh yeah, like Twitch is gonna ban you.
How can they not agree with the Houthis when this is the kind of music video that they're coming out with?
I don't know, man. I'm more of like an alt rock kind of guy. Like, give me some like Paramore or something, or Julia Wolf, dude. We've been listening to Julia Wolf lately. That's pretty good.
A beautiful voice too. Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. The fucking mixtape. Oh, that's a joke, Ethan. Do you? Bro, I'm never allowed to make jokes. Jokes are only when you call someone a pedophile and slander them. Jokes are only when you fucking say the person you're debating is sleeping in a...
Well, just to be clear, didn't you say that like you wanted to do a podcast with him because he was the goofs and gaffs guy, and you would just sit there and you would just like dump information out there? That was like your whole thing. Like you were pissed off. Like he basically made this point in this video that Ethan didn't stay in his lane, and that really upset him. That was one of the big points of contention, and that's why like the whole fucking podcast ended, because Ethan didn't stay in his lane and let Hasan just say whatever the fuck he wanted.
Race car bed, or I guess jokes are when you sig heil a bunch. That's the only comedian.
True, dude. I guess that's why you like Arabic people so much. I'm just kidding. At least that group of Arabic people that was sig heiling. Not all of them, okay? They don't all hate the Jews. But there is a general sentiment in Arabic countries that Jews aren't very good. Oh, I'll say it's in America too, unfortunately. It's pretty much rising around the world. Terrible stuff.
Fucking hates it when other people make jokes.
That's on my sweet.
You guys ever see how he never responds to the those just dancing Jewish kids? Remember those kids? Those kids they were spitting hot fire, bro.
Now you friend.
Easy,
you
dude. Easy.
Like that, then what the fuck do you call this?
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Never mind. Here it is.
That's right, bitch. What the fuck you stepping on our shit?
Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. The fucking mixtape.
I'm not gonna lie. This is the first attempt that he's made at like actually making a joke.
Nah, man. I think he's been pretty funny the whole time, man.
Got a beautiful voice too.
I went way too soon. Fuck.
I mean, it's very 2016 humor. All right, come on.
Okay, we get it, dude. 2016 humor. Every time Ethan makes a joke, Hasan has to cry about it.
Our sweet, beautiful, cute little tip-off twink. This hairless young man is the fantasy of every tween and twit.
Oh my God, he's so weird, dude. He's such a fucking weird guy.
And all the boys and girls on TikTok.
He's called Tim Houthi Chalamet. What? What are you talking about?
I'm just glad he didn't play fucking.
How is he being weird? He's called Tim Houthi Chalamet. That's the whole fucking thing. What are you talking about? This is not an unreasonable criticism. Why the fuck is this taking so long?
I would have died.
He's a freedom fighter. Beautiful eyes. They call him Tim Houthi Chalamet because he's a Houthi.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Excuse me. Of course I'm about to have a... I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's, one, I'm being sarcastic here, but...
Yeah, hey guys, I'm being sarcastic. Every time you get me on something, it's all a joke. It's all just a joke. Nobody can tell it's a joke until I explain that it's a joke, but I'm just joking here, guys. It's all just jokes. It's all just a joke, guys. If you have to constantly explain to us that you're fucking joking, you might not be joking. That might be
There is journalistic value to this fucking interview, for the record.
No, there isn't. You don't ask many meaningful questions. Wait, can I just do this? Nope, you cannot.
2, I did think he was a Houthi. I thought he was a Houthi when I first interviewed him.
Oh, okay. So it's your fault. Oh, okay. So you even said he was a Houthi when you first interviewed him. You thought he was a Houthi. He was on that Houthi pirate ship. Okay. But it's all, we're stupid for not knowing he wasn't a Houthi. This is the brand new argument. I've watched this on terminally online. That's how fucking terminal I am. That's my job. At least I get paid, right, bitch? He's never said that he thought he was a Houthi too, but now he realizes he's not. You know why this is a new narrative? Because Hasan knows he can't defend the he's not a Houthi argument. That's why. Or else he would have just been like, no, he's not even a Houthi, dude. What are you talking about? He's not a Houthi. That's not true at all. This is a new narrative. New narrative drop, baby.
I don't have an issue with interviewing Houthis. I do not fucking care. I don't know why.
I wouldn't either if you asked him like meaningful questions, yeah.
People genuinely think that this is a major point of contention. I keep repeating it over and over again. I want you guys to understand the truth. I want you to understand that this person is not a Houthi, not because I'm scared, not because I'm like, oh no, I interviewed a Houthi, like that's terrifying. No, I'm telling you he's not a Houthi because he's not a fucking Houthi. I don't have an issue with interviewing someone from the Al-Houthi family or a member of the Ansar Allah movement. Please.
Please.
So weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, why are you doing that?
What are some of the hard-hitting questions you asked him? Oh man, do you like, what kind of food do you got? They got a KFC over there? Was that a question? I don't even remember.
Bro, you are going to get banned? I think it would be ridiculous to do that.
Hasan now has the opportunity to express his journalistic chops.
Yeah, here's what it is. Yeah, what's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO before Hasan got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hasan for legitimate journalism in an interview with half the MSN mainstream media was chasing. And you remember when he lost his mind when Taylor Lorenz said that? He was like, Taylor Lorenz sucks.
To get his boots on the ground and show us just how good of a reporter he can be.
I'm doing journalism, chat. Does he know what One Piece is?
He's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
Sick, yes.
No way!
Love you too, man. Big time.
Love you too. Love you too, KFC.
Big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You tell them that. I want to ask about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
If one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back.
Ooh, he's gonna kill you, dude.
I think it's cool though. That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the guy. Wait, why didn't he post any of the parts where I literally do ask him direct questions? Are you a Houthi? He says, no, I'm a Yemeni.
Oh shit! I don't think I don't think that it makes perfect sense that he would just be like, no, I'm not a Houthi. No. I just associate with them in some capacity, but I'm not definitely not one. Okay, yeah, okay, that makes perfect sense. Gotcha.
Or do you hate the Jews? Like he just like all of the parts of the interview.
But he just posts things about hating Jews, but he doesn't hate the Jews. That's what it makes. Okay, that makes sense. I got you, brother. Makes sense to me, baby boy. Do you like anime? Hard hitting political question, here, by the way.
Especially in the beginning, where I'm addressing some of his background and trying to get a better understanding of what's going on, and he just literally he just cut all of that out to be like, oh, you guys are having like a love fest. Yeah, I am. Yeah, it is a fun interview. I'm humanizing a 19-year-old Yemeni teenager. I'm sorry, Ethan. I know that's fucking terrifying for you. I know. God forbid, people in my goddamn community actually get the opportunity to talk to someone and develop a better understanding of someone's culture when they're literally stuck in the poorest country on the fucking planet. Okay? The knife thing is a Dune joke. Captain's like, I don't.
Oh, it's a Dune joke. Oh, okay.
Like win them over there, trying to make them hate America and the U.S. government.
I'm a journalist. Okay, this is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism. They keep saying terrorist simp. Don't worry, brother. I'll fucking bring on an IDF brigadier general and suck him off for you. So
yeah, just bring on Eli. Apparently, who gives a fuck, dude?
You can see what a terrorism simp looks like.
Okay.
Listen, when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, "Why are you doing that?" What do you mean? I'm just chilling. We're just vibing. We're just vibing. Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time.
Hasan uncritically interviewed this kid for about an hour. It was the most brazen display of disgusting terrorist propaganda that I have maybe ever seen in Western media.
Crazy. I'm a journalist right now, by the way. You can just had an orgasm. Dude, fuck off with this shit. Are you seriously still pauses on?
I don't get the outrage. He's literally married to a terrorist. No, you don't understand. She's good, and he's bad.
Damn. Crazy.
Yeah. The fact that Ethan recognizes he's a kid and then continues to say horrendous shit is so gross. I know.
That's crazy.
What has happened to, does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like I heard they...
Hasan almost asked a good question, but it's actually leading to the most obscene part of this interview.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did cloth with them, and he danced to music with them, and he was vibing, so he liked him. Yeah.
So, I mean, what? That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
Ask yourself, why is he able to hang out with the captain and the crew of this pirated ship? Why would he even have access to that? Hasan knows why.
That's a good point. That's a great point. How do you contend with the fact that this supposed non-Houthi terrorist kid is on a Houthi terrorist ship, a ship that's been captured by Houthi terrorists?
Of course, he is a Houthi terrorist. Instead of challenging him and demanding more details about these kidnapped and missing people, he just runs defense for this guy, acting like he doesn't know why that would even happen.
He's saying that...
Yes, he's inferring that he was personally involved in overtaking a ship. This was... he was not with the captains of the ship. He's never been around the captains of the ship. Even if he was, I don't give a shit.
Then why did he say that? Wait, what? Didn't he just say that? So his argument is that, like, no? His argument's just no, that didn't happen?
Obviously. But he did not say... This was mistranslated. He didn't say...
If you want to go with like, hey, he's a young kid and he got sucked into this terrorist group because he grew up oppressed, that's fine. But everything is like, no, he's not a Houthi. Why is he on a Houthi pirate ship then? Oh, because she wasn't. That actually isn't true. Oh, okay. That's crazy.
Me and the Houthis. He never was around the captains. The Galaxy ship that we're talking about became a tourism destination in Yemen. So if you pay $1, you could go and visit it. And that's precisely what he did. And he...
That's what it is? You could pay $1? Apparently, it became somewhat of a tourist attraction. That's fine. The fact that he said he was around the captains is still concerning, and the fact that he was putting up like literal, anti-Jew fucking propaganda or support, like curse the fucking Jews. I don't know. He might be some form of a fucking terrorist. I guess maybe not. Maybe he's just deeply anti-Semitic and hates Jews. Okay, that's fine, I suppose. But apparently even Hasan thought he was a terrorist. So I don't know if I just don't know if I believe this. It's hard to believe because Hasan is not an honest fucking person. So it's hard to believe any of the things that he says with any of the context.
Talking about became a tourism destination in Yemen. So if you pay $1, you could go and visit it. And that's precisely what he did.
Oh yeah. And he did that before or after. I don't know.
And he presented it as though he was overtaking the ship to us in the outside world.
Okay. So you're telling me that he made it seem like he was you're telling me that your biggest argument is that he made it seem like he was a fucking he made it seem like he was actually a terrorist. Okay, so it's our fault. He came in and he made it seem like he was a terrorist, and it's our fault for us not realizing. I don't understand. That's the story. He went and had a conversation with you where he expresses that he's a Houthi terrorist, and now we're stupid for believing it. I don't understand. Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
The most brazen display of terrorism propaganda is basically every other fucking broadcast where Hila Klein comes on and starts talking about how, Palestinians are there. We want peace, but not really. Okay. Like that's the real brazen display.
That's your accent that you're going to do? It sounds terrible. Come on.
Display of fucking terrorism propaganda is Hila Klein and Ethan Klein talking about Gaza. Okay.
Okay.
Fucking bullshit.
You got it, boss.
Yoav Gallant, really good guy.
We're still doing the Gallant thing. That is true. They said that they corrected it because, again, the thing that they had an issue with was the fact that he was trying to end the war, and Netanyahu got rid of him because of that. At a certain point. So the context, but he refuses to tell us the context of that, of course. But okay, we keep Gallanting. We do be gallant.
Aren't you glad you watched the video so we can all reflect on this completely unique and legitimate criticism you've never heard before? I know this was such an exercise in futility because holy fuck, he did not bring a single new thing with the exception of like idiotic article titles that he slapped onto it.
Over the
this was a fake video he saw from years ago that went viral in 2024 because he pretended it was the captain. Yeah.
Okay. But your guy said it was the captain. I don't understand. Like your argument is that we shouldn't trust this kid when he says things. I don't really understand. But okay.
Yeah. This is what he was referencing.
The crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny.
It is super funny, the idea of kidnapped crew members.
He's literally acting like he's one of the fucking pirates. What are you talking about? And then we're stupid for believing him. That's fucking crazy.
We're being forced, probably.
By the way, this photo that he got...
Because it's entirely possible that he's just like cosplaying because he wants to seem cool. I don't know. But are we fucking stupid for believing him? Like, I don't understand. That make us dumb?
Is from this article, which literally directly undermines the point that he was making. The photo's existence in and of itself directly undermines the point that he was making, that no one has seen the fucking crew members of the ship, for the record. So I guess they're not MIA, Ethan, you fucking moron.
Well, again, that came out after. But sure, he should have had that in there. Sure.
At gunpoint to do some death to Americas and maybe some curse upon the Jews. And frankly, the callous disregard for the well-being of the literal hostages is shocking, even for somebody that loves terrorists.
That's so funny. Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
He says they have to.
Are you?
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick.
Is there a KFC in Yemen? No way, dude! Holy fuck!
That's true. The whole Hasan literally asked him the One Piece question because he thought he was a fucking terrorist pirate. That was the whole reason why he asked him the One Piece question. He's like, you're like Luffy. What the fuck?
There's a KFC in Yemen. He's just like us.
Does he know what One Piece is?
What if he's been watching it since he was a kid?
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so... He so clearly watched this before. He has a response to everything. Yeah, as if he would ever go into that without canned response. Wait. Are you guys fucking stupid?
What the hell?
Go watch my earlier video. Oh my God. I tried to stress the importance of why I actually know exactly what his criticisms are in the fucking context puke.
Yeah, because you already watched it and he had somebody prepare talking points to counter everything. That's why he has 1,000 tabs on the screen.
Because these are the same exact criticisms that Destiny launched against me.
What?
This is precisely the reason why I made a video before the context nuke came out that addressed all of these claims that Ethan was making. What's really frustrating about this is that none of their fans will actually go and watch this video of mine that came out 3 months before this video. They think Ethan came up with these incredibly unique fucking arguments.
Given as a right, they're taken by force, they are maintained through force. Exactly. Okay. There are hours and hours and hours of commentary dedicated to this, tens of thousands of hours of commentary dedicated to all of these issues over the course of many, many years. Chatter put some effort and corrected this. Oh, wow. This is like a massive effort post. Holy shit.
A dangerous prospect to make this conflation, which serves the interests of anti-Semites. It all is some such as Islam, wanting a response, okay, that are akin to acts of terror. Because on October 7th, it wasn't just the Palestinian Brigades, a coalition of resistance forces that includes Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PFLP, DFLP, and many others. It was also
another Destiny reference.
once the barrier into Israel. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it more. He watched the day it dropped. He's too narcissistic not to. It's so clear, lol. He did have that whole Cove stream while actively on vacation in Japan. At that point, he wasn't even pretending that he didn't know what was in it. I mean, he'd be fucking moron not to watch it. Hasan is a bad person, not a stupid person. He's watched it dozens of times and preferred a doc with rebuttals. Haas never been a monologue he doesn't love. Oh, man, that's cute. Well, I'm glad you guys liked it. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the fucking... It's now 34 minutes, 6.5 hours. We're 1/3 of the video through. If you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. I don't understand my own position on issues well enough. Are these people that fucking stupid?
He's getting fucking owned by his own people. Dude, this is crazy.
I am the subject matter of the video. What the fuck?
Bro, he has 45 fucking tabs on the screen. He's obviously ready to react to this. And why doesn't he just admit it? This is like the weirdest fucking ego play from Hasan. Why not just admit that like you're fucking like you were ready to watch this? There's nothing wrong with being like, yeah, I watched it offline. I got my talking points ready because I felt it was going to be important. But instead, he's acting like he's doing it on the fly when he has like 100 different fucking links up on the screen available to us. Like it's such a weird next level of like egotistical shit. It's so bizarre.
Okay, the answer is yes, they are. That's stupid. Oh my God. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
You guys all remember Luffy's flag, right? Now I'm only halfway through that show, so maybe I just haven't come to it yet. But I do not remember.
Oh. Dude, he's so gross.
Luffy's flag.
He's gross. It's a fucking joke, Hasan. What happened? I thought you liked those.
Like this. Predictably, there was some blowback.
Yeah, they're just like ISIS, bro. Yeah, just like ISIS. That's what the Houthis are like. ISIS.
Maybe. Oh, shit.
Huh. It's weird because... Where is it? Syrian government and Iranian officials have accused Israel and the United States government of supporting ISIS by attacking Hezbollah and the Syrian Arab army, as well as arming and giving medical attention to the Islamic State. In 2017, here, this is a Wikipedia summary of the articles that I've shown a million times over.
Cool.
The Syrian army claimed it found Israeli-made artillery pieces at ISIL hideouts. Israel strongly denied the accusations and providing arms and medical support to ISIS, except they also admitted that they actually supported ISIS.
Okay.
Not only is Israel not a part of the fucking coalition forces fighting against ISIS, but they have quite literally offered medical aid to ISIS soldiers. Why are people saying one? Why are people posting one? What happened? Hype train level 2.
Ooh, hype train, baby. You guys remember hype trains?
Condom hummus. Oh, donor request.
You guys remember when we used to do hype trains back on the old Twitcher-uni? Huh?
Reality is very different. Israel and ISIS have both, perhaps surprisingly, demonstrated high levels of restraint towards one another. Israel is not part of the international coalition fighting ISIS, and the jihadist group has yet to mount any serious attack on Israel proper. ISIS rhetoric towards Israel is also limited in volume, even less brutal in tone compared to ISIS' other enemies, mainly Shiite Muslims and Arab regimes. Gross.
This is not going to go well for me.
Ethan is so fucking gross.
After this interview, and Hasan went immediately into damage control to rewrite history.
He said that no, I did not. You are, again, misrepresenting my position. I do not care. He is not a Houthi because he's not a Houthi. Okay?
Even though he said he was one and you were asking him questions like, are you a pirate? You're like a pirate from One Piece, dude. Oh my god. Oh, you were hanging out on the ship? Oh man. They were basically like they fucking got on the ship and they were like making everybody on the ship hate America. Oh man. Are you telling us you got duped by a 19-year-old Hasan Parker? What the fuck? What's your best criticism here? What?
I do not care about interviewing a Houthi. I am not doing damage control. Why won't anybody listen to me on this? Oh.
Because you thought he was a fucking Houthi pirate and you thought it was badass and cool.
Oh my god. He was just simply a Yemeni person and not a Houthi. Yeah, I mean, we don't even know if he's a Houthi or not. He's a teenager in Yemen. The dude is neither a Houthi, nor a terrorist, nor a pirate. Is not a Houthi rebel. They didn't fucking call him a Houthi either. You want to know why? Because he's not one. He's not a Houthi himself. He's not a pirate, but, you know, I don't think... Dude, every single one of these clips, I quite literally end up saying, in every single one of these clips, I don't care even if he was a Houthi. I do not care even if he was a fucking Houthi. Okay?
Okay, cool.
Ethan, the fucking Arabs Klein, used out of context video clips directly from Destiny's Wikipedia page titled Hasan's
Ethan the Arabs Klein. That's crazy, dude. Holy fuck.
Use of inbred in reference to Jews. Visual artifacts can be seen all throughout the clips, as seen in the images below. Oh,
that's not good.
My God.
Oh my God.
Of course he did. Oh, of course he did. Shocking. Wow, I'm so shocked
dude.
that he went to the Destiny Wikipedia.
Oh God, Destiny.
Wow. Well.
Oh, Destiny. Oh. Every fucking 2 seconds, dude. Like, you're moaning his goddamn name. What the fuck's the matter with you?
So did the Free Press, to be fair. In the debate, he said he didn't. Oh, you mean to tell me he fucking lied?
Oh man, he lied?
He's on Insta again using...
You see how, like, slow he processes when he, You see how slow he processes when he he doesn't know what to say? Like, when he doesn't prepare for the talking point? Don't you like that? Somebody ran, like, the first, like, actual, like, oh, this is the first time I've seen this information. So he's trying to figure out how to, like, fucking, he's like, oh, wait, this is new. I'm not prepared for this one.
Using a rape victim as a cudgel? I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Yeah, it must have been a coincidence.
Maybe I'm going to read those donations.
We're at $171,000.
Damn, crazy.
Loser. Couldn't even come up with his own goddamn fucking clips. God damn it. Literally.
Hasan literally had a bunch of his fans come up with all the talking points here, and he's acting like Ethan's a fucking... Oh, you didn't come up with your own clips. Oh, by the way, I had fucking people. By the way, he did a smart thing. I would hope that he paid people to put these clips together. What? I would hope that he paid people to put these clips together for him, right? Like, pass on some of the old money-ola. Makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Position that he is not a Houthi. Trust me, bro, I'm not. Wait, that's the pirate, but, you know, I don't think he's not a pirate. He has
fuck.
That's this video. Wait, he literally did. Wait a minute. He watched my video. I mean, I don't think
if
he
I die
because
I res in this fire,
but this video is literally Ethan Klein versus Hasan Piker explained.
Where's this fucking asshole?
How's this a fundraiser? I mean, we fucking blew it out of the water. Good. The initial fundraiser was supposed to be a $75,000, but we're at $175,000 right now.
Whoa, I like that. That's good stuff.
All right,
that's a beautiful thing.
I'm gonna have Ian come on. I've already fucking.
iDub is coming on.
Down, so.
Oh my god.
Thank you to everyone who has donated. Y'all went over a new member of the community, and I thank you, Hasan and Ian, for caring about cancer research.
God, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
This clip is directly from the Hasan versus Ethan Klein Explained. Okay?
Damn.
Let's see if I can find
exactly I knew it, dude. I knew it. Oh, I got cheap shotted so hard. That's fucking cringe.
Girly Pops, condom, hummus.
Girly Pops.
Participate in a secular.
Girly Pops.
Completely. It's not like, remember people at the time being mad at you in bad faith, obviously, for being nice to people you know personally, you know, all the way back in.
Did he just change his screen? Did he just change? Dude, look, Hasan changes his screen to full screen so you don't know what he's looking at because he's afraid that it actually makes him look stupid and he's not prepared for this one. Even though, you know he's prepared for this one because he did something where he's got 500 tabs on his screen because he pre-watched this and then he was ready for every single talking point, or at least he thought so. And then he also was just going to fucking filibuster through the entire thing and ramble. That's all he's doing through the whole thing. But wait a minute, it's not that big of a deal that he prepared for it, except for the fact that he refuses to admit that he prepared for it because he has some kind of weird ego problem. This whole video is so strange. This is just the most strangest video I've ever seen from Hasan. It's just so weird. It's like it's just bizarrely obsessive. I don't know. Like, just admit. Just say, yeah, I'm ready for this. I prepared for this. Why not? Why? I don't get it. What is with this guy? Has a weird ego.
Does IDub support Palestine? What are you, crazy?
Whoa. Well, you know his wife is 50% Lebanese. Rounded up from 8%, of course.
Using his donor, the fundraiser, to try and justify his bullshit again? What dono to what fundraiser? What?
Don't know.
Wait, he actually fucking... This is his donation. I'm glad you're finally watching my video, and I appreciate you using it as a chance to do some good by raising money for charity. I hope you'll engage with it honestly and with integrity, and perhaps even walk back some of your rhetoric. Suck my fucking dick, Ethan. Okay? $1,000 also, broke boy.
So Ethan gave out $1,001, and the reason he did that is because iDubbbz gave $1,000. That's my understanding. So he was just trying to be petty.
Not even a fucking fraction of your goddamn watch. Go complain about it. Click
well, it technically is a fraction of the watch.
that shit and be like, oh my god.
I like this though. This is my favorite part, is because Hasan actually doesn't donate any money. He doesn't give any money. And he's like, wow, Ethan, you could have definitely gave more. Ethan could have gave more. True, actually. Fair enough. But, Hasan doesn't like, it's not like he matches it or something. Despite the fact that, I don't know if you guys know this. He's really rich. He makes a lot of money.
I can't believe he's casting aside $1,000. What the fuck am I supposed to walk back?
Damn. How much for you to walk it back?
Be at the mercy of your hallucinations?
Ooh, hallucination.
Why did he donate $1,001?
Or like
is it because he wanted to like one up someone? Is that what it is? By Ethan's
so
logic,
funny.
he can now go give someone cancer, which I think he gave all of us a little bit of brain cancer today.
I don't even know what that means, but okay, crazy.
But since he donated $1,001 to cancer research, now he can spend the rest of time giving people cancer and then fuck.
Oh, okay. I think this is his idea of a joke. I'm assuming it's this is relative to like, he says there's a genocide going on in Gaza, so that means that he can support the people making the genocide. I think that's the point, the joke he's trying to make. Kind of falls flat, but
talking about how much of a stalwart defender
yes.
of cancer research he is. He's going to go and collaborate with the Trump administration to pull NIH funding from cancer research while being like, I'm a stalwart supporter of cancer by his own fucking logic. Since last time he gave me $6,500 for a fundraiser, this is the shit he pulled off.
It's crazy, dude.
I think he is trying to kill me with this video. I'm not going to lie. Narrated the position that he is not a Houthi. Trust me, bro, I'm not Houthi. Be for real. You suck. Wait, I want to find
it.
Trying
to kill me, dude.
A Houthi
oh, my mom's balls.
Let's go ahead and take a look at his social media and see if that lines up. All right, let's see here. Tel Aviv will burn in the coming hours. Ready for sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a panic of a song like.
I don't care about a depiction of a Jewish person getting his fucking asshole impaled. That's incredible. Maybe that's the problem, Hasan. Maybe that's like kind of the issue here, is that you don't seem to care about the old Jewish guys. What about the Jewish guy, dude? Ooh.
I don't care.
No fucking shit.
I don't care. And if you take issue with whatever the fuck a 19-year-old's posting in Yemen, that's on you. Okay.
Why wouldn't you care? Isn't this what? I don't understand. Why not care about this? I don't care about the 19-year-old in Yemen. If it was somebody in America saying like the N-word with a soft A, he would melt down. But this 19-year-old Yemeni kid saying that all Jews should be dead. We don't care about that. We're freaks.
Okay. Wow, he's problematic. I can't believe how problematic this 19-year-old in Yemen is.
Damn. Come on. Stop. Come on, Hasan. You know what you were doing there.
Say it hike for okay, why would we retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost more comments and support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be.
Wait, what? What is this?
That's a big butt plug.
Argument? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. What is the implication here? Is he saying that like he knows insider information about what the Houthis are doing?
No, he's actively supporting terrorism or like anti-Israeli sentiment on social media. See, this is what I'm talking about. Just be like, yeah, I think he is a terrorist. He keeps associating with Houthis. I understand why people think he's one. I just like, okay, whatever.
Before they actually do it, is that what he's saying?
No, that's not what
Like,
he's
is that
saying.
what it is? Like,
he's expressing sentiment of them. That he's the Houthi pirate guy. Just like Luffy.
Cool military costume. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, we'll put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay.
What? Incredible. Okay.
Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive. You know what makes you a Houthi? Being a Houthi.
Bro, this is this dude in Yemen who's 19 years old.
We get
Okay,
his 19 years
and he's
old.
freaking the fuck out over this dude.
Okay.
Let me look up something real quick. Okay.
Is it gonna be Ela Klein? Is that what it's gonna be?
Let me look up something.
I'm ready for
Old
it, baby.
compilation of deleted H3 podcast footage of podcast co-hosts and co-owner Teddy Fresh and Ethan Klein repeating the N-word and F-word. He's actively running a campaign aimed to deplatform pro-Palestine content creators. This is just 30 seconds of it. But there is an 8-minute compilation. Let's see what Ethan was doing
Not the
when
N-word.
he was, he's obviously pulling tweets. He's pulling tweets. How old is Ethan here?
He's a hypocrite because he said before.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Hasan dropped the illegitimate fucking hard R on the guy. Dude, what is happening? I think this guy's trying to fucking ruin everybody's stream. I should have fucking known this guy was going to do it uncensored. Bro, this is the biggest... This is insane. This is an actual move of desperation. He's showing dude, bro. Explain to me how this doesn't prove Hasan deserves to be fucking banned. This guy has so much of oh my god, he's so brazen. He's actively playing the N-word uncensored with a hard R on his stream, knowing that he's not gonna get fucking banned. And he knows other people are gonna watch his response, possibly on their stream, try to get them banned. He's leveraging his platform against everyone else's. Oh my god, dude! Holy fuck! All right, let me mute the stream so you guys can't hear the next stuff. Okay, incredible. Oh my god, crazy! I can't, dude. He's actually crashing out. For him to do this is like a full crash out. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way he just did that uncensored. What a dick.
Go away! Sick. Yes, that's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god, you think the Houthis is doing what Luffy would do?
Damn,
The entire thing. I'm not trying to get banned. Okay, calm down. They're tweeting a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand.
I'm trying to get banned, dude. You fucking showed it on there with knowing it. What the hell are you talking about? How would you trying to? You should be banned for that. What are you talking about? What the hell? He knows what he was doing.
This problem can be approached with nuance because he is a teenager in Yemen, dude.
Talk about the bigotry of low expectations. He's a kid in Yemen, dude. What do you expect? Of course he's going to...
Wait, did you hear Ethan claim you would say pike for a K word? Oh, I missed that part.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
I passed that part. I didn't see it. That was very, very funny. I would definitely not say that, by the way.
Put a pike through a Jew's asshole and through his mouth. That's just what kids in Yemen are like, man.
And also, he didn't say Jew, for the record. You said it. What do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike on that photo, unless I saw something different.
Hasan claims this isn't even a Jewish.
It's not. It's a fucking photo from, I think it was from the Haitian Revolution. Yes,
He's obviously referring to a fucking... He's obviously referring to Jews.
Don't care. You should have played this at the debate. I don't know how to describe this over and over again, okay? He's trying to get the Don't Worry podcast crew fired for criticizing Israel while living in Lebanon. He's like the Pope of Karens. What is this? Ethan Klein slips and makes his opinion on Anne Frank, saying death to the Nazis. Oh, I mean Germans. Wait, okay.
Said in this conversation, this is what Hasan told him about the cute Houthi pirate.
From Yemen, okay? Who everyone called, myself included, called Tim Houthi Charlemagne, or Charlemagne.
Is that the One Piece one?
Yeah. Now this kid is like, he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him, which means that for most of his life, he has withstood, right? But he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically, okay? Being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time.
Once again,
like Anne
I find
Frank.
this comparison insidious for a few reasons. First of all, I don't remember this page from Anne Frank's journal, but again, it's been a long time since I read it. I don't recall this this picture of saying, you'll spike all Nazis through the fucking, all Germans through the asshole and mouth and wish them a gruesome death. Wasn't in there, actually.
Okay.
So what if she did?
Okay.
Yeah. No, that's my point. Would that change the equation? Would you be like, oh, well, a little crazy there, Anne. Calm down, Anne. Like, yeah, it's totally valid. It would be totally valid for Anne Frank to say that, okay?
Wasn't in there, actually.
True,
also,
dude.
I find the
He's speaking so many
conjuring
facts
of a
right now.
victim of Nazi Holocaust is a intentional play to
yes, because you don't give a fuck about anything. You don't give a fuck. Americans are stupid. They don't care about brown people. So the reason why I'm using a fucking incredibly famous victim that Americans care about is for that reason.
If you say so, bud. If you say so.
Because Americans don't understand when you talk about a brown 19-year-old like you, okay? When you look at this dude, you're like, well, he's a terrorist, he's a terrorist, he's a terrorist.
to further blur the lines of anti-Semitism and to try to take away from, try to exploit the suffering that happened on the Holocaust. Once again,
Ugh. It's like, how dare you? How dare you compare anyone to Anne Frank?
and not related to Israel at all.
What is this, definitely a
Some
soldier?
other goofy kid.
Okay.
He's cheapening what happened to Anne Frank, frankly. You know, this kid, I'm sure
He's cheapening what happened to Anne, frankly. You get it, guys?
grew up in terrible conditions. There's no doubt. Yemen's in a terrible state. However, we don't, as
I'm gonna have iDubbbz come on in a minute, by the way.
You already said that, didn't you?
as a species, while we can appreciate where people came from and why they turned out the way, it will never excuse
sucked so much balls.
violent, hateful,
Yeah, by the way, notice how he said Nazis and then said, Germans.
Germans to the asshole and mouth, and wish them
Look,
all Nazis to the fucking all Germans to the asshole and mouth.
why? First of all, if he said all Nazis, if Anne Frank said, let's shove a pike through the ass and mouth of all Nazis, okay, everyone would cherish that. Everyone would celebrate that.
Crazy.
I certainly would not have an issue with that. I don't know why he claims he would have an issue with that. Okay. And even if she said all Germans, I would not have it.
The point is that they conflate Israelis with all Jews, right? And again, it's fine to have the take of like, yeah, you know what, he's a young kid. He grew up around oppression, yada, yada, yada. But you're literally like lying to everybody and trying to pretend like he's not like a Houthi terrorist. It's very strange. Like it's a constant like parade of downplaying. Like fucking, it's just constant like parade of downplaying oppression against Jews in general. Right? Like again, this is the guy who fucking denies the anti-Jewish sentiment around the world just because it's convenient.
Issue with that. She's a child during the fucking Holocaust. What are you talking about? If she was able to actually reach the age of 19 and take up arms and directly be a part of the resistance against the Nazi occupation, I would celebrate that. I would cherish that. As a matter of fact, there are literally 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds who did take a part of the resistance and took up arms against Nazi Germany. Shut the fuck up, Ethan. No one believes you when you say this. You are trying to develop a consistent argument here, but it doesn't make any fucking sense.
I mean, kind of makes sense. You obviously hate Jewish people. I mean, I don't know. You're constantly saying it's like anti-Jewish. He denies the rapes of Jewish women. What the fuck?
That's why one of the most viral tweets
Israeli women
from the aftermath of our conversation.
He conflates fucking anybody that's ever had a positive Israeli sentiment. Like if you're somebody that lives in Israel, you're like, oh yeah, my life is decent. Even if that's a privileged perspective, he thinks that you're a fucking like basically a Nazi. So, okay, like, what the fuck?
Was literally people making fun of you for saying that you wouldn't show support to Anne Frank or that somehow you would view Anne Frank differently if she were able to join the resistance movement against Nazi Germany. You would never call her a fucking terrorist. If you did, you would be a psychopath, okay?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Ethan Klein trying to cancel Anne Frank. God damn. It's so stupid. Who the fuck believes this? Oh my God. All right, let's keep going.
Jewish person on the pike. How exactly is a naked piked person supposed to look like a Jew for you, Hasan? You know what? You're right. Let me make it a little clearer for you. First, he needs a bigger nose, right, Hasan? First, he needs a yarmulke, curly things.
Okay.
Oh, look, Hasan, he dropped his dreidel. He must be Jewish for sure. Or, you know, you could just read what he wrote, you dumbass, liar, terrorist-loving, propagandist piece of shit.
This is why this entire conversation is fucking idiotic. He's this close to condemning things like the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Yeah, dude, he's just, I think in his mind, like, the victory against the Nazis happened because people just, like, peacefully resisted or something. It's not a Jewish person. I feel like it'd be pretty understandable if Anne Frank failed to rhetorically distinguish between Nazis and Germans. I'm removing the situation so I can have that nuance. But if I was in the Holocaust, I'd probably be a little harsh on my view to the Germans. There's no analogy here or anything. Yeah, no, that's why Norm talks about his fucking parents and how much they despise Germans, dude. What are you gonna do? Tell Holocaust survivors not to fucking hate Germans? That would be an insane expectation. What the fuck? He said, I think why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweet? What is happening? How many steps removed are we from this situation?
0. You platformed him. Do you not remember? Did the check not?
Oh my God. This is a perfectly valid moment of anger. Like, what are we doing? We're parsing through. Okay, chatters, please, steelman this for me. What the?
Also, I think we should probably stop conflating the IDF with fucking Nazi Germany, because it's not that. I mean, there is oppression in Gaza. It's not good. I'm not, but like, I think that it's probably a difference between, like, you know, the Nazis eradicated 6 million Jews, and there was a growing population pre-October 7th inside of Gaza. Doesn't make it okay, but it's obviously not a one-to-one comparison, especially since Hasan likes to leave out the context of what happened in Germany. That's the second where he's asked the question of like, oh, why was Israel created in the first place, right? So because there was a global anti-Semitic presence. That's why Hitler was able to rise to power, and then there was nowhere else for people to go. Western countries were turning them away. Eastern countries were turning them away. It's like, okay, you know, what the fuck?
What the fuck are we doing? What is the point here? Like, what is the point? The entire point is Hasan fucking bad. He platformed a terrorist is scary. He scared me when he talked to a 19-year-old in Yemen, and we parsed through his social media to find moments where we can make it seem like he hates all Jews and he actually wants to secretly kill all Jews or something. Like, is that what it is? Like, what the fuck is going on? Bro, you literally unironically platformed a Sneeko fan on your Instagram yesterday. That dude straight up denies the Holocaust. And so does Sneeko. You fucking
So does Bad Empanada. But you say he's a good guy. So, okay.
Posted him on your Instagram story, and you put his @ on your Instagram story. What are you talking about? It is
Crazy.
infinitely more damaging to anything. That dude has actively been more anti-Semitic than this fucking 19-year-old in Yemen. I'm losing my mind. This actually makes me lose my faith in humanity, and it makes me lose my faith in fucking liberals so hard, because like anyone that has made anyone that has ever made any sort of fucking stink about this, anyone that's ever made any sort of stink about this I'm sorry, you are nothing to me. Okay. You are nothing to me. Ethan Klein has posted about Hen Mazik, who is a fucking genocidal Zionist. His entire goal is to do Hasbara. Oh my God.
Not clear something? When faced with fair criticism for his coverage of the Houthi Luffy, he has a total meltdown.
I fucking despise all of you, dude. I do. I really do. I hate all of you. You successfully got me to talk about this, and my patience is running thin on this matter. The endless selfishness, the untapped well of American selfishness, American individualism is in full display. How is this a conversation that you want to have right now? Invite me on, Hasan. You know how to get in contact. Don't be afraid. Bad Empanada CPS. Oh my God. Isn't Bad Empanada permanently banned from this platform? Am I crazy? Let's do it.
I mean, you just showed the N-word. You obviously don't care about that.
Time. Aren't you banned from this platform, Bad Empanada? Created over a year ago. They don't ban you for inviting banned people to Hasan. Stop pretending that happens. What? Yes. That absolutely happens, you dumbass. Why are you telling me what terms of service looks like on this platform that I'm on and you are mysteriously not on?
Oh my God.
They're probably, all the hate watchers are probably already mass reporting your account for ban evasion at this very moment. It's most likely not Bad Empanada. Okay. Oh, it's Factions SZ. Watch the Sex Pest one.
Fuck it.
Those photos from a 2013 diplomatic trip to Iran where Iran put them in a fancy hotel for a week. I wonder if this actually is Bad Empanada. Apparently these people think that anything, a majority of Jews... Okay, this might be literally Bad Empanada. Apparently these people think that anything that a majority of Jews think is fine is fine.
Okay.
Jakub shall call your name, Hasan. You will learn the tricknology expert brain rot. This definitely sounds like him, which is a really coherent and solid point, by the way. Ethan, whenever he talks about this, he's like 90% of Jews are Zionists. And it's such a funny take because it's like, okay, so what? Like, what do you mean? If 100% of Jews were Zionists, I would still be an anti-Zionist. This would not somehow change the equation for me. I wouldn't be like, oh, well, if 100% of Jews are Zionists, I guess it's okay that Israel is ethnically cleansing Palestine. I guess that's fine. You know what I mean?
I don't think they're ethnically cleansing Palestine. Again, 2 million people that live in fucking Israel are Palestinians, so it's kind of a hard take to say that.
I don't know why he thinks that's a solid own. Wait, it is actually him? Invite me on the stream. I'm in your chat under the username BadEmpanadaCPS. Brother, you are a banned streamer on this platform, and you most likely are going to get your account shut down, probably because all the hate watchers are watching are most likely reporting you. Okay? Take your fucking meds, Bad Empanada.
One of the most cynical methods Hasan deploys to sidestep any criticism is to deflect to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I've seen him do this so many times. He frames it like you are selfish for trying to criticize him, no matter what the reason is, because there's a genocide happening, man. How can you criticize me at a time like this?
Claiming that I am, too pro-Houthi. When someone is like, yeah, no, this is valid. This is actually valid.
This is valid. Anytime I say something that's wrong or shitty, I just go, oh, I'm advocating for Palestine. Even though he doesn't, though, right? Like, we acknowledge that already. We have to acknowledge that already. I'm gonna die here. We have to acknowledge that because he didn't actively advocate for the better of 2 presidents on Palestine. He doesn't care. To me, he obviously wants the fucking conflict to continue because he makes money off of it.
What do you mean? There's a genocide happening, but also you can't resist against the genocidal state? There's a genocide happening, but I'm going to be invested in a whole bit of time crying over like the ways in which the Houthis are resisting against the Israeli genocide.
I mean, dude, listen, Hasan likes to pretend he's above the fucking drama. He's a political drama person. Okay. He quite literally added himself into that iDubbbz video intentionally because he wanted to be part of it. So like, stop pretending that you're not like fucking part of this. Stop pretending that you have no interest in being a part of the drama. You could have just not been part of that fucking video, but you decided to be part of it. What are you talking about? But he wanted to be part of that fucking video. He wanted to be part of the drama. You could have just not been part of it, but you wanted to be. So, okay.
The ways in which Hezbollah is resisting against the Israeli genocide of Palestinians. Like, yeah, at a certain point, I'm going to think you're not focusing on the serious matter here. And the irony, of course, is that Ethan has only brought up his position on Israel-Palestine in an effort to simply claim he's a stalwart ally of fucking Palestinian emancipation. And he spent 51 minutes outside of that fucking crying about people who are speaking out against Israel. What am I supposed to do, Ethan? You spend most of your time criticizing and crying about irrelevant shit and begging for someone to fucking ban me. Please, why won't you get banned? So yeah, it does feel like, you know, you're not really with the cause. Okay?
Not really with the cause, baby.
Cleansing campaign happening. He also apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life. And they're fucking talking about fucking genocide in Gaza. And this dumb fuck. Blow your nose, brother. Love you. Not gonna be mean. Just keep some tissue nearby. Clear it out occasionally when needed. Much love. Fuck. Wait, what? This is not... I don't understand. I don't understand. Yeah. When I'm covering some fucking gruesome shit and a chatter comes in with like some irrelevant parasocial nonsense, how is this a point against me?
I totally.
Worst part of the video is coming. Cognitive hazard alert. What? Fuck you, dude. My argument sucks. You think it justifies genocide? What are you, stupid? What the fuck? When criticized for being anti-Semitic, dude, for being anti-Semitic because I didn't fucking call Night of the Long Knives happening, a pogrom happening in Amsterdam, because the ADL claimed there was a pogrom happening in Amsterdam, because all the fucking pro-Israel accounts were crying about a genocide happening against Jews in Amsterdam. Get the fuck out of here. That wasn't a real anti-Semitic moment, you dumb fuck. Oh my god.
Oh, right back into the wall. Fuck.
Yeah, this is fucking insane, dude. This is actually insane. Also, I do want to show you something. Okay, here's one of the clips that Ethan was fucking. I went into that interview.
Here's another clip, guys. Guys, I'm live reacting to this. I haven't watched this before. I haven't pre-watched this. But here's another clip that I have just saved for this moment.
The direct clip that Ethan clipped out of context.
Okay.
And here's the full context of me talking about the Houthi terrorist, okay? Assuming that, as in, this clip was in the fucking context, Nuke. As in, he ostensibly saw this video. He ostensibly saw me talk about the full scope of whether or not I think he's a Houthi, why I don't think he's a Houthi, and why it doesn't even fucking matter. I'm just going to let this play while I go pee. There's a likelihood that he might be Houthi.
Incredible.
Okay? A Houthi rebel, a Houthi pirate, right? Aside from the memes and whatnot, that was my overarching assumption. There is a likelihood that this person, because at the time we had seen him like going towards the ship and whatnot on a fucking dinghy. I did not know there was a tourist destination in Yemen, basically, that you can go to and fucking take photos of or whatever. Having said that, however,
correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the Amsterdam thing actually prosecuted? What do you mean? Yeah, back to the Amsterdam thing. Apparently, this was it. 5 convictions in Amsterdam over violence against Israeli soccer fans. Wait, was this the Amsterdam District Court found them guilty of a range of crimes from kicking fans of the team to the street, inciting violence in chat groups, the heaviest sentence of 6 months. Okay, wait, was this... Okay. The violence of course. Okay, so apparently there's prosecutions. I'm not like educated on what this is though. But like, yeah, it seems like these people were punished for actually attacking Israeli people. So, okay. There's something I don't know about the context here.
What?
I don't know why he'd pretend that that's not true. All right, he's going to the bathroom. We're watching
I wanted
a clip.
to first and foremost humanize him, okay? And make him feel comfortable despite the fucking communications barrier that we had, the language barrier that we had. And beyond that, I wanted to dive a little bit deeper into the background of a person who has experienced only genocide, who has grown up under genocide, okay? That is real. You might not know about this. You might not know about the famine in Yemen. You might not know about like American-backed actions of Saudi Arabia in Yemen, UAE in Yemen, but it still doesn't matter. Like that is a real thing that occurred, okay? Having said that, in that conversation, and in many conversations since then, where this person has given interviews to Sky News, for example, he has reiterated the position that he is not a Houthi, that he is simply Yemeni. Like he is simply a person from Yemen, a kid from Yemen, a social media influencer. I didn't even see the Amsterdam thing in his video. This chat is fucking unusable. How do people even use? There's 50 messages per second. I'm a subscriber now, so you have to come on my stream when you're not live here so you don't get banned. I literally sent you money. You're my friend now. You fucking idiot. Okay? If he was a Houthi rebel, for the record, if he was a Houthi rebel, I still see value in interviewing that person, okay? But I'm not gonna sit here and be like, nah, there's this 19-year-old who has a gun in Yemen, the second highest gun ownership per capita country on the planet after the United States of America, is automatically a Houthi terrorist who is deeply invested in the actions of the Ansar Allah movement because people are fucking screaming about it. That's it. That's the point. I don't give a fuck. If he was a Houthi, I still would have fucking interviewed him. I don't give a shit. Okay? Also, this is ridiculous. When criticized for being anti-Semitic,
we get it. He came on. He said he was a Houthi. He was posting on the pirate ship. He was posting pro-Houthi fucking memes about killing Jews. You thought he was a Houthi when he came on, and then after the fact, you're like, no, wait a minute, he's not a pirate. He's actually not anti-Semitic. But After I coached him what to say, he came on social media and said that he wasn't an anti-Semitic. Okay, gotcha. You got it, bud. Love it.
Must find this. I must find what he was fucking saying. Okay.
This is fucking insane.
We have to find this video, chat. Please, please, please. Someone try to fucking find this video or any of these videos where he's like, focus when Israel is doing a complete genocide. Wait, I need to find exactly the fucking moment where this dumb fuck clip this from. Tangentially turned into like Jewish people are under attack is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from open genocide in Gaza. If you're Hasan has a reasonable take. Anti-Semitic baby is fucking insane. How they can take the most easy to understand. Is this
Amsterdam has banned.
Let me see if I can find exactly where it was.
Let's see if I can find where it is.
Footage of being
Gaza genocide up at my fucking doorstep, brother. What a fortuitous turn of events.
The way we know.
It's so gross, dude. It's like, it's so gross. It's so deliberate. It's so obvious. 2733. They're doing bad anti-Semitic things. They're doing pogroms. You already know. Let's just go.
Isn't being unsafe. The Socialist Party went with this narrative.
Yeah, it's not just the Dutch politicians. Most Western politicians immediately went with it because everything that can be tangentially turned into like Jewish people are under attack is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from open genocide in Gaza. Wait, so I wasn't even being criticized. You fucking animal. You stupid fuck. I wasn't even being fucking criticized there. I was literally talking about the exact purpose as to why this story became a story of international importance. Because yes, abso-fucking-lutely, pro-Israeli accounts immediately flood the markets with as much misinformation as possible. No one was even fucking criticizing me for being anti-Semitic there.
Is we still talking about the fucking, like, the Amsterdam thing? Is he still defending the Amsterdam situation? Yeah, he is. Dude, Hasan is wrong about it, though. That was 5 people were convicted. He's going off on this Hasan. Ethan showed us something on the screen about how like Israelis were attacked in Amsterdam. There were 5 convictions that came out of it, and then Hasan's like, "Oh, actually, it was just a narrative. It's not real." Okay, gotcha. You got it, boss. You did it. Okay.
Accounts immediately flood the markets with as much misinformation as possible. No one was even fucking criticizing me for being anti-Semitic there. Okay, I'm god damn, dude, you are so bad at Hasbro. Fucking Christ. So focus when Israel is doing a
isn't Hasbro like isn't that like isn't that like fucking misinformation?
Complete genocide in Gaza. Like he just literally key searched someone. He paid someone to key search the word genocide and find a couple fucking clips.
That's ironic because that's what Hasan did.
This wasn't even being criticized for being anti-Semitic. God damn it, you're so fucking stupid. Holy fuck. It is actually broke. My brain is broken. My brain is officially broken. No, it's not fucking AB, okay? There's 0% chance. I feel like AB would have done a better fucking job than this. Holy shit.
Dude, fuck this game right now.
He most likely literally scoured this from Reddit. Genocide in Gaza. If your sole focus, when Israel is doing a complete genocide in Gaza, if your sole focus revolves around that people are saying you're a Zionist, go fucking yell at stream. Nothing that I said here is wrong. For not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza. Come in here and fucking chirping at me. It's funny, just like, what was it?
Anytime Israeli people are attacked, it's just it's what he's saying here. Just to be clear, he's saying anytime an Israeli person is attacked, it is just a distraction. Anytime we talk about Israeli people getting harmed or hurt, it's a distraction for what's happening in Gaza. We should never talk about it because it's always a distraction. Those people aren't people. They don't deserve to not be attacked randomly for the actions of the Israeli government, and they deserve open harassment. That's what he's signaling here. Like, okay, wow.
I wonder when criticized for not covering other stories. Yes, I'm sorry that I spent a sufficient amount of time covering the actual fucking genocide that's going on that you claim is a genocide too.
Oh my god, I fucking hit the wrong button.
What am I supposed to walk back and concede here?
I'm playing worse.
I can't believe it. I need to find what this one was. I can't. Didn't Ethan concede that he didn't cover enough too? Yeah, Ethan himself literally said, yeah, I guess like, I didn't cover the ongoing atrocities enough, even though I say I care about the genocide. And for the record, I will say something here. For an entire fucking year, every single day, I'm not saying woe is me. I'm not saying I'm a victim in this. It doesn't fucking matter. I stand by my principles on this. But for an entire year, I covered every single day extensively what Israel was doing. Okay, cool. What Israel was doing in Gaza. And when I did that,
yeah, and you were lying about different things, like the missile that missed the hospital, right? That wasn't actually Israel. Remember that?
Post October 7th.
Also, you deny that rapes happened. So.
A lot of people did not like that. Some people thought it was too gruesome. Some people thought my positions were too radical. A third of this community fucking left. Okay, a third of this community left. And I still kept doing it because I think it was worthwhile to do. Because as long as I had a platform, this is what I wanted to speak out again.
I very highly doubt he lost any viewership talking about Gaza at all. That's not even true. Get the fuck out of here.
I wanted to speak out against Israel doing this with my fucking tax dollars. And I wanted to bring people.
Why don't you just leave? Why don't you just leave the United States? Why are you letting your tax dollars go to this? Like, you could literally just move to a different country that doesn't give them like a bunch of money. Like, you have the ability to do that. I don't understand. Leave the country if you care so much.
As many Americans as I can to my fucking position to recognize the reality, to recognize the situation that Palestinians were going through. And the reason why I don't think it's nothing. It's completely fucking irrelevant to me. Like the financial repercussions or the penalties that I withstood in the process, or the fact that people left and spent the rest of the year. Some of those people that left.
Dude, this situation gave him a new boost in viewership. He like pretends that he fucking lost fucking viewership in this. It's insane.
Spent the rest of the year fucking calling me a terrorist, and still do to this day. Okay, nonstop, like they're doing in this fucking chat over and over again. None of that is important because it's nothing in comparison to being able to change one singular person's mind on this issue, because the horrifying reality for Palestinians is far more severe than any number of different things that I could go through. Okay? Lol, so the Hasan crash out is 100% real. This is gold. Keep it up, man. You're definitely coming off smart and not unhinged. I don't know. I genuinely don't know what this is supposed to do here. Like, you're a fucking loser.
Got him.
You have a very sad life, brother. I fundraised with this community $176,000 for cancer research in the process of watching this fucking video that was completely brain-broken.
How come you're not funding for Gaza?
Brain-breaking. I'm about to lose my goddamn voice in this situation. And what's so crazy is Ethan thought this video was too terrifying for me to watch. Ethan, unironically, is so stupid that he thought—
You didn't watch it for like 5 months. So kind of he's right, no?
Thought this video would end my fucking career. I am losing my mind at how stupid Ethan Klein actually is. Holy fuck, how stupid and racist he is. How much of a ethno-religious supremacist he is in the way that he presents himself. Sure, he's like, oh no, I would never feel that way.
No fucking way.
I can't believe he said this video was actually incredibly well-researched. Well-researched to do what? You didn't even do a good enough job of fucking disparaging me.
He just won't stop. Like the fucking Amsterdam thing, he downplayed it. He had 5 convictions out of it, pretending that like Israeli people don't deserve to be fucking, live. And then he just won't stop talking about it. It's just so fucking boring. This whole thing is like an intentional filibuster.
Time stamp for the bottom. Tomorrow, there's going to be another person. Tomorrow, there's going to be another situation. They're going to be like, why aren't you covering this? You must be hiding the truth or some shit. Like, too much political commentating, not enough YouTube drama coverage. Wait, what was it about? Streamers for not covering sufficiently. What was the context? What an insane thing. Yeah, Charlie didn't even talk about Gaza. Yeah, go fucking yell at streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me, okay? Yeah, it wasn't even— he didn't even get this right. When criticized for not covering other stories. What the fuck?
Oh my God.
What the fuck? Streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me.
It's quite a challenge to just say—
They wanted me to cover YouTube drama that I had already covered. I think it was Ava Chris Tyson, I suspect. While I'm in the process of talking about Netanyahu meeting with Biden and Harris. And yeah, I fucking yelled at the chatter for, not locking in.
I'm a stenographer for the Israeli government or on the propaganda. I don't think there's any evidence on either of those things. I'm curious who you think I'm—
While we're having this conversation, 3,000— Here's while we're having this back and forth, 3,840 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in the last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredibly selfish, self-centered conversation to have.
This technique is so—
It's true. It is incredibly selfish and self-centered.
Okay.
Ethan, maybe this offends you because you are incredibly selfish and self-centered.
Maybe you're upset because he called you out for it.
You are 100 millionaire. Okay? You made Pootie Tank clothes for preteens. As 100 millionaire.
What? Pootie Tank goes for preteens? What?
Who has the bounties of the YouTube gold rush. You are one of the top YouTubers on the fucking planet. You live in like a $30 million mansion in Bel Air with your—
What does this have to do with anything?
Your family, okay? And it wasn't enough that you literally won the lottery. And I did too, by the way. Maybe.
Well, just to be clear, Ethan actually had to like earn his money. Hasan was given everything. Like, right? Like he had incredibly rich parents. Who were able to like fly him here so he could be born in America and then go back and be raised in Turkey. His uncle had like his fucking, the Young Turks, the guy who owns Young Turks. He had a huge boost on there. Then he had a crush on Destiny. Him and Destiny fucked each other or something. So like his entire life has been nepotism. Ethan didn't have any of that. They were like poor for a while. No, like I mean, what? Like they weren't doing fucking amazingly. This guy acts like, what are you talking about, dude? You're the one that's like fucking insanely fucking. You're the one who won the lottery. What are you fucking talking about?
A tinier lottery in comparison to yours,
motherfucker. What?
YouTubers on the fucking planet. You live in like a $30 million mansion in Bel Air with your family, okay? And it wasn't enough that you literally won the lottery. And I did too, by the way. Maybe a tinier lottery.
A tinier lottery? Dude, this guy's insane. Hasan was born with a silver spoon. I think Ethan's like uncle was rich or something, but he had no association with him. What is Hasan talking about? This guy is such a fucking bitch little baby. He's desperate. He's desperate for people to like think that he is so fucking like relatable. Like, I like a little lottery. Dude, your entire life was handed to you on a fucking platter. You're a Nepo baby who doesn't get banned for promoting terrorism on Twitch. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, maybe I had like a little bit of a lottery. Oh, okay, bro. Twitch, like fucking, what is that guy's name? What is that stupid fuck Twitch CEO is operating on 1000% white guilt to let you fucking come on stream and say horrible anti-Jewish shit while they like restricted Jews from making or Israelis from making accounts for a whole entire year while you fucking what are you talking about? While you sit here and you deny the fact that Jewish people were hated around the entire world, which is why they went and fucking they settled in Israel after they were given the land. What are you talking about, dude? You're a fucking massive Nepo baby who gets away with the fucking world. What the hell is this guy talking about, dude? Get the fuck out of here.
In comparison to yours. But you have all of this power. Okay. You have all of this influence. You have the financial security to last you for the rest of your life. If you fucking...
And Hasan, he's a noble guy. He's just a noble man.
Shut off YouTube tomorrow. You'd be fine.
So what do you do?
You have generational wealth.
So do you.
None of that was enough.
You had generational wealth before this whole thing. Fuck.
The fact that people disagreed with you, you had to fucking figure out a way to make it make sense in your mind, that people could not actually look at your output, look at your commentary on this issue, and go, hey, this is not for me. Kind of feels like you're defending Israel, big dog. Who gives a shit about your own personal feelings?
I think they're actually calling him a baby killer. It's probably a little different. Dude, Hasan, right? Shut the fuck up.
In this matter, and that wasn't enough for you. It wasn't. You couldn't just go, let me self-reflect.
Everyone's privileged but me, baby.
I'm actually fucking up here. Nope. Instead, you had to spend an entire year on an extended fucking crash out, losing your goddamn mind at every single person that dared criticize you, and using your audience or the remainder of your audience to engage in an endless fucking harassment campaign of people who were covering this shit while simultaneously claiming that you were actually with the cause, simultaneously claiming that you were a stalwart ally of Palestinians. Even in this video, you got a lot of eyeballs. You got a lot of attention on this video. Maybe not so much as like your other videos or whatever, but in the process, you could have actually spent some time talking about the conditions instead of making fun of me for doing so on television. What the fuck is wrong with you? What's up? Are you here? All right, hold on, I'm unlocking the door.
Thank God IDub saved the fucking day here, huh?
Oh, you're outside the door. Hold on. 1 second.
Powerful because everyone's afraid of being labeled as a genocide denier. Pierce Morgan, with decades of experience, immediately surrenders when the genocide card is pulled.
When you're just a fucking stenographer, you're not a truth teller.
He has every right to defend himself and grow up here, Pierce. Stand up for yourself. It's time to stop being intimidated by these online overnight activists who couldn't even point to Gaza on a map before October 7th. Like Hasan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. Nope. Dude, I'm memeing.
He's joking. He's just joking, guys. Wait, guys, he doesn't know anything about the Middle East. He's just joking. He doesn't know where Yemen is. He's joking, guys. He's just joking. Oh my God. It makes sense now. Everything is a joke if it makes Hasan look bad. Holy fuck.
Fucking memeing.
Oh, he's memeing. He's memeing.
Fucking memeing.
Got it. He's memeing. Wait, show us the full context then. Pay somebody $1 million or whatever. Pay somebody money to go get you and go find the context of that then. What?
Dude. What's up, Ian?
Holy shit, I'm gonna fucking crash out. This is actually insane. Oh, look at this guy.
Justice.
iDubbbz is doing an anti-Semitic dance, and through the interwebs, he's actually communicating in a very scary anti-Semitic manner. No, not only am I joking there, I'm gonna show you something, okay? Here,
show it to me, please.
That's another Destiny clip, by the way. Classic, okay?
All right, prove it to us. Although I guess he would just be like, oh, they don't have the clips left on Twitch anymore or something.
God forbid you pick up a fucking sword in here, okay?
I was thinking about doing some sort of ritual in
here. No more swords, okay?
Oh. Yeah, by the way, chat.
I was memeing.
Anyone not aware, I've seen a lot of people smearing.
Oh, thank God. How's this mic so fucking bad?
The people in the photo, and Hasan as well.
Incredible.
I'm the one who thoughtlessly picked up the sword.
I'm the one who picked up the sword. Oh, okay. Who cares if you picked up the sword? Hasan knew what it would look like. What the fuck?
We were grabbing a lot of props in Hasan's room, and there are a lot of props.
There's a lot of anti-Semitic props, and he just chose that anti-Semitic one as opposed to the other anti-Semitic ones.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me fix this.
Like the Luffy hat.
Yeah. There's a lot of...
Got him.
Is the mic buzzing?
Yes.
No. Yeah. I'm going to kick you out if you apologize for that, by the way, because that's ridiculous. Yeah, don't even think about that. Okay. Yes, no, yes. Here. So while Ethan posts about me not knowing a single thing about fucking Yemen, okay, this is from... I don't know, like 2019, I guess, where I'm memeing about Yemen.
Oh, he's got
This is me in fucking 2016 talking about Yemen. What's going on in Yemen? And why aren't we talking about U.S. involvement?
What does it matter if you're talking about Yemen if it doesn't mean that you know where it is on a map?
On Huffington Post by Hasan Piker, contributor, political commentator, / a member of the Young Turks. Let's talk about the U.S. involvement in war crimes in the Middle East because no one else is. Donald Trump's sexual assault allegations, Hillary Clinton's transcripts reveal the true positions of most importantly Kim Kardashian's recovery for the gruesome break-in that occurred in Paris. These 3 headlines dominated the news this past week, crowding out the comparatively unimportant news that a Navy destroyer in the Red Sea fired a barrage of cruise missiles at 3 radar sites controlled by the rebel Houthis in Yemen. The Navy has described these strikes as a response to missile launched by the Houthis towards the USS Mason, an American cruiser patrolling the Red Sea. But this retaliation is looking more like a tipping point in the escalation of the U.S. involvement in the ongoing civil war in Yemen. To further complicate matters, the Houthis have denied they fired the missile targeting the U.S. warships to begin. What the fuck? Sorry. What are you saying?
Ethan was saying.
The fuck are you saying? What were you doing in 2016, Ethan? What were you doing in 2016? Is this clip from 2016?
This doesn't prove that you know where Yemen is on a map. You understand this?
No. No?
That's earlier.
Oh, it's earlier from 2016? Maybe there's an N-word compilation from fucking 2016. Maybe you might even be in it, actually. There's one I saw where there's one where it says N-word and even you go.
Damn, he's just instantly going after IDOS. What the fuck?
Oh, that's too much. Which was funny because that was your...
Yeah, I was in the height.
That was in the height of your N-word stuff.
Yeah.
This kind of feels like a little bit of a public humiliation ritual, no?
Anyway, yeah. That's what Ethan was doing in 2016. Fucking dumbass.
You're 53 minutes into this?
I'm 53 minutes into this, and I'm actually almost 10 hours into the fucking broadcast. Fucking dumbass. I'm so mad. I got mad.
Yeah, you've been getting mad.
Fuck me, bro.
By the way, thank you, everyone. What is it up to now? 170?
177. We can do better. We can go to 200K, chatters.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, guys. That's awesome.
Like, think of for what is this really going to Creator Clash? Like, does that seem like the best usage of the fucking money that goes here? That's going to go to Creator Clash for real? What?
Yeah, I'm closing it.
Wouldn't it be better to just go right to an actual charity event?
I think. Nope.
We care about before we move on. You're willing.
Disneyland during a genocide. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I think I sufficiently covered the fucking ongoing genocide as opposed to you, a person.
Oh man, he went to fucking Disneyland, dude. Wait, didn't you go to fucking Japan during a genocide? What happened there?
Only bitches and moans about people being mean to you and then constantly packages it under anti-Semitic attacks, anti-Semitic incidents. The ADL was saying anti-Semitic incidents rose by fucking, 4,000% or something?
What
and I guess half of them were people being mean to Ethan Klein. Half of them was my
incredible.
Feelings were hurt. I, Ethan Klein, a Jewish man, had his feelings hurt. That's anti-Semitism.
True. I agree.
Before we move on, Hasan has one final taste of idiocy for us all to enjoy.
Yeah, this kid is like, he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him. Which means that for most
the fuck would I even read that?
Most of his life, he has withstood genocide, right? Like he is a person whose only experience is like it's.
Oh, it isn't going to funding KCC. It's not going to funding Creator Clash 3. It's going to donate page that goes to Stand Up for Cancer. What does standing up to cancer mean? Does that mean cancer awareness? What the fuck does that mean?
Like talking fucking Anne Frank, basically. Okay, being able to talk to Anne Frank. Well, yeah, he made this point already. What's the point?
He's talking about the...
Oh, I already addressed the Anne Frank point. Oh my fucking god. This dumb fuck.
That hard. Anne Frank continues to inspire generations of people because in the face of a genocide that eventually took her and her entire family's life, except
okay,
for her dad, she refused to give
the third mic.
And violence. And then there's this guy who would have killed Anne Frank.
Oh my god, he would have killed Anne Frank, you fucking animal. God damn it. You are such a
You're such a disingenuous animal, dude.
Disgusting, repulsive little fucking racist animal, dude. This guy would have killed Anne Frank.
Damn. Maybe he would have killed that pussy.
Wait
a
on.
minute. Hold on a second.
Actually...
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. How old is Anne? She died. Oh my god, she was 16. 16 and 19 though? That's not that bad, right? That's not good. That's not, I mean, it's not that terrible. Maybe a little inappropriate, but it's not that bad, right? Like, it wasn't that terrible. I'm thinking that was still an inappropriate joke. I'm going to be real with you guys. I think that one was a little over the line. But, sorry. Sorry, guys.
Picking up my audio as well. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me turn on the noise gate for that.
No, I was talking about the Houthi pirate. I wasn't talking about Hasan fucking the 16-year-old girl. Did I get that wrong? No, I wasn't saying Hasan would fuck a 16-year-old girl. No, I don't think he would at all. What?
Fuck.
Man, I wore the right pants for this. Look at that.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah, she's shedding. Okay.
Test.
Frank, if you ever met her. You might think this is a sweet.
Is it better now?
Well, I'm happy to tell you guys we are working on a new edition just for you, Hasan. You should hear about the time she went roaming the streets of Berlin at night with a knife, slitting.
That take was bad. The take that. Wait, what are you talking about? How is it a bad take? I'm saying that the Houthi kid would have had sex with a Jewish woman consensually. That's saying he's not anti-Semitic, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not a bad take at all, dude. You guys are blinded. You guys are blinded.
Of families, including children, babies.
Would you have an issue if Anne Frank actually fucking escaped the attic and joined the resistance?
Dude, he's talking so loud that he's getting picked up like on the other mic as well. This is incredible.
And started
it's like
clapping Nazis.
Right,
I would not, and neither would you. You're a fucking moron. Oh my god. No, he wouldn't. He would not. He would not have an issue with that. That's a fucking lie, Chad. Shut the fuck up. You know that's not true. Wait, is there echo now? What? Why is there echo?
Why is there echo? I've never used a computer before.
Is there actually an echo? Wait, what? Why is the noise gate not working well?
Is there an echo? I've never used a computer before in my life. What the fuck?
Step back.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna lower the. Maybe this will be a little bit better. Okay, it's only when I yell. Okay, shut the fuck up then, chat.
She's killed children, you guys. She even rapes people.
Bad Empanada's in the Discord. Should we let him lose? I mean, he can pop off in the Discord all he fucking wants, but I can't have him on the stream because he's banned. If he wasn't, I wouldn't have an issue with it. I would have him on.
She's just like Luffy. There is no other way to describe this than terrorist propaganda. Not only is he platforming terrorist propaganda, right, uncritically, he's participating in it. He's enhancing it. He is not just a conduit. He is an active participant who's disseminating it to more and more people in a way more consumable.
His point is that she would be different. Also, Rashid has not slit anyone's throats. You're just fucking fantasizing about that. Wait, did he say Rashid would be a rapist? Did I?
He's slitting the throats of families, including children, babies, and the elderly. She's killed children, you guys. She even rapes people. She's just like...
Well, Hamas does rape people, right? We've seen that already, right? That's uncontested at this point, I imagine. Hasan still would not be denying that, even though it's a fact that it happened. What the hell?
Dude, go join the fucking AFD, you little freak. You little monstrous cretin. Oh my God.
Hamas committed rapes, dude. That's what he's talking about. He's referring to Hamas, is he not? Or is he to the Houthis? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
You fucking racist piece of shit. What the fuck are
What
you
is he
saying?
talking about?
What the fuck is this suggestion that Rashid is running around raping people in
I think he's suggesting that the terrorists run around rape people like Hamas did on October 7th. They actually mass raped people. I don't know if you guys saw that. That's a fact. The UN said that's a fact. I believe the UN did because they're not un-American. I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
Berlin. If he were to get to Berlin, that's what he would do as a fucking Muslim migrant in Berlin. How the fuck did anybody watch this? I'm sorry.
He's pretending Ethan was saying that fucking Muslim people are rapists. He's obviously referring to fucking terrorists, dude. What the hell are you talking about? What?
Dude, but if you are a girly pop nation, Ethan Klein fan, a 35-year-old HR representative that fucking watched this goddamn video, and you saw this part, and it didn't actually ring any alarm bells in you, in your mind, you are lost, okay? You are lost in the fucking sauce, dude. Yeah, raus is what Ethan is doing here.
Whoa!
But they actually align with Elon Musk on his AFD support. What the fuck?
Whoa!
Oh my God. It's just weird that you defend him. It's just weird that you defend him. Like, you can acknowledge what he went through and also acknowledge that he's a terrorist. He is not a fucking Houthi, okay? And even if he was, I would have no issue with him. If you were to bring up a Houthi right now and you were like, this is a terrorist, why don't you acknowledge it? I'd be like, suck my fucking dick. That's precisely the reason why I said to Ethan Klein directly to his fucking face, 10 toes down, that what the Houthis are doing, what the Ansar Allah movement is doing in terms of resisting against Israel's genocide is perfectly valid, perfectly permissible. You said to yourself he was a Houthi. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I thought he was a Houthi before I interviewed him. I asked him directly, and he said he's not a Houthi. But even if he was, I still wouldn't care. You guys think you caught me in this fucking point. Why do you not listen to my words? Listen to my words. I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't give a fuck that he is not a Houthi or he is a Houthi. It doesn't matter to me. Even if he was a Houthi, I would have still interviewed him. I will still interview Houthis in the future, okay?
Crazy. How does iDubbbz feel about this? Oh, he looks a little concerned. Okay.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Have you watched the content, Pew?
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
I watched the whole thing.
You watched the whole thing?
What was your take on it? Were you like, oh, my brain. Oh, I can't comprehend information. I got hit too hard.
You know, technically you only have to watch, I think, the final couple minutes or something. Because
Yeah, you only have to watch the first half because apparently the second half is only about Frogan. Okay, so. Hey guys, here's a Houthi I'm going to interview. By the way, he's not a Houthi.
It does summarize the whole thing. So that could save some time.
You should listen to your own words.
Damn.
Can you stop getting angry? It's a little bit hard for me not to get fucking angry because people are just like, you are literally admitting you are wrong, but they won't accept it. Wait, what? I'm not even admitting that I'm... Wait, what?
Yeah, you're saying that you thought he was a pirate in the first place, so you would be wrong, no?
Oh, yeah. I'm admitting that I'm wrong in the sense of like, I thought he was a Houthi, and then he told me in the interview that he's not. What am I supposed to do? I will always autistically defend the truth. That is something that you will always be able to get out of me. If that's your goal here, is to piss me off, because I am going to be incredibly stubborn and tell you what's what. Okay?
This is what the truth is, dude. This is what the truth is, dog.
That's what pisses me off more than anything else. I can't stop myself. Loki, how do you handle your former friend obsessing and slandering you daily, bro? Is insane. I mean, he is a fucking giant piece of shit. So
he's a giant piece of poo-poos.
It didn't happen overnight. It was a build-up.
Yeah. How do you deal with it? Oh, we got it. You motherfucker.
Love you, Ozzy, but you need to put that take more in context because a lot of people won't get it. You need to juxtapose it like this. Like, no one bats an eye when CNN does an interview with terrorists. I know, they don't.
Yeah, because they actually push back, okay?
The point is,
you
they'll
push
say,
back.
oh.
You did a puff piece for a fucking, like, a young Houthi terrorist, okay?
Well, guess what, dude? CNN would not have asked him if he liked One Piece or not. Okay?
True. They'd actually ask real questions. Oh.
But even if he was a Houthi, I probably still would have actively worked to understand what his worldview is. I would ask him some silly questions in the process.
I hate this fucking game, dude. Fucking 7 times in a row is insane.
Anyway. You have to watch it whole or he'll call you a pussy. I think my brain will explode. Him saying you might have defamed him on Monday. He's looking for a reason. He was saying you might have defamed him on Monday. He's looking for a reason to sue you.
It's the same fucking thing over and over again. This
Sue
is
me.
so many times.
For fucking what? For clipping me out of context for this entire goddamn thing, and also simultaneously making zero fucking arguments. The entirety of Ethan's argument relies on his audience not knowing anything. The entire argument is basically, well, these guys are bad. They're the bad guys. They're terrorists. They're the bad guys. They're terrorists. That's it. This is his foray into political commentary, and it's dog shit.
Damn.
He hasn't even watched the whole content copper deputy. He's skipped the crew portion of the cop and the tattoo section of the deputy. He's a coward. It's just him being a fucking racist, dude.
What?
That's it. Yeah, go ahead. Sue me for defamation for calling you a fucking racist piece of shit if you want, because that is the goddamn truth. Okay, that's my perspective. That's my opinion, and that is what.
Well, Hasan wants him to do that so he can pretend that he's like this fucking poor guy that's getting attacked by Ethan Klein. I'm a poor person. He's so privileged and he's attacking me with his privilege.
What I'm reflecting on after seeing the arguments that you have presented.
Like Luffy. There is no other way to describe this than terrorist propaganda. Not only is he platforming terrorist propaganda, right, uncritically, he's participating in it. He's enhancing it. He is not just a conduit. He is an active participant who's disseminating it to more and more people in a way more consumable form.
We'll do
It's
it extra
extremely
hard.
fucked up. But why should he care? Their flag doesn't say death to fucking Turks. It says curse upon the Jews. Hasan likes to obfuscate on this and says nobody cares when Sean Penn interviewed El Chapo.
Sean Penn literally in my discourse is tell Idos to get out the cuck chair and pick up the sword. Do it. I don't even. Oh, I put it back up on the mantle, prominently placed in my living room.
It's so that everybody, the only thing in your living room. That's suspicious.
So that everybody knows. Well, it's on top of the Japanese artwork, but so that everybody fucking knows. You know, when they come in, they're like, "Wait a minute." El Chapo, exactly, dude.
Nobody is saying you can't have difficult conversations with controversial people. You just have to ask them hard questions, guys. We know this. Now let's move on to.
Yeah, I should have debated. I should have debated the 19-year-old Yemeni teenager even after he fucking.
You don't have to debate him, but you can ask him questions. You could have treated him like Trump. You know, he could have been like a little bit softball. But also like pushed him a little bit.
Admitted that he is not a Houthi. I should have been like, wait. I should have been like, hey, do you hate Jewish people? And he's like, no. As long I was like, did you know? What do you think about the anti-Zionist Jews that are leading many of the anti-Israel protests here in America? And he was like, oh, I love them. I should have been like, you don't actually love them. I'm gonna own you in the marketplace of ideas, okay? And also, I'm gonna try to figure out what your coordinates are so that the fucking CENTCOM can laser your house in the aftermath. This stream has surpassed the cringe eat stream for stream of the year. Thank you, saying shit. Respect. You know you can push her off.
Yeah, I was enjoying it.
Someone said he's about to lose another fight, this time to Kaya. Yeah, their flag doesn't say death to Turks. Little does Ethan know, I'm tight with the Armenians. I'm tight with the Greeks. Those motherfuckers are not too fond of Turks. I'm tight with the Kurds, I don't give a shit.
Favorite terrorist organization. Our friends in the north. It's Hezbollah. Where do I even begin? Thousands of civilians have been killed globally from their terrorist acts, car bombs, and suicide attacks. They even assassinated the Lebanese prime minister. They've hijacked civilian airplanes. They've shot 15,000 rockets into civilian centers. And if you can imagine.
No, I can't believe it.
I like that comment. I'm reading it for the video. Hasan is yelling like my dad did during the 08 housing crisis while he is sitting quietly like my mom. That's fucking funny.
Dude, how many rockets has fucking Israel shot into civilian centers? Because he hasn't brought that up one time, and it's been 56 fucking minutes, dude. 56 minutes. Mr. I'm a stalwart ally of Palestinians hasn't brought that up at all.
Well, the video is against you, just to be clear. I don't know if you know that, Hasan. Just kidding. You know that.
That's not even the worst thing they've done. They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians to help a dictator, Bashar Assad, stay in power. They indiscriminately bombed over civilians.
Let's go with this. Let's try this.
Look at the footage.
That's
they participated
crazy.
in the slaughter of 500,000 civilians. That is the
Terrible.
total number.
That's
that is the
terrible.
total death toll of the Syrian civil war. Okay? And he then posts these fucking photos of hollowed out cities to make it seem as though Hezbollah has a fucking air force that was barrel bombing different Syrian.
Right, they didn't, but they didn't do all of it. They just did some of it. They were just part of the oppressive force. They weren't the whole oppressive force. So that's what his point is here.
In cities. He is so stupid.
And they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians. What can only be described as a genocide.
They killed hundreds of thousands of civilians. He says Hezbollah killed hundreds of thousands of civilians. Okay? Overall deaths. 580,000, 600,000 from Syrian Observatory of Human Rights. The escalating conflict with Hezbollah in Syria. Like, Hezbollah did this in fucking Syria. That's the argument that he's presenting here. Okay?
500,000 centers. And they killed hundreds. EU.
By the way, this is the only time we see fucking hollowed out cities is when Ethan falsely attributes it. Ethan falsely attributes it to Hezbollah. Those numbers literally include Hezbollah militants that have also died.
What can only be described as a genocide. They are a designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU, and...
Wait, what?
What can only be described as a genocide. They are...
Wait. He's saying that
all these people dying would be considered a genocide, no? Do you disagree with that?
He's saying that the Hezbollah genocided Syrians in Syria? What? Bro, this motherfucker thinks everything is a genocide. and no one should resist against it. Like, he's gonna be like, hey, the Hezbollah forces in unison with the Syrian army. They were, the Russian Air Force was barrel bombing cities and shit. And you know what? No one should resist against that because then that would also be a genocide. Everything is a genocide.
But before, Hasan said that he doesn't think genocide justifies another genocide. I remember that vaguely. What is he talk? I'm fucking so confused. If killing a bunch of people, that's not a genocide. What is a genocide then? If it's not killing a bunch of people, I don't understand.
Genocide is actually when you post snark on Reddit. Wow, what a well-researched video. I can't wait to hear more.
Designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU, and oh yeah, the entire Arab League, which gave them that status after their participation in the Syrian genocide. In short, nobody likes them. Well, there's one person.
Hezbollah is
yeah, I mean that is true. A lot of people don't like Hezbollah. This is facts. He did get that correctly.
a paramilitary organization.
Do you like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated, they are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like, I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
This is Hezbollah's leader, Hasan Nasrallah. This man is a brilliant freedom fighter. But before we get into that, let's see how he feels about Jewish people. Here are some choice quotes from Hezbollah's leader, Hasan Nasrallah. According to Shaul Shai, Hasan Nasrallah said in a speech delivered in Beirut, "What do the Jews want? They want security and."
So here, this is where I'm gonna tap in our buddy Chris. Okay.
Former leader of Hezbollah, who was killed in an Israeli strike last year.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do you like?
They're
is Hezbollah fighter. Hezbollah said in a history
just going to state that
more miserly or greedy than they are.
Now, at first, I was just going to let this section of the content nuke play because it seemingly shows anti-Semitic statements by the leader of Hezbollah. But a quick look into this shows that much like the rest of Ethan's video, the sourcing is just absolutely terrible. He has gone on Wikipedia and repeated unequivocally what is put on there without bothering to check the veracity of anything. So let's quickly go through them. The first quote comes from the book of an Israeli official, Shaul Shai, the former head of the IOF's military history department, a lifelong Israeli soldier. So it may be that this man made up his claims, especially since the articles he cites in his book are almost impossible to find now. And we all know that Israel, its government, and senior officials don't necessarily love telling the truth. The second quote is not actually from Nasrallah. The source that Wikipedia cites is noted to be incorrect in this 2012 article. It is not a quote from Nasrallah. The third quote is perhaps the most outrageous of all of them cited by Ethan, because it is noted on the Wikipedia page that this is likely a lie. It literally notes that Charles Glass says that this was fake, and the managing editor of the newspaper that it was first published in said he had no faith in the article. The fourth quote is not from Nasrallah. The fifth, there is apparently no specific source provided in the book A Privilege to Die, but it does appear in the text of Hezbollah's Al-Ad, as well as in the same English language collection of Nasrallah's speeches. However, straight after is an emphasis that Hezbollah's fight is with Israel and not with Jews. The final quote is just a citation from the Ministry of Israeli Foreign Affairs. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's insane. Quoting the Ministry of Israeli Foreign Affairs.
Everything I see that when I look up fucking Hezbollah is that they're incredibly anti-Semitic. I don't understand. He was anti-Semitic. There was a massive anti-Semitic perspective, or still is, in the fucking Arabic world. I don't really understand here, and a lot of that stems from like this ideology of like, what was it called? What the fuck was the word again? I keep forgetting the name of the word. I gotta remember it. But like this Muslim Brotherhood idea, like it's part of the idea. It's very religious centric. But yeah, I mean, he was anti-Semitic. Okay, like so Hezbollah was founded in the idea of anti-Semitism. Founding principles are rooted in the hatred of Jews, the elimination of Jewish state, and the determination to deny Jews their right of self-determination and nationhood. So what the reality here is, and this is how Hasan gets away with it, is he just says, no, that's anti-Zionism. But it's not. The existence of a Jewish state, yeah, that makes sense. That is how the Middle East has multiple ethno-states, Israel being one of them, because the entire world hates Jewish people. That's why they have it. And so that's how he would deny it. But yeah, it's founded on the killing of Jews. They don't distinguish between Zionists and Jewish people. Everybody that is Jewish is fair game for them. That's literally it. That's the whole thing. But okay, we can harp on a couple of quotes that were misquoted. That's fine. Do your thing, man. That's fine. Do it up.
They'll be like, this is what Hasan Nasrallah said is psychotic. Now, you know what's ironic about Hasan Nasrallah is that we know Ethan has actually clipped me talking about Hasan Nasrallah when I said, oh, he's actually brilliant, contrary to what people think. And I showed the context of that video before, but I actually didn't show you what Hasan Nasrallah was saying in that video. Ironically enough, what Hasan Nasrallah is talking about in that video is actually is more combating anti-Semitism than Ethan has ever done in his entire life. You might think that that is actually an insane statement to make, and I'm sure certainly a lot of people are going to get mad at me for saying this, but that is the fucking reality, because Ethan has spent a whole deal of time consistently conflating Judaism with Zionism. But the clip that I was reacting to, that I know he is going to present right here, is unironically Hasan Nasrallah doing the exact opposite of that. Let's take a look.
Throughout history, the Jews have been Allah's most cowardly and avarice.
Yeah, we already saw this. Yeah, they're avarice, cowardly. A lot of these quotes are just bullshit.
In psyche, mind, ideology, and religion, we would not find anyone like the Jew. Notice, I do not say Israeli.
I don't have an issue with them.
If Jews all gathered in Israel, it will save us the trouble of going after them worldwide. The history of Jews has proven that, regardless of the Zionist proposal, they are people who are evil in their ideas. The state of the grandsons of apes and pigs, the Zionist Jew, the murderers of the prophet. The Jews invented the legend of the Nazi atrocities.
I don't have an issue with them.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen. So, Israel used to be a tool at the hands of the British. All right, roll the clip. Does anybody have it? Does anybody have it readily available? Does anybody have it?
Why is he pretending? Why is he fucking pretending that he didn't come prepared with clips? What is he doing?
No, not the OG clip. No.
Why is he pretending that he didn't come prepared with clips? It's weird.
Me reacting to it. I want to show the exact clip.
What the fuck?
Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
I mean, it's basically Turkey.
Are we gonna learn a lot today?
Maybe.
Oh, this is the.
Hasan Nasrallah was assassinated. I mean, it's basically Turkey.
Are we gonna learn a lot today?
Maybe. Hasan Nasrallah was assassinated.
Wait, what'd you say?
Hasan Nasrallah.
Who's that?
He's the leader of Hezbollah, the general secretary of Hezbollah.
What's Hezbollah?
Hezbollah
is that
is
small guy?
Hezbollah is is the same name.
Okay.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization that is also a part of the Lebanese parliament.
Do we like them or no?
I think as a resistance group, they're pretty successful against Israel. But everybody hates them. Like everybody in the region, a lot of people don't like them.
Fuck, I'm gonna die.
Like I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say they're Shia. I'm Sunni technically. Not that this sectarian distinction.
Yo, Hasan, this is your personal invite to Jason Lewin's 21st birthday. Would you be down to come May 9th? Oh my God, nephew, you fucking changed. Back in the day, you used to FaceTime me. You used to FaceTime me for official things such as this one. Okay, I'll consider it. Wow. I used to get FaceTimes from nephew. Now, just a fucking message in the chat. What's happening? What has happened? You're gonna need to send me like a gift basket or something. He keeps using this 10-second clip of a casual that wasn't even on your stream. You literally go on your own stream later to explain your full stance to Nick. I know.
Distinction matters in this situation, but
you know what's really funny about this is that they fucking clipped this out of context too. They went into Nick's stream and clipped it out of fucking context. Because even here, I'm describing, as always, whenever I'm on camera, I know that there's a bunch of clippers out there that are gonna be clipping shit. Okay? So even there, I'm describing the full breadth.
I'll be honest with Sam.
But they are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, I mean, we also called Nelson Mandela a terrorist until 2008. Do you know who that is?
He was in prison for a while.
Yeah, for terrorism. America put him on the terror watch list until 2008. He had already been the president, like the elected leader of the South African
Is Putin on that list?
Who?
Is Putin on that list?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Interesting.
That one makes more sense, though, in my opinion.
Oh, we're a little bit politics today, guys. It's exciting.
I don't.
Interesting. What was the clip point? I wonder why Ethan left this out. Yeah, because they would understand. It's much simpler to just go, yeah, Hasan Nasrallah. I don't have an issue with Hezbollah. Just clip that. That's it. Anyway, here's the actual fucking video that I was watching from Hasan Nasrallah. Here, I'll just show you the full video instead of my reaction to the video. Ironically enough, Hasan Nasrallah less anti-Semitic than Ethan Klein. I cannot stress this enough. Hasan Nasrallah is less anti-Semitic than Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein constantly makes a conflation between Zionism and Judaism. Hasan Nasrallah, on the other hand, does not.
That's what you guys do. You literally did it the other day. Anybody that lives in Israel is a Zionist to Hasan. That's literally all it is. That's all it boils down to. That's why he's saying that if you have any positive Israeli sentiment, that you deserve, you're basically a terrorist. You're basically a fucking Nazi that doesn't deserve to fucking walk dogs. That's what it comes down to. These people live there. Israel has the right to exist. This entire thing is founded on the fact that Hasan doesn't think Israel has the right to exist, and he misplaces his blame. You should criticize what Israel's doing now, but he misplaces his blame for fucking Britain for giving that land up, or they had control of the land and they fucking gave it to Israeli people, or excuse me, Jewish people, because they were genocided. That's this whole thing is. I don't know why I keep fucking saying it over and over again either. Like, it doesn't matter anymore. Like, it's just it's the same shit over and over again. I'm so tired of fucking explaining myself.
The clip that I was watching about Hasan Nasrallah, who is homophobic and definitely has some questionable perspectives, okay?
Questionable.
Here he is talking about, he's dead now. But let's hear what the General Secretary of Hezbollah had to say. There's a misconception prevalent in the Arab world regarding Israel-U.S. relations. We keep repeting this lie about the Zionist lobby, that the Jews rule America and are real decision makers, and so on. No, America itself is the decision maker. In America, you have the major corporations, you have the trinity of oil companies, the weapons industry, and the so-called Christian Zionism. The decision making is in the hands of this alliance. Israel used to be a tool at the hands of the British, and now is a tool in the hands of America.
Crazy.
Wow. Attitudes about like gay people
and divert it equally.
Interesting. Once again, Hasan Nasrallah 1, Ethan 0 on the failing the anti-Semitism. Don't do anti-Semitism challenge. Ethan Klein failing.
Hold on a second. I want to. This is what Lonerbox has to say about that clip.
What, the Nasrallah quote when he's saying that it's not Israel that controls America, it's America that controls Israel?
Yeah,
that one.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because people like Hasan would say that that's an example of Nasrallah fighting anti-Semitism, because you would normally expect people to say it's the other way around, like it's the Zionist-occupied government, but Nasrallah would say, no, it's the other way around. It's that that Israel is basically like America's little helper. But I think people don't understand why Nasrallah says that. With Nasrallah,
does he say that there's like a Western foreign force that's invading the Middle East?
And the Axis of Resistance, they have this term where they describe America as the great Satan and Israel as the little Satan. The reason that, and they'll tell you this as well, the reason that they say that America is the one that calls the shots and Israel is just like a kind of like a little henchman is, it's not because they're fighting anti-Semitism, it's because the ultimate worst thing ever for these movements is to get defeated by the Jews without any excuse. So Nasrallah...
Interesting. Is that actually true? What the fuck?
And these people will say that the only reason that Israel has ever managed to achieve a victory over an Arab or Muslim nation is because America helped them, which obviously wasn't true in the 48 war.
Oh, that makes sense, though. They're just like, they're basically like Hasan, where they're upset that... They're basically just like Hasan, where Hasan's like, I came in here I didn't even pre-watch this. I'm not even ready for this. Chat, can you show me a clip? That's basically what it is. It's just Hasan Parker. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense to me. Okay.
Or at least they didn't get help from anyone really at that point. But then that's what they'll say. America is the excuse. Yeah.
Here, to be specific, this is one of the most insane things in the video, and
it's kind of a big L to taken down by like Israel right when they first established themselves, because it's like, dude, they were literally just genocide, and you guys still can't fucking get a win against them. It's like, that's kind of pathetic, dude.
Like, how do you even say this with a fucking straight face? It's putrid. It's actually insane. This is like saying the Klansmen were actually less racist than you, black person who's trying to defend your people. I mean, I don't need to use other races as examples, but it's hard to explain just how fucking malicious this is. Listen to this shit. It's talking about Hasan Nasrallah, who said, I hope all the Jews, is this one the one that's contested? I hope all the Jews gather in Israel so that we don't have to bother to hunt them all down.
Oh, dude, this is so fucking annoying.
You asking me about that quote?
Yeah.
So that quote is contested. There is a speech that he gave, I think at some point in the 2000s, where it doesn't actually appear in the final published text because it came from I think it was like a Hezbollah affiliated newspaper.
Yeah, we'll cut that too.
But there was a person who was at the speech who wrote it in a newspaper of his own and claimed that he had heard it there. But then there was a whole like a contest with the editor and everything. There is a gap in the speech though, where it looks like it could easily have gone. That said, there are Nasrallah speeches that no one contests. Like the one where he said that there will never be anyone more cowardly, weak, and frail in spirit, mind, ideology, and religion than the Jew. And I'm not saying the Israeli.
That's my favorite. He goes, let me be clear. I'm not talking about Israelis. I'm talking about Jewish people. He went out of his way to clarify that.
Interesting. All right. Yeah, I can't. I wanted to find him actually actively saying it, but I can't find it. But apparently this is a very well-known quote from him.
Weak and frail in spirit, mind, ideology, and religion than the Jew, and I'm not saying the Israeli.
That's my favorite. He goes, let me be clear. I'm not talking about Israelis. I'm talking about Jewish people. He went out of his way to clarify that. What a fucking guy.
Do you know about his where their real land is? Do you know that one from Nasrallah?
So read it.
So this is just before the Second Intifada, when he is basically trying to gas up the Palestinian militant groups to go and take action. Like he even uses the word Intifada, and he says. The real land, he said, their real land is Ethiopia as far as the Falasha are concerned, and Russia as far as the Russian emigres are concerned. And there will be a time when these people will really feel nostalgia for their original homeland. He said that a few times, like let the Falasha go back to Ethiopia, let the Russian Jews go back to Russia. The choice is yours and the example is clear before your eyes. Israel has nuclear weapons and the strongest air force, but is still weaker than a spider web. He said this like right up to the Second Intifada. His whole thing was, you need to terrorize them until they get sick of trying to live here and go back to where they came from. Like literally go back to...
Well, Hasan would have no issue with that because he doesn't think, I don't think he doesn't think Israel has a right to exist. So
that don't do anti-Semitism.
But like, yeah, we just realized that he is actually anti-Semitic. Incredible
challenge. Hasan Nasrallah winning the don't do anti-Semitism challenge.
Dude, don't make fun of me. I still haven't killed it. It's the hardest fucking boss in the game. It's tough.
But I don't buy their nonsense so quick.
Oh, sorry. Where's the fucking actual goddamn stupid fucking context puke? Did I accidentally close the fucking tab? Oh, listen. You have to remember something, okay? A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits, and you hear about like some of their attitudes about like gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million.
Whoa.
Okay, wait, what? Yeah, I'm not saying that they're pro-gay. I'm saying you hear their backwards perspectives on gay people, and you see the outfits that they're wearing, and you immediately hit the oh, these guys are backwards barbarians attitude. When they're actually unironically very well-read people. Some of these people are. Hasan Nasrallah is. Hasan Nasrallah was an infinitely better read person than Ethan Klein. I will stand on that once again, 10 toes down. This is not defending everything that Hezbollah did. This is just, once again...
Well, you're literally lying about him being anti-Semitic, so...
fucking facts. That is also not necessarily too hard of an accomplishment because that motherfucker, I think someone was saying, has an English major, an English degree, and he has not done a good job with the language of English even. Okay? These arguments are lab made. What do you mean? Like, it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about? The more you learn. This is why it's Orientalist. To literally look at these dudes and go, oh, they're fucking barbaric baboons. Don't laugh at his fucking stupid ass.
No, it's a Seinfeld thing, you know? It's Ty Lopez in the modern era. That's
I don't even understand half these fucking references. I feel like I needed to be online when it was 2013 or something.
Yeah.
And like sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows. It's crazy. He's read more books than you could ever imagine. And also, ultimately,
I love reading.
Hitler was really well read. I mean, are you making a comparison between Hasan Nasrallah and Hitler? Really? That's what we're doing here? Who's closer to Hitler in this regard? I would say Israel is closer to Hitler in this regard.
I don't think so. I don't know if you know this. Hitler hated Jews specifically.
Like, here, I'll give you a great example of this, okay? This is, once again, the same exact fucking Orientalist perspective playing this role over and over again. Also, Hitler, I don't think it was well read.
Didn't he write a book?
But you just assume that because you're a fucking idiot. All right.
Didn't he write a whole book, though? What the fuck? He's not a good guy, I'm just saying.
So, let me tell you something. Israel in this process is the militant superpower in the region that is doing an ethnic cleansing campaign, doing a genocide, right? We already established that. We already agree with that. Even Nathan Klein sometimes agrees with that when his wife is not around. Okay. When she's around, he's like, oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it's a war. It's a war zone. Okay. So, the resistance against Nazi Germany, fascist Italy, okay, came from the United States of America and England. England was also simultaneous in the process of doing its own fucking man-made famine, okay? They were genocidal and imperialist. America, at the time, during World War II, was a segregationist, homophobic, misogynistic place to live in, okay? Does that mean that I think the Americans were on the wrong side of this conflict? No, because I'm not a fucking Nazi. I don't give a shit that America was segregationist and white supremacist and incredibly fucking misogynistic and incredibly fucking homophobic. I still, every time I watch Band of Brothers, stand up and fucking salute the goddamn flag. I root for the Easy Company. Why do I?
What? I don't think he salutes for any flag. I don't know what he's talking about.
I root for the Easy Company because they killed a fuckload of Nazis. Okay? That's it. That's it. The idea that like Hasan Nasrallah is fucking homophobic. Like, yeah, I don't give a shit, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? They didn't kill him because he's homophobic. They killed him because they were applying a penalty to Israel. They were disrupting Israeli society. That's it. Okay? That's why they fucking killed him. Why does him being well-read matter to your point right now? No, because being well-read matters to my point.
I think they killed him because he was trying to, destroy Israel,
in this process, because I'm talking specifically about Orientalist thought in that moment. And he clipped it to make it seem like I'm glazing Hasan Nasrallah. Do you not understand?
You are. You just lied about his perspective.
And maybe you'll never understand. What is this? Okay, stop. Guys, fucking Christ. Bad Empanada, stop making this about yourself. Oh my God. Some of you guys literally can't let this go. Oof. Regard is a pretty brilliant person in terms of like everything that he's done. You might not agree with his methods. You might not agree with his attitude overall in terms of like, his opinions on civil liberties and shit like that. But yeah, like that's what I don't know why he's putting up these quotes. Like, I don't give a shit. Yeah, I know. Does he think that I'm not aware of this? Like, I don't get it. Like, what is this edit supposed to imply? I'm quite literally describing that, yes, he is homophobic. I am aware of this. Ultimately, this motherfucker has read a shit ton of books.
Knowledge. I feel I've shown you guys enough evidence that Hezbollah is an evil terrorist organization, but...
No, you haven't. You showed zero evidence. You just said that they participated in the Syrian civil war and then attributed all the deaths of the Syrian civil war. You said hundreds of thousands. You fucking dumbass literally claimed over and over...
I just don't understand. So he acknowledges that that it was bad, that all those people were killed, but since they only killed like 500 of them because they were a smaller force or something, that's what he says, then they're not bad by association because they didn't kill enough people. How many people do you have to kill to be bad? This doesn't make any sense.
Over again, and got fact-checked
I'm talking about it's constant whitewashing, dude. It's constant whitewashing. It's fucking crazy.
AB, and had to button yourself with the erroneous claim that Hezbollah had killed more Muslims than Israel. What a fucking insane statement to make. Oh my God. Every single part of this is literally, hey, here's my proof. They're Arab barbarians. They're Arab barbarians. They're homophobic. They're
if you say so.
Arab barbarians who are homophobic. And
this is what Hasan likes. Somebody just sitting there while he says whatever he wants to say uncontested. If IDOS had any clout, he'd make a podcast with them.
Hate women. Have you noticed how much they hate women? Is that why Israel killed them? Is that why Israel killed thousands of women in the process of killing Hasan Nasrallah?
Well, they raped Israeli women. Oh, I forgot you need to examine their pussies in order for you to believe that. But they were, killed and then their bodies weren't all returned. But then some of them were, of course. Hey, listen, what are you going to do, dude? Even though the UN says that there's plenty of evidence for mass rapes to happen, we're just going to pretend it didn't happen, guys. Oh, no, wait. It wasn't systemic, though. It wasn't systemic. Okay, it did happen, but it wasn't systemic. Okay. Constant fucking whitewashing. He downplays as much as he possibly can.
Is that why they were liberating those women in Lebanon from their mortal toil? Is that what happened? Thank God Israel liberated them with these gay bombs. You know, fuck.
Have you considered this?
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim. Okay, that's what you meant to say. What you meant to say is they're Muslim. Oh, he also knows that, you know, that is the point. So of course, as they're Muslim, it's different.
If you're wondering why Hasan's audience is so radicalized, it's because of stuff like this.
Israel, America's greatest ally, the most important country in the world, most moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet, is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
They just kind of were there. They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Even as someone who's critical of Israel, this retelling is fucking insane.
They just kind of were there.
Hezbollah started launching rockets into Israel hours after the October 7th raid began.
Hezbollah, in the aftermath of Israel's conquest, by the way, literally right here, it says it. They didn't start launching rockets hours after October 7 began. Your own Wikipedia source undermines that. You fucking moron. They started launching as soon as Israel started attacking Gaza.
So after they responded to 1,200 people being massacred, that's when. Oh, okay. What did Ethan say?
Okay.
Again?
In the
thing is fucking insane.
Including us.
Hezbollah started launching rockets into Israel hours after the October 7th raid began.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Amid the 2023 Israeli-Hamas war, several mortars and tank-guided missiles were fired by Hezbollah at IDF installations near the Sheba farms. The IDF responded with counter fire and airstrike that deployed. I don't understand. How does this make this? How is this counter what he said? I don't. This seems like they did. This seems like it supports what he's saying. What does he mean? What?
Hezbollah, in the aftermath of Israel's conquest, by the way, literally right here, it says it. They didn't start launching rockets hours after October 7 began. Your own Wikipedia source undermines that.
Oh, because it says October 8th. Right, so it happened the next day. Got it. So the biggest point of contention is that it happened. It just didn't happen as soon as Ethan implied. Okay.
You fucking moron. They started launching as soon as Israel started attacking Gaza. Okay?
Well, they declared war.
And where did they launch their rockets at, you might add? Oh, that's right. They launched their rockets at IDF installations near Sheba Farms. Okay. Where is Sheba Farms?
I don't care.
I wonder where Sheba Farms is. The IDF responded with counter battery fire and an airstrike that destroyed a tent Hezbollah erected in Israeli-occupied territory several months prior. Yeah, 24 hours, I guess, is hours technically, if you can stretch the truth long enough. No, they literally fucking... Ethan is trying to clip chimp his own fucking Wikipedia article, and it still doesn't work. Okay? Yes, their first response, their first retaliation was illegally occupied Lebanese territory in Sheba Farms. Okay? And then they escalated after Israel's retaliation. Then they increased their fucking targets. Here's Sheba Farms, for those of you who don't know. Israel should withdraw. This is Jimmy Carter in 2006. Israel should withdraw from all Lebanese territory, including Sheba Farms, and the release of Lebanese prisoners. Yet yesterday, Prime Minister Ehud Olmert rejected a ceasefire. There will be no substantive and permanent peace for any peoples in this troubled region as long as Israel is violating key UN resolutions by occupying Arab lands and oppressing Palestinians. Oh, wow. It turns out history did not start on October 7. That's so crazy. But of course, if you don't know anything about anything, it doesn't fucking matter.
They launched 12,000 rockets, killed nearly 100 people, including 12 children, and displaced 250,000 Israelis.
Yeah, but once again, no mention thus far of how many rockets Israel has launched into Gaza. No mention of how many children Israel has killed. Because if you were to turn around and say, oh my God, how many children has Israel killed? It would kind of undermine the entire fucking project.
But didn't that happen after the war started? Because the population was growing beforehand. I'm not saying it was okay. I'm just saying the population was growing beforehand. So all this happened after the war. Right? And like the response was disproportionate. Definitely criticize that, but it's happened after. So
this video, you'd be like, what? What are you fucking, what? What are you talking about? Israel's killed more than 12,000 children. What the fuck is wrong with you? Israel has dropped the equivalent of multiple nukes on the Gaza Strip, which it is a belligerent occupier of.
Is for northern Israel. That's what caused them to respond.
What did Lebanon do?
That's what caused them to respond? No, that's not what caused them to respond. They responded because they have an axis of resistance against the state of Israel. They responded because Israel started nuking Gaza instantly. That's the reason why they fucking responded. It's a video about you and you don't support Israel. Why would you need to say that? What? Because he's anti-genocide, as he said. Do you not understand? I'm trying to lead you to the conclusion that he is actually not in support of Palestinians. Are you that fucking dense? Are you that stupid? Do you not understand? The reason why I keep reiterating this point over and over again is because someone who is actually fucking in support of Palestinian emancipation would have probably spent at least a little bit of time talking about what Israel has done so far. Of course, he did not do that. And he's never going to do that because he's not fucking pro-Gaza. He's not pro-Palestinian. He's pro-Israel. Okay? Hezbollah was punished by Israel, and the Lebanese population was punished by Israel because of Hezbollah's resistance against Israel's genocide in Gaza. Why did he ask that? What do I say? Do I tell him the real... What is this, AI voice? What the fuck's he doing? Shit. Why did he ask that? What do I say? Do I tell him the real reason? No, my audience will kill me for being a Zionist. Okay, let's try this. They just kind of were there. Hell yeah, another slick political saved by boots on the ground Hasan Piker. Damn, I'm good.
Pro-Palestine activist. How does lying about this?
He got you on that one though. You did say they were just there, even though they were there to attack Israel.
Serve your agenda. All it does is further.
What are you, fucking stupid? You think that's the end all be all of the entire commentary surrounding why Hezbollah and Israel engaged in tit for tat military strikes? What the fuck? Are you that stupid? You had to use an AI voice? Why didn't you just, instead of using a fucking AI voice, actually explain what my actual position is on the matter? I thought.
Why didn't you? Why is it up to Ethan Klein to explain your position on the matter? I don't understand. So it's you deciding not. This always happens. He just never will explain his position. He's like, oh, you guys should just know it. You're talking to a new person who doesn't even know anything about your take. Why don't you explain it? Doesn't make any sense. It's fucking just such a baby, dude. It's fucking insane. Why not explain your own take?
I thought this was a well.
Oh, so I didn't explain anything about the conflict? Why didn't you do it for me? I got him on that one, guys. We got him. 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 We got him there. We got him there.
They're radicalized people. It removes any nuance and it avoids any criticism for his team. And this is what continues.
We got him on that one, guys.
Hasan is dedicated to pleasing his radical audience, even at the price of knowingly lying to them for TikTok and Twitter likes.
I'm a propagandist.
Or he's being
America's
paid.
greatest
You know, we can't rule out. What a pathetic propagandist piece of shit liar he is. And now let's move to Hamas, the catalyst.
Okay.
Oh. This is from this right here is a 7-hour broadcast where I basically explained to Nick all of the fucking gruesome details. If he thinks that the reason why Israel hates Lebanon or the reason why, oh God, it's so pro-Palestine. Hold on, let's just watch. The most important country in the world, most moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
Nothing.
They just kind of were there.
They kind of just were there.
They happen to be,
They're kind of
Israel's
sharding.
neighbor.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
You're kidding. Yeah, no, they were just kind of there.
Israel's justifications for it is that Hezbollah, which is one of the parties inside of the Lebanese parliament, which was created as a resistance group against Israel the first time Israel invaded Lebanon, and occupied it for years, and then successfully fought back against.
So yeah, they launched they attacked them after Hamas started the war with Israel
and removed the Israeli invasion from its territorial boundaries, and then did it again in 2006. Is lobbing rockets into Israel in a tit for tat.
Wait, are you saying Israel's trying to expand?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Does everyone know this?
Yeah, everything. You are so misinformed. Yeah, I know. I'm so misinformed. Wow. So I did describe it.
Well, no, he didn't. What?
Lobbing rockets in and removed the Israeli invasion from its territorial Lebanon.
Well, no, he didn't. Well, I guess he explained it. Like what really happened was Hamas attacked Israel, and then they started a war, and then they jumped in and helped them, right? So that's pretty much it. Hezbollah jumped in and helped them. You know, the ones that hate Jews.
I'm so misinformed.
Okay.
Wow. So I did describe it. So if he just let the clip play out a little bit longer, it almost
right, but you inaccurately described it. So
feels like my entire position wasn't that they're just there. Like, you have to be a real moron, like an actual fucking moron, to think that my only argument against, my only argument there was, well, Lebanon is just there. Well, since then, Ethan has learned a bit about Hezbollah and has called their inception noble. So I'm glad that happened. Brother, we've raised pancakes. Ian showed up, and you have said less than 2 words to him. Sorry for backseating. Okay, listen, he wanted to show up.
I'm chilling.
Yeah, he's chilling. And also, what?
Also, yeah.
What kind of feedback do you have?
Well, I was going to say, there's a reason that I didn't get in all of this in my video. I think I kept it mainly to, like, my personal relationship and, like, these very non-political things.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you didn't mention the CPS call. That was a little crazy.
Yeah,
it's okay.
I'm trying to stay in my lane.
Hey, imagine if Ethan did that. I wouldn't be doing.
Imagine if Ethan did that, but you did a show with you where you guys had a conversation about politics, and then you keep criticizing him about how he doesn't talk enough about politics now. I don't understand. Oh, I guess because he's talking about Israel, Palestine, or whatever. He doesn't talk about it the way that Hasan wants him to.
This, and we wouldn't have been able to fundraise $185,000 in the process. Yeah. So at least there's some good that fucking came out of it. They were kind of just, their comment was referring to Lebanon, not Hezbollah specifically. That's what Nick asked you. What did Lebanon do? Yeah, it doesn't matter. There's obviously context to the back and forth between Israel and Hezbollah as well. My point is, he is so nefariously clipping shit out of context in a way to make it seem as though I'm going to do this for other fucking slob.
Your own chatter just fucking shit on you there, and you read it, and then you're just going to roll on from that? Like, yeah, obviously you weren't being fully contextually accurate.
YouTubers as well, I think. I might do like a Willie Mack show one, also at the fundraise for another initiative.
Go ahead, buddy.
It is actually...
It's funny, because like Hasan right now talking about he's going to start watching other people like react to his... he's going to start reacting to other people's content. Fuck me. To start raising money for charity. I think it's because he thinks that like because he's getting a lot of viewers, that means everybody agrees with him. It's gonna fucking ruin him, because anytime people like show him the criticism, he gets fucked. Like they show him his own words, he gets fucked over because he's a fucking dishonest piece of shit.
Unimaginably stupid. Like the ways that these guys have fucking operated is so dumb, and they literally have created this echo chamber where they fucking think I'm afraid of their perspective. I'm afraid of my chats.
You won't respond. You didn't respond for 5 months. Of course you're afraid. What?
Seeing their perspective when chat was here, when I was actually talking about all this shit in context. Honestly, think he doesn't even think they're out of context because he just gets sent shit and doesn't do how to do research. I can't even talk anymore. If I do that, I will turn into John Fetterman. Hasan finally accepting he's a slop tuber.
Oh, do you think Ethan's going to respond to this whole thing?
What, the 7-hour fucking response? No,
Yeah.
he's going to clip shit out of context again to be like, see? Got him.
What is he supposed to do to a 10-hour fucking react? Is he supposed to do like a 10-hour react? What the fuck?
Yes, absolutely. He's doing this on purpose because he knows his fans will not search through archives to cross.
Wait, what's the expectation? You're yammering for fucking... He's yammering way disproportionately. He's info dumping to try to fucking filibuster. You expect anybody to anybody to watch this full thing? What? What a weird expectation. Oh, because it's not a real expectation. He knows what he's doing.
Cross reference and make sure what he's saying in the context puke actually matches your content. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe my nuanced perspective on Hezbollah and its resistance, its militancy against Israel was not neatly described in a 10-second clip that he fucking nefariously cut and chopped up. Well, Ethan didn't do any of that, to be fair. He didn't do any of that. Someone else did it for him.
Crazy. Kind of like someone else gathered all this information for you.
I literally used to be a Willie Mack show fan, but then I realized that man was a moron. Even then, I didn't realize how much they took you out of context. Yes, this is all these fucking assholes do.
Damn. All these assholes do. You got worked in a conversation with fucking
Holy
Willie Mack.
fuck, it took 10 hours and 42 minutes. I mean, I covered the news for like the first 2 hours, but it's like, there are so many instances where he just lied. This only works if his audience actually watches me and then sees all of this shit and then actually takes it to Ethan and says, hey, Ethan, why did you do this? That's the only way this actually penetrates the collective consciousness of people. And we haven't even gotten to the Hamas part yet. Holy fuck. There's so much.
Damn.
Oh, you know what would be a good idea?
What?
If you shut the fuck up, boy.
where people can post their like H3 former fan like testimonies.
Yeah.
Whoa,
How,
a whole
how they got
website?
out, like what steps they took, relatable sort of recovery stories. I think that could sway a lot of people.
Wow, that's such a great idea, Ian. Thanks for the contribution, bud. Thanks for
Maybe.
the contribution,
I
bud.
don't think so. I don't think anything is gonna. I don't think any.
He embarrassed him right there. Maybe. I don't think so. He doesn't think it's a good idea, Ian. The one thing that you decided to say this entire time, Hasan thinks is a stupid fuck idea. Which, by the way, he's correct. It is a stupid fucking idea.
Anything's gonna get him out of this. Yeah, their only interest is fucking slop and drama, dude. Their only interest
Hell
is
yeah,
slop,
slop,
and drama.
baby. This is the guy who decided to be in the fucking content, the content cop, by the way, calling everything slop and drama. He decided to actively be in the content cop. Like, he made an active, conscious decision to be in that content cop, but everything else is just slop and drama. Like, that's super based. Like, you realize it makes you look fucking stupid, right? Like, you decided not to, you wanted to be part of this. You were feeling confident because TikTok was shitting on Ethan for such a long time. And you felt super confident, so you decided that you wanted to fucking get involved on this.
Morons. Hasan takes 3.5 hours to watch 18 minutes of the nuke. I never want to hear Hasan fans talk about Ethan pausing ever again. He's somehow worse, lol. Yeah, because the video is literally nefariously clipped. So of course I have to fucking add to one individual clip. I have to add a shit ton more context to it. Hasan crash out getting progressively worse. He tells Ethan to open up your wallet a little bit fucking harder.
Holy fuck.
Want to debate so well his opponent finally watched the video. Hasan makes a denims.
Your country.
What? Photo with me. Wow. Wow. What is the big whoopsie denims moment?
Don't run your own country. A foreign country.
Can we just add here, as far as I know, I understand AIPAC is American. They lobby for Israel because they're American Jews. Oh my God! Okay, I can't look at this. I can't look at this. I'm done. I can't do this any longer. Okay. Oh my God, they're so fucking stupid. Yeah, I wonder why AIPAC doesn't actually have a FARA restriction. Yeah, clearly they're just American Jews who are only interested in what American Jews are interested in. That's right. It's not a fucking foreign lobbying organization that somehow has been able to avoid FARA restrictions. I wonder how that worked.
Okay.
As a former HC fan for 5+ years, it's crazy to see where it's all progressed. This stream has really made me think back on all he could have lied about that I didn't even realize before. To be on the other side of this is really eye-opening. It makes me sad in a way that to see what he's become. Glad to be on the other side of it all, though.
Cool. Great stuff.
You didn't even watch the clip? I don't care. Oh. Oh. My head hurts. All right. You know what? We're gonna do. I can't.
One more hour.
It's already 10 hours and 46 minutes. I'm gonna continue. If I keep this up, I'm gonna die. Ethan is actually going to win by killing me, by breaking my brain entirely. I'm gonna need the fucking cancer or the brain cancer that I got from watching this. Holy fuck. I'm very proud of this community once again, though. We'll get to the Hamas part of the story tomorrow, and then the rest of it is just him shitting on Frogan. I guess I can skip some of that part, and then I'll watch the summary.
He's gonna skip the part of him. He even admits in this that he's just gonna skip parts of it. Wow, that's incredible, man. What an honest guy. He's just gonna decide to skip parts of it. No big deal. It's just gonna skip parts of it.
Hasan, have you talk about the event? Yeah. So what?
Muslims have their own group. It's called MPAC. Okay, interesting.
What happened here? Let's talk about that stuff.
Yeah.
What took place? So you guys are no longer affiliated or something, right? Like.
Yeah. So we decided. I mean, obviously, I think year 2 was very eye-opening for Anissa and I. We got into a lot of drama, and we tried to, be very corporate about the whole thing and just like let things play out. And
which is what you should have done, and then you probably would have rebounded this year if you played your fucking cards right.
Not really speak on much. And this year,
oh shit! Well, I wonder if they thought like associating with Ethan was actually going to be bad for them. And that's why they fucking. Oh, I didn't dodge like an asshole. I wonder if that's why they decided to fucking go attack Ethan because Lena was. I don't know if it makes any sense. I'm trying to like rationalize something that makes no sense.
I said enough's enough. I need to fucking. I was not happy with what Ethan was saying, and it was very upsetting. So I'm like,
it was upsetting that people were sending. We're sicking the dogs on him. I get it because the majority of dog thing.
I gotta bring back Content Cop.
Yeah, I gotta bring back Content Cop for Ethan Klein. I gotta bring it back for Ethan Klein.
Put it out. I'm not interested in much of a back and forth. I think Ethan really thrives on that, and
even though he did do a back and forth, I think it was at the time of this video. No,
it was really about that. I think it.
Let's see.
Wait, what do you mean he's not interested in back and forth? He did a back and forth. What? He literally did a back and forth at the time of this video. No, what the fuck is he talking about?
So Ethan's video on me got 3.4 million views.
No, it's
been up since January 31st. Let's take a look at what the iDubbbz Content Cop is at. Oh wow, almost 7 million views.
Wow,
that's pretty good. I'm not one to gloat over view count though, so you're not gonna see me cheering too hard.
Yeah, no, I'll cheer for you.
Thank you.
Kind of seems like bigger number, better person type situation. I think.
Well, I'll tell you what. In I don't know some response of his or in his one of his videos, he was mocking our Anissa and I's podcast, saying how low the view counts were.
Yes, because this was after you decided to make your video.
That's really a moment where I was like, oh, this is like a different human being. Like this is like,
oh yeah,
it's very strange because I'm like,
he's a different human being. What do you mean? Because he was making fun of your fucking 3,000 view pod. Excuse me. iDubbbz was explicitly telling Ethan that you shouldn't be, talking about certain things on the podcast. And he's like, who the fuck are you to say that? Your podcast is not successful. That was the whole point of it.
I'm not like looking necessarily to have like an ownage moment, especially with something as silly as like.
Yes, you were. The whole end of the original end of the Content Cop was supposed to be, oh, I'm gonna knock him down a peg by like having the fucking the doctor guy, the therapist guy get rid of his fucking perfect score on his apology. That was the whole point of it. And then he couldn't do that, so he had to change the narrative. What is he talking about? He's such a dishonest piece of dog shit. God.
Here's a fucking podcast that we're doing for a year straight. The purpose isn't to get fucking views. That's the whole.
Yeah, we're just doing a podcast, not to get views. We're just kind of doing it because we're fucking dumb as shit.
Reason that we're doing it on a separate channel and I'm not promoting it, and it's just sad to see him do all the fucking low blows.
Low blows.
I didn't expect it.
What the issue really is that iDubbbz is feeling extraordinarily self-conscious about about everything, and so it's upsetting to him because he's getting criticized. That's pretty much it. Like, it's upsetting to him that he's getting criticized. He's very self-conscious. He took it personally, made a Content Cop. So.
I feel like, I mean, look, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with him. I didn't realize he was like this, but maybe because like he chose his targets better in the past, and I didn't really know anything about what he was up to with other people. And yeah, I guess this is just how he makes his content, which is just like trying to belittle and bully people. And when he meets a fucking force that he can't actually bully, or basically what the best.
I love this because the fucking content cop fucking turned everything around for Ethan. What?
The best thing to do, I think, is just like avoid talking about him in its entirety.
Really?
But
now that you guys made the video already?
The reason why I did was because he was coming after smaller content creators and like virtually every single person that is a pro-Palestinian advocate in the space that we're in.
Wow.
Like I feel like he attacked pretty much every single person that has ever been like, yeah, I don't know about Ethan. Like I feel like he's definitely pro-Israel from his output. And he like lost his fucking mind. He just genuinely hammered it on over and over again and tried to deplatform me and tried to deplatform every single person. He successfully deplatformed a couple people, you know? It was really ruthless.
That's so
and
sad.
I don't like. I think back. I'm like, has he had outside of myself? Has he had someone on his show as a guest that is pro-Palestine? Like the only guy is the Sneeko guy.
He had an entire show with one. It was you. What are you talking about? Oh, outside of me, has he ever talked to somebody pro-Palestine? He had an entire show with you for 2 years. What?
That he brought forward as a pro-Palestinian advocate to fucking show how anti-Semitic pro-Palestinian advocates are. And I guess Lonerbox, who was not even pro-Palestinian, he went to Israel to do a Hasbro pro-Israel trip alongside Sex Destiny. So he said Ethan said he was supposed to be the pro-Palestinian voice. He's just, and he had Sam Cedar on as well, and he fucking now says he owns Sam Cedar, and he destroyed him, and he looked like a fool then.
The guy the entire time. He kind of did own him, so.
And two, he looked like a fool with me as well. Okay. So.
If you say so.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, he says Sam is pro-Hamas.
He's the legend.
Yeah. Oh, God, that was so cringe. Oh, my God.
How'd that not... Dude, there's
no
no way I missed
that. To leave the hug box and, like, see the rest of the internet and how they're reflecting on this. Like, I had normie friends calling me up and be like, what the fuck is wrong with that guy?
There's no way. So
like, why is he behaving like this?
I didn't roll enough.
And on the other hand, you look at his community and they're so laser focused on, like, whatever they can massage to look good.
Okay.
After a 5-hour and 30-minute session where you just look like a fucking fool.
What does it mean, a hug box?
Like a space where everybody agrees with you.
Echo chamber, like a hug box where you're just
like literally what Hasan has, like his entire community is
constantly relying on people who agree with you to make you feel, to shower you with praise.
What's that word mean?
You know?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what that means.
I mean, one of my critiques is I feel like it's important as content creators to have a good filter for what's entering your brain. It
Really?
seems like you have like clearly a lot of fucking raw exposure, like your chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think with someone as sensitive as Ethan, not like, from not as an offensive thing to say, but I think he doesn't do well with that direct feedback. And I think it is good to protect yourself from it to an extent. But I agree. I think there is a limit to it.
Yeah.
Are you projecting right now, dude?
No, I just, I don't know where this goes from here. I assume he's still gonna do a bunch of dumb shit over and over again and, be a loyal.
So true, King.
Servant of the be a loyal servant of the weirdest pro-Israel stalkers online. What did you think of the context, Nuke?
I don't like the attempt at political commentary combined with Ethan jokes because it's very confusing when he's trying to make a point. Like the beginning when he says there's a big problem, communism. I don't really understand if that was meant to be serious or not.
I didn't understand that either.
Fuck.
He was trying to.
They don't understand jokes anymore. iDubbbz doesn't understand jokes anymore. This is actually insane. What is happening here? I'm actually going to shit my pants. Fucking everything's changing. He doesn't even understand jokes.
Joke, but it also kind of also corresponds to the rest of the commentary. So I guess it's not a joke. Like he legitimately thinks the real problem is me radicalizing the youth.
Yeah, but there was a lot of that vibe throughout the video, and it's hard to take it very seriously.
What the fuck is this?
People ask me all the time how I deal with this, like you just asked as well, like you just talked about. And like there is a relentless sea of attacks that come from every direction, right?
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Liberals, other leftists criticize me. Liberals criticize me. Obviously, the entirety of the right, far right, Nazis. And they all have their own version of this criticism. Sometimes it's the same. Most of it is just like delusional shit that they believe that they saw on a meme that they are trying to repeat. And the reason why I don't give a shit about any of that is because I have my moral convictions.
Wow.
And I know what I'm doing is getting people to
What a beautiful sentiment, guys.
reconsider
Wow.
a lot of the social conditioning that they've taken for granted their whole lives from their upbringing, right? I'm sure throughout this process, there was, 50,000 people watching throughout the entire day over the course of 11 hours. I'm sure there were some people that heard me say something and went, I've never thought about it like that. And I think that's what matters at the end of the day. That's the reason why I don't mind all of the relentless attacks or anything like that, because
he's actually a hero.
I can sleep soundly at night knowing that I've had a decent impact on someone's life, cause someone to go on their journey of learning, journey of development. And as a consequence of that, I have this amazing community of people that can just fundraise on a dime like that. You thought we would, I told you we probably do 100,000 and you were like, let's do 75, right?
Yeah.
And we blew past that
Yeah,
instantly.
it's
Like
amazing.
we raised $185,000.
That's beautiful.
And I'm just so profoundly fortunate. And I feel like for every issue that I speak out on, if I didn't use the platform that I have, if I didn't actually fundraise like this, if I didn't use all the privileges that I have for what I think matters, for advocating for things that I think are important, then I think that would be pathetic,
Wow. That's so
and
beautiful.
to loop this back around to Ethan, I think he's a pathetic man. And I don't think he's ever going to actually understand why so many people despise him. I do. I understand why a lot of people find me to be horrible.
Because you're a liar?
Many of it is because they're misguided from clips. Some of it
Okay.
is genuine
Okay.
ideological disagreements.
Yeah, but none of it's because you're a fucking piece of shit.
Some of it is the way I carry myself and how I pop off on a random chatter every now and then that
I'm
people
doing
don't like.
poorly with
Okay. Certainly.
This is throwing me
But
off.
I think he will never understand why people find him to be repulsive.
That's crazy, man.
He's never going to get it. He's just going to consistently, as his crew leaves one by one, he's going to replace them with active sycophants.
I mean, his entire crew has been. It's funny that he keeps saying this, but he's been the one that's trying to get the crew to leave. So I don't really understand what this is. He's trying to, and they even say like they're not going to do it.
And it's going to ruin the content that he was able to make initially. And he's going to be surrounded by the likes of Keemstar and all these right-wing fucking losers, wondering how things changed.
Okay.
And because he's already been there before when he was doing edgy shit, I think, and then he saw what it was like when he wasn't doing that, when he was on a journey of becoming a more progressive person.
Oh, but you're saying that he was doing better before? He's making more money now. He's doing better now. The fuck is this you're talking about?
He already knows what both sides look like. And I think the more he ventures into these treacherous waters, if he tries to continue doing political commentary and like right-wing political commentary, the more he's going to lose his sense of self-worth.
Wow.
That's
is so
the way
beautiful.
I see it.
That's the way he sees it, guys.
So
what a profound.
that's part of the reason why I
what a profound guy.
often don't fight back against a lot of these people that are fueling these hate raids and brigades, is because I know I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. And eventually all of that is going to be background noise. And those people, they have
this is so beautiful.
a shelf life.
So Hasan's been like really upset. Basically, what I'm hearing here, the only time that people do this kind of stuff is when they are like really upset, right? So basically, what's happening here is that Hasan is upset because people are criticizing him, and the iDubbbz video didn't go as well as he thought. Wow, this is fucking bullshit. And so he feels like he's got to like come forward and say some stuff. He's like, yeah, I've been really holding to this thing, and this is where he's got to rationalize himself, like why he's getting absolutely why all the hate is getting to him. He has to rationalize that like he's actually this really strong morally convicted person. Like he's telling himself something. He's chanting to us in real fucking time.
They have a shelf life because they don't have the same fucking stubborn nature that I do. They don't have the same interests as I do. They inevitably become their own worst enemies. They inevitably cook themselves.
Whoa. He's cooking
now. You might
now.
think you're riding high on the slop for a little bit. You might think you're getting showered with praise.
Okay.
An army of anonymous Redditors telling you you're brilliant. But at the end of the night, when you go home and you sit down and you look yourself in the mirror, you're not going to recognize who you've been.
Who the fuck does he think he's like talking to? Like, who does he think? He thinks he's having this like really profound fucking thought right now. It's actually insane.
Become.
He's deaf noodling. He's deaf noodling us right now, dude.
That's it. It's turning into a lolcow of a different variety.
Okay.
That's what I
talking about iDubbbz. Wow, that's so
mean.
Was it?
No.
That's so mean, dude. You're so gay. Holy fuck. This guy's a fucking loser.
I mean, I think it's I guess the truth.
Accurate.
I think the truth is what's mean. Sometimes it needs to be said.
True. You got him, buddy. What?
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna end it here on that note, everybody.
Thank you so much for coming on the broadcast. Thank you, Ian.
Yeah, what was the final amount?
The final amount. I mean, I'll keep it going.
$80
I'll
Gorgillion
react to the rest of the video tomorrow as well.
Sick.
I'm not the whole video. I don't think I'll be able to finish the whole thing because there's still 42 minutes remaining on it. But shouts out to Stand Up to Cancer. Shouts out to Tilted Fire for putting it together.
Yeah. Thank you, chat. Y'all are awesome.
All right. Fucking half day again, everybody. Okay.
Half day. What?
Stunning lo-fi introduction.
I'm not listening to what the fuck this is.